Dorky, did I see you get back on Mistweaver last night?
Hello?
Yeah. I don't really get any keys
Good
on
morning.
the
How's
number
everyone doing
20
this
Windrunner
fine
Spires.
That's just your fucking jam.
Sunday?
He's in. Yeah, that's just my
Happy
shit,
Mother's
yo.
Day. Hope
Just a
you
Look at
Windrunner
that
your
shit.
Spire god.
Clean
parents
AF
that?
too. Literally one death run. As good as it gets.
Nuego.
You
I
can't
know,
do
man.
better than that. You gotta have one death, and that's as good as it gets.
Hey man, sometimes they just fucking fall over. Nothing you can do about it.
This. How's everyone doing this
Dude,
fine day?
Dance with the Wind is low key OP as fuck.
Oh, dude, I can already tell you. I know exactly why you're gonna say it. It's because the cat jumped
Why?
on you, and you're
Discord
expecting
is
to die,
louder
and
than
your health
me.
didn't move.
Well, not just of a cat. I
Let
could take
me
literally
lower
every single
them.
jump from the
Oh
I
yeah,
lowered
the
them.
third
boss and take
Yeah.
absolutely zero damage.
Yeah.
Like it literally doesn't
Is
look
it better?
me.
Yeah, no. The
Or
first
no?
time we were in there and we
Like-
got to the cat, the cat started jumping on me, and I was like getting ready to flinch, and then my help bar didn't move, and I was like, wait, did I like dodge or? Like...
Also,
What
frame
happened?
1, we started talking about healers. So what just happened?
That shit is crazy. It actually makes me really sad being nerfed the rest of Druid. Like I literally just got my litany
There's
last
no
night.
way. It's already started.
Ready to
The
fucking
stream
Dude, that's
blast.
how I was.
started.
I got litany, and then they nerfed me
Please.
Okay, well you got to play around with it.
for like a week.
Yeah, better than getting it after.
Just put it on your Guardian Druid.
What are you eating?
Same thing as
I'm
yesterday.
not gonna put it on my
Oh
Guardian.
man.
Broccoli, bean, spinach, baby.
Oh man.
Dude, that sounds like a terrible combo.
That sounds horrible. And it's every day?
Mhm.
Oh man.
Where you got your cruciferous greens, your leafy greens, your legumes. It's got almost a complete nutritional profile. If you type this shit into like Chat GPT and say like, what's missing from this meal? You know, like what else do I need to eat? Chat GPT's gonna be like, I don't fucking know, man. You're kind of nailing it.
Making AI meals now?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, I made this by hand 10 years ago, basically. Like,
You gotta
this-
consult the Vampire Maxer, Brian Johnson.
Dude, okay, unironically I've been
He'll
buying some
probably
of this
tell you what
stuff.
exactly. What'd you buy?
The longevity mix.
Longevity mix.
Yeah, that's like a bunch of vitamins in it.
Mhm.
You on that, JP?
Nope.
On that vampire maxing shit.
It tastes horrible, but like it's all the stuff I need. The packaging even says it. Everything your body needs.
Interesting. So you don't have to eat any food then?
Well,
Oh, so it's not everything your body needs.
that's what the packaging says.
Hmm. Crazy.
Everything your body asked for. Sorry.
You guys got a Ninja Creamy?
Of course.
No.
Bro, that's just fire.
The issue
What's
is
that?
you use it every night for 2 weeks and then you never use it again.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
true.
happened to me. I use it like once a month now.
Yeah, well, it's an on and off thing, you know. When you're on it, on the cream grind,
That's fair.
then you're like, man, fucking love this shit. But then you
I'm
kind of
also
forget
in an
about it.
apartment building and it's very loud. And like by the time I want to use it, it's like 11 p.m. and I don't want to wake up like the
Fuck it,
wages.
let it rip.
Why don't you just want to use it earlier?
I don't. That's a good point.
Well, yeah, I usually crave ice cream at night is the thing.
Well, yeah, usually.
But couldn't you like make it?
Like
and
usually
then,
you're trying
freeze
to
it?
cream at night, you know.
Oh yeah, but you're trying to cream at night. Like if you freeze it, it's not. It doesn't hit the same. It needs to be a live experience, live cream. It can't be a frozen cream.
Can't be an iced cream.
Yeah, it needs to be a live cream. Well, I was listening to Casters.
Incredible competition,
Turn off
and
music.
it all starts this weekend. So,
Red like chocolate milk
Dratnish,
mix-ins?
you've loved
Yeah,
Grey.
that's what I
Can't
do.
go without
Because
only
NPC is telling
100K.
us that that's his favorite. So
Fucked up.
And
day
I have
two
another
was
like
kind of a
vanilla
roller
drink I
coaster for
use.
them with some
What do you
incredible
guys think we're gonna
runs
do
from some,
next
and then
season?
other teams kind of
since
fighting to claw back things from the brink of
BlizzCon
disaster.
happens next
So give us the
season?
lowdown on what you saw yesterday.
Are we just
Alright,
not
so
gonna have
Is
it
it
be on
this
season?
going in
Qualified
the
through to
next
today,
the BlizzCon?
And that was determined
Yeah,
yesterday
so
through a grueling
is there just not gonna
bracket
be
of
one?
6 total games that we saw. Up first, it was mandatory
probably.
versus I Do It. And
Why would there
this
not be
match,
one?
Terrace, which mandatory used to
'Cause there's
secure
still
that
one tournament
series,
going on?
was a
Because
really
there's
important
already,
run, I
but
think,
yeah,
for
like
gauging their
this one's
relative
carrying
strength,
into it, right?
to
So
the rest of the field here, because
Well-
we'd seen Polish Mountain back all the way
Like,
on
what-
Friday,
wait, so what
having
was the original
quite a
question?
quick run in this dungeon, but mandatory
so
looked even better yet.
this
It
MDI,
looked
they're
really
carrying
world-class. They are the team that is coming in this
the
weekend
finals
as the
into
favorite, and this
BlizzCon,
dungeon
which
run
is
really
next
helps
season, right?
showcase why.
I don't know.
Does that mean there's just not gonna be one after
Look at
BlizzCon?
this movement
Well,
they
I don't
have
know if
through
it's
here with
maybe they
Rescue
figured out a way to do
Wordstone,
season 1 on
Wild Charge,
like Tournament
able to
Realm or
get everybody
something, so
back
it's
up
not
the stairs,
actually
and then
season
death
2.
grip the one mob that's not going to teleport
I
to
think
you,
it's gonna be
and the
season 2.
others
That'd
all
be so
shadow
fucking
step
weird.
I think it'll
Wasn't
be
it?
season
on
2. The tournament realm was
upstairs
always live
and
patch.
finish this dungeon off
Yep,
sub
but-
15
Yeah.
minutes. So that's how mandatory sent I Do
don't
It
know.
And
down
also,
to the
like,
lower
think about it.
bracket.
If when
Then
people
we
are
had
already in
this
season 2,
showdown
like,
between Polish
are
Mountain
they
and
really gonna
Sense
want to
Spellbook,
like just
and,
see
those
season
two
Hi,
1
Mel Man.
wouldn't be surprised if we see
Can
a
watch
rematch
it.
of
in
this
BlizzCon?
one
I don't
at
know.
Nobody's
Yeah,
even
the
gonna know
people
what
on
the fuck
40,
they're
man.
looking at in
These
season
two
2, though.
teams are very tightly matched
That's true.
on the time
But I
trial.
mean, also,
In the
it's gonna be
There's
so
gonna be
fucking
people that
weird
are
to
seeing these
practice.
dungeons for the first fucking time at BlizzCon, be like, what the fuck? Is that this season?
In the pit of Saron here, you can see 8
Actually, I wonder
on
how
the
that
side
lines
of
up
Sense
with
Spellbook,
the
when Polish
beginning of the
Mountain managed
season
to stop
too.
the
Like,
clock
is this
there.
gonna be
So
in?
that secured Polish Mountain the
So
other
there's
upper
there's
Is this going to
a
happen?
sending Sense
Blizzard's been
Spellbook
doing
down
this
to the lower
8-week
bracket,
cadence
where they
for
were
their
almost
like big
eliminated. Look at
patches,
the
like
count here. They
the
didn't quite get 100%
05
count
patch, the
and
07
ended up
patch, blah blah
losing
blah.
game one against Cook is Gone as
If
a
you follow
result
out that
in this
8-week
match
cadence,
to
and it
Terrace.
hasn't,
Luckily,
they
were
haven't
able to rally
stayed
to come back
exclusively
and
on an
ended up
8-week
taking the
cadence,
series
but it's
2-1
been
out of
pretty
this
close to
Avatar
it for the
Academy.
last few
So
years.
Sense Spellbook were
And if
able to
you
stay
follow that
alive,
out from
as a
here to
result of
07,
that.
then 07 is at
The
the
final team that qualified
like
through
end
to
of
today
June,
in the lower bracket,
and then if you go another
was
8 weeks
Team
out from
I
that
Do It. Now, you
to
might be surprised to
12.1,
hear
which would
that,
be season
as
2,
we're gonna show some clips here
then
of
that
things going
happens
wrong
in
for I
like
Do It. One of
mid-August.
this ended up costing
So
them one game
there
in
would
that
be
series.
season 2
And
launch
then the other
like
time here
a
you can
month
see in the
before
Mysara Caverns,
BlizzCon, which
even though
means
things are
you
going a
have
little
to
bit wrong for
jam
I
a
Do
race
It,
to
they
world
went
first.
a lot wrong for
Yep.
almost
You would-
fine.
it would be
You
like-
take
Then
eight
you
I
would
think
need
there'd be
to
like 4
practice for
weeks.
season 2 done.
on
Right.
the side of almost
So you get like a
fine.
week
So even
of
with that lights
season
out
launch,
reset of
and
the
then
third-
I
of
think
the
normally in
second
season
loss
2
for
they
I Do It,
don't do a
they
heroic
were
week; they
able
just go
to
right into
win this
mythic.
game and
Yeah.
this
So I think
series,
it'd be
but it
like
was definitely
1
not
week
a
of the
clean
of the
run, so they're
patch,
gonna have to do a little
then
better
Race to World
today
first
if they
starts.
wanna stay alive,
Then
if they wanna take
from
one of
that
those
point,
two
it would be 3
spots out
weeks
of this group
until
into the season finals, but
BlizzCon.
we know they are capable of it. It
So
just has to be a lot
you
cleaner, and
have
particularly
that amount of time to
series
get
against
Race to World
Almost
first
Fine.
done, and then
Yeah, you know, I feel like our
Show
top
back up
four
for
that we
BlizzCon.
have are just so interesting. We have
ABD,
top teams that we've
it's
had
gonna
be
guys
fucking
out there just
wild.
playing
Not even
so
gonna attempt to
excellently.
pronounce
If I
that.
cast
Teams that have
Man,
so
I'll
much
believe it. 3
potential,
stream
this
walk
race
we see these great
for
moments, but
Echo,
kind of been getting
and
tripped
the
up a little
timeline
bit.
works
So
like that,
today is now
I
the time.
genuinely
Love
wonder
All the
if I
stops, we'll
just
see that
schedule
they
my
are
return
able
flight to
manage it.
California.
But while they tackle the dungeons, makes our
Why?
spec variety rule
'Cause I
adds
don't know
another
that it'll
layer of
make sense.
strategy in for our teams. So can you
If I-
refresh
if my-
everybody on
'cause
how
when
it
you
works?
Yes, absolutely.
travel
but
like
before I
Germany,
go there,
you have to have a
chat,
return
please
flight
take out
booked before they'll
pen
let you in
and
the
paper.
in the country in the first
are
place. Like
going
they want to know
write
that you have a
this one
plan for
down
getting the
because I
fuck
know
out
you
of the
cannot
country
remember. Every single time I look in
before they
chat,
let you
people are
in.
like,
So you
"What
have
is
to
the
pick a
spec
date to
ban
fly
rule?
back.
Did they explain
And
the spec ban rule?
I'm
Yes,
assuming
we do. Every
that this will
pre-show.
mean
Here
that
we
the Race to
go.
World first
After
basically
each
ends.
map,
Like if it's a
the
similar
top
ending
3
time
most played specs
this
are
season, or
banned.
like next
This
season
is
as it was this season,
cumulative. That means
it'll
from
be
map
ending
one,
the
you get
same
3
week
bans.
that BlizzCon
Map
is
2,
happening.
you get another
That's gonna be
3
horrible
bans.
for the competitors.
It's just crazy.
Right. So if I
Yes,
if I
six.
schedule a flight
In
back,
finals,
like
we
this time I
can
had my
see as
flight, my
much
return
as
flight booked on
12
I think
bans
Monday.
per team.
If I
The
fly
only
back, that
thing
means I'm
that
going
I
to be
think
getting in
is
like
tripping people up
Tuesday
is
back
that
in
when
NA,
specs are
and then
tied, so
I'll probably be
after
wanting to
map
leave
one,
for
all of
BlizzCon on like
these
Wednesday or
specs have only
Thursday.
been played one
And so there's
time,
part of me
and
that's
then the
like,
teams
There's
that
no way
have
they
this
do
up.
that.
select
I I don't know, man. Like,
You're not
I
gonna
don't
have
know,
them
man.
have 3 days of practice before MDI Global Finals. Like,
or
It won't be like
or
3
you
days,
give
it'll
up the
probably be,
race to practice.
2 weeks, maybe.
That's still
but
like
no,
nothing.
but every competitor in
It is
the,
very
I
in
good,
saw-
the,
but
in the
they don't give
MDI
a
these
fuck.
days, like all the DPS,
Yeah, the
there's
metagame
some
has
like
been
tank
kind of
or
interesting
some
this
tanks and
weekend.
healers that aren't
Obviously, it's the
in
first
World Force
weekend.
Guilds,
We
but
haven't
virtually
seen
like every DPS player now
multiple
in the
weekends of
MDI
this
is
for
in a
them to
World
get
Force
Yeah, you have
Guild.
to
so
Yeah.
far,
leave the race to do
healers
MDI.
have been the most targeted ban with a few
Well,
healer
no, you
specializations
just
actually
finish the
seeing
race,
really
and then you
solid
would go
No,
work.
you're not gonna
Restoration
do
Shaman,
Global
Global
Deathwind,
Finals on a
Mystery
week of
Monk,
practice.
Resto Druid, all
People
seeing
will 100% do
a
that.
decent amount of share of
Who do you
play,
think
which
will not
means
do
if
that?
they're closely
If you
balanced,
want to win, you will
then the
not
thing
do
that you're
that.
most likely to wanna ban
Okay, but who
now is
will
that,
be?
healers
I
are
do
think
that.
you
ever possible.
leave the race
The
to
things that
do
seem
it.
like they're really good, the Devour Demon
Yeah, but
Hunter,
who will? Like,
Augmentation,
Mandatory.
literally, which team?
Liquid.
Mandatory.
The
is
teams
not-
that can
there's
win.
no fucking way.
I don't
There's
know
absolutely
that.
no way those guys are gonna do
Obviously,
I
that.
don't know that Gingy
for
would do
all
it
three of them, if you
because
look
I
at
bet he
map
makes more
one,
money
the
from his
map
stream
one is
during
now
Race for
more
No,
Force than
because he
does
has to
ever
share all of
has
his money.
Obviously, it's a 3-game series.
No, but
So,
even then,
like,
I-
map one
I'm
is just
like-
inherently gonna be super important,
I
but
would
now
be
I would
shocked if any
argue
of these guys
that
left.
If
compared to
I'm
where
a
we've
team,
been
if I'm
in
on Liquid or
past,
Mandatory,
now
I'm
map one is
giving
even
away the
more
race so I can
impactful
play an
because you're
MDI
able to
because
play
it's more
your
important.
best
Okay, but what if
composition
you're the only one who
and have
decides
the
to
highest
leave, and
chance
the rest of your
of,
teammates are like, nah,
winning
I'm
that
still
Well, of
game
course,
in
then
the
I
best
have to do the
position
race
in
too. But like, I'm pretty
others'
sure they would
All right,
agree.
well, there you have it. I'm pretty sure
They
they're
would
all gonna-
agree. It's not just like a me
tier
thing. I'm
two
pretty
I-
sure.
on a map that they're maybe a little bit less comfortable
You
on.
should see how
30K
enough
per
people about it.
person, or give up
These,
like
you know,
the rate. Like,
series kind of drag out.
it's a lot of
very
money.
interesting when you start getting to that,
Well, it's
you know,
potentially
third one, or
30K,
eventually
right?
Yeah.
the
exactly. That's
five.
why I
Like,
told you
you're-
for like
Happens if you
Mandatory
get
or
to the
Liquid.
later maps if they go that
Well,
far,
no, I mean,
right?
there's also
Because suddenly you're going,
the
okay,
other two
what do we think
teams
we
that
can
are
make work
also
with this
in
when so much
Yeah.
has been
Race
banned
to War
out, and
First.
it's definitely
Now,
put
there
our
is
teams
a
to the task
chance-
for that
Push!
in a
Map
way
two,
that's
map two!
really
I feel like
interesting to
Throw it
see
down.
and a lot of
maybe,
fun. And you know,
Please.
Stratos, you gave us the recap of yesterday's
realize
action,
this
but where
conundrum.
did the
This
And
count- they've never
they're gonna
performed
do,
that
like,
well
some
in
format at
MDI.
BlizzCon
Yeah, so we're playing a
that
double
you can't
elimination
practice
bracket,
for.
which means that once
Like,
you lose
some
one,
weird
you're
shit.
sent down to this lower
Like-
bracket,
Well,
where if
I
you
mean,
lose
like,
again, you
maybe
are
they don't tell you what level
eliminated.
the
Now,
dungeons are
yesterday
going
we
to be,
started
or
off
they're going to put
with
like weird
those
affixes
matches
on them
in the
that
Yeah,
upper
won't
that would
let
be
you practice.
horrible to
It
see.
was-
Mandatory and Polish Mountain both
I don't know, I mean,
2-0
like,
their competition and made it through
people
to
want
the
less
day.
practice
Then we
anyways. I
went
don't
to
know.
that
I'm pretty
bottom
sure
left
it'll be like
section
kind of
of
like
the
an
street right now,
agreed
where we
on
had
thing
these
that
four
everyone's just not
lower
going to really
bracket
get much practice
elimination
for it.
series.
No,
These were
it's
pretty brutal. Both Cook is
100%.
going
If
all
one
time,
team
able to
practices
win their
more, they're
first
gonna
series,
win.
and then were eliminated in their second series, which made Send Spellbook and I Do It be the other two teams that survived into
There's
today's
no
bracket.
way it's
Now,
gonna
Biggs,
be a
what
week
does
after the
today's
race.
4 series look like for us?
Minimum a month.
Well, it's actually really exciting because I have done some analysis
I just don't know how
on our
you,
fastest
unless
runs,
you,
around the entire tournament.
the
we
only
just
way
had,
that you
and
don't,
they
I
are
think, have
even
Race World
between
You're
First
excited for
run
that?
right into
I'm so
BlizzCon
excited for that
is
'cause
if
it's going
they
out too.
deviate
the
from
one
the 8-week.
exception
No,
of,
wait, oh,
the
Sean.
they
Wind
release
Fire,
season
where we
2
didn't see
like a
either
week
of the
after
teams.
I'm
BlizzCon.
excited, Kush. Good
Mandatory is
luck.
Which could
holding,
happen.
half of
Because they
those
have done
rounds,
that
and
kind
Houston is
of,
holding the other
like over the
half of
past
those
few
rounds,
years, it's
and
like I
they're
said, it's
going
been
to
mostly
be
8-week
meeting
stuff,
in
but
this dungeon. We'll see
there
if
have been a
it's
few times where they
Sky Rage
pushed
for
it
the
out
first time,
like
which
3 or 4
hasn't
weeks
been
in one
this
direction or the other.
weekend just yet. We've seen it in the time trials, of course, but a little bit has been changed, so it's going to be super, super exciting. Then we'll continue with elimination in that
It'll be
lower
interesting, though.
bracket, so the pressure is for sure
But
on.
yeah, I mean, Blizzard
Might
doesn't
get
give a
glimpse
fuck. At the
at
end of
who's
the day,
looking
Blizzard
to
just
take
wants
this weekend.
I mean, honestly,
there to
I
be
feel
an
like Group
event,
A has just shaped
and
up
they
amazingly.
don't
We
think
have these
about the
incredible
consequences.
powerhouse teams, Mandatory,
Or
who
nor
we
do they
all
care
thought
about the
was just gonna
players.
sweep straight through, but Polish
I mean,
Mountain being
it
so
may have been
competitive,
just as
like
simple
you
as
were saying,
like,
Migs. And these other teams that are coming
we
in
wanna
on our lower
do
bracket, I think
esports
also
at
have the
BlizzCon.
potential to really show us a lot
And
today. So
this
there
is
is
how
a
we
lot
like.
for these teams
Unfortunately,
to
this is
prove,
just
but
how it has
Tattles,
to be.
it's that
You know,
time
it's
again.
like because
Which matchup
there's
do you
been
think is the
clearly
one to
a
watch today?
push across all their
Yeah,
titles
so the
to
Mandatory
bring
Polish
esports
Mountain
back
series kind of like
to
makes its
BlizzCon. It's not
highlighting is
just
actually a
WoW
very
esports that are
interesting
coming
one.
back.
The Sin Spellbook I Do It
They're trying to
matchup,
get as
obviously,
many of their
the loser of
titles
that is going to be
performing at
eliminated
BlizzCon as
and have their
possible.
BlizzCon dreams
And
dashed. But I think
they're
the
probably
most
like, we'd
important
rather
matchup
have
is
a
that the
weird
matchup of
MDI
the
than
loser
no
of match
MDI
one
at all.
versus the winner of match 2, the lower finals, because that is going to be
Over under
determining
2
who is going
DQs?
to be
Under,
going,
under.
and joining the team that has won from the upper finals to the season 1
Yeah, bro,
finals.
the only
But
team I
ultimately
can
as well,
possibly
their BlizzCon
see
dreams
that
are not
would
dashed. I feel like
drop
a lot
out of
of
the
the
race
teams,
just to do
they have been
MDI would be
questioned-
like
they've been asking
Miscount.
so many
Miscount, yeah.
questions
I
related
think
towards
Miscount would.
They
going
would
to
be like
BlizzCon and what
maybe
that
the only
process
one,
is
and
going
that's
to be
just
like.
Yeah, but then they would
Well,
just win.
Anything less than being able to be
It
one
would
of the
depend
top 4
on
teams
which
during
other
our
teams
season 1
make it,
finals
because like
qualifying
if
for
you
BlizzCon
get
is
a
massive
team like
failure.
Polish
I
Mountain
think
that makes
that
it,
lower finals
I
match, the
imagine
third
they're
match
like,
of the
Well,
day,
yeah,
fuck
okay,
is the
yeah, I
one
mean,
that
but-
I mean, it's probably
would
just
be
gonna be
Yeah.
Liquid Echo
There's so
miscount.
much on the line with that one, and I think both
And
of these teams,
Mandatory,
if they wanna
sorry.
get
The
there,
Echo
and
team.
if they want to be competitive,
Oh,
for
I
that
forgot there's an
second
Echo team. I mean,
spot,
there's only
they
3.
have to
Yeah.
really show the best
What?
of their
Might be
strengths
the
and
Echo
pull
team
it
then.
together
I don't know.
to get
Miscount's
to
never
make
Oh,
it
performed
work.
well.
Oh,
in
no,
MDI.
wait,
So everybody
wait, yeah, you're
keep
right.
an
Yes,
eye out. That's
top
what
three
Puddles
team.
is going to be watching,
Yeah.
and I have to agree. I think it's going to be a.
I guess the
really good
Chinese
one.
team's gonna win.
But
That's
during
what. Holy
all of our
fuck.
MDLs
That
Yeah.
would
this
be
weekend,
a
Oh my
we
God,
have
they would
big
win.
predictions
upset.
on the outcome
Oh,
of our
okay. I
series.
mean, all right.
So
Now
keep an
that
eye
I
out
can
for
get
the polls
along
popping
with.
up in
Like
chat, and we will
I
share our
can
own guesses
see
too as we go. So
the Chinese
let's see
team
if things
not
have
giving a shit
maybe,
about race
I mean,
course
if
or
I'm
which they never
in
do.
any of their spots in the global finals, I'm like,
I had a bad day
do I do the
yesterday,
race
personally.
or do I lose MDI? I'm definitely voting for
I
MDI.
apparently
Like
also
to
had a bad day.
practice for MDI
I didn't
and
even
stop the
realize.
race.
Well, I'm still doing better than the coin, so.
Yeah, but there's
How
just
is
no
the
way
coin
Liquid
doing
does
so
it,
well is
and
my question. That seems
this counts
unfair.
like maybe, and
70%?
there's no way Vaco team does it too.
the coin, honestly, I
That's a
I feel
smart
kind of
coin.
bad for it. I
Like,
feel
think about how
like
fucked it
the
would be
coin's been
if Yips,
trying. It's got a pretty good
Zevi,
percentage,
and
but it's got to up its game
Boomie.
today
it's pretty much all of
too.
them, right? Like
Yeah,
Mine
literally
would
all
be
of them.
Chai, like
top
literally,
alongside
imagine if
Chad,
all
so
5 of them
that's
were like,
You
you know
got
what, I'm not
2
gonna do this
officers
first.
and a main
Like you
tank.
said.
That's not happening.
How
Yeah,
embarrassing.
I mean, it might.
Well, you know what? There's time today for all of us to redeem ourselves. I'm not going to even comment on the fact that mine is right down there with
Holy
Meg's.
shit, chat's kind of on fire.
We'll all
90%
redeem
accuracy.
ourselves.
Even
Some of us
more
are-
embarrassing.
I know, thank you. Yes, I am
say
so
9%?
I'll just be
truly, truly embarrassed.
confidently
90.
wrong, Rook.
Oh.
I don't want to redeem myself.
Ooh,
I want to
okay.
be a contrarian. I'll just say
When
the
does she?
opposite
Okay,
now,
not
because I
related to
can't
like what
catch
just
up,
happened,
so I might as
but
well
when
just
does your
say the
hearing start to
opposite.
decline
I
in age?
love this.
Mess up your picks.
I feel like your channel
I
is
just-
full of
that's
Zap energy.
completely
And
irrelevant.
honestly, I love this
Irrelevant,
video.
yeah. I just that's popped into my head when that
Doing it
happened.
That's the
confidently wrong,
craziest
go
shit
for it.
ever.
But Chad, get your predictions in. You're doing great so
My
far.
hearing is
Hopefully
good.
today you will
I know,
continue
That's
why I
to
said
keep
it's
up
like
that streak.
irrelevant to
Our
what just
very
happened.
first
I
poll
know this
of the day is
because
running mandatory versus
my
Appalachian
wife
Mountain, so get
can't
in on it
hear
right
certain
now.
frequencies
And now,
anymore.
like we've already talked about,
And there will be
two of the
times
teams
where
that we've
we'll
had the
be
highest expectations
like
for in
watching
Group A
a
are
show or
about to
something,
face off, and
or
it's
there'll be
these
like
two.
a noise coming from
mandatory came
outside,
into
and
season
I'll be like,
one
God damn,
as a
what the
clear
fuck is
favorite,
that?
unless proven
Noise, it should be like,
otherwise.
what are you talking
But
about?
if there is a team that can
I'll be
prove
like, you don't
otherwise,
hear
it would be
that?
Polish
She's like,
Mountain.
no.
So Makes
I think
has
you're making
Polish
it up. And
Mountain's
they're like,
played
no, that's
backing
for
that
sure. There's
kind
for
of statement
sure
this weekend.
something. And we actually got into
I would say absolutely. Of course,
we got
to
into
be
a
super transparent, right?
intense
We've been
enough
saying this
conversation about
mandatory
this a few
is
years
a
back
clear favorite coming into
that I
this
was like,
tournament.
I think you
The
actually just, I think there's a
pedigree
sound and
this
you can't
team
hear it.
has,
She's
the
like, there's no
medallions
way.
this team
And I was
has,
like,
the
I
amount
think
of
I could
wins
prove it
is
to you. And she was
unbeaten
like, how?
among
And I was like, they do
their
frequency
player,
tests
grouping that
on
they have
YouTube.
during
Like
this
you
season
can,
in
there's
particular.
videos that'll just
But
walk
Polish
through
Mountain is
the range of
team that is
frequencies
looking the most
that
likely
are supposed to
keep
be
up. They've
within
been
the range of
incredibly
human hearing.
creative with how
And
they
you can just turn
route
one
it.
of those
Literally
videos
the
on
only team that
and just
goes
listen
right
to it.
in
And it'll
Nexus,
show you
but
on the
they've also
screen
been
what frequency it's
super,
playing,
super risky
and then
with
it'll
what
play the
they do.
corresponding
They're
frequency.
doing these
And if at
really
some
massive
point in the
pulls, making
video you
if
stop
there is
hearing
a map
the thing that it's
can be
playing,
taken, it
then
might
that
be
means that
Beaver,
you're
Polish
losing
Mountain,
the
China
hearing in that
Mountain.
range.
It's
And she was like,
really
okay, fine.
big
So we
pulls
started
I was
put on the
thinking about
video and
getting
it
my
got
mom
up to a
something
certain
the other day. It's
frequency.
weird
And
'cause
she's
she
like,
lives
I don't
so
hear it
far
anymore.
away.
And I was like,
really
I
knew it!
order
hoping
something for her.
that we'll
I was
see
thinking
a
about that.
super close match because I think this team
I
And I
think-
still could hear it,
looks
obviously, with my
likely to do so.
genetically superior hearing.
No, of
The
course, of
stats
course.
on,
I think there's some frequency I
like,
can't
maps
hear.
that both Polish Mountain and Mandatory
Well, you can
have
test
I
it right
was
now. You
really
can get on
bad
the
with my
YouTube
hearing.
channel.
times on all of them. Maybe?
There's one point where I would just
Is that why
blast
some
music
people
in
are
my
So
headset a
it-
couple
Well,
years
it's
there you
ago.
go.
interesting because they basically haven't
No.
had a big overlap between.
You
the
believe
two.
in ghosts, Dorky?
The only map that we've seen both.
I
of these
don't
teams in
until I get freaked
is
out,
the
you know.
Magister's Terrace, and we of
What?
course remember the Magister's
But then, you
Terrace
know, I
from
wonder
Polish
why I get
Mountain
freaked
So
out.
you
really
do?
fast with 1537.
No, of course not.
Then a day later,
course not.
Mandatory comes in and is basically a minute faster with 1447. So if all
Dude,
of
I
those
low-key
maps
hate
look
scary
like this,
movies.
it might not be Polish
Yeah,
Mountain
I
favorite,
absolutely fucking
but
hate anything.
I
there
don't
is
get it.
eight
Like,
wins
yes,
in
I
don't
like
get
getting
how
scared.
people
Let's
do it.
go. I'm terrified
Yeah.
now. Yes, give me more.
Yeah, I love horror.
Like, I don't get it.
Fuck it, just
You know, mandatory obviously with the
I don't get it
new
either.
like composition that they have, you've got so many players that are powerhouses no matter what team they're playing for.
Well, you,
Wait,
JB,
sorry,
you
I-
like
I
scary
got
stuff?
distracted.
Like you said,
Scary
they
stuff?
have
No,
shown
I actually
really
think
well, and no doubt they were preparing for
horror
this
movie
kind of
commercials
matchup as they go into
should
Group A. So
be
hopefully they
banned.
have taken note of
Yep.
themselves and they're
Yep.
looking how
I don't
to
think you should be
streamline and
able
keep
to
pushing.
scare me
We'll
without my
see this
permission.
weekend. So,
Yep. I
Um,
need your.
it's
You need my
possible.
consent to
I mean,
scare
Dragos,
me.
Yeah,
we
like
did
if
mention
that
earlier, Meg's
if
pointed
that
it out,
commercial
but
comes on,
Skyrim
it should
is
be
a
an
map we haven't
opt-in
seen
thing,
yet
and there
this
should be an
weekend.
alternate
So
commercial
do you
that's
think we might see
available
anything
for
interesting
people
on
that don't want to
TV?
watch that shit.
It's also it's really important
Because the entire
sometimes there will
purpose
be
of a
maps
horror
that
movie
show
is
up
to
in
like
different
mildly
places
traumatize
in
you.
our
That's what
bracket,
it's
and that
trying
matters
to do.
too.
That's the
If a
appeal
map
of it
shows up in
to
first
weirdos.
position,
The appeal.
And
that
I
is
don't
the
want to
way
be
that
mildly
that
fucking
Yep.
traumatized when I'm watching
If it shows up
TV.
in that second or especially that third spot in a series, teams might have to come into it with a bit of a different plan if they've already say
Fucking
I'm glad
weirdo.
we're all
augmented
smart
or
here.
something like that. The way that our spec variety rule works is
Banhole
if
commercials?
you have
Great
played a spec
takes,
in
Tim.
both
That is
maps
true.
1 and map 2, no
But
matter
yeah,
what, you
let
can't
me
play it
just-
again in map 3.
Because
If
I
you're
will
one of
like
those specs
if
that
I'm
have to
if I'm
ban
sitting there
out
watching a
going into
show
map 3,
and a
so,
horror
you
movie
do
commercial
have to
comes
have
on, I'll
a
mute that
different
shit.
plan ready depending
Like
on
I'll
where
mute that
in
shit
the
and I'll
series
get my
you
phone
can
out and start
binge.
looking at my phone. I don't
Skyrim
want to watch
specifically is
fucking.
kind of interesting too because it was one of the time trial maps. So in theory, a lot of the teams
And
should have a bunch of
what
practice on
I think
Skyreach.
you'll very
The
often
Skyreach has
find
received
when
a
you
couple of
mute
mechanical changes
a
over the
horror
last couple
movie-
of
Not
weeks.
scary
So
whatsoever. It's
strategy-
all
It's
sound.
nope, it's
Yo.
all jump scares and shit.
Time trials are
All
going
jump
to be
scares
good.
are
So
90%
Well,
sound.
This is a
Yeah.
dungeon that the teams, while you could get some information from looking at
I actually
time trials,
like
I think the
horror
teams
movies
have
with
to
no
come back
jump
and rerun
scares.
this dungeon
Those are like
and come up
entertaining.
with new strategies.
No,
Like
no,
I can
no, no.
enjoy it kind of.
Those are the
I
worst
think
ones.
not only that,
Those ones
What?
stay with me.
we've seen
At least jump scares, it's
right?
just like I'm
Yeah,
scared
the
for a second and then
fear
I'm
through it
done.
being
The
Like
ones that
weapons.
are
in
Did you
the
see
room
weapons?
becoming so
No,
much
see, this is what I do
more
with horror
reliable
movies. Oh, okay.
when it comes
if there's a
to
horror movie
aggro
that I think has an
so
interesting
that is
premise, I'll
something
read the
that
spoilers
wasn't
for it.
that way when time
Because
trials
then I'll
was
get the
done.
like
And
I'll get the
think
plot
teams
of
will
it,
want to have that
and if
Guardian
there's an
who,
interesting
whenever they have the
concept
chance to
in the
do these
movie,
massive
then I'll be like, oh, okay, that was kind of
Agreed.
interesting.
And you know, we have all
but
this information at our
hopefully
disposal.
without
you chat have been getting your
getting
predictions in,
the,
but now it's
like,
time for us to get ours
weird,
in as well. So thinking of all of
lingering
this, I think I'm gonna kick
dread
this off. I'm
that
gonna
comes with
say,
watching a horror
Yeah.
movie that stays
I think
with
it's
you.
gonna go 2-1 in mandatory.
There have been a few times I've read the synopsis of a horror movie that
How about you, Tuttles?
Yeah,
that
creep
did stick
out.
with me, and I
Raise
was
your
like,
hammer,
fuck,
mandatory
I
to
shouldn't
the-
have done that.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I did like
go with,
Weapons, and it only had like
a
one or two
brave
jump scares that were
prediction.
annoying, but I think
Mandatory
it was a good
0.
movie.
Oh wow. Okay, so
As someone who
brave.
hates
So
horror
brave.
movies, I enjoyed
So
it.
brave.
It makes. How about you?
Okay, listen.
No, there was
said it,
one
I'll back it up,
the
I'll
in
go
recent
2-1
memory, the
for
stupidest thing I've
Bullet
done with horror
Mountain,
movies
just to
is
be a contrarian.
my wife was going on a
Okay,
work
all
trip
right. Well, there we
you
for a
go.
week.
I
Nah,
love
I'm
the
gonna
makers
cry.
back in Polish Mountain.
So I was
I
gonna
mean,
be at the house by
honestly, they have been
myself.
looking really good in their run, but they
And
gotta speed it up
on the
before they cut
way to
mandatory.
the
And
airport
everybody,
to
we can
drop
see
her
here
off,
our predictions coming
I don't
in.
even remember
forget
why,
that
but there
every
was like, I think I
series
saw
you can
something on
also get in
Reddit
on
that
these
talked about a
predictions
movie, and I
and
was like,
have your
oh, that's kind of
voice
interesting.
heard,
I'll read the
so these
spoilers
being
for
talked
that.
about
In the
every
car
single
ride
time.
over to
Now,
drop her
our
off at
first
the
map, like
airport,
we were saying,
I'm
is
reading the
going to
synopsis,
be
and I was like,
Skyreach
holy
on this,
fuck,
and
that movie
makes
is
the further
fucked
step
up.
away to the
Anyway,
east of us. Is there
bye, have a
anything
good
else that
trip,
you're
you know, kiss her on the
thinking
cheek,
this
drive back
map,
home.
these teams
Don't
need
really
to
think
do
about
to
it.
be
That
able to
night, as
make
I'm
it
getting
through
ready to go to
Arizona
bed, the
bracket?
movie pops back in my head,
Listen,
like
Skyrim
5
is
minutes
a
before I'm
Long
supposed to get
very
in bed.
interesting
And
dungeon
I'm just
that has
like,
that little
I don't think I can do it.
puzzle or
I don't think I
way
can go to
to
bed.
check
Like,
I don't think I could do it.
yeah, I gotta like stay up to like get this out of my mind. I gotta like watch something else, read something else until
How old were you at the time?
this was like so this is like 6 months ago or something.
Oh God, so
Oh,
late
that shit
40s.
fucked you up
Yeah, like
forever,
yeah,
man.
recently. It was the it was the movie the Terrifier series. And the problem is I read through like
I
the
know,
whole
I'm
fuck. There's
sorry.
like 3 of them, and I read through like the whole series of movies just to get a sense of what it was about.
It's always good.
And
But, I mean, we've
when I
seen
was
a lot of
reading, it didn't
interesting
seem like it
scraps.
was that
What
big
is
of a
really
deal.
neat
But
about
then
the teams and the comps that we put
when
out
I went to go to
running,
sleep, I was just like,
do you
oh
have
no,
any
dude, I
thoughts? Is there
can't.
anything unusual you
Like,
think they're gonna bring to the table,
can't do
or are
it.
they gonna stick with some of these really
like
strong
I
ones?
gotta
Yeah, something you're looking
get
for as
something
well
else
is
to
what
like
specs
block
can
this
be
out of my
used that would
mind.
be
I gotta
good in this map
fixate
that
on
you
some
then
other
don't
thing for a
mind
while.
banning out in future maps. Skyreach features a
Oh, that's when you
couple
open up
options
the
for
creamy.
those. There's some warlock.
That's when you-
gateways
yeah,
One
that's
of
when you
those
get the
things
creaming.
where
in this dungeon
Yep.
that
when
are
you're
pretty
young,
high
you would just
value,
think
right
like,
at the start
oh,
of
you
the
know, once
dungeon,
you're older, you
basically
don't
gate towards where the first boss is, and
you don't
start
get
that
scared
section
by
a
these
little bit
types
ahead
of things
schedule.
anymore. But
And that can be a good way to ban out a spec that you
you know,
might
hearing
not
that
need in
even
the
at
future
your
series. So
40s,
playing something
maybe
like
even
that Warlock
50s,
here,
you still feel
monks
this
for
way
their
is kinda
ability
like-
to transcend around this dungeon as well.
It's
can be
never-
something
it's
to look
never
out for
okay.
too, so curious to see what the teams decide to use there.
Yeah,
but
sometimes
I
that shit
I
just.
would like
Now
to
I will
see, you know,
say,
something like the Warlock plan to go to game
it's very
3,
rare that
or
anything like
just
that
try and
happens anymore.
win the
Most of the
series
time when I
2-0.
go to
It
bed
looks like both
now,
teams
That's
are
true.
if I
indeed
think
on
something's
that
kind of
Warlock
scary, I'm just
lifestyle.
like,
They don't
whatever.
really
If it
want
gets
much
me,
else,
If
though.
it gets me, it gets me.
Points of agreement between the two teams.
Lock in.
I
Could
feel
be
like
a
for
mandatory full wipe
this
here.
Wait, is this
how
the
I would
first
prefer to play around the
Skyreach?
spec right
Yes,
now.
first
Tournament?
Skyreach.
Especially
Holy.
the
This is the
Look
route
at
we
that.
did,
the
Dorky.
most high power.
Yeah, okay, so
comp in
mandatory
that
does the
map one,
run
unless you
around.
feel like if you're Polish,
Polish
Mountain, if you
Mountain-
feel terrible about your map one prospects, yeah, maybe
Did Polish
you could
Mountain?
just,
I
like,
don't even see.
No,
it.
they didn't. They all went
look,
straight
look
up.
at the spec variety rule and be like, all right, yeah, we're gonna play some stuff that's
Oh,
good,
Did
but
they
maybe
do the
not the
runaround?
absolute most meta stuff. Because for mandatory, it feels like they have something
Please,
that's
someone
way closer
die on
meta-wise
mandatory.
to what we saw from time trial.
Okay,
Well,
and if you're betting on
70.
Poly Market,
Okay.
Kush will die game
Yeah, so
2 on Ellie
mandatory are gonna
Shaman.
be- I mean, look at their comp, right?
Oh,
They're
wow.
going to be able to ban out the
I can
Warlock,
leak that. So
the rest of
openly, let's bet on
Shaman,
Poly Market.
and
Give me
then
10% of your
one these three
winnings.
specs that
Yes.
are kind of the meta specs.
So mandatory is
whereas
playing their
Polish Mountain
powerful
should be
comp
able
right
to
off the
ban out
bat.
So maybe
Yep.
these 3
Well,
DPS, right?
I didn't-
So they might
Is this the
actually be
powerful
stronger
comp?
This
Well,
has
this
to
is
be the
sure.
most damage
for
comp.
maps 2
Yeah.
and 3
This is a
compared to
pretty powerful
mandatory,
comp.
but really important.
Maybe
I would say,
Mistweaver,
if, you know,
but,
you
like,
can go up 1-0 in
eh.
the series. That's
What
worth
is their next
potentially having to
dungeon?
ban out that Devourer, Demon Hunter, that,
It's
that
next
Guardian Druid
one.
potentially. So we will see.
Well,
how
that's a
this works
Mistweaver
out
dungeon.
for both of the teams. They're already both in boss combat. It is mandatory who've gotten here a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Of course, one of the big Warlock strengths is being able to gateway
that a
straight to this
hunter?
boss platform from where you start the dungeon.
Survival?
To really accelerate your pathing through here.
Yeah, survival
Look at that enemy
bangs, big
forces
single
count,
target.
though. Mandatory have managed to grab so
I played
much
with
of that
Survival Hunter last
already.
night. No, actually, what was he,
Absolutely
BM?
nuking the boss and all of this trash right at the start here.
Yeah,
We had a
Pulse
powerful
Mount is going
comp
to be
last
a
night.
little bit more count after that last Dread Raven dies, but
was
they're still
powerful.
going to be 4% enemy forces behind Mandatory.
Windwalker
And
is
this dungeon,
surprisingly
There's
strong.
not a lot of like.
Dorky got
super
bullied
unique
off of his blood
routing,
decay last night.
Decisions that
No.
you're going to
Yeah,
end
dude,
up
I got
making. I think a lot
fucked,
of it is
man.
going to come up down to that like.
It was the worst
overrange
possible
prior
dungeon
to
we
the
could have
last
done for Blood
boss,
DK.
As where
Wow,
you
my
can
seems
get
like
some
they get tried for
unique
standing
amounts
still.
There's
of
nothing
enemy
that
forces.
fucks your
I would
tank
not be
through
shocked if
hard
the 4%
melees
count that
more than
Mandatory
my
has
Star
does not
Caverns.
yield like a full additional pull. From
I can
Polish
see
Mountain
him
is
doing
just gonna be
his like
oh,
sad
where are
little
we gonna be
trot at the
getting,
start of the dungeon. He's like trying to run
what
around and
additional
tag
path are we going
everything.
to unearth
And
with
it's
I'm just like
otherwise?
walking
beating
around
his
trying to
fucking
avoid
brains in.
melees. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It may not end up costing
This shit is
Polish Mountain. I
ridiculous,
think the
man.
thing that's more likely is if their
I need to
single
bring back
target
Sky Step
is
potions.
lower than mandatory. This dungeon has a lot of
It's
single
just
Dude,
targets
those look
bad.
sick, right? Weren't they
all
just
of the
nitro
bosses
boosts?
and relatively
Yep.
low
Yeah.
amounts of
Why
trash
did they
back
like
in the day
remove
was-
them?
having a
Because
It's
it
so
made
fun.
every it turned every tank into like a fucking vengeance demon hunter, just like
Yeah, but that's fucking awesome.
the point is some tanks are not supposed to do that.
Well, I mean, now you can only do that once every 5 minutes,
so, like,
boss one split, which is
once
not
you
Yeah,
know
with
that
with the
would be a
5-minute
problem.
potion, it would probably be
Yeah, I think
a lot
It
more
was
balanced.
not a
they got their
5-minute
boss
potion when it was a
spawned
thing?
actually a similar amount of
No,
time.
Combat
potions were
potions
1 minute CD back
Yeah,
then.
So
Oh
what,
my
what do you think
Well,
the advantages of
it used to be
The-
you had to
the-
press it
I feel
before
like
you
they have a
enter
more
combat.
flat
Yep.
damage
Is how it
profile.
worked.
That's-
So that's why it's
and
called
they're
pre-pot.
also
Like
less
ever hear
tailored by needing
pre-pot.
to
Oh,
be constant combat, like the
pre-pot.
That's
That
what I
makes
meant.
sense.
I don't want constant combat.
Yeah, because
for-
once
for
you
uptime
used it
purposes
in
where
combat,
I
it would
Did it
you
go on
couldn't use it
cooldown, or
again.
like the cooldown wouldn't
Just fine
start?
with
Like
whatever
health stones,
you agree.
basically.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
Polish Mountain should
perfect.
have these,
I know
like,
Hellstones.
minute- Yeah,
Yeah.
they should be doing
Perfect-
damage
perfect.
like
Good
it's a
analogy.
class.
Good analogy. I
It's
know
not
that
like
one.
they're
Analogy, yeah.
always doing damage outside of
Dude, the
cooldowns,
next
it's just
poll
that their
is
cooldowns come up
just
very
a
quick,
live
right? You
mob.
have your boomstick
live
every
6
minute,
mob.
right? You've got your,
I'm
your
sure they've
Pally
been disallowed from
bursting
doing
pretty
literally
frequently
anything
there.
Tyrus
interesting
every
in this
minute too.
dungeon.
Everything's a
Yeah.
minute.
I'm surprised they don't at least try to combine
So,
both
all right,
sides, but I
Polish
guess it's just
Mountain
not worth
moving
it.
forward as well. Both teams on a similar pull here with that solar elemental being focused down.
Yeah.
Cooldowns being deployed by Polish Mountain. Mandatory.
I wonder if this
nearly
is like a
doubles
cooldown
Council
pull or
slowly
something.
going behind.
Because they
kiting a little
almost
bit.
never
Press something
pre-thought
again
it.
to on.
When did they get rid of that
Distract the lead on
Shadowlands?
your tank, and
Maybe I did
I mean,
in
they did kill
late
off-
BFA, and I don't
Brewmaster.
remember it.
Brewmaster compared to Guardian Druid, I would say,
And then you-
is
'cause you'd probably
handling those
want
Adepts of the Dawn.
After
Brewmasters
BFA.
will
Maybe
pause
Everything
I've
over this
done
far.
it, but I don't
so that
remember it.
What
boosts
level is
Can't
it?
be too
17?
crazy.
And
Eh,
their tools
17
are
is that
pieces
could
of
start to
advice.
hurt. You get double
Let
beam
them
because I imagine
set
when you have
without
3 of them, there's
losing
a
too much
decent
uptime
chance you
on
get
the rest
double
of the
beam.
group.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
Ginger's
this
getting
is a
double
absolutely
sucked.
terrifying
Yeah.
pull by
Please,
Mandatory.
triple
They've
suck
got
him.
triple solar
One more.
points since
Please,
the
one more, one more.
At the same time,
He has no
the
more
amount
wall,
of just
please.
AoE damage
He
that
wall
these
back to
Ginger's
back,
doing,
coward.
double
They have
solar
Slink.
construct,
There's no way.
tether,
Oh, well, they
and
pulled
then
the other
Push ends
pack
up getting
too.
hit by one of the
1v9.
Please,
ground
suck,
Don't
suck,
know if they
suck.
pulled it.
the solar elemental that's just
Wait,
spawning
who
that
pulled the
solar
other
fire.
pack?
Yeah, scary.
what if
indeed.
they-
0 deaths for both teams?
It's gotta be
but
like maybe
the
like a
cheap death
spatial
is still
tag or some shit
available
as he go in.
for Gingy as
Maybe.
well. So no harm, no foul so far. But this is one of those series where I'd say, we have Mandatory as the favorites in here.
Yeah.
I think as soon as
I wonder
they
if,
have one
could you
more
send like a
death than
warlock
Polish
pet out to
Mountain,
get it?
it's equal between the two teams.
No, that's
That's
No,
usually
that
frowned
wouldn't be
upon.
allowed, I
between them
don't
right
think.
now as that solar construct is
Well, I
gonna
guess you're
die
not pulling
because
through the
boss is
wall,
spawning.
so-
Yeah, if you
And
just
their
if it just
solar
pathed
elemental is so
around.
half
Oh,
they'll be able to just
maybe.
cleave that
Oh,
down
But also-
dude.
with the boss here. This is
Is this
very
Wrestle
efficient.
Druid not playing?
I love this for Mandatory's composition as
JB?
well. So something we
There's
were
no
talking
way.
about earlier was
This was the guy- I think this is the guy that played the cat-
Augmentation Evoker
cat
wanting
build
kind of constant
yesterday in
combat,
Pit.
constant uptime. Something that
remember
those
right.
two specializations also want is.
Bro, those guys
a
playing the
second or
bitch mode
potentially even third
build.
target
There's
on the
no
wall,
way.
just
Okay,
for
come
either
on,
more
that's
full
not- you don't have to
duration
call it
with
What
that.
were you saying about
or
Caillou
hard
Mod
spreading
Drew?
for the Augmentation Evoker, really allowing
Yeah,
you
I'm
to get,
disappointed.
a lot more damage out. And I think that the way that Mandatory was CCing mobs off to the side and making them come in later and later and just having the uptime on the two.
At least their
essentially
tank is
retargets
playing a
is
more
really good
damage
for the way that this
focused
composition
build.
wants to play.
I might rip
without
a
those
cream
additional
right now.
targets, is the Polish Mountain composition
Even
going
have
to
it
be
set up.
stronger on single target? Is kind
Of
the
course
question.
it's set up.
Yeah, exactly. Polish Mountain is also playing a comp that would benefit from some extra
Let's get
targets
creamy.
on some of these bosses. Oh my god! In particular, the Ret Pally. who
No!
ends up getting clipped by the edge of
Polish
that
Mountain attack.
What? How do you
AoE
lose
from
to
the
this?
construct. That was really unfortunate.
We're fighting a
Heat
live
exhaustion?
boss.
No fucking way. We're
You could
dying
see
to
they were
heat
sort of
exhaustion
dodging
in a
into it,
17
but unfortunately,
on
the Ret
live
Pally, just
television.
A pinky toe out of position there ends up getting cut off by that.
Should've
by
bubbled.
that AOE.
I mean, if he thought he was ever in danger, he would have just pressed the bubble there. He actually thought he was just completely safe.
Voodoo curse on
That was
Kush.
extremely unfortunate, and yeah, you can see here how the movement is handled.
It's interesting to me that of all the players that you
Something
have
I've been kind of interested in
apparently
is our team's going to be grabbing
an open
either,
dialogue with on
backpulling some of
mandatory,
the
it's
the
Kush.
trash that is like in the
That is
doorway
funny.
into
Now
the
that you
next
mention
pool,
it.
Is there a way to actually grab?
I'm
I mean, we talked
surprised
a bit when I was in
Bush is
Echo.
in
that
this
wind
team.
gauntlet and pulling it down
Yeah, I mean, when I
into
stopped
the
and thought about it, I
Ruck
was like,
Run.
well, I guess
Those are kind of
you
the
guys
same
were in
because,
Echo at the same time together.
the Ruck Run Trash is kind of
Yeah,
like
but he
force.
also like
There's
left
a lot of
Echo,
RP. Is there some unique
and you
tech
know
that we might be looking
he's
to see
not
here?
quite
That's kind of
friendly
what I'm-
with
what I'm
Echo.
really
I left
At
Echo on
least.
good terms.
Yeah, boss is nearly dead here.
I
for
still
I don't know
talk
if
to
he's
Roger.
left
The
Echo in
answer
good
for what
terms.
their rest of dungeon
Oh.
looks like in the very near future here. 4% on the boss. as it should be going down here before.
Because I mean,
it
they
gets
all
any
left.
further casts.
Oh, I remember
Let's
it
see
when
what
they all
say.
left. Yeah, that was
Solidarity
bad.
with
Getting more into the
Zelia,
rescue.
right?
Right away, Mira's going capital
No,
two.
it wasn't
There's
that, I don't
absolutely
think.
No time, Kush.
Oh,
It
was it
was.
not?
Slipping
I
as
think it
well.
was
The way that they just optimized the
that
movement through the dungeons is always something
Clicks
that I've
left,
been impressed with
and
several
then-
of these players that are now on Team Mandatory.
Like I think
of course,
Clicks was
lots of
like
these
the
players have
first
a long
kind of to leave,
history
and I think
competing
like
in top MDI
Kush and
teams
Kanix
over the years, but they've always been
went
able
with
to
him,
instantly be moving
sort
to
of.
the right place. Be
The
using
vibe
all
I got
of
was
those
that Kush was
abilities
sort of like
Yeah, but that was
whatever.
when
position
Zelia
the dungeon,
joined, right? So
moving
like the
each
whole.
pole
Yeah, but I don't
towards
think it was
I
like.
think
I think that was just a
afterwards.
coincidence in
Now
timing.
it looks like this set of 2 packs is dealt with by
Well, I mean, why would they
Mandatory,
join then?
But hot on their heels are
Just 'cause,
Polish
I mean,
Mountain.
like,
Polish
there's
Mountain
some
are
behind the
about
scenes shit,
30 seconds behind
but
Mandatory right
it was,
now.
you
They
know,
do have that
it's
death
just-
So you
as
can't
well,
explain, huh?
I don't think me or
Uh,
JB can
help
comment.
45 when you factor
Yeah,
that
there's
Are you
just-
kidding me?
also, but certainly still within striking
No, dude,
distance here.
you overhear
It's not
some
my
shit at
info to
Race the World
share.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you overhear some shit
I would say
and
one
like.
medium mistake. That's
Bro,
about
fill me
how I
in
would
on
describe
this.
How far behind they are, which is
I don't know. I
certainly
mean, it's like
possible,
nothing
right?
like
Like,
super
any
juicy. There's like no like
deaths or
big.
any-
Oh,
honestly,
there's
death
something
on
juicy for
cooldowns
sure.
No, I
is
mean,
You
it's
can
just
just
like,
DM
some-
me
a
it.
big
like
deal.
sometimes people's feelings just get
evening up
like
this matchup,
hurt,
but I
you
mean,
know,
for mandatory,
and some.
There's no reason that we would
There's
even
some,
believe that
like,
they're going to make a mistake. They've looked clinical this entire
You know, the
week.
Race World First guilds are
Yeah,
always.
Mandatory have just been looking on
trying to-
all
Wait,
cylinders
Stripe
across
literally
all
said it
the
on
matches that
stream.
we've seen them
This was
so far.
Clicks was
That being
pissed that
said,
healers got
does
paid
only
more.
take 2
That's
matches,
Okay,
and you can
so,
find
oh well.
yourself
I
in
mean,
the lower
it's-
bracket here, so they have to
Well, look at
stay
these guys, by the way. They're just
If
eating
Stripe said it on his
half of
stream.
the series, and I would say they actually
Or
have
someone
more to
just
lose
made
than
that
Polish
up.
Mountain, because they
Yeah.
are going to be losing.
that true?
Probably a
Well, I
more
mean,
valuable
you have to ask
spec
Greg. You
wanna
with that
confirm,
variety
JB?
rule than Polish Mountain will, based on the 2 compositions here. So I would say this is almost a must-win map for Mandatory, or else they will be at
But yeah, I
2
think what I will say is
disadvantage
I'm
for
pretty
the rest of the
I'm pretty
series.
sure
But luckily
it
for
was
them, they
like
are,
Clicks that
certainly
was
ahead.
There's no way.
first
Let's
man
see
out
how
the
they
door at
handle the
Echo, and
wind
then
gauntlet too. That is definitely.
the
Look, I don't wanna
rest of
say
the
it's
players
area
that
I've
went
lost
over
the
to
most time
Method
in my own Sky
at the
Reaches,
same
but it's
time.
I wonder if they
definitely the area I've
regretted.
lost the most time in my own Sky
We have a-
Reaches is.
Did
I
you
mean,
mean-
I can't
Unlosable,
imagine it
we
feeling
have a
great to
Warlock.
just be like.
Okay,
permanently
I think you-
behind.
I think you know what you're
It's
signing up
it's
for
like
if you go from
jump,
Echo to
you
Method.
soul burn,
I
and you
doubt
spam
any of
the
those
game,
players
mean,
were
and you'll
under
be
I
the
don't know,
delusion
I-
in that easy spot.
that Method was suddenly going to start winning
Oh,
World
that's what
First.
contending race has changed.
Well, not even that, you know.
True.
I'm sure they saw some
Shift to
glimmer of
dodge
hope, or
one,
like
then
maybe
shift
they
back
saw that
out.
Echo was a sinking
Just
ship,
kill
right?
me.
'Cause-
Global
No, I
leading,
think they
guess.
definitely knew what
Also,
they were
I
getting
think I saw
into.
one of the Sunbreak ads.
So you think
banished
they're, like,
off the
happy with the
side for
situation?
mandatory. Very
I mean, they're
interesting
probably not happy with the
strategy there to be able to
situation, but
prevent
they
damage
do it
over
again.
But why would
time.
not be happy about the
Possible.
situation if this is what they signed up for?
It's just a
Well,
bad
but what's the
situation. No, like,
alternative?
And then,
yeah, it's a bad
yeah,
situation all around, but they did what they thought was best.
There
given
was
the
no better option for
situation.
them if
So
they
mandatory has
weren't happy at Echo.
66%. I wonder
and
what they're
you're
going to be
like,
grabbing
fuck
here. I
this,
feel
I'm
like for Polish
done,
Mountain,
then
they're
what
almost
do you
gonna have to
do?
grab this entire wing.
Then you stop
Or
all
maybe-
entirely,
maybe
right?
Mandatory's
I don't
just
know.
gonna be
Maybe-
doing
I mean,
oh,
it's-
let's see what they're doing here, by the way.
It doesn't look like. I think they ran over. And,
There's
fear
okay,
skipping?
yeah, they are. So they melded past
Hold away, fear
that
skip.
first bit, and then they're also going to be Sigil of Misery
What's that?
on
Now
the
they're just
next bit
pulling
of
it?
trash there.
Confused.
Now heading to the top of the stairs, and I don't think they melded the
Oh.
stuff that is
Just
Sigil
doing
of Misery,
everything.
so I think
What was
they
the
might
point of
coming
that
in
sigil?
later.
This pull is insane,
Maybe
by
it
the way.
comes
it's
in
a,
later?
It's a Dread Raven.
Yeah.
It's an elemental, and I think it has
Maybe.
a couple. It has a
Like,
lot
maybe
of
they want
deaths,
something on
so
the
I think
boss
that the tank damage here is
Yeah,
going
that
to be
makes sense.
insanely high.
And
Is
they
this
just
less
don't
gonna
want
come
to
up
do
in
it.
Being
time?
able to survive this pull is going to be
Holy
heavily
smokes, this
tested. He
pull's
does
kinda
have
crazy.
survival instincts, and he's rolling that incarn right now. He does not have bark skin for a little bit. The link has already been dropped. I mean, this.
They sent
the
full
longer this
defensives
pull goes
and
on for
Slink
Mandatory,
already.
The scarier it becomes.
What are they gonna do
the
now?
bloodlust has been pressed for them.
Probably
They
kill it.
need to be able to get this killed off in the
Yeah,
next 15
no, that's a
20
good-
seconds.
that's good
Otherwise, they're
input.
going to be wiping.
They
Oh,
use
no,
that
they
Caught Arc and
pressed
Flame already as well,
Bloodlust.
so 26 stacks of the bleed. The bark skin and the survival instincts rolling for Mirez, but he's now.
What,
having
you
to
gonna
start
save
running
Bloodlust
away from
Yeah.
his
for the
pack.
for
Is
the
able to
pull
reset
after the
stacks,
pull with
though.
like
The
15
Well,
mobs that are
I would imagine
annihilating you?
sending it in the
Beast.
middle
Like, oh,
when
dude,
their
that pull-
cooldowns
I mean,
are
you always send it in
really
the middle.
They
happy to
pressed
pass.
it. They pressed it like 5 seconds into the
That's
pull.
just
It came out
Yeah. Yeah.
pretty shortly after
Nah,
that.
nah, that
It's
shit
like
was
just
quite
falling
late.
off right now.
When you said, is Bloodlust going to be up in time? Bloodlust had like 2 seconds left
Yeah.
on the CD, and they pressed it right after that.
Even though they had that warlock,
Okay,
they
okay.
did have a player
Because I looked, because when
down
you asked, you were
during
like, is
the
Bloodlust
skip
going to be up? I
section
looked
there,
up,
so
and it
that's
was like
another 15
2,
seconds
1, and I
that's
was
gonna
like,
be
wait, up in
assessed
time for
against
what?
them.
And
Yeah, I
then
don't
they
know why
pressed
he
it.
said that too.
With
Yeah.
that massive pull that Mandatory
Like, the
were
fall
able
just
to find,
started.
How can
he
you
is going to
even
just
see when?
catapult
Oh,
them
I guess it shows
into
the
an
exact time.
With
overwhelming
my
lead.
add-ons?
They
Yeah,
can
like-
avoid a wipe to the high save.
I'm
I
asking.
was actually just looking at their
Genji, the
debuffs.
target of that
Bro, I'm
sword,
way
that-
too
can
healer
activate
brained.
that Wernstone
I'm just like
and
staring
get
at
out of
frames.
its clutches for free,
Wait,
meaning
your
they don't even have
frames
to
show
swap
Bloodlust
onto that
debuff?
Zealot at all.
Yeah, I mean,
Their
I
frames
think
do.
that actually hot swapping to
Oh.
Ornstein's a pretty big damage increase for just this boss in general, especially if you're doing it on live. So Augmentation Evoker,
Yeah, they got
you
they got
can get
virtually a full
yourself
list on
out
that.
of that Zealot claw
On that
if you
pull.
use Warnstone, but you can
All right,
actually
let's see if the
move
mobs do come
Warnstone
up or if they
around
just
to
fear
other
them.
I
things
think
as
they
well.
just
So,
fully skipped them, by the way,
allow
and
you
we
to
just
Yeah,
still
because they
didn't
should
see
be
how.
up by now.
They should have been up,
know
yeah.
if you get very lucky of the zealots, and people can also jump back on the platform. You're gonna see it from Mason here. I think he's gonna warlock port back on. But like realistically, if it's somebody who doesn't have the ability to be able to warlock,
Oh,
port
is
back
this
on, like
bannable?
Ryzen or whatever, you would just like move that Warnstone to him.
They look like a snap.
Yeah, exactly. The only
you
thing
see
that
he
you don't
lost
want
Right
to
side?
is Gingy.
No, Maystine, snap
If
back to the
Gingy
platform.
himself is targeted
Oh,
first
okay.
and third, I believe he would need. He wouldn't be able to Warnstone.
Push
right?
melded?
He would have to, use
Yeah,
a
but the
different
fear
way.
surge was
He'd
only
either
like 10
rescue back
seconds. He
on,
melded
something like
way
that.
after.
Yeah, he can hover back on. You can let it time out, similar to what happened with Maystine there. But like, I think
Next
that
map? Kush,
Maystine
I
lost
bet
probably
the whole
full
house
value
in next
by
map.
just being dragged off.
Please.
Polish Mountain on the right
Do
hand
not
side.
let me
about
down
Genji
like you
out
did
DPS
yesterday.
and Guardian
He
tank.
did end up committing a. Actually, I think he.
Gingy's not using the
Using
toy,
his
by the way.
Using your warlock. Oh no, you got battle res. I see him on the screen.
Just want to
Yeah,
point
just
that
an
out.
ugly ass dragon.
On this trash
Just
pull,
an
but
Still
ugly
can't
ass
believe these guys were allowed to just
so far ahead with how much trash they
use
were able to
some
pull off
item
this
on the
last
vendor that was
platform.
not
They
allowed,
did in
and
one pull what
Oh yeah,
Polish
what's
There we
the
go.
what's
Item
what
on
neck?
the
They did
vendor.
this run with
What
zero
neck is
death,
Mirror's using?
and they are going to put up a
Look at
sub
that, Haze first
13
neck.
minute
He's using the correct one now,
Skyreach to take a
because
1-0 lead in
everyone
this
was
series.
banned.
Impressive play from Mandatory, but you expect no less. They get that first point on the board, which sets them
Crazy
up
that's allowed.
for a possible
Do we know how
2-0
much the
sweep, but
seat
they're gonna have to
avoidance
bring
ring
it in
set-
the next game as well.
How much avoidance
Yeah.
that
Now, of
gives you?
course, this was our first look at both
3.7%,
of these teams in
like
Skyreach, at least on the
130
broadcast.
something.
So,
Damn, that's actually
as
kind of a
we
lot of
kind
avoidance.
It-
look
it's
back and
big,
think
yeah.
on this particular
It's very good.
matchup, I mean, Tuttles, what
Are
do you
people
think we
using it?
saw
Who's
from the
using it?
teams through it?
It's kind of interesting.
Well,
Right.
Mirror's only
These
using one
spots
half
in
of it.
But like Dradnus
And that's what made me think of it. It was just like,
the
oh,
motion
Well, I guess there's
of
no
the
point for
Polish
them to
Mountain.
use it
Do they
because
think
Yeah.
that
Oh yeah,
it's
they
kind
are
of
not
They
lacking
already
in the
Vendor
loaded
ability
up.
gapping, I mean, they
to run.
played
Skyreach was
better,
going
yeah.
to be worse. So they
But it
elected
is
to
very
go
Not like a
with
complete
that was,
gapping, but they're like
you
a
know,
minute
tier
or two
two
quicker.
Actually,
DPS
on live key.
composition, which it's not
If
bad, right?
you-
Like obviously they were.
if you're not a mastery
competitive and
enjoyer,
Mandatory
that
made a
ring
medium
set's
mistake,
probably-
they would've
Maystine,
won.
0 avoidable
But
damage.
now
Kush,
it's
2
this
million
year.
avoidable
They're gonna try to
damage.
reverse
Wrestle
sweep
Shaman,
this
maybe-
map
I mean,
in a
it
way
has
that they
haste though,
thought
so-
that was their best strategy.
I mean, you want haste as
Yeah,
Resto
I mean,
Shaman
That's
and Keys.
exactly what
Kush,
I'm
you have
saying.
fallen
Like
off.
some.
I
It's
not
think
be good for-
so. Based
Shaman
on
and
the
Monk.
eye test, you look
Yeah.
at these comms and you say, okay, Polish Mountain is trying to take.
That's
it
the thing
to
about-
2-1.
That's
The thing about
Taking
Mythic Plus healing
burn.
is like no matter what your stat weights are
It's a
for
different
raid, every
approach
healer
in the
wants
sense that
some
when
amount of
it
haste in
comes
Mythic
back
Plus
to
because
the
you just
stack
have to be able to
battle.
like.
All I know is if
Respond
the avoidable
to
damage
certain
says 0, you're the
damage
better
events.
player.
Like, you
Despite
can't be running
around
having
with, like,
put that
zero
out
fucking
there,
haste and
there is a
having
couple
some
of
gargantuan
substantial
GCD.
routing differences that we saw from these two
Well, that
teams,
means if
that I
you're
don't think necessarily always translate to the classes
healer,
that
it's
we
probably a
saw
good idea
here.
to bonus
I do
roll
think
in
Mandatory's route that
Seed of
we just saw
Triumvirate.
is also
There's so much
it's a
fucking loot in
really
that
cool
dungeon.
route that they put together that has a lot of details.
You
So
could
It's
bonus
also
roll
good if you're a
seed.
fresh
this
character because you can also
extra
bonus roll
warlock
all
blade
of
that
your
we're
tier set
using to
pieces.
Get on the platform
Yep,
here
wow.
from Mace Team to try and free cast.
It's also got that
immediately.
chest.
You know how
You know that
Warlock
chest
can
that has
Yeah,
run
that-
around
if you take
and cast
shadow
it.
damage,
That
you can
allows
proc
Mandatory
versatility or some shit.
also adding in that extra Raven.
It's pretty good too.
Then deal with this trash pack, and they dealt with it. At
I think you
high
could
There's
probably
quite a bit of
spend
shadow damage, right?
extra
like a
4%
month
over Polish
fucking
Mountain,
coining that
were
dungeon and
able
still not
to
be all the way
add
through the
Grunge in
loot table in it.
immediately. But that's not the only thing they did, because if you're going to take a look at Ryzen here, as the rest of the group runs in, he's on an extra mission, so he
Oh,
is actually
nice.
pulling that elemental.
I did fresh to
that
286 this week.
initiate
Gearing
of
so
the
sick.
Ryzen
Yeah,
series,
Anyone
Gearing
has
and
context
start
on
the
Gingy,
orb
Mirrors,
outside,
and
then
Kush
running
on
back
Mandatory?
through. You can see them run in here.
What's the
making sure that
context there on
that orb is
Mandatory?
not a problem for
Wow.
them, but adding the additional trash, which is really,
That's the
really
context?
cool.
Well, you know,
Does he want the
I would
drama
imagine
and why they
people
joined
want-
Mandatory?
Yeah, like, why- what exactly is the drama?
This is a tank-only thing. You
Well, the
cannot do
drama
that
is that's
if you're a
basically
melee
like 3 different
without
teams
having
worth of
additional
players
defenses, so he needed to hide
that have
there.
ended up on
And
one
something
team,
cool that
and
both
I imagine
teams
the
did
rest of the
is
teams are
actually
probably
just tanking those searing quills.
not
I
happy.
quickly want to say these stunts are performed by trained professionals. Don't try at home. This is not something you should be doing.
Well, I
in
know
your
we had one guy in this
LFGs,
call that
but
was certainly
very,
not
very
happy
cool
about
from
it.
both teams to just do this in a plus 17,
Who?
and then they rounded it
Who?
out with
Sort
this
this.
massive pull. They didn't even need to do that.
Bring on
That
your downfall.
alone saved them so much time, and the fact that they were able to clean this one up in the way that they did is nothing short of absolutely astonishing. And then This is just bonus.
No, there's no way that
I
fucking-
didn't see that.
Oh,
rude.
the MDI.
No.
I would like to say I have not fucked that skip up on Druid ever on live.
And I'm low-key glad it did.
So
And
for
it's a
Druid,
high
Kush with the
leverage
money.
skip for me
Like
because
way
I'm
up
always
rock.
carrying somebody.
Kush,
So
you
if
know I
did
never
fuck
sent
up, it would not only be
mandatory,
my death, but the death
the
of
pay
somebody else.
thing. I don't think I ever got paid for
Take the
mandatory because I
gateway.
never sent out
Unfortunate, but
the
I
Yeah,
invoice.
because I've
But
ever had a
it seems
warlock
they're
in my
playing
druid
at a
comp.
very high level, and when you look at
I
the
don't know.
stats,
I've never done it. I
because Zealous
forgot.
is still playing so well, and then mandatory is like just
Oh,
blazing even
somebody in my chat
faster.
said,
It is
I thought
That's
the
a
drama
weird ass
was that
contract. Maybe
the
do.
people on
teams
mandatory
in
were actively
competition.
practicing with other
Now, we
teams
know
and
that we're
didn't
looking
tell their
ahead
current
to our
team
next
members.
dungeon, Nexus Point Zenith, and of course we have had the comps that we've seen play.
I didn't
in
hear
this
that,
first map. So
but-
you know, Dratnus with this setup that we saw them bring
That was
in,
a
we were
suggestion
already
by
kind of
chat.
theorizing, but do you have any further
it
thoughts
was
about
that-
what we
My
might see this
understanding
map?
is mandatory
Yeah, so
team
Nexus
fell
Point
apart
Zenith, I
because
think we're gonna see
Skylarks
the
didn't want to do
full
MDI
comp
anymore.
out of Polish Mountain that they are planning.
Maybe. Yeah,
happy Mother's Day, all
the
But
Mountain
those things,
Chat, by
both
the
those
way.
things could be true. Could be that like
still
this
preserve
version of the team
some
like started
power for
like
Algothar Academy. There are
planning
some
to play
specs
together, but
that I'd say work better in
didn't
Zenith than in the rest of the
inform
field. For
their
instance, I think
previous
Nexus Point Zenith
teammates
is a great place
until
to
they were
play
like
something
well
like
into it or
the
something.
Let
Elemental
go.
Shaman.
Oh,
That
yeah.
will allow you to one phase the core ward.
Sky was fun to play with.
Potentially, we've seen that happen for exactly.
Yeah, I
what
mean,
our
like
team
I would
already
imagine
did.
from Gingy's
I think
POV,
maybe
like
Polish
he's just
Mountain
trying to
actually
win,
were able
so
to
he's just
put that
looking for the best
together.
option.
So having a composition that lets you do that, we've seen actually
Which
it was the
put
Elemental Shaman paired with a
his
Disc
old
Priest
teammates in a
that made
bad
that happen.
position 'cause,
So
you know,
play a
they
couple of
probably
specs
wanted to
like
play
that in
too,
Nexus
but
Point,
he
especially
didn't
if
tell
you're
anyone
Polish
about it.
Mountain, then you can have access to the full everything you want for Algothar Academy while not giving up much power, if any, in Nexus Point Zenith. On the other hand, for mandatory, if you play the Augavoker here, you will not be able to play it in Algothar Academy. So very important if they decide to pull the trigger on still using, say, the Augavoker and the Guardian Druid and banning out the other specs they used in
When do we
Skyreach,
fill the bans?
they're going to have a very limited pool of specs still available to them if it does go to that game 3
like
in Algothar.
when the match starts, keep the drama high.
You know, Makes, you were theorizing a little bit about some of this too. We have
Yes.
the bans coming in right now. So we can
Dradno's
take
getting a
look
lot
at
of
them.
mileage out of
What
his
are you
letter
seeing
jacket
as
this weekend.
They ban this. Does this seem to check out?
Yeah, so
What
I think
DPS is
out of the
mandatory
bans,
to
I
play?
like Polish Mountains' ban better.
DK.
I already
The
leaked
thing
it.
is them trying
DK
to
Ellie.
for the
It's
rookie
Ellie.
Ellie.
sweep in the best of
Yeah.
three, which
Ooh,
he said Kush
Ellie.
was gonna play Ellie.
Kush will die on Ellie Shaman, map 2, he told me. So bet the house in Poly Market and give me 10% of the winnings.
Okay, now what
People have been
I
hyping
want to
up
see
Ellie
is
Shaman.
we saw
is going to look like once it goes into that
the
Nexus point,
Cooked
like we
team,
mentioned, that Elemental Shaman
one
can
phase,
be a good answer. We've seen it in the Nexus point.
the
My big
second
thing
boss
is
with
that we
Disc
haven't seen
and
mandatory
Ellie.
at all in
And we
Nexus
saw
Zenith, and we have seen Polish Mountain.
Shelly and
They're the only
Roybin's
team
team
that goes
play
right.
Ellie. We saw
I'm so curious
Shelly
of
on the
what
Ellie
mandatory
Shaman,
has
and
prepared.
I think
Was
the
their original route
supposition
something like
was,
that as
oh,
well?
it
Have
must
they
be that
seen
Ellie
Polish
Shaman will let you one
Mountain's
phase as
route?
boss,
Have
maybe
said,
even
"This is
without.
magical, we're gonna
Yeah,
adapt
you
on
can
the
look that
fly
up.
Whip out the
since
dictionary,
yesterday
understand
and
this
now
combo real
if that's
quick.
the case, I'm
And
expecting a team like Mandatory to have
it
a
was
good
like,
plan
oh, okay, well
going
maybe
into this
maybe the
tournament
secret is
already,
just
but I'm
Ellie Shaman. Maybe you don't
so
even need
curious
Disc
on how
Priest.
their
Maybe
routing is
just
going to
Ellie
look
Shaman
like.
by itself.
Yeah,
But
I
they
think this
didn't
is
one phase it
interesting
with
as well.
just
Like,
Ellie
if we do end
Shaman.
up going to a match three,
So
having that Devoured Demon Hunter get banned for mandatory seems like that could actually be a
Now I'm
weird
like, okay,
situation.
well,
obviously,
if you
I think
can
with
one
of
phase it,
Augavoker,
like we have
I
proof
think
you can one
Augavoker
phase
is a
this
little bit
boss.
less good,
And if you can
specifically
do it with
in
Disc
Alg
and
just
Ellie,
because
is
of
that not worth
the
playing
actual
Disc?
full size, but the Devoured Demon
If that's what
Hunter,
it
I mean, that
takes.
is
Now
an
maybe it doesn't,
illegitimate
maybe
There's
it's
no way they're
just-
playing
is
Disc. I don't think
ridiculous.
they're playing Disc. I think it's
It
just
is,
gonna be
it is. I
Misfever.
mean, we'll see what they're going to bring in and what routing they're going to do, since like makes Illustrated Polish Mountain had a bit of an interesting route.
I don't know,
going
dude.
through
That
this
saves
compared
you a
to other
phase.
teams.
That's fucking.
But this will be game 2. And
That's got to be more speed than any other healers adding to your team. Now they're not playing it, so. But I guess to me,
Yeah, that'd be crazy
I have
to
to
me.
believe they can still one
one.
phase it because I
Alright,
think
so
it's
once again,
crazy
we
to
see
see another
Polish
team
Mountain
one
heading to
phase
the
that
right.
boss and not
Mandatory
do
are
whatever
gonna
it
be
took to
opting
one
for
phase
that
the boss.
left-hand strategy.
Yo,
They do
Polish
have that
Mountain
Guardian
coming out
Druid
with
for
a
both teams, which
big.
means
They're going
Mandatory
right.
will not be able to
Go
play
right
if we do
strat.
go to a game
Mirror's
3
going
in
left.
Algothar Academy, but they
Yeah.
are not interested in a game 3 here. They
Let's
are
see how big
interested in
Mandatory
winning
goes.
this one
They better
right
go all the
here,
way.
right
We've seen
now.
it.
They're
We've seen a
setting up
death
huge
on this
pull.
left
This
side
is going to be the bloodlust pull for
multiple
Mandatory.
times.
The only question is
What
how
I
far
like
can they go
about
to
this
get to
Swirlies
the
up there.
I mean, even know
MDI
Kush's
is
name
nobody
means.
That right now, and a whole
clicks
bunch of other
the
enemies.
gate
This is that
thingies.
lust
So
rolling
when
in
I
an
do keys
elemental
now, I can
shaman
say
Well,
like they didn't
starting
close
to
them in
ramp up
MDI,
here,
so
but right
I'm
now
not.
I mean,
going to do
well,
it.
they're fighting over here. That's why
It's
there are
currently
no
on top of the
gates.
meters. All right, there we go. Elemental Shaman finally overtaking.
The mountain is
Dude, this is like
already
fucking
in the
swirly
boss
hell.
room
Yeah.
on that right side.
Someone's bound to die
They
here.
haven't pressed their
Here we
bloodlust
go.
yet, but it is going to be coming momentarily as the final.
I can
little bit of
actually
mobs
see,
are
hopefully,
trickling in.
Any
The
second now.
forward in his
heralds are
chair.
Very, very dangerous.
Come on.
Realistically, Polish Mountain is trying to do here, though.
I mean, I don't even. I know it's gonna happen.
Those
I know when it's gonna
dangerous
happen. I know
barrels
the
as they
exact
come in late
timing.
in the
What he's gonna
Sentinels.
do.
They're instead trying to kill the
What a
trash
shame.
that continues to
Like, this is
spawn
full insider
the
trading.
next,
He will die.
kill, right? Because the trash gauntlet here is time based, or you need the mobs killed off before you can spawn the next amount of trash gauntlet. I think that the plan there is to just focus down all of those mobs and get the next wave of trash spawn as quickly as possible, and we'll just out heal the double null sentinel beckoning.
Dude,
AoE,
Kush is
which
kind of popping
ridiculous.
off on
Yeah,
Ellie Shaman.
exactly. It's a
Man, I hope
bold
so.
strategy.
If you've
It is
elected to
something,
play
though,
the
that you
spec,
need
it
to
better be doing
really
big damn.
hyper-aware of which
I think it's
enemies
pretty
are the
underrated,
ones that are
because
required
there's
to
not a lot of
spawn
people
the
that
next
play
trash
Ellie
gauntlet.
Shaman,
So, for
but
instance, this wave, there is a Duskfright Herald.
seems
that
actually
is
really
a
good.
small voidlings that need to
BZT
die.
mode.
The voidlings should just die
No
to the
clue.
AoE.
What do you mean?
But that
It's
Herald, you can
bzz.
see they've actually got a skull mark
Oh,
to
I see.
identify
Bzz mode.
this is the target we need to burst down.
He probably
in
ran
order
out of
to
characters,
actually
'cause you would
spawn the
think
next wave of
you would have
trash, because it's
multiple
the one that
Zs,
actually
I
links
think,
to
in
that.
that.
But
The
also
other
it's like, you
enemies
know,
are a
like
little bit less important. They
beast
can kinda
mode,
die
like
anytime.
bzz,
Meanwhile,
beast
though,
mode.
Mandatory
Damn, you're really
already in
reading into
combat
this.
with the boss here, they've just
Yeah.
taken the remainder of this trash.
It's like a, you know, a
up.
mix.
You
Did
can see
did
the
you
first
collab with him on
boss
coming up with
on
this
the
name or
left-hand
something?
side, and this
Well,
is
no,
working
you
out
know,
really
great
nicely
minds
for them
think alike.
already.
I love the 1.5 pull get into Kazareth strategy. Kind of an insane one by Mandatory here. So I really think it's going to come down to how many pulls can Polish Mountain do that left side in, and how many pulls can Mandatory do that right side in. I think for Mandatory, their plan is fairly straightforward. It's going to be a very
Yeah, I should
long,
remind people,
extended
Kush has
chain
snorted Red Bull on
the,
camera
the
before.
Right side for Polish Mountain, getting those
And Dorky
seers
says
and
great
those
minds.
engineers dealt with quickly with your offensive cooldowns is
Well,
going
you
to
know,
be very precarious. I think
Not
Mandatory.
all
it
great
should be
minds
easier
share
to
the same
play
thoughts.
the remainder of the dungeon, but what is a faster strategy is the thing that's up in the air for me right now.
Absolutely, yeah. That is going to be the important thing to check, because for me,
Oh, Gingy,
one of the
holy
Kush, get it
things
glow!
Going left is you probably get a second good lust sooner, right? Like, you can look at those lust timers, even though it says 8 minutes for both teams. Mandatory were actually able to hit that lust maybe 30, maybe 40
By the
seconds.
way, did you
ahead
guys
of the
see he was a
mountain,
world first
which might
23
mean that they
times?
get a better second
Yup,
lust.
by the
Supposed to
stove
do
team, the
medical
goat.
healer.
That is that at the pace these two teams in particular are playing,
Link the
Wait, what
volume
was the
market.
last line there,
either
Dorky?
way, you're already basically right at the end of the dungeon. You just have to press lust when
So
it
it's
comes
a
up.
new
so it's
meta
not
tank
and
particularly
healer.
good either
I see,
way.
okay.
Nysara has potential for massive amounts of time swings, right? The way that Polish Mountain is playing this.
Dorky, when are we
it
timing
seems like they're
23s, man?
committed
We
to
haven't
just
played one bit.
facing that beam, that
Dorky's waiting for
Well,
the
what do you want me to
MVP
do
meta.
about it?
fight,
Start
whereas
picking
Mandatory,
people, get people
if you're able
together.
to one-phase it, I think
You want me to
this
just pick
route
up
is
random
going to
people
end up
off the
being superior to
streets?
Mandatory, but
No,
if
no,
you
no.
just
I want
come
our
down
team
to
to
all
lock
the
it. I'm gonna
cooldowns
do
and
not
the
everyone.
positions that are being played
These
here.
guys are
We're
not
have to
gonna
see
log
for
in.
Polish Mountain, are they able to one-phase
Like, there's
this
nothing
light
we can do
fragment,
about
this
it.
light scar beam, AoE
They don't want to
damage
fucking play the
because
video game.
that
They're
can
North
be
American
a 45
players.
second swing on itself.
If they were European, they might have high
Exactly. I
passion,
don't
but
know if it is
we're dealing
possible.
with
I do
some
think the
fucking
Elemental Shaman is uniquely
NA
well
players
suited
here.
to making that happen, as you can see that
Yeah.
light scare flare.
Oh my God,
going
our
off
tank is
Polish
dead.
Mountain.
What's
Oh,
up, Jules?
tank is
Oh,
down.
no,
That's
tanks
gonna
are
be a
going
key
down.
risk.
Oh,
Now,
this is
the other
wonk-ass.
trash here is very low.
You ran out
They're gonna be
people
able
off
to
the
kill it off. They're
streets.
gonna be able to land the taunt on the boss.
They actually eliminated
so
all the
somehow
trash
we've
in time.
avoided turning a tank depth into much
We
else
can't
going
even time
wrong.
22s
And
in
okay, here's
NA,
the
and they're
bad
timing 23s in
news. Bosses at
EU.
30%
Like,
out of the light
I
scar
might go
flare.
back.
The good news is
yeah, do it.
whether
Go
the
back.
boss is at 20
Go away,
or
Hopefo.
30% out of the
Oh,
first light scar
goodbye.
flare.
You hate me?
Either way, you're just going to be
No, I
killing
don't
it
hate you,
around the
but-
same time, which is right near the start of the second light scar flare.
Sorry.
So this actually probably hasn't cost them
You can
too
go back
much
if you
extra
want.
time.
I
The
did
only
the
thing that's
MJPC, and he
taking
just
more
laughed
time
at
here
me.
is you are able to genuinely one phase it, which I
Did
don't
you even
think
play
the
with
players
anyone
do
on
anyways.
EU?
But
Yeah,
Mandatory
outside
might
of find a
be
team, probably.
willing to do that. They are playing that elemental shaman,
Probably.
which I believe.
I mean,
is
probably, yeah, I
really
would find a
well-suited
team
to making that
to
happen.
play with. I'd be
I think
actively in
that is
22s
the
right now.
question is, can Mandatory one phase it? Because if you end up
Who would you
killing
play
it
with?
3 seconds into the
I don't
second light
know.
scar
JB's
flare,
been
challenge
through
10
this.
some
seconds
homies.
into
JB
the
knows
light
how
scar
rough
flare,
it
that's
is.
really not that big of a time differential, but the
Wait, sorry, I was
if
in
you
the
kill
middle
it
of
on the first
explaining
one,
how
that
the
is a
ban
four-
things
a
work. What
massive
was the
win,
question?
45
Are you fucking
seconds,
kidding me?
maybe even a little bit longer.
Hopeful was talking about going
Polish
back to
Mountain, they are gonna
EU
be able
so he can
to-
find
Because
players
NA
to play
sucks.
with. He doesn't want to play
Inside
with
Oh,
that
yeah.
second light scar flare,
And I was
about
saying how
75% of the way through. They
it
do
ain't
lose
that easy.
15
JB
seconds there
like
to
JB
tank
knows what
depth,
it's like.
And now we're going to start
Bro, they
seeing
just
a
don't- they don't
convergence in
respect NA
terms of
players over
where
there.
the teams are. When is
Yeah.
Polish Mountain going to be able
No,
to get
I
the
was
second
respected,
off pull is
honestly.
super, super important. For
Okay.
mandatory, they have that.
Okay.
I remember
ahead of
looking
them,
at
which
some
is pretty,
Mythic Plus
costly in
leaderboards when I
terms
was
of
on
time,
EU.
but
I didn't see Hopeful
I feel
X
like
over there.
mandatory is
Yeah,
further
'cause we're
ahead
doing
just from
GGP,
the
buddy.
vibes, but
Yep,
it's really
okay.
hard to tell.
And also,
with the
guess
trash
what?
With-
We got,
with-
we got a lot of
TGP.
world
Yeah,
first
TGP
keys.
with-
Vibes
with
plus the one
Europeans?
death for Polish Mountain.
Yeah.
Even though that probably was one of the best times to have a death, it's still going to cost them at least those 15 seconds, and probably still a little bit more.
We got world's
realistically,
first
a
keys
total
when we were
of
practicing
at
before
least
TGP.
25 or 30 seconds.
I have a YouTube video
Yeah,
on
but
it. It
with-
says world's first
With
Ruby
With your
Life Pools.
MDI team, but that's not the
They are
same.
now in that
What do you
trash
mean that's not the
gauntlet,
same? That's a
Mountain
team.
Are running down the left-hand side, and the
Yeah, but
other
they're
really
there to win
dangerous thing
MDI.
about
They're not
Lewis
there to
Mountain's
just
route
play live
is
keys.
they don't have
I
I
mean,
think
we
it's
were
pretty
playing live
different.
keys though.
Not only do they not have Lust, they don't have Bark Skin, they don't have Survival Instincts, they don't have Incarn. How on earth?
I
is
also
their
played
fan
live
going
keys
to win
before we were
this?
playing with them.
Very carefully.
With, like,
Life
stone.
Cocoon's come
Beautiful.
out, and now Life Cocoon has
You know, the tank
been
stone.
Shit.
depleted almost immediately.
Yeah.
And now they are having that heal absorb stacking up tremendously on Tankiers on the side of Polish Mountain. He does rotate to that bark.
Please,
skin,
Kush,
but I feel
die.
like he is in tremendous danger right here, Dratnos.
I actually
Yeah,
think
once
that
his
was
Bark
one
Skin
thing that
falls
worked
off,
to my
we're gonna have
detriment early
basically
on.
nothing until that Incarn is
When I
ready.
moved to
You can see
EU was
25
for
on the amount of damage that
Shadowlands.
comes up, but he will
When I
be
moved
able
over to
get that a
EU,
little
I was still
faster
doing
as
MDI
he's spending that
with NA
range,
people.
cycling through
So
closer to that Incarn,
I
but
never
he's
really
really gonna
got into
wanna
any
press
kind
it
of a
towards the
rhythm
end of
with
this pool
live
here.
teams because
Yes,
every season
somehow
would
it
start
looks like
and then
he
it'd be
is
like, all
going to
right,
be
I
able to
basically got
survive here, but let
disappeared
me
for
tell
like
you, I would not want
2
to be
months.
doing this pool without Lust or Incarn.
and then I'd
I
come
would be
back
pretty
mid-season
terrified
after everybody had
about
already like
making that
kind of got
happen.
their
Yeah.
moves together.
Any
And
key.
nobody that I was doing
Wait, did they
MDI
kill
with
it in
was
time? Oh my
on
God, it
EU,
looks like they
so
killed
I
it.
don't see the debuffs on everybody's frames.
there were
It
no
definitely, okay, it looked
there's
like
no
a cast.
overlap there, and it was like, okay, who's looking for a healer?
That's
And it was
crazy.
like,
No one needs
now
a
we're
healer.
good.
Like they're going to be heading up now into that boss room as well.
Yeah, we're good on that one,
Potentially
JB.
going to be trying to focus down these targets at the top of the stairs to start.
Dorky,
the boss
speaking
fight,
of that,
just like
the fired up
Mandatory did,
Shaq
but
JB team
Mandatory
think you're
are
their
gonna
tank, so you
spawn
better
in
shut 'em
a
down if he
second
asks.
boss for themselves over here, the Core Warden, as they do grab a few of these.
Oh man, you're
surround
making me have
Ooh,
to
bit
choose
quiet.
now.
into
Ooh,
that
bit
boss.
No,
quiet.
we're not. That was a little long response.
Mandatory just grabbed
That was
a
great. That
Ooh,
was a
that's
little
what's big.
long.
It's not worth our time to run over to both sides. Let's just
I
tag
asked
the
Fired Up
three that
last
we can
night.
do
He's like, yeah,
in
we got the
0
team.
seconds, and then get
It's
straight
me,
into boss
Shaq,
combat. Here's the
Sang.
question: will they have the damage for this
I
burn?
forget the last one, and then
Okay,
Dorky.
even if they're two-phasing the burn, I think
I said
they're still
Dorky.
45 seconds, to maybe even a minute ahead in terms
Yeah,
of
they don't
time.
have
Wait a
Breath of
minute.
Eons for it, so I think that probably means
Oh.
their plan.
So
is
Fired Up
also to do
Shang,
this
Sang,
too.
Shaq,
He might be able to
JB,
CR
and then
his Eons
Dorky.
enough here.
Maybe.
They have the trash coming out, and he's got his bombards.
said
up on
Dorky's
the-
my
on the
tank.
red flail in this round.
Hold on, are we getting the one phase
Oh,
here?
So yeah, if he didn't have his Eons, it would definitely.
And this is
fit.
where
I mean,
Kush dies.
Augmentation Evoker is. I think the Ellie Shaman is more damage during the burn, but the Augmentation Evoker is insane amounts of damage here as well. That Light Scar Flare is coming out. Everybody.
Oh, it's like an easy
play to
gathering
go.
inside of that massive damage amp.
Wow.
And the boss. Dude, oh, it's
Oh
dead.
my
sure.
god, look
Oh
at
my
that Ellie
God.
Shaman
This
damage.
is not close.
Yeah, the
Okay,
That
so
is
it is. So
disgusting.
Shelly and Roybin's team just like
really the star of the show.
scuffed
on this
us.
part of
That-
the-
That wasn't even like
650k DPS.
That's
Yeah,
why
that
I
wasn't
You
even
could just
fucking
run up
close.
that hill?
Well, Elemental Shaman.
You've never seen
I think
anybody
there's
do
a
that?
highlight there.
I
You
kinda
can
just
run up
dash
that
off it.
little bit if you jump properly, and that's exactly what Kush did. Not running up the sides. Again, just these tiny little optimizations.
It's a little bit
Mandatory
trickier
will
than it
never
looks.
miss those
Like, you
sorts
do
of
have
things.
to- there's like a
That is
ridge
going
you
to
have
be
to,
a
like, kind of
huge
find
time
to
save
go
for
up it,
them
but
as they travel towards
yep,
the middle of the
you can
dungeon.
W key up
And
it.
already 78% count.
All right, who's
just
spamming
one
it?
Boss and 22%
Nobody's
count
spamming
on
it.
What stands between Mandatory and a 2-0 performance in this series that would stamp their ticket.
If
to the
Mandatory's not
season
spamming it,
finals
does that mean it
already
just doesn't
here.
work?
They
Or
would
do
be
you
the
think they
first
just don't know?
team to qualify.
I
know.
well,
know.
it could be that
Because
Blizzard
they're
informed
actually
players they're
skipping
not
a lot
allowed
of
to
trash
spam
in
it.
this
Yeah.
first area, just
Well, but that one
completely
team did
walking
it.
around it. I know
After
may have
they
been-
saw it
It
yesterday.
It
Might
have been an information that came last night.
Have been determined to be
Why don't
not
we
that
see some
fast.
disqualifications,
The Light
then?
Kush dies in
Good
20
point.
seconds.
These are really
Lock in.
dangerous mobs. Just in general, you can only pull
Like,
so
I
many
feel
of them
like
before you start to have a lot of problems.
If it was something that was not
But
allowed,
Mandatory determining that the lingering images,
it should have been a
that's just not efficient
disqualification.
enough to be able to pull right there for them.
I'm an expert
Wow.
on this. Like, I know exactly how
Yeah,
it
I
works.
think it is exactly
I've been
that.
through
It's
it.
an efficiency calculation rather than like a hey, we can't do this. No, they could do it.
Oh yeah.
They just don't
All right,
think
Kush
it's,
has got to
they
die in
don't
about
think
3
it's worth the time,
seconds,
right? They don't
or
think
else
the
somebody in
burn-
this channel's a
especially
liar.
if you're pulling
Oh
those
no,
mobs
we've
from
got a
that
liar.
I'm gonna lose my
so long
house.
to run down that bridge. Sometimes they can get.
I
a little
bet the house
confused
on
that bridge as
Polymarket.
well and
Okay.
start targeting people with random stuff, and that can be really frustrating to deal with.
Add
You have to
everyone.
wait a
Guys,
while,
we need to
to
lock the
really
fuck
keep
in.
those
We
mobs
have played
under
2 hours
control.
in the
So,
last 5
yeah,
weeks.
Mandatory
Let's
not
fucking
interested
play
in that at
more.
all.
Get
What
the
they wanna
passion
do
up.
instead is
Let's
just
queue
fight
it
all
up.
the trash
Put your
that already
jobs.
starts down here during during this boss
Yep.
fight so that they can just.
I mean,
always-
there
whoever
a
typed
hashtag
that
in
must
front
have
of
been
that?
really smart.
Mandatory was 1 minute.
How does
and
Drogo every
45
single week
seconds
just be
ahead
like,
of
"Oh,
Push
don't
Down
worry,
coming out of
my
that second
character will be
boss?
maxed out"?
I don't
like,
know,
and
man.
He says this
Absolute
for
run from them.
4 weeks
Now
in a
they
row.
only have Lorthraxion and a little bit of trash that remains.
It's a
to be able to
fast-moving
take
meta.
down this
What are you
series
supposed to do?
2-0. Completely deathless. Had they been deathless through this entire weekend, by the way?
I think so. At least in this series, they definitely have. And
Dorky,
they've
this
been
is also
looking
part. He's
absolutely
gearing a bear.
phenomenal.
Say,
And
I'm the
Traxi
bear player.
Gonna be entering that divine
Only
phase
gear
here in
your
just a second,
Mistweaver
and I wouldn't be surprised
rest
if
or
they
shaman.
get,
Mistweaver, so it's
Bear
whatever.
is
No,
walking out
you're
running
playing
over,
bear.
grabbing a little bit more trash.
No, I'm a
And,
healer
once they
now.
finish
Look at
getting
me. Look
everything
at
that
me.
lives
You're
down
on
here,
bear, buddy.
Well, you
The
you
bear's
tell
gonna
him, how about
stream.
that?
mark.
Okay.
Although they do still need quite a bit of count. I always get baited personally, and I always.
Drogo's got a well-geared
AUG.
AUG.
But hopefully, Mandatory have got this mathed out a little
He
bit better
does.
than
I know
do.
this
Here
because
comes
he
that
took
Divine
all of the
Guile
gear.
phase, though. They're going to try and identify which of these images does not have horns.
You know who took all the fucking
Knowing
gear?
Mandatory, they
Fucking
probably have
Jangby,
a
man.
plan of who's looking
Yes,
where.
that was another gear taker.
They might
Looks
have
like
an
they quickly
add-on
identified
even.
that one. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Don't worry, I'll join next season and take all the gear.
For Mandatory, do
Okay, I
we need
told him,
somebody to
Dorky.
soak up the leather
What is
loot.
Kush's Elemental Shaman going to look like? I don't think I've ever seen this guy play Ellie Shaman. Ellie Shaman was super popular last expansion. It was fairly hard to play. It has been simplified a little bit this expansion. I have no further questions about Kush's ability to be able to play Ellie Shaman. This guy has looked absolutely phenomenal on the specialization.
Dude, Kush is a lying
Yeah,
rat.
again, the Ellie Shaman is a really
I lost my
important
house.
puzzle if you want to skip that extra phase. On
Man, I was
forward.
hoping for at
Everywhere
least
else in this
one
dungeon,
Polish
you
Mountain
may be
win.
happier with a Devourer Demon Hunter, maybe, but
Just like a
I'm
drop
homeless.
Shaman just uniquely good at making that possible.
Dude, and look at this too. Mandatory finally now rotating to their Bloodlust. Some of their offensive CDs are going to become available. I don't think they're going to beat this next Guile, but if they could, dude, that would have also been an insane time save. I don't think even with good RNG it's possible, but
Yeah, 17% is like a little too high, but you know, I wouldn't be shocked if it happens at some
Yeah.
points in the future, especially, you know, if we keep this key level, or we maybe even go down a key level, or once we do
Honestly,
get those
this wasn't too
ascended
far
void
off, all
cores
things
and our
considered.
weapons get a few more eye levels,
Yeah, Void's Mountain
was
that
fun.
might be all we
Being,
need to
like
make
in a
that
dungeon
a
this
possibility,
fast, being
but
on the
not
same
important right
boss
now.
at the
What
same
is
time
important
is
that Mandatory are
relatively
gonna be
even.
taking this series 2-0.
Yeah,
They
but
are
also,
gonna
I
make
need to
it
take a
the
walk.
season
Kush just
finals.
pissed
They're
me
gonna
off. I'll
make
be right
it
back.
to the final match
Yeah, well,
of
don't
the
come
day,
back, 'cause
and
the
they are
locks
gonna
are gonna be
sending
changed.
Polish Mountain down to the
Yeah,
lower
don't come
bracket
back.
to fight for their lives.
They are, and you know, it met many of our expectations, but it is nevertheless constantly impressive to see Mandatory do what they do well. Their dominance continues to crush every opponent in their path, and they blaze through the first series of our Group A finals. As Dratno said, this does secure them a place in our Season 1 finals, but there is still a champion to be crowned here in Group A. And while Polish Mountain fought to catch up, they weren't able to cinch a victory this time around. Now, it's so interesting just seeing these teams even match up like this.
Oh, apparently
but
Polish
Tettles,
Mountain spam
Mandatory's
clicked it.
runs are so
Not
much
only
faster
did
than
Kush
their
not die,
competition.
he took
This
zero
dungeon made no
avoidable
exception.
damage.
So what do you think saves
On
them
an
so
Ellie
much time in the
Shaman.
run?
On an Ellie
Bear's
Shaman.
Rune is so broken. By
Which
the
is pretty
way.
impressive
Bears was
considering
doing
that class is
180,000
quite mobile.
DPS. I think that realistically,
Yeah,
the
they
thing
got
that
Spirit Walker's
saved them
Grace.
the most time was obviously the one phase versus the two phase, and I'm sure that Makes is going to cover
Yeah,
that.
once
But
every,
I
like,
think that
what, 2 minutes? Or a minute and a half?
Mandatory also just
Yep.
kind of did pull.
But
But I guess that's where
without
the
Bloodlust that Polish Mountain did
time
with
spiral is
Lust,
really
and
nice.
So I think that was a
How is it that they get Spirit Walker Grace?
Yeah,
as-
some people's
Time
Spirit
spiral.
Walker, or some people's
Yeah,
time
dude.
spirals are a little bit nicer than other people's
like
time
Priest
spirals.
gets
Yeah,
double
so
grip, huh?
Coming into this
Druid gets to
series,
fucking
I think
sprint.
there
Like,
was a
I
little
wanna
bit of bias
sprint
thinking
multiple
that Polish
times.
Mountain could have
I mean, sometimes
And-
it's nice.
Okay, I say could,
But yeah,
because
it is
Mandatory
kinda
came in and
silly.
did this. This pull in itself,
Like, you couldn't give
is
me a
so
reset on
insane
my
to handle.
wild
All
charge,
of these
maybe?
Arcanists are so scary to deal with. There's so many stops. You can even see one of those turns was just casting for several seconds. They were able to live that, utilize the Bloodlust. Of course, Polish Mountain on the other side doing what we expected them to do this big pull. But I was really paying close attention
Dude, what a
to
sick pull.
which of these pulls is more worth it, and to give you some numbers to kind of back up that Mandatory's pull is more worth despite not looking as far into the dungeon. They ended up with 25%, whereas
Oh,
Polish
Kiyoma
Mountain
playing
ended up
2
with
minute
18%
Celestial.
at the end of their Bloodlust, and then unfortunately here, Tankier is just absolutely getting demolished, adding another 15
I've heard 2
seconds.
minute
They were able to
Celestial is good in this
recover it
dungeon.
pretty
Push!
quickly, but of course,
Which dungeon?
any death
I'm
hurts
homeless,
you on
Kush,
the
because of
timer,
you.
also hurts you on those defensives
You're
as
like
well, and
4
you
minutes
can
ahead.
that
You can't say,
pretty
"Hey
quickly.
guys,
Presumably
I don't want
because-
Hopeful to be homeless. I need to die real quick."
Traditional
It's
Press
just
that
on.
would last the entirety of
It's
this
15
guy's
seconds, asshole.
It is
player.
player diff, guys.
So you could just sit here and
It's
beat the
not-
guy's ass the whole time and
This phase is just crazy. They were able
Yeah, you can
to
let
do
him
this, and then here's some really cool tech. I saw
Let
someone
me
in
hard
chat
souls
point
one.
this
He
out
took
as
0
well. There's a
avoidable
lot of
damage.
classes
He
you
wants
can
me dead.
do it with when you are getting towards Lothraxion, and you're trying to look for that image without the horns. Tettles has been calling him the bald guy. During that Divine
All those
Guile,
clean frontals from mirrors.
if you have a projectile that is slow to fly,
That's something
and we're
people
gonna
don't
be looking
appreciate
at
enough from good
Mace Thief here.
tanks.
Look at this
Oh,
beautiful
I fucking
solo from
appreciate
our
it.
Production. He is going
Bro,
to
when I'm pugging,
death coil
some of these
right
tanks are
now, and
absolute
that will
demons.
follow
What is the Hope
towards
Walkies
the
emote?
correct
My
image,
favorite part about that
allowing
frontal is
them to
how many
instantly
tanks don't
get
even
this one
realize
right,
what they're
not
doing
need
to the group.
look for any horns
Like
or
they'll
no
funnel the group,
horns.
Oh, yeah,
and then,
no,
and then
no.
they'll get an attitude about it, like, "Why the
Yeah.
fuck did you die?" And it's like, "You're, you know what? It's not even worth my time." GG's.
Tanks are the most selfish players. They are.
Added by
considered
me. I
out
mean,
for
someone was
like
on my
this.
account for that one, I
This
guess.
is not for
I mean,
yes.
it's
That's why
one
I
thing.
started tanking. I got
It's-
fucking sick and
this-
tired of
Listen,
those
I've been
fucking
doing
tanks.
this long enough.
It's one thing for a tank
I've
to
seen
live
the LFG
mechanics
after
to
an
kill everybody
FBI
else
group
and then
weekend.
be like, "Why did
It's
you
fair,
die
it's
to
fair.
that?"
And I mean,
But
Tunnels, you know, it's funny this whole
on that
horn
particular
versus
boss,
hair,
it's
what
not
makes you
just that
bald
everyone's
free. Like,
being
if you don't
afflicted
have
by
hair, you
a
do have
mechanic
horns, are you
that only the
bald?
tank
If you
lives. It's that the
have
tank
hair
is
but
like
no horns,
actively
are you
doing it
bald?
to the
I don't
group.
know. I
It's
feel
like
this
it's
is a
the tank
conundrum
that
we'll
is
keep unraveling
putting
over
the frontal on the
course
group
of
and then
this
being like,
Active
"Why did you
terrorism.
fucking die to
I
that?"
think that you were also doing a little bit of additional kind of snooping yourself, Tuttles. I mean, some of the damage and output in that, we were talking about the difference in these runs. It seemed massive for mandatory.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people actually misunderstand.
But
what
yeah, every time I
Augmentation
pug, it
Evoker
opens my
is
eyes to
doing, right? Sometimes people will look
type
at the
of
damage
shit that
meter
happens
and be like, "Oh, Augmentation Evoker is good, but maybe
whenever
it's
you're
not the
dealing with
best
pug
damage,"
tanks.
or they
Yep.
won't necessarily.
I mean,
you know, all the
genuinely,
time, like,
I think
know
if-
what
if
August
you were
is
trying
doing. I see
to
sometimes in chat, like people
get
will be like,
the best
okay, why are they only playing with 2
knowledge
DPS?
of
Augmentation has about
how to play a tank
35%,
correctly,
maybe 40% of their
you would at
damage
some point
attributed to buffing
go
their
play
other
a healer and a
DPS.
DPS
But at the same time,
in
the amount of damage that the Augmentation
dungeons
is doing, and you can look at logs from like
and
high
pug
keys,
for a bit.
Yeah,
they can actually
absolutely.
Just to
top
understand
DPS,
like
in
where
runs,
the shitty
and
parts of
there's
a
moments in
dungeon
time
are
as
if
well.
Yeah,
the
you don't
tank
wanna be a
isn't
courier
doing it
tank.
correctly.
The Augmentation Evoker is,
And that's the hard part
just, like,
about
the top DPS overall
if-
in the log,
if
even
you
though some of their
are
damage is attributed to buffing
Truly
their
interested in trying to get like the full
Wow. I
picture
mean,
of how to do a
honestly, I
dungeon
think that-
best, you need
that's
to
so
you need to
impressive in
like
itself, because if you're
multi-roll
just
in the
sure, like,
dungeon
contributing
to
to
like see it
everybody,
from all angles
that's a massive
and
tool. It's huge.
Yes.
Don't diminish
and
that, of
figure out
course,
like,
but,
oh, okay, I see
big
now why,
difference
you
being that,
know,
yeah,
as a
that
tank
go
when I
on
do
to
this,
individually
the group gets
contributing. We
mad,
even
and I
saw
didn't
that
understand
with
it when I was a
Lupa
tank, but
yesterday.
now that I'm a
You can do that
DPS,
extra
I
bit of
understand
damage,
why
and
that's
on top
annoying
of
as
the
fuck.
other stuff that you're doing, it can make a big difference, especially in speed.
Well, that's why I
running,
always said
for
that.
all of the
Like, I've
different
always given
specs,
that
but,
advice
I mean,
to
incredible
newer
to see
tank
from
players
them
that
there just how
you just
much
have to
they
be the
play
most
through.
knowledgeable one
And
in the
of
group.
course, we're gonna
Like, it is
be,
extremely important to
I'm
just be a
sure
sponge
seeing a
and to
lot more
absorb
that's
as
gonna
much
continue to
information
process
as possible.
from mandatory
Not just about how to play your
overall,
own
but
class, not
we
just
have
about how to
another
survive,
series
but
coming
also
up. We're gonna be looking ahead to Send
what
Spellbook
mechanics are happening
versus
throughout the
I Do
dungeon,
It.
what your team is
And with
capable
that in
of,
mind,
what
I
their
mean,
classes even
Dragos,
do,
what do
you
we
know,
think
like
we're gonna
understanding the
see
importance
from
of
these
D&D
two?
right now as a DK,
Yeah, I mean,
or
this is a vitally
understanding
important
how the battle
series. I would say from
functions,
how the teams have performed
and understanding
yesterday,
how healers
Send
work,
Spellbook
etc.
certainly are coming into this one as the favorites.
That's also why it's so
But
daunting to play a
it's an
tank,
interesting
and why a lot of people
conundrum
can't really get
because
into it.
if you're
You just
either
have
of
way too many
these teams,
responsibilities.
You know that you not only need to
Yep.
win this series, but also the next one. So how much practice time, how much thinking about these different map setups do you want to allocate to this series
Hate tanks.
versus
Well,
that potential
I think
one
in
against
a-
Polish Mountain if you do
group
win this
with
series,
good
because you need to win both of them if you
chemistry.
want to qualify to the season finals.
And
But
it's
if
like,
you
it's important
over-index into that second series, you might just get
for
eliminated
the
in
group
this
to have, like,
first one.
high
So,
emotional
very
intelligence for this
interesting bit of
shit.
Game theory there. I'm curious
But, like,
how these teams have decided to spend that practice
In a
time.
well-oiled group, I think
Absolutely.
you
I mean,
want
it's one of
your
those things where, especially
your
with these two,
teammates to
we've
be,
seen them perform very well,
like,
but we've also
complaining,
seen some
quote
of these
unquote,
mistakes, these stumbles, or
when
other kind of,
something isn't
issues that I
going
think
the
are
way
just
they
holding
want
them
it to.
back. So if they can really lock in,
And
and if they can get through these dungeons, I think that's
because
going
it's
to
like,
really be
I
make
think
or break for them. And
etiquette
even
dictates
claiming
that you
that
don't want to
second
be
spot that's
like a
still waiting
crybaby
there
sort
to
of,
move ahead
but
to
at the
the
same
season
time, it's like
one
if you're a
finals.
DPS player
Kinda have
It
and
does look like we're gonna be
like
getting
I want to
a little bit of
know
a deeper
if you're
look
having
at
to
some
do
of the
something
damage
in the
that
middle of a
came in.
pull, like when your
Oh,
CDs are
he got it
pressed.
right now. They
And
Oh,
you
yeah,
think you're
I
being
know
like a
it's
good
really
soldier,
big
the
crybaby.
go!
What you're talking about.
Yeah, like
people,
Hopeful right
you
here.
know,
He's a great
Well,
DPS
talk
because
about
he just
elemental shaman
whines like a
damage
bitch,
on
but
core
But like,
Yeah.
I want somebody to do that.
you need
I know what I
yeah.
want. I know what I
Look at
need.
this augmentation of
Like we were in,
overkill,
like I was doing
500,000
keys with like
DPS to
Kess,
the
and he
boss.
had to in the
That-
middle of a
I
pull,
think
he had to
that
go
the augmentation of
sleepwalk
it
a
in
mob.
conjunction with
And he was
elemental
doing
shaman,
that
both
just
of those
like,
specializations together
you know,
is
without
really what
complaining. Like
enables that,
it was just like mid
that
pull, he was go
damage.
over
And I think that
sleepwalk a mob
being
to
able
bring it
put
out for the next
Breath of
pull.
Eons on the boss
And I was like,
have
wait,
it
are you doing
drop
that like
for
mid pull? And
percentage
he's
of the
like, yeah.
damage
And I was like,
taken
well, are you
during that damage
you like
you're
losing
basically
stuff to do
doubling
that? And he was like, I mean,
multiplying
kind of,
the
yeah. But
effect
and I was
of
like,
that
bro,
damage
dude,
amp. And that's
do not
really-
do that. Like,
I think that
d-
those
like
two
if you're getting
specializations
asked to do
together
that
is
shit,
what
like,
allows that
fucking
one
complain,
thing's
please.
impossible.
Like, say, what the
Fog
fuck?
is so
Why am I
funny. Like,
sleepwalking in the
that's
middle of
ridiculous right now.
my poll? Like,
Yeah, I'd rather someone
You know, it's
complain than
honestly
just do
great for
something that's bad.
experimenting formats because
Yeah,
I think we
and
get to
Just
see
because they
But,
think
like-
they're
things
helping, but
that
like
otherwise
overall,
Yeah, but
it's like
that's the thing
worse.
is, like,
never see
you
happen,
have to know
which is
when
amazing. And the spec variety
to
will still
to
keep
When it's
voice
worth
that
it.
kind of
We'll
stuff.
see even
Yeah.
more of this
Um,
continue to play
and
out
but sometimes
in our
you'll
next
feel
series.
like an
This is going to
asshole,
be Sen Spellbook
but
versus I Do It.
like, it
You
needs
will
to be
get
set,
check
and
that out
I
and see
would
Oh, I don't
rather
feel bad
hear
one
it.
bit. I need to say it. Yeah.
In just a
Yeah.
few minutes.
Well, it's
So-
a
But
fine
first, we're going
balance
to
because, like,
say
you know,
Well, yeah, of
sometimes
course
you
it's a
want
fine balance, and
to
I'm, like,
focus
over
on just like
being dramatic.
yeah, like sometimes you just say fuck it, right? Like it's a damage loss. It is what it is. But you know, we didn't make this happen. So it's more about like, you know, making plays in the moment rather than just brushing it all off and being like, okay, you know, like we have to do this. Like we have to keep my meta rolling, or like we have to, I don't know, stay in combat so that we can keep our evoker shit going.
Well, you usually say what you gain and like what you lose in return, stuff like that. So like your team can also
Yeah.
decide if it's worth or not.
Dude, we've got a little TGP going on too. Holy moly. Get into Vibe stream. 23 Windrunner Spires.
Who?
On the second to last boss. Vibes.
You didn't just who vibes, dude.
Whose vibes?
Dude, there's no fucking way.
What's the stream?
Vibesicle.
Vibes is like the European Mistweaver guy.
Their timer's looking good. Dude, Vibes was OG. This was like,
Who's Vibes playing with this season?
it's playing with Andy, Grivey, Speculation, and Walpin.
Okay. Speculation.
Got
Can
a
we use his
banger
real
squad
name?
going on.
You know who Speculation is?
Stove's team.
Spec.
Just say Stove's team.
Oh,
Just
it's
say
Stove.
Stove.
It's Stove. It's
Or
Stove,
Andy
yes.
Brew. Don't say Vibe. I don't know who Vibes is.
Well, that's a.
Well,
that's
why would
that's
you
a
not know who
problem.
Vibes is?
That's a
He's
you
There's-
literally
problem.
one of. I
You know
Vibes
you're in the wrong.
before I knew all these guys.
No.
He's literally the first one I knew in this entire group.
Bro, there's no way they're replaying the Kyoma Druid thing again. Holy shit.
Oh, that is fucking brutal. Yo, who's the guy asking about who Vibes is? I don't know who this guy is.
Who's the
Yeah.
dumbass chatter asking who I am?
Oh god damn! What the fuck, man?
I'm gonna make a new mage, and his name's gonna be Hopeful, but I'm gonna put a W at the front of it.
What?
It's gonna be Hoopful,
W
and then
W
Oh,
hopeful.
who
No, it's W
Hoopful, and then that's-
hopeful.
who the fuck is this mage that keeps talking?
That is a good name, actually. Man,
Yeah,
you
you can
are a
take that one. That
smart
one's free.
guy.
That one's
Yeah, I'm
free.
taking that. Yeah, I am the 4th or 5th best mage in Liquid. Put some respect on my name.
I mean, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, here's a question for hierarchy in Liquid. If every caster spec was equally tuned and Abyss Int Trinket dropped, who's it going to?
Fired up or THD because they're always in.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the ones that are always in, right? Because like
The highest
Liquid, the way they
expected
work,
value.
they have players that are always in, right? It's
Yeah.
like THD,
Okay, if a
Shaq,
if a
Fired
melee
Up.
trinket drops, who's it going to?
Depends on the meta.
Well,
But if they're all
Yeah.
equally tuned,
is Shaq on?
If
Literally
Shaq's on,
Shaq,
yeah,
right?
if Shaq's on
Yeah,
Havoc,
like-
probably Shaq. Or if like you play DH tank and not DH DPS, Shaq's probably not in. And then
Yeah, but
he doesn't.
when the fuck are you
turn
ever
goes
playing
to someone
DH
else.
tank? That's the craziest shit I've ever heard.
I mean, it could happen.
has there ever been a tier where Shaq wasn't in?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I feel like Shaq's
I
been
mean,
in every
even when
tier.
DH tank is good, you probably still play DPS DH.
Paul, leave a 35 stream watch streak. Thank you.
We are heading down to
Has
our
there been
lower
a Vengeance
bracket where
tier?
elimination is on the line.
played DK
on
The
Fire,
second
someone
series is
said.
Senspellbook
Castle Nap
versus
3-0,
I
that was like
Do
the
It.
only
So it's
time.
time for your predictions, chat.
But yeah, also
Now,
yeah,
while
Shaq
you
was
do that,
playing
we're gonna be
DK
chatting
that time.
ourselves, and both of these
so he was
next
still in.
teams have the potential.
Oh yeah, I
but they
remember
need
that
to
was where
lock
you
in
had
the
like fucking 4
execution.
DKs or some shit in the raid,
Senspellbook
wasn't
had
it?
some issues
Doing the
yesterday,
kill
Mace.
DMZ?
Yeah,
Where do
Unholy
you
was
think they're
powerful.
at
Dude,
coming
4
into the
minutes and 20
finals?
seconds on the last boss.
So
Surely
That's
this is plenty of
doable,
time,
right?
right?
Actually
It's
talked
really tight,
to
though.
Royven a little bit, and while I was trying to figure out where their missed count in the
Oh,
Masters
it's the
was,
deaths are brutal because then they
I got a
lose the
message from
lust.
Sky, their tank.
Yeah, I don't know if they're
telling
getting
me,
this lost. I can't tell. I
Yeah.
don't know the exact
This
timer.
morning,
I don't
my
think they get
monitor
it
broke,
because of the
and it
deaths.
cut an hour of our practice.
This fight is
time.
also brutal
So,
on
good news,
Miss Weaver Monk.
it
It's
broke
actually
an
so
hour.
annoying because you're
It can't
constantly
broke
zoned out of
during the
melee.
series, right?
Oh,
But that's
Kenny
you
with the
only get one per
35
day.
too.
It should be
Let's
fine
go.
now.
Holy,
that
that
is
damage
out
is
of the
nasty.
way. So good it happened prior to the tournament. Bad it happened at all. A little bit of time lost here on Senspellbook. But we are going to be seeing both of our teams in the Seat of the Triumvirate first. And that is a dungeon that Senspellbook has won before, at least. I Do It did lose when they went up against Mandatory. Now, you might make an argument of saying, well, Makes, they went up against Mandatory. Yes, but it doesn't matter for the statistic. They lost that map, and Senspellbook won theirs. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Because I like how you said, you know, oh, it happened. You get one break or broken monitor a day, and then
Yes,
I'm
that's
over
how
here
tech
going,
works.
I'm like, how many monitors are you going through, Makes? What's happening over there? But I am
three.
very glad. 3? Okay, all right. You just rotate them. I guess that makes sense. That checks out. But I'm glad
Guy's
that
not
Sky was
blurring.
able
Drop
to
the
get
ego,
that
man.
sorted beforehand. Unfortunately, coming at the cost of that practice time. Now, of course, you have to just kind of lock it and keep going ahead. And Zyra, I think that kind of brings us to both of these teams in general, right? They have these
I don't know if they
strengths.
time it.
Have a lot that they can deliver. We know that they can deliver, but it seems
maybe.
like various things have been holding them back. So, do you think
Who else
that they can
is?
vie for that second
They're
spot
just
as
popping
they push
CDs
ahead to
again
this
now,
lower
maybe,
bracket?
actually.
I mean, like Dratus was saying earlier, right? This is like the hardest spot to be.
No
in
way
coming
we
into
trinket
day 3.
here.
You have to win both.
I guess
this
if we want
matchup
another
and the
trinket
next
in the
one
fight,
against
we have to
Polish
trinket
Mountain
here,
River to be
actually.
one of the top 2 teams, so they have a
Only
lot of
4
work ahead of them.
stars.
I think both of these teams do have the strengths in their skill set to potentially be one of our top 2 teams, but it's just really hard to do. And they both
no, they do
have
get the lust.
consistency issues that they showed off yesterday that
Yeah, I see
need
it.
to have
They're
been
getting a
solved
full one
in
actually.
less than
Yeah,
24
a full
hours.
lust. They
Like,
time
this is
this.
very realistic. Like, obviously, they could have practiced for this match.
Yeah, I couldn't see the exact lust
You have
debuff
to remember they've been
timer.
practicing for this weekend for
I thought like
probably
the
a few weeks
deaths made it so they
beforehand.
couldn't.
And if they're still having
Taking any
consistency
misfever notes here,
issues
Dorky?
in the matchups on Friday and Saturday,
Yeah.
is that really going to change on
I feel like
Sunday?
he's misplaying this.
We'll have to find out. I think
Oh.
for me
Type in a
personally-
chat, let
for
him
sure,
know.
give notes.
Give him some
For
advice,
sure, give
yeah.
notes to
Yeah,
Vibes.
well, I would say the big ones
Slight
is he
favor
needs
in
to
this
instantly
matchup,
clear.
But
There's no
it's
point
the
in
same
seeing
thing
on the
about
TV. Like
IDEA
right now, he's
yesterday,
just
where I think that they
transcend
should be
clear.
better. And they looked a lot better in games 2 and
Channel
3 of the last
conduit during
series,
it.
so, I don't know. I think this
But
is
now,
a
right now, they're
really
just
close
sitting on
matchup.
this debuff.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Does he
Zyra,
transcend
Wallop
the
just clear
thing
an instant
always?
too.
We were sitting there for a
Or does he
second.
clear
Yeah.
and go over the thing?
Yeah, he transcends
Maybe-
it
Just
always,
a
so
little
there's no
bit
point in
more
not
towards
clearing instantly.
Senspellbook. Now,
Maybe
we'll get to do
the
our own
debuff
predictions
is
here
so
as
unimportant to
well.
him because he
So
heals
we'll
through
start
it
things
so
off.
easily that
Dratnos,
doesn't
what do
enter
you
his
think? Are
melee.
you kind of feeling the same? Are
that's
you
just a
leaning towards
non-factor
Senspellbook?
for
No, no,
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's
throw
he's definitely
Senspellbook
having to
2-0.
use stuff to live this.
Okay.
Like look
How
right now,
are
like
all
they're
these NA casters
hurting bad.
abandoning I Do It? What the hell happened to the American freedom dream? What are you guys saying?
I think they're going to be free
Can we get
to
some
use the
evil
rest of their
screeches
weekend.
in here?
You know, they'll be free to go
Crazy.
outside and not have
I
to.
don't
Yeah,
know
it
if
seems
the
like the biggest
show
thing
doesn't
is
wait.
they're using
Eradicate.
personals for every
Yeah,
circle
I mean,
That's
it's
not right.
possible.
and just cooldowns for
Makes, I mean, you aren't
Whenever you
NA,
reign.
but what are you saying? You're gonna back I Do It?
I'm gonna say 2-1
Cocoon for the
Senspellbook because
frontals.
of course I'm EU favored. Duh.
This
Like,
timer's
I'm
monk ass.
expecting these guys
Actually, no, it's
to
not.
do
Never
that.
mind.
They're in lust right
Lost.
now.
All right,
Yeah,
Zyra,
you're
are
right.
you gonna bring it back for NA? Where is your prediction
Holy
going?
world,
Hell no,
second.
Spellbook. Like, listen, it's a
23.
choice
2 in one
between
day.
being right or having North
I mean,
America.
are they
right.
timing
I
actually?
think you're right. I'm pretty sure that's the same.
I
case for you
mean-
guys, right?
Yeah, 11,
I mean,
10 mil,
I-
surely.
Yeah. They're still in. He's about to drop a nasty fifth star.
It's that clear cut, you guys.
It's nice to know that Makes is just picking based
Start
on
hitting now.
regional
You ready?
favoritism, but you know, I'm here just looking at the world.
Holy
Strong
shit.
star noise.
Sheesh.
Absolutely.
Let's
Let's fucking go.
I like how Stowe stole my
I
sheesh.
mean, look, Makes, you did shame me a
fuck.
little bit. I
Good
do
for
love
24
it.
seats.
I want
Wait,
it.
with that,
There's nothing that I
24
want more than
up?
to see them
24
like
up?
pop
We can reroll his
over
23.
That was
and
another team that kind of split up.
Hold
Was Andy and Thanos. They used to play together all the fucking time.
There will be a problem.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to those guys. They were definitely
Well, Rook?
not going to
Team for a
do
time.
that, Makes.
Hey, don't get bullied by Makes. Do
going
not
to
get
say
bullied.
They were even in the same guild.
A 2.
holy shit.
One
Rivy
in
is
favor of Spellbook.
4160.
You backed
Oh,
off.
that's
I know we
crazy.
know you
That
wanted
is
to say
messed
it.
up.
Reedy.
I do it.
Reedy
It's
is
not that
4160.
bad, you guys.
They're
That is
not.
insane.
This is
Okay.
way
Well, is
too
there another
one-sided
23
for
done?
y'all.
Fine. I'll swap it. 2-1 in favor of I do it because I do think that they can do it. And I
No, that
love
was
a
the
little Underfrog story. I
second
think they
time
are cute.
23.
I like their logo, and also honestly,
Bro, I
think
saw
that
Yeah,
this
they were
is
on
a
a
time.
post
they
this
have
morning
had so
about a
much
guy
passion
complaining
coming
about how
into
he
this shindig
can't
that we want to be in
get
there.
into
We
pug
want to
keys,
be
and
in
then
the
he
top
shows
two.
that he's
And even though they didn't play
3900
as
with
much time as they wanted
21
to
time.
coming in, these
And it's
are
like,
players
well,
that
yeah, I
can
mean,
do
obviously
it.
you're gonna have
And
a
I
fucking
think that
hard
we've
time
already
getting
seen some
into
good plays from
groups
them, some good role plays
if
in
you're
the
trying to
tournament as
do
well. They can pull this off.
21s.
Since Spellbook,
These
they
fucking
are
people,
some
man.
pretty intense
Wait,
competition, though.
what
I mean,
was
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
The
gonna lie, Zyro.
point of this complaint?
Yeah, listen. If I
That
feel
people
get into
complaining
what?
that you
this
can't
series,
pug
I will be
21s
more than
and
happy
higher.
for them, and I mean, I'll be a little
Oh,
upset
okay.
if my
So
prediction-
basically,
prediction
you're
got
like,
messed
just
up, and
like
I'll
you need
probably
to
lose
have
my spot
some
at the
reasonable
top of the leaderboard up
expectations
there with
about
chat, but
the upper limit of what
hey,
you
listen,
can pug.
I'm more than happy to see
Yeah,
teams
like, get a
exceed my
fucking group or some
expectations
shit.
because that hasn't happened a whole lot, over the years of the MDI. So I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully they can show something in this matchup.
I mean,
that we
it's-
haven't
it's
really seen
like-
from them all weekend, right? They've just really been consistent in some of their matchups, Mix, right? I don't
Kind
think
of.
we've seen anything from I Do It
I
that
don't
has
know.
really kind
Like,
of
I feel annoying just
wowed
saying
us
it
so
every
hard.
time,
Oh,
but
okay.
I take that back. In the Windrunner Spire, they had
when
a couple
people complain about this kind of shit, there's
pictures
part
of
of me,
the
you know,
rook,
it's
and
like
ever since
the
it's been
default
kind of,
response. I feel like is like, do you
kind
make
of
your own
par
group?
for the course, but we're already into the Cedar Triumvirate
Like, do
here.
you try to make a
and both
group?
teams
Hell
And
no.
it's always
I
like,
wanna
no.
try
right off the
joining
bat,
keys
going
that
for
give
this Quest
IO.
Indicator poll.
And it's like, no. And it's like, well, then why do
That's
you
right,
expect
and
other
this is
people
an
to make the key?
Extremely scary poll. Do not copy this chat. I
Like,
feel
that's just it. It's like,
mandated
why
to
is,
tell
oh, why
you
can't I
this,
plug into this
but
key? And
these
it's like,
teams are,
did
of
you
course,
make a
utilizing
group
that Bloodlust, making
to do a
sure they have
21? Well,
everything
no.
ready to
Okay,
just
so
kill
you
the
Still
expect
Mythic
somebody
Ground,
else
still
to make a group
19%
and invite you to the
bars?
21.
Once that's
That's
done,
huge.
it's done. We're going to be seeing them pack a
No
couple
negative
extra
self-talk,
trash
only positive
percentages
self-talk.
into
Yeah,
the
I've
box,
never
as you
fully
can see,
understood
Sense
that
Bell
mentality,
just a
aside
smidge
from
ahead
just like
here
the
on
selfishness
pulling
of
Draw.
all.
Now,
white
I do
quantity.
feel I do feel bad for, you know, there are guys, I do see guys that, like, habitually, especially the guys that play, like, sort of off-meta,
underneath them. You can see it on the right hand
you know,
side
like the
here,
Rep Paladins
and
of the world,
gross. So you need to be
that
aware
will,
of where they
I'll see
are.
them in
And
LFG
just
all
as
the
I'm
time,
saying it,
and
Skilly
they'll,
goes
No,
down
Skilly
to it
again.
as that
There's no
Bubble
way
just
Skilly.
flew next to him.
what,
wasn't
wait, he
aware
died
of
of
it,
Puddle again?
and gets hit.
Yeah, this is
No.
gonna get clipped
But
again.
I
He's
think
literally
we've
gonna
seen
be on the
Skilly
death
out of the exact
recap
same
after.
And it
the
was on
match.
the,
when he was
last
playing
time he
the
did it
Red
on the Rep
Paladin
Paladin.
before. So it's a little unfortunate that continues to be a mistake. For
That you
IGL.
can kind of
That is
forgive
their
because,
one
like, if the
battle
tank's
that's
just
on. If
keeping
they
the
have another
boss
death to
near
anything
the
on this boss,
puddle,
they're just gonna have
and
to
you're a
change
melee
it.
player,
Charles
you might just be, like,
Mortify
following the
While
boss, and
looking
the
at the
puddle,
boss,
like,
Who's
slides
Mortify?
underneath your feet while you're running, and
I don't know
you
who
don't
that
notice
is.
it, and you get
Comps
clipped, and you're
for
like,
the
God
team's
damn
mix. We're
it,
seeing
I
both
was
of them
just
opt for the
tunneling the
Prime
boss.
Warrior, which is
But as a
really
ranged
good to see by
player,
Unified in this dungeon, specifically for
Yeah.
She still got those
Really no
human
excuse
dogs
to
on
be
her
catching
stream
that
now.
Bro, look at Quasi's damage though. Massive
The only DPS
reflex.
difference we're seeing
I like how all the teams
is
are
in the
jumping on
choice
Pro
of
Warrior
third
for this
damage
dungeon.
dealer, right? It's DK versus Warlock here.
That's right, and I'm.
Yes, what were you saying, JB, about-
Were you one of them?
It's the, you got the guys that play the off-meta specs that put their key up, and they'll sit there for like 30 minutes. And
Yeah, like Dabno.
And yeah, like Dabno, like he's gonna play Windwalker every season, and he's like,
we've seen most teams
I think he accepts that, you know, there's like limitations that come with that. So you'll just put your key up in LFG, and it'll basically be like,
probably just see them
either some of them will just straight up say it, like, tank
tank
first, you know, like, I'm not filling this group until I get a tank. So I'm gonna sit here and wait to see if I can find a tank that I think can time this key, and then if I can get a tank, then I'll go ahead and fill out the rest of the group. But you'll see those guys will just sit there with the equivalent of like a 21 key this season, and they'll just leave it up in the group finder for like 30 minutes. And like sometimes they just don't have, you know, sometimes they just don't get people signing up that they feel confident are going to time the key with them, and they'll just leave it there for 30 minutes and then eventually go like, fuck it, I'll try later. And those people, I can appreciate kind of complaining of like, dude, I'm doing everything I can to get my key run, and there's just not.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I've not.
Well,
played
it's
the last
also your
internet.
like
sign
the
up.
expectation is not really there, right?
That
Like
was
you're trying to
100%
do one of the
zoned
highest keys in the world right now. You're just just
walk
not
based
gonna
off of where
find
the dungeon
many
lies,
players
you know,
that are
the pool of
capable of
dungeons
doing
they've
it,
been
right?
given.
Like how many
Well,
for
but-
instance, for
how many
ideal
players are
But
very out
sometimes
there that can do it?
You just won't even get
Dungeon.
people signing up for it. It's
They
one
were
thing
the
if you get
previous
like
ones
a
this weekend. They swapped
group
that
finder
for
full
Well,
of
yeah, because
people,
I
and
mean,
you're like,
obviously, if someone only has like
don't feel like
19s
the
and
Warlock
20s
has a
times,
place
you're
in
not
any of
really
the
gonna
dungeons later in the series, so
expect
they're gonna
to
use it
go
in
into
this
a
dungeon and save the
21.
Red Paladin for a later
So
dungeon.
it's kind of
It's
just like,
interesting seeing teams
why
kind
should I
of play
bother signing
around that
up?
spec ban rule and kind of
Like
Also,
if I was on my
Danny, I'm
Mist Weaver trying to
shameless.
pug right
a lot
now,
more
well, yeah,
fluid
you're
than
shameless,
we've
but
seen in the past.
I'm not gonna bother signing up to
Yeah,
a 21 on my
absolutely.
Mist Weaver right
I'm
now.
really liking seeing, even with that series we just
What if it
saw.
was
And it's
where
not like I don't
it
want
kinda
to do
became
Windrunners.
really
Windrunners.
clear on the first map that their game plan was to
Yeah,
do
then I would
2-1,
consider that
right?
one.
'Cause
Windrunner
that's when you
God.
then try to mostly
Think you
sack
could-
your
think you
first
could
map
one
to
bang the 21
have
Windrunners?
I
the
think so,
specs
yeah.
that you really want in map
kinda got the groove
3,
down.
but for these teams, I don't think any of that is showing up in their current setup. We of course know that Prot Warrior is so good on boss 3 and 4, like we mentioned before. That Spell Reflect is going to do a lot for
Dorky,
them.
who's your favorite hot
Now
tub
they will
streamer?
need to get through a bunch of trash here.
Bro, that
Notable
shit's been out of
mob
meta
to
for
kinda look out
how many years
for
now? It's been a
is
long
the
time.
Shadow Guard
I don't even
champion, which
know
is
what
also
hot tub
why you're
streamers
not
still
seeing
exist.
Ozzy start to
Sure,
run right
yeah,
now.
Sure you do,
you
yeah,
do.
yeah.
That champion.
Oh, I have
Bro, does
no
anybody
clue
even
any of them
tub
are.
stream anymore?
Making sure he's not
Is that
going to
even
get
meta?
elite,
I haven't seen one in
guide
ages.
onto him. These champions can just absolutely destroy a
Okay,
tank
that
if
actually,
they ever
though, I
get too
mean,
far.
I
You're
don't
seeing
think
here
people
two
even
of
do
them
hot tub
on the
streams
Quasi
anymore,
out
do
of the immediate, was too far away, is able to survive.
Hope I
that
can name
looking through
17
the-
hot tub
that
streamers
so
right now,
many
right off the top of
times.
the head.
If there's any
looking through the
additional
directory,
AoE damage
there's,
that's
like-
unavoidable that's going out, which
It's
of course
just- wait,
happens
what the
in
fuck
these
is
attacks as well,
Stallcraft
as well
X?
from the Void Caller, then you're starting to look at some problems. Another charge coming in on
This
the
is a new
left hand
game?
side there, that champion. 1
I've never heard of this
HP,
game
but
before.
it does hit Sky regardless.
Now, it's important to mention
Don't get
we
distracted.
we
Keep
mentioned
looking for
since
hot tub
Public did
streams.
not
Yeah,
change their
don't get
strategy
It's a
distracted.
in the
bunch
direction
of
they're pulling the Rift,
Russian
but I do
streamers.
They
This is like
actually
some
did opt for
Russian
the
ass game.
mandatory strategy where they go back to the right.
Are you
to
talking
that
about
recorded
Counter-Strike?
first? So they're going to gain a little bit of time.
Oh, it's
over
a
Sense
Roblox
just
game,
based off
apparently.
of their progression of the dungeon, right? When they kill off the third Rift Ward, and they're going to be a lot
You guys ever play
closer
Roblox?
to where that third boss room is. But since
No,
Public
never.
should
For
get
like
there first, right? They
a
killed the
tiny
first
bit.
boss
I was
off
playing
about
with my
30
nephew.
seconds
He
faster
keeps nagging me to
than I do, and
download
I
that
actually
shit on
didn't
my
see
phone, and
on skill
I
list
don't
after
really
that
understand.
happened.
Roblox on the
Fucking
phone?
honestly,
What
they
the
do that.
fuck?
If so, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Kinda
'cause they're
just
iPad
stops the
kids,
Warlock's
so
damage dead in its tracks. All of their
they
pet
don't
summons go away.
have computers
They
or
don't really
anything.
They have to go back into their demon cycle as well, so they lose a ton of damage.
Our kids have
whenever
had
they die,
computers
so it makes
forever.
sense that their boss
Spoiled little
split was
fuckers.
So much slower. But I think
Spoiled
they can
little
claw back
fuckers.
a little bit of time here, since Public only just now killing off that third Rift Warden. Now they have to run all the way back towards.
He
that
calls
third
me
boss room.
Unk, man.
I think
crazy.
they're
Yeah,
still
but
gonna get there
like,
a few
you are
seconds ahead,
actually,
but I do it.
you know,
they get
his
to make up a
uncle,
little bit of
so-
time here.
Well, I mean, is there a difference between
Yeah,
Unk
that's
and Uncle?
exactly why we
mean,
think
is
that
there?
the route you're seeing on I Do It screen,
Yes.
and we also saw
If
from
you're an
the-
You
uncle,
don't
you're an
call
uncle.
someone your
It
uncle,
cuts
your
down on
Unk.
the walking time and
I mean, if you,
generally,
yeah, if you are
in
an,
the
if
NDI,
you are a
don't
literal
wanna
uncle,
ever
you
be
like
just
have to be an
walking
unk.
for 10 seconds. That's
No,
10
that's not how it
seconds you
works.
could have
Yes,
been
if you're an
doing
uncle, you're an
damage.
unk, but if
That's
you're an
obviously
unk, you're
so
not an
much more
uncle.
worth. I will say
I mean,
though,
there's a reason why
now
Unk started getting called
it's
Unk, and it's because
Yeah.
somebody was calling him an Unk because he was their uncle in the first place, and then it just got
Pretty
appropriated
soon.
to
No,
like.
Probably a boss that we
Well,
don't
nah.
see
Is that
a lot
true?
of teams add
Yeah, it has to be
anything
true.
onto. That's
I
because
think I was
there's
just
kind of
calling
a
people
lot of
old. Bro.
orbs. You need to make sure you really get those interrupts.
It's
on
like an old
Shade
bro.
Ring as well. There's a lot of
Like,
damage
I'd call you my
that
unk,
goes out
JB.
On top of that, so
Would
adding
you?
anything else on top
Yeah.
of that feels extremely
Nev?
scary.
Dorky's up there. He's an unk.
Can be done as long as you're
I'm
not
not
going
an
too
unk.
crazy with it. So let's see how these teams are.
See,
going
that's what I'm
to
saying,
approach
Dorky.
that.
You're so
We are
you're
inching
so lucky I
closer-
exist.
Closer
Because because if I wasn't here, you would be Unk for
Bringing
fucking
up that
sure.
verse,
And the only reason why you could be like, I'm not an Unk, is because I exist in this world.
It's a good reference.
On top of that, we've kind of identified in the past that
Jay is so old, Dorky's young.
Damage-focused build if they choose to. This dungeon is one of those dungeons where we saw it pulled off, where the rest of Druid is kind of doing
Look,
similar
You're a
that's just how
smart
it
guy,
goes.
JB.
pretty close to one of the tanks
Mm.
as well.
30s are
I
the
haven't
new
really seen
20s.
Norcom
No,
Over
that's
here
what old people
messing.
said at
popping
Co.
off on the
Ask the
damage
person who
meter
said that
on
in
the
chat's
damage,
age.
So maybe they're not really
I bet it's in
hard
the
focused
30s.
on that. Either way, I Do It has now
Nobody said that.
engaged the second
That's
boss.
just a common saying nowadays.
Maybe about 20 seconds
Yeah,
slower
the
than
person
what
who
we saw
created
from
that
Spellbound,
saying is now
It's
in their
30s.
50s.
About
Yeah,
10 seconds,
okay, that could be
which is
true.
pretty useful in the grand scheme of things. Like, that death was pretty bad on the first boss, but they're definitely not out of it, right? Makes they're keeping it within.
True, if Faker's
Distance
30, you
of
can
a
be
potential
30 and be
mistake
young.
from Spellbound.
Exactly.
Faker's not young.
Absolutely. And of course, there's always a
Bro,
lot
you know,
more that can
Faker is
happen
both
in the tail
the
end of
oldest
that
and the
dungeon as
youngest
well,
player to
right?
ever win
We
World.
all
Yup,
know
yup.
how
That's why he's the
the,
GOAT.
That's actually
Seed of
pretty
the
impressive.
Triumvirate ends. Allura is a little bit of a messy
He's like,
boss, and that
out of
giant
every
pull
sport or
that
something,
they're
he's the
going to
only
be
undisputed
doing
GOAT, I
right
think.
before
There's
that
no one
penultimate
close.
boss is also
What?
a major
Like,
of every
pull for a
sport?
lot of
Yeah.
players. And as
Every
you
sport,
can
there's,
see
Wayne
I
does
guess,
that.
now, We're getting
I don't know who that
Gretzky?
is. Who is that?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Pretty even tiny
What sport is
difference,
that?
Around
That would be hockey.
0.6 percentage difference
Oh.
between I Do It and Sun Spellbook. But then when you look at the boss's HP, that really tells you everything.
Is that a real
You could have
sport?
said anyone.
If
I
from
mean, you
here
could have
on
said
out,
like
Sun
Tiger
Spellbook
Woods. You could have
can
said like
keep it as
LeBron. You could have said like so
cleanly
many
as
different
they
names.
have
No, LeBron. No,
None of those-
these people
none
say
of these
other
are
things.
undisputed
Wayne
goats.
It's not a
Gretzky.
given.
None of those are
Both of
undisputed
these
goats.
teams
Wayne
have
Gretzky
a
is the
couple of
undisputed
issues
goat
prior in their
of
runs.
hockey.
There's been a little bit of
Yeah, but I
Okay.
don't even know who he
inconsistencies
is.
here and there.
No, okay, that doesn't mean anything. I didn't know who he was, but
That
if
doesn't-
he's like the
that
goat
doesn't
of
mean
hockey,
anything,
sure.
you don't know.
That has caused some issues for a lot of our teams as well. So Sun Spellbook, as you're now finishing out this boss, this is where we should be looking to try and see if everything goes right for them here as they gather.
It's
that
crazy. Hockey just
I mean, it was
part of the
Spellbook,
sport is
right,
just
in the very
fist
first
fighting.
Dungeon of the weekend that had issues on this next
Yeah,
skip
that's
past
kinda
this
sick.
devour.
It's
Where the
great.
tank pulls it off to the side.
You think
and
they
the
take
Shadow
boxing
Realm,
lessons?
They ended up having a death to that. Just one.
I
But
mean,
it ended up
probably.
costing them a
Yeah.
little bit of time in that run in the long run. So let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah,
even
I
this
will
time. They
say
have a lot
Faker
of-
is
a
the
lot of room, actually. I
esport
think they've
goat.
accelerated pretty far ahead of I
There
Do
aren't
It,
many people
killing
that
the boss
are
off a lot faster
as
than I
accomplished
Do It. They were only 20%
him.
ahead when I Do It pulled the boss, but by the time they killed the boss off, they were 30% ahead. So they opened that gap a little bit this time around. Looks like the skip goes well for them.
Yeah, Faker transcends
Need to find a
beyond
way to get
league. Yeah,
past these
exactly.
Void Fuse Destroyers as well. It's going to be pulling them off to the side with a
Oh, I
misery
like
sigil
this.
on the pack.
Actually, I
of
think
five.
maybe
Gonna be
Tom
running
Brady has
around
reached
wall,
the
and then once his teammates get through, he'll
status
No, I
of
hear football
undisputed goat.
people always say like there's other
Little bit
people.
Weird timing.
Yeah,
think
I don't know.
it's
I feel like
double
in the middle of his career, certainly, but now that he's retired and the accolades he's put up, the longevity of it.
Yeah, I'm not a football guy, so I can't really comment. But I've heard people say like they think other people could be better. But if you like read him up, it seems like he won so many Super Bowls, right?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of his accomplishments,
Wait.
nobody else is.
Yo,
Offline!
DC. Here we go. It's NA
Shindig
comeback.
hit him offline for his next YouTube
Quasi
video.
Shindig.
Let's hope he comes back.
This
quick.
is
Quasi
what-
and Shindig are about to make a huge video on this.
This is
what
how
Hopeful
Shindig
was
gets in the
praying.
liquid.
How I
Definitely a
qualified for
little bit
global
of a
finals.
scary
Oh, I hit him
situation.
offline.
Dead
This
on
is what Hopeful was
screen now,
was
that
praying
means
for to
he
happen to
has
Mandatory the
reconnected.
entire
Oh
time.
man.
Wonder if that just slowed them
Unfortunately,
down
his
a
prayer
little bit
missed and hit
on
Dan
how
DK.
they pulled this, or if they just said, okay, we're just gonna do whatever we do as they were going through these packs. But looks
not have a
like
B-res?
we should be able to
Hey,
get him
RBG
back
-er.
here. Are we
B-res
just
check.
waiting for a natural res?
Oh, he's not offline anymore.
Yeah, I think they wanted to wait till the trash pack was dead and then go
Yeah,
for a
where's the
regular
B-res
res.
at?
They're saving the.
Dude, they were
saving
winning
the
for.
res.
They're still
Was he
ahead.
dead upstairs?
They're still
Ah,
ahead. Yeah, this is not
pass
good.
AoE res off to get him. That's a little unfortunate.
Video
Look,
one
he-
more.
oh,
That
he's
has
back. He's
provided
back.
A window for I Do It to somehow get
Yeah.
back into it, but since Spellbook
This is-
still
Yes.
has to deal with this one.
Go ahead.
remaining
Well, I was
pack,
about to say this is
pulling
one
it
of those
on
moments
top of the
where
boss
I
right
feel like
away,
he just
dropping
ripped the battle
incredibly
res, but then I
right
guess
off
I
the
realized
bat.
the only battle
Getting
res
his
they
ice
had
bomb
was
down
Oh
on
my
the
right
ground,
god,
so-
he almost got instantly.
Norcom
back.
dead too.
Down for I Do It. In combat
No
with this
way.
mass pull with
Norcom
the
getting
triple
hit by a
brain shadow.
ball.
You're setting up the DDoSer again.
Have the res for him, but that means I Do It is completely out of
Shelly,
the battle
no.
res now
Shelly,
for the
what?
rest of the dungeon.
Wait, Shelly's
It's
getting
a scary
absolutely
situation
sucked.
to be in,
Holy
but you'd
fuck,
much
he's
rather
alive.
have the
You guys
res
ever
here as
DC
we're going into
in a
this Roy
tournament?
Nezra. For now, as I Do It has for a split
think so.
second, it'll
The-
look like
the
it might equalize
sketchiest thing that ever happened to me was we had a key start in Halls of Atonement where it's the only time something like this has ever happened to me. The key started for everybody else, but it didn't start for me. And I thought my team was trolling me because they were like, oh, because like every time before the game starts, the admin will be like, all right, are you ready? Like, they'll like double
What
or
key level
triple
is
ready
it,
check
16?
you and make sure, and then you'll get the countdown, and then the key, they'll put the key in to start it.
where that
And
actually
so my
puts
team
in
was like,
terms
oh,
of
here we go,
overall
the
track
game's starting, and it was like 3, 2, 1, and I was like, haha, whatever. And then they're like, JB, what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I get it, guys. And they're like, why the fuck are you just standing there, JB? And I was like, shut up. Like it's gonna start any moment. Like, shut the fuck up. And they're like, no, dude, I'm not kidding. The fucking game has started. What are you doing? And I was like, wait, seriously? And they're like, yes, we're all standing here waiting. And I was like, and like my character was just sitting there in a dungeon that hadn't started. I had to log out of the game, log back in, and then I was in an actually started key. And so then that freaked me the fuck out for like the rest of the tournament. Like every time the game was starting, I was like, guys, is it actually starting?
So did you guys lose?
I actually don't remember what. I don't think so, because I think it was like one of the first games of the tournament, and so I think it was against a team that was significantly lower seeded. But
20 or 30 seconds to kill off without the damage amp. if one of the teams kills the boss
Damn,
in
it's
the damage
crazy
after
you
the
guys
other
are still
doesn't, that
losing.
right there could make the difference in this dungeon.
I
That's
DC
quite
during one
unfortunate for
TGP.
Big Team.
Could be. Let's see
During
how
one of the
it goes
groups
for
for like
Sentinel.
5
Oh, we
minutes.
had this didn't happen to me, but we did have in the middle of a
Here comes the splitting
Theater
of
of
the
Pain.
team. So
Scott
Bernstein has probably. Oh no, they don't have an
had
Arc, so Ruben will
to
just need to run on over.
go
The rest
let
of the
his
team
roommate in or
deals
something?
with
No
Um,
way, I'm
with
keeping that guy
Hold
outside.
on.
Yeah,
And
what the fuck? There's no way we're doing that. in the
key,
middle of
because
the
I remember
game.
it was in the boss room leading up to
Mandatory to
the
leave their
Lich
key,
Lich
that
boss,
knock
where you
could.
jump in
Oh my
between
god.
platforms, and as we were getting ready to go from one
Horrible
platform to another, he was like,
Quickly, though.
I just need to let you
Yeah,
guys
it was
know in about
definitely
1 minute I'm
dangerous.
gonna have to go AFK.
Well, Ruben
And
could
it's
drop the
Scott,
board
you know,
up
he
here.
Maybe
bullshits a
Ruben
lot,
could
so we thought he was
afford-
like
yeah,
kidding
I
at
think
first.
that's the case. There
And
she
then we
is
finished the
on her
pull,
way
and he just stood there,
to
like
start
waiting,
the
like we were all getting ready to
Time
jump
do
to the
is
next
aging
platform, and
out
his
as
character
well,
just
so
stood
you
there,
can see on top of
and we
the
were like,
15
wait,
timer
I love
seriously?
differential
And then like a
that
minute
we
later, he
have
comes
the
back. He's like,
best
"I'm sorry, yeah, my
girls,
roommate
just
was
a
like
big
locked
chunk
out. I had to go
behind
let him in."
under
And it was like,
progression.
okay.
Well, that guy
Going
stays
to be
locked
one
out
that
for
will
10 more
clear it
minutes.
out, and then they have that Warlock portal set to allow the rest of the team catch back up.
Remember when my team had to
This last
leave
pack
Knock
is
It
without
offensive to
any
take the
danger. You
break?
can see
That one
Charlotte dropping
TGP
a little
in
bit
mandatory?
lower here as well, while the healer
We're like 30
Now you
minutes
say
into
that, I
the
think
key,
it-
and we need to take the break.
Yeah, it was like the mandatory break that if you
Yep.
didn't take the break, you get DQ'd. So
Yeah, we were like on the almost to the last boss in
that's why
Not
both of these
Good.
teams also saving that lust to really make sure
We still won
in
that cup, though, no
additional
big deal.
burn phase, they can
No
just
big deal.
full send it into boss and hopefully claw this one out.
Yeah, it's going to require nearly a perfect push, and it's not.
I mean,
as
we had
easy
an
as
NA
just, like,
regional
pressing
one
your
season where
cooldowns
we didn't
during
lose a
damage
single
either,
game.
right? Both of these teams are playing the
Sheesh.
Devourer or Demon Hunter, who has like about a 40-second damage window
Dude,
on
what if we get
meta,
mode
so
mode
what
on
you
Nine?
actually
Oh, left
want
hand
to do
DCs
is
is
you want
so
to
annoying.
press that
think
void
you'll ever
meta
play an NA.
about 15 to 20 seconds before the damage amp actually starts.
why?
That way you're at
Yeah,
your
why?
highest damage
Why would
per
anybody
boss
wanna
where
come
the
play on
void
NA?
meta, where you have those haystacks
Why
stacked
not?
up from gathering all the souls during your void meta.
How the
At the
finals
time
do?
of
We
birth.
got second.
We've seen most of
Because
our
of
players pull
That's like one of the
unfortunate
commonly
PI
one of those
miscommunication.
like
extra
probably the
cooling
most
does
common
kind of make a mistake
comment
with.
I get
Take a
in
look at
chat
Spellbook's positioning here. We've identified this a couple
for
of
like
times. They're pulling the
cross
bot to the edge of the
region
room, and they're gonna
viewers
try to get one of
is
these
if I'm
lines
playing
through
on
two of the times.
EU,
Looks like
it's
Shelly
NA people
has
coming
the
in and
angle
going,
here.
is that really
We'll be
how
able to
high the
take out
keys
two
are
of
in
those
LFG
trams with one of those discordant
in EU?
themes.
And if I'm
That
playing on
doesn't
NA,
let you
it'll be
get the
EU
damage
coming in
any
and going,
faster,
is
but
that
what
really
it
the
does
level
do
of
is it
dog
makes
shit
it so
key
that
this region
damage that
does?
stacks
Yup.
up on the group
Yeah,
while the
that's that
boss is
shit.
EU
pulsing
pugs
here,
21s.
chorus,
NA
almost
can't
stack-
pug
stack it
18s.
2 at a time rather than 3 at a time. So it's a
Pugs
ceiling
like
set
no
that's prepared
calm
for
21s.
avoidance.
Yeah.
Like won't even get in Discord together because it's not high enough
That's just
for them to
their
need it.
pugs, is that? Yeah.
It's one of those rare times.
Well, also,
where you're
they're
actually
just less likely to
voluntarily
use
helping the
comms in
healer.
general.
It's pretty
is
pretty
what I-
seldom in any.
is how
I mean, they'll
I've
still,
always
but the
been
thing
it.
is, they'll still
This
do
is
it if
one
the
of
if
them
the
for
if they think the
sure.
key
Here
is like
comes
high
the
enough to be
second
important to
round
them.
of those
And
frontals.
so if
Yeah,
you were
but
doing
even
like
then-
a
They'll do it
a
for
22,
22s maybe.
yeah, they'll be like, all right, we need to get in Discord for this shit. But a 21, like, nah, fuck that, no need.
Team tries to one phase
Like, even on
Borat
beta, whenever
down, it
I'm
goes,
playing with Europeans, we
shrinking.
generally
Here comes
don't
that
get on
damage.
Discord.
Everything being sent. Army.
There's just like a less of
Couple more
a
seconds there on down. It looks
getting on
like it should
comms
be sent
culture.
any minute now.
Whereas, like,
maybe
you know, like
trading
if you're playing with like
forward
any NA
overlap.
player, you're almost
T
always on
that
comms.
isn't just
Yeah.
ready yet.
Well, in EU, it's like I don't
Also,
need to be in
quite
Discord
a
together
bit.
because I can
Laura
flame you just
Well
fine.
played,
in
Looney.
chat.
still on 10% as it goes back up. It should be
I
good
can
enough
type
for
all
the
the
team to
toxic
finish
shit
it
I
out
need
here.
to in game. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
if it was any higher than this, there was
They need to
maybe
bring
a chance for
toxicity
Edo.
in a
They
while.
aren't even in the damage app. The cast hasn't even
What do you mean
started
need
yet.
to
Oh,
bring
people
it?
complain about
Silva has
toxicity
gotten
all
the
the
boss
time.
low
People
enough
say
to
that.
No,
have that
no,
15
that's
second time buffer.
okay.
Anyways,
It's like
if I
babies
do
in
it,
WoW.
Well,
complaining
look,
about
we're playing a
toxicity.
soft game.
Which is not
I mean, you gotta
going to
realize we're playing a
happen.
fucking Disney.
Like
game,
bring
so
league
obviously-
toxicity in a WoW. I'm saying.
What's I doing?
Yeah, but
on elimination point?
do you think WoW players can handle that?
You know,
We
No.
did see.
That's the issue.
Oh, yes, yes.
Just a quick note, or sorry, we did
Oh,
see
you're
that Army go on cooldown.
If Dorky dies from getting meleeed in sag form, I want to be able to like yell at him.
on the cooldown reset. It's all good.
Okay, okay.
What
good
about
fix,
what if
good
they had
catch.
voice
Now,
comms
everybody,
in
Sense
game?
Spellbook is giving all of you
Like
a
Valorant.
swayed this series in their favor.
That'd be
Validation.
I mean,
we're
we do
rooting
have
for
voice
them.
comms in
They took
games,
that
just nobody
first map,
uses
getting
them.
the first point in our best of 3.
Well, no, but it has to be,
And
like,
Mason,
True.
adding a little bit of information there, but our first map of the series is done. So
Why
how
don't
do you
people
think it
use in-game
ultimately went
voice
for the
comms?
teams?
I know Giga
Several of your
Casuals do.
guildmates
Death on the very
invited me to a
first
voice
fight.
No, yeah,
comm
we
when I was on
did. I
beta.
remember that.
For the reasons that Zyra lined out, I think
We
a lot
have
of
used it
damage
to
was
troll
lost
before,
here.
but like,
But
Like,
but
actually use
also the
it.
team that was just a little bit slower to pull that first boss as well.
'Cause it
So
sucks?
they were just kind of playing from behind
No.
from the very start, which is
Dude,
interesting.
by the way, is brew
when
just
you
that
think
not meta
about it
now?
just all
People get the
together.
Zero
grind
votable
as a
damage.
brew.
Zero
I
votable
don't
as
know
a brew.
if Dratnos has some extra intel.
It's kinda
on
crazy
this. I
how
thought the
quickly
route from
things
iDo It was
change.
actually better than the one we saw from Sensible.
I mean,
I was talking about how
Yeah,
like
my
I
Switch is
think
dead here.
Bears gonna be meta a week ago, and people were calling me fucking stupid and how like, good one cap, you know, all that shit. Not a single person thought that Bear would be like
it makes it hard to directly compare. So here we can see
potentially
on this
taking
first boss, look at the
Brew's
Warlock there,
spot.
unfortunately, as that puddle
And then now people are
grows
not even
into
inviting
where
Brews
he is,
anymore.
and then he has to
It's
dodge out
crazy.
of the way of
Was that
frontal
before or
I have a
after
feeling
the
down there,
Bear
that
buffs?
definitely cost quite a bit of time.
For what?
Something that I did
You
wanna
saying
talk
Bear
about,
was
though,
gonna be
there are
meta?
some nice things that
Oh, no,
both
it was like
teams
when
were
they
able to
announced
do.
that,
First of all,
Oh,
look at the
Thrash
damage
was
that
getting
Orion's
buffed.
putting out here on this Mistweaver Monk in this
Because a lot of
build
people
with
thought it was gonna be a
AoE,
nerf,
actually doing
or rather,
pretty
it wouldn't
substantial
be
damage throughout the
consequential.
entire dungeon
Thrash
on Mistweaver
200%
here.
buff.
And
I think this is a
been
nerf,
a
guys.
consistent theme throughout
Well,
pretty much the whole
according
way,
to
so
the
it's
number
just getting
crunching,
to
it was a
huge
nerf.
amounts of
Yeah, the
extra
number
But you never
crunching
believe the
nerf.
fucking fake ass numbers.
That explains part of how Sense Spell.
Because I mean, you saw the Wildhead post too, right? It was like, oh, Bear's getting nerfed like 5% or some
like
shit.
makes and I think I as well agree that I do it maybe had some better pulls right planned out for this dungeon, some better pathing. Something that they had to do
I don't
as well.
believe
Sense Spell
Brewmasters
would,
aren't
of
getting
course,
invited to shit
nearly
anymore.
having a death as they set up that skip with the Shadow Melt.
I think if you're
Is
not getting
Hope
invited to
actually
Brewmasters,
erased the world
because
Maybe
first
if they
writer
meant,
for
like-
Liquid?
Maybe if they meant like,
not,
oh, I was getting
but
to any possible
definitely
group I
that
wanted
death
Yeah,
before,
like-
and now
meantime,
I'm
I
like
do actually have
not getting into
this
IO
really
keys.
nice-
if
because
you
they
know, I
have
could
this
I could
warlock,
understand
they
if
can
it went
actually
from
execute
like
this skip a lot more
you know
quickly,
95%
with
of
that
keys above a
Sigil
certain
Misery
level
and
of
then this
Brewmaster, and
gateway. So
now I
that's a
actually
very
have to
nice
like
piece of
sign up
technology
to a
was
group that
unlocked
doesn't
by having
already have a
Warlock
monk in
in
it
here,
to get
able
invited
to
or
get
some
this skip
shit.
done a lot more
But
quickly and a lot
like,
more
there's no
safely,
way
right?
that
We
as
don't see
first
these
off, I
Guardians
just don't
that are
believe
almost
any tank
dying
player
like we did
is
for
getting
Sense
like
Spell.
declined from groups
The
that
other thing I
often.
wanna point out in here,
It's
both teams are using the Protection
you
Warrior
know,
in
like
this
it's like a
dungeon,
hot girl at a
which
bar being
does
like,
have
oh,
a
I just
big
couldn't
strength
find
with
somebody to
this
go
boss
home
in
with, and I'm like,
particular.
I don't
You can
believe
Spell
that.
Reflect
I think
against
maybe
the Mind Blast. Watch the boss HP.
you were
after this
being
kick comes out from
perhaps
the
a bit
next Mind
picky,
Blast.
or
Just a huge damage nuke to the boss. Look at the damage meter. Even you can see here that warrior's gonna
like your
jump
breath
up
smells like
into
shit or
second
something.
on the
But
damage meter on this boss fight.
there's
And
more
a
to
lot
this
of
story
AoE in
here.
that pull as well. So when you add that all together, it really does help
Let's just have it.
make that Prot Warrior a really strong choice for this dungeon. Already a spec that works out really nicely just in general, but on that third boss, you're just going to do 10% of the boss's health for free just by picking that Prot Warrior.
I feel like
And then you have a great
Ellie
spec to
Shaman's
choose
getting a
as
bit
one of
more
your three
play
that
this
you
tournament than I
lose
was
Thanks to
expecting.
that spec variety rule for the rest of the series.
I think Ellie is really
I mean,
underrated
that's
at the
the big thing as
moment.
we consider what's
People are
coming up
considering
next, right?
dropping
They've gotten this
Evoker
first
for
map out of the
Ellie.
way, and at least right now, Sense
Well,
Spellbook,
'cause that's,
they have the advantage.
Founny
but
was
I
playing
do
that
want
shit
to be
in
able to
high
even this out
keys,
if they can.
uh,
And our
Yeah.
next map
with
is
Vickman's
going to
group,
be
and
Skyreach, which is
they
one
were
that
doing
we've
like
seen
well,
already
and they had a
today,
weird comp.
but
I mean, it was
Zyro,
like
with
they were playing like
our specs
double
that
double
we've
monk.
seen, and with this dungeon in
So it wasn't
particular,
even like
where do you think
optimized.
we're going to see our teams kind of go looking ahead?
So I think the clear
Raid
switch
buffs and
we're
shit,
probably going to see
and
between these two dungeons
they were
will probably drop the
doing,
Prot
you
Warrior
know, front
for,
page
I would
keys.
like to see Guardian Druid just because of the
Holy
giant
shit, front
AoE
page
pulls that you
keys.
can do in this dungeon. We already saw that shown off earlier today.
Porky, we gotta be doing those.
Warlock is necessary.
You're
in this
talking
key, right? There's
to
a lot of
my
good gateway
fired up
skips,
group
start
tank,
of the
buddy.
dungeon, getting up
Need
the
you
first
to
boss.
Yeah, buddy.
back
Really,
off.
really important. Also, the gateway skip during the wind tunnel RP phase, really good. Make sure all 5 players in your team wait for the gateway to go down and don't try to go early. Ryoma? It's a little funny to see, but
Listen,
yeah,
listen.
it's just really
It
good
happens
in
to
general.
all of us. Don't pretend it
Okay.
never happened to you.
No, it's never happened to me. I'm a perfect player.
Oh shit,
But
Zyronic
yeah,
got
there
in
it is.
on
The Prot Warrior
the
is gone.
starter jacket
Sense
today
Spellbook loses
too.
the Devourer, which I think is interesting. I think it's going to be really good in this key.
Long's
But
still
it
doing
looks like
pretty
IDO is going to keep
decent.
the Devourer for this key, which means I
Definitely
feel like
fallen
they're
off
gonna have
quite a
better
bit,
comp in
but
this key.
Yeah, Sense Spellbook gets
Well,
to keep that
it
first
had plenty
season,
of room
which
to
is
fall
really nice,
off
right? If they
and
had
still
lost
be
their
in a good
healer like
place.
I Do It did, then that would be the Mistweaver going away. The Og Evoker is an option for both teams as well, which I expect we will see in this dungeon. So, yeah, it's interesting Banfield. I do think I like I Do It's setup a little bit better what they have access to going into this dungeon.
Why do you guys think Zyronic's
Okay,
never
I mean,
grown a
keep in
beard
mind,
before?
Sensspellbook also
Can he?
Is he
won the
capable
first
of it?
map. So
I don't know.
If they can take
That's
this
a-
one,
like, that's
it's gonna
probably
be
why.
over, whereas I do it
Yeah.
on
That's
the
usually the first
first
question
week.
you would
I'm
think,
not sure
right?
how much teams plan this out.
I know
like,
some
what
people
they
can
do
grow a
in
beard who
this
don't,
and what
though.
they
But
do
like
with
my
the third
my
map,
dad,
but
for
I
instance,
think they should. I think
I
they
know
should
he
have
can
a
grow a
plan for,
beard.
like, if
I've
we
seen
win, this
his
is what we ban
like
and play,
stubble
and then if we
before.
lose, this is
I
what
know
we
he
ban
could,
and
and
play.
he wore a
It
mustache
really matters for
before
that
I was
third
born.
map, whether or not you have access
Through
to
like the
Guardian,
80s and
to
shit. I've
augmentation
seen plenty of
ability,
pictures
right?
of him
Those
with a
classes
mustache.
really
He had a
matter,
strong
so-
mustache, but he
I'm not saying it's a trend,
refuses
but
to
I
grow
do
a
it
beard.
a
I even
few
asked him for my
series already
birthday
this
one year.
weekend, and two of
I was
them
like,
they
my
were
for my birthday
swept,
present, I want you to
so-
grow a beard. for like,
You
I don't know,
know?
a week
Maybe
or
I
something.
can do
I just
it
want to
too.
see it.
I'm not
And he's
just
like,
saying
"Nope."
it because makes guilty
And
me into willing
so,
their
like,
way.
I
I'm
think some
kidding,
dudes
I'm
just
kidding.
really don't
I genuinely love
wanna
cheering
grow a
for
beard,
I do it,
but
but
I feel
they
like-
do have that comeback.
I feel like every
sort of,
guy in
like,
his life at
streak
some
that I
point
think is there
has to grow it
waiting
out
for
just
them.
to
And
to
if
see.
they do
I feel
have
like
a composition like we were just
beards
talking
are
about
more
that
modern.
seems like it could be a little bit stronger.
Because, like,
as
you know,
we
when
go
you think
into
Yeah,
back
that's
high
true.
reach,
to
if they're able to again
the
just kind of
1900s,
tighten up some of these strategies.
Late
you know,
that
back
they
when you
do
were
super
still
well,
in
I
In
think
high school,
Sense
probably?
Spellbook,
Your
they
high
are
school
gonna
or
have their
whatever.
work cut out for them. Now this will be
It was
game
I
more
was
about
in
like,
high
you know,
school in the
having the
1900s,
more
yeah.
formal,
do it here in
the
Skyreach.
cleanliness,
Sense
you know.
Spellbook has 1 point on the board. If
Beards
they
weren't
take
as
this one,
popular,
they take
but
the
it's kind of had
series.
like a
But we'll see if
resurgence.
they're able to land it. Makes
Yes,
Especially
we
amongst
are going
hipsters,
to
you
be
know.
seeing
But my
exactly
dad was
our
born
teams
in the
are going
40s,
to be routing
which
through.
means
So
that
interestingly enough,
he was
you
in
can
his
see the team from
20s
Sense Spellbook
Sorry.
in the
leading back
60s
there. They already have the
my
Warlock
God.
portal up.
and
We're also seeing
the
it from I
70s,
Do It as
and there were
well.
plenty
And
of
the
dudes that
entire
had
team
beards
now
at that
comes
point, but
back in
he
to
never grew them
Sky.
out, or at least there was no
Basically
photos of it.
everything
The
he could find on
40s.
his way to the boss's platform here. On the right hand side, it looks like something, yeah, there we go, was still missing, but they are incoming
Oh my
right
God,
now.
that's like the
as
Great
teams are
Depression.
getting ready here. I do like the gathering from Sensible Spellbook just a
When was the
tiny
Great
bit better
Depression?
because obviously if everything's there from the start, you
About
can also
100
just
years ago.
guess everything
30s?
from the start, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if
it's
it
actually
should
about,
matter
holy
here
fuck,
for
that's
I Do
actually
It.
kind of
Seems
crazy.
they
We're about
will
to
be able
reach
to start the boss
2030.
just a couple seconds later and should be able to finish out the rest of the mobs, given
That
that
is
they
crazy.
started immediately. It took a couple more seconds to get in fight with Ranjit, but now both teams are.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the dungeons that both of
Rub
the
it
teams are
down.
super practiced on. Oh, I gotta take a second there.
Oh,
as
shit.
Ribbon does
You were
You were
actually
way too
end up
excited to
going
be yelling
down
that.
through the coalesced win from Ranjit there. Almost one
I
shot.
bet the house on Shindig.
That's their battle res gone and the lust gone on their healer as well.
Let's
They're
go,
losing a little bit of
Shindig.
damage
I lost
versus
my house on
they
the
already
first play
identified
market
last
bet.
time.
Now I'm
This,
doubling
I got
down
the
on
second
losing it
house.
again.
Yeah, I'm doubling up
put in
so I
a
can
decent bit of
live.
work and make these bosses
I took a loan out.
little bit faster.
Double
so they've
houses or
lost
nothing.
A little bit of that damage. They've also lost that safety net. They don't have the
JB,
battle
did
res
you
for the
ride
next
horses
9
when you were
minutes of
young?
the dungeon makes,
No,
we'll have to keep
I've
an
never
eye on
ridden
that
a
for
horse.
Sense Spellbook.
Like instead of
Even
a
though my
car?
grandpa,
From here on
my
out,
grandpa
further
was
mistakes
a
could
farmer.
be the end for them.
He
Both
owned
teams also have a
livestock,
couple
including
strategies
a
of
few
trash
horses. I have
coming
pictures
in
of
at
me
the last
standing near a
moment that
horse,
they're
but
gonna be
I.
able to cleave.
Well,
That
I guess at
sounds
some
so
point
awesome.
they may
A
have
bit
put
of
me
that
up on a
efficiency.
horse, and I just don't
But
remember
again,
it. But
like it seems like this has been a trend for this
Yeah, that was
matchup.
probably so
Sense
long ago.
Spellbook just seems like they're a little.
I have a
bit
sister-in-law
faster,
who does
a little
horse
bit more
tricks.
Clean on their poles, and it shows when we get to the boss, and they're about 10%.
what?
ahead.
Go ahead.
Again, I gotta
Well,
go
we
back
are
to the
getting
comment from
an
yesterday. This
equalizer
sounds
here
like
as
an
well.
Urban
Let's
Dictionary
go
term.
down
What
to
the
one of
fuck
the
is a horse
red
trick?
wins,
Holy
so
Well, like,
shit, this guy's
like,
got
like,
fucking-
the tricks on the
prisoners
horse,
left
whatever
and
it's
right.
called.
Both of the teams now down to
Like
Your
the
sister does-
backflips on the
Yeah,
horse.
Did you say your
Zero
sister
battle
does
resist
tricks
within
on a
next
horse?
Like
minute.
sister-in-law is my brother's wife.
Need
Like
to keep in mind, I'm especially
she does
looking
horse tricks. I don't know what to
towards
call
the
it. She like
second
jumps with the
boss,
horse,
looking
like
at-
backflips on the
bike
horse's
tricks.
back.
You know, you can easily get
Yeah.
frontaled on that
Okay.
boss if some of them are
Like
a
bike-
little bit
yeah.
I don't know what it's
unfortunate,
called.
so we'll need to take an,
Dressage is what
closer
my
look
chat
at
says.
that once we're actually getting
Dressage.
there. But before we do, I'm
Like
really
dress-around?
curious on whether or not
I don't know,
any
she
of
rides
these
the horse
teams
and
have the
just
same
does some
tactic
flips on the
here that we
horse's
saw
back.
from Mandatory, where
Not flip,
Okay.
but like
this
tricks.
boss
I feel like if
has
my
two
sister
edges.
did
You
this
can go
much
left
shit
and
with
you can go
horses,
right
I
to
would
get
know
into
the
the rune
terminology
construct.
for it.
It doesn't really matter
No,
as to
sister-in-law,
which side you go to,
sister-in-law.
the
Oh, sister-in-law,
mandatory
excuse
My
me.
brother's wife,
on the
yeah.
other side into their,
Can the horses do backflips?
pre-boss
No, she
track
does the
as well.
back.
I'm curious if either I Do It or Sense Spellbook have something
Dorky's
similar
less
prepared
interested
here,
now.
so let's
Like-
really make sure we take
Whoa, a
note
horse doing a
as they are
backflip? No, no,
finishing
no.
out
She does a
Ranjit,
backflip.
where
Oh,
She doesn't
what a
watch
boring story.
where the healer is walking, 'cause I
Yeah,
would
I've
assume
seen
that's
I
usually
Shall
the one
Speed
you
do
want
plenty of
to
backflips.
tag in that extra mob.
Yeah, about a 10% advantage still, even after the death here for Sense Spellbook.
Yeah, I wish I had a
Still looking
sister,
to get
low-key.
full, and yes, they are
I
doing
have
both
brothers.
sides here. Makes identifying the double
I have a
solar
sister.
How many?
elemental pull, so have to keep
5
an eye on the orbs
brothers.
as they spawn.
Jesus
Five?
Christ.
Holy shit.
World War
Where-
III growing up.
Where are you in the pantheon of them?
Fourth.
Come in clutch on these massive pulls.
So I have
that
3
look
older,
at the
2
damage
younger.
from
We are a
Sky,
young
they're
one.
Almost keeping up with the damage.
How
dealers
old is
in
the
their
oldest and how young is the
cooldowns.
youngest?
Only just
Youngest
now
is
falling off as they start to ramp up.
20 now. I think the oldest
Pull
is
not
like
over yet. This is a
33.
constant
I wanna
threat
say.
type of
Okay.
pull where you're constantly making
So
sure
not
you're
too
getting
crazy of
interrupts,
an age spread.
doing perfect AoE
It's like
stops.
every yeah.
Looks
It's like 2 or
usually
3 years
got
between
this.
us.
It's a much bigger
I
spread.
do it now going
Yeah.
for the pull.
Because my mom
They're
was
playing it a lot
the
safer,
oldest
though.
of
Take a look at the Imprison
6,
plus Paralyze on the
and
right side. They're not going for
her
everything at the same
youngest
time.
brother, I think,
That's
5
right.
brothers?
she was like
But
18
We
or
got
19
this
when
one.
he was
let
born.
him to do the version that we saw from
Yeah,
Mandatory,
that happens a
where
lot.
they tag
Which is
the
weird, 'cause it's weird 'cause, like, at
into
that point,
this ring here,
you're
allowing that
like,
first
like, she
solo
by that
or
point, she was, like, off in
spawn
nursing
outside
school,
saving
And
you
so
some
you
of
don't
the
even
damage, right? If
really-
you don't need to DPS it, if you're line of sighting it,
you-
you're
like
not
that-
taking any damage from
you're
it
out of the
either,
house
so
and
you
shit.
can
Like
just
you know,
fully
it's
ignore
your
it.
little brother,
Bishop
but
Sense Spellbook
you don't
actually
grow
just
up with him.
elected to
You know,
play
it's
it right there and
probably
then,
more like a
meaning
nephew
they
than
had to DPS
than like a
those
brother.
orcs down. Still, well
Bro,
done,
people
as
really
they
aren't
have
popping out
taken
kids
that pack
anymore.
down. I do it in the
Yeah.
meantime
Like,
has
now that-
now
like, when you
brought
look at
back
it from
in
this
two mobs you
perspective.
called out that we're secede to the
Too
side,
busy
but that
playing
certainly is a
World of
much
Warcraft.
slower approach to
I
this
mean, I think a
level
lot of
pack
people just
than
don't
what we saw
want
from
kids
Sense
anymore. They're not
Spellbook
even like
here.
busy.
I would agree, as they're
Too
now
expensive.
not
Kids
even
aren't
sure
meta
if they're
anymore.
going just
They've
yet. It
fallen
just
off.
opened, so it took them a little bit longer to even open that pathway.
But they are dragging that trash in, and they are going for the same pull that we saw for mandatory triple solar construct.
It's because the
Every
world's
single mob in the
become there's
room.
too
So
many
we'll have to
ways
see
to
if they're
spend
able
your
to pull
free
this
time
off cleanly.
these days.
Either way, they are
That's like a-
significantly behind now. Sin Spellbook
Were people
has
making
cleared
kids
out
because they
everything
were
because of
bored?
video games,
Yes,
but
yes,
they're
it
Like
already
was-
racing
yeah,
kids
you were-
because they're bored?
now have a
Yes,
Like,
you
significantly
were
well,
like-
more dangerous
dude,
I'm
on video
bored,
games,
let's have a
you might as
kid.
well just pop
Yeah,
out some
damage
kills.
no, it's
They
not.
also
It's
have
not.
to
I'm bored. Let's
make
have a
sure
kid.
they're
It's I'm
healing
bored.
through
Let's
these
bang.
channels
And then the
from
kid was
those
like,
solar
ah,
constructs.
shit.
On
Well,
their
Oh,
individual
no,
players,
there's-
it's a lot of
protection.
danger
Yeah, you
for
use
North
protection. I
London.
learned that in
Looks like
middle
they're doing a good
school.
job of it so far.
yeah. But sometimes you're bored and you don't.
Yep, absolutely.
Just takes the one time that you're
Need to
bored
make
and you
sure
don't.
That they're safe and steady here. It's very much a little bit of a job for the healer, and you can see right here. Right
I'm
now.
bored. Let's have
guarantee you-
unprotected
I
sex.
guarantee you, if
Stay
the
out of
internet
their hitbox
like
is
ceased to exist
a
tomorrow,
little bit tricky, so it's
kids
a
just start
little
getting cranked
further
out,
than
like,
what
just-
you can actually see because it aids out into transparency, just something to pay
So many
attention
fucking
to.
You are
kids.
just
Look
that
what Shelly's
bored.
doing.
like nine, like
Yet.
just
She was
chart
trying
it
to
like
do it in the
9
background,
months.
just
If
I
the
mean, that
internet
is
stops
true, though,
existing
like-
tomorrow,
Protect that, I
just
believe.
measure 9 months into the future, and there will be the baby boom of our lifetime.
Yeah, I'm too single to understand it, I guess.
You wouldn't be without the
End
internet.
up doing any damage because it's swapping
You'd
targets.
have a
Really?
girlfriend in a week.
Okay, let's get rid of the internet then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I'd take that
yeah.
trade.
It doesn't do any damage, so that's interesting tech.
I mean, it's got to be good to be an old person nowadays, like you do, because
JP, how's your
back
life?
in-
This is insane. This is
Wow,
really
that's
smart tech.
crazy.
I'm just imagining what old people did back in the days.
Yeah, look at
It's got to
this.
be
The
like the
team is
most
not
boring
taking
shit.
Skip
any
ever.
rocks or
damage, so
something.
neither the person that was
I was only
soaking
alive for a very
nor Shelley is
relatively
actually
brief amount of
taking
time
that
before
damage. That's
the
super
internet
cool
was
to
like,
see from them.
because I was
Utilized
in on the
here,
internet
right
pretty
inside
early
a more
on in
traditional
the grand scheme of
approach
things. Like
to
we had a
Arcnaf,
family
as
PC
I do it, is dealing with that
by the
boss
time I
now
was,
as
I think,
well.
like
You can see on the percentages we're back in.
in
but look at
elementary
this. Here's
school.
Shella doing it again. The living
Like
flame
relatively,
pass
like I
just
think I was probably
in
like
between,
maybe 6 or
wiggling
something
back
when we
and
got our
forth.
first
That
PC.
6 or
track
7.
And
was
then
able to
6 or
free
7.
cast while moving
And then we
at
had
least, utilizing
dial-up
it to the
internet.
max. Very, very cool.
Pretty. In fact, we may have had a PC sooner than that, and I think we had
It just
internet
sounded
by
like
the
my
time.
story. What the fuck?
Yeah, by the
With
time
your
I
oldest
was
shooter.
like, I was like 8. I think we had AOL.
Nice little recipe.
And
Spellbook is after these, right? This is ridiculous.
I remember the first time I
40%
told
of a
somebody
boss
my
HP
my
bar
name, and
ahead,
my parents
and we're
freaked
not
the
even-
fuck
we're
out.
A little more over halfway into the dungeon.
Oh,
It's like
really?
very, very
You can't
much
just be telling
out
people
of
your
the squad.
fucking name on the internet.
Definitely cleaned up
Well, but
that
that was like,
gameplay
I don't know. I
that
mean,
we saw from them earlier.
felt like
in the
people
year.
were
This is
more
what this team needs to look like if
okay
they
with
wanna
this
have a
back
chance
then.
of taking out Polish Mountain
I
if
mean,
they
but
are
like
able to make
the
it
internet
through
was
this
scared.
series.
Like at that
So good for
point,
them so far, Mix.
everybody on the internet was like a
It
stranger.
is.
you
I'm
know?
curious if we're going to be seeing
And
this team.
now
also
we're family.
taking
You couldn't just be
Serenfold
telling people on the
our
like you
next
couldn't be telling
spot as they're
strangers
just
on the
finishing
internet
out
your name. They
those
could use that
Sun
shit to
Power
find you.
Tamers right
Yep.
now. It is a lot of damage, particularly
Oh, like
on
those yellow
17,
phone number
right?
books, right?
That they
Yep,
will need
yep.
to heal, but it allows you so
They knew your
much
name, they
more
knew your phone
uptime
number.
to
They just had to go,
actually
like,
deal
digging
with
through
that
the
boss.
books.
So let's see how that goes. Of course, no bloodlust for another 3 minutes, and I assume that lust will be.
You ever
used
look
for
up
that
somebody's phone number in the white
penultimate
pages?
of the dungeon, where we'll see them go
No.
really
No.
big.
I do
prior
get
to
a random
boss,
number and I Google the
but
number.
That first steering quote should be coming in
No, I used to have
momentarily.
to.
Sunbreak
I remember there
arrives.
was
First,
a-
something is CC'd stunned. Make sure it just gets cleaved onto, nicely done with that ring of peace
A-
here as well.
A
And
friend I was
Vulcan
trying to
should be
invite over for a
casting
sleepover,
any second
and we were
now.
trying to coordinate
So other
this.
teams just stand there.
He was a
tank
buddy
it,
I had
brace
at
He's
this
trying,
summer like
and
daycare
sends
camp thing we were
Felduk
at,
that as well.
and so in order to
I think
set
that
up
they're
the
gonna be so
sleepover,
focused on this, they'll do
we
this. Yeah,
had
they're not line us
like
out.
exchanged phone
So we're
numbers.
perfectly happy sitting here standing
And
in
so
games.
I
We got
gave him
personals
my phone number,
across
and
the
he
board. Look
he
at the
called
health bars for them.
my
Unresolved
house when we weren't
IBF,
home
scales,
because he was gonna, you know, you had to put your
bruise,
parents
all
in
being
touch with
used
each
to
other.
tank that
So he
damage. No
called.
issue for them
We
whatsoever.
weren't home. He
Health
left a
bars didn't even
message,
drop for them.
and I
Very,
think
very simple to
he
deal with,
like
and that way they get full
fucked
damage
up his
output
own
on the
phone
boss,
number
and the
in
gap
leaving
has
the
been opened up
message.
once again. 40%
And so I was
ahead
trying
on
to
the
call
second
him back
boss, now closer to
at the
60%
number that he
ahead.
left.
on the
but it
third
was the
since
wrong
Spellbook
number,
is
and I
just
kept
not
calling
letting
that
off the
number,
gas
and it was
pedal,
some
playing
lady.
this dungeon
And so I called the
perfectly.
first time, and
But
I
we
was
do
like,
know,
"Hey, is
like,
Brian
the
there?" And
hardest
she's
pull of
like,
the dungeon
"No,
is
there's no
coming
Brian
up
here. I think you
if
have the
they
wrong
opt
number."
to
And I was
go
like,
for
"Oh, I
it,
must have
right? We
misheard
saw
the message.
Mandatory
Thanks."
do an
And so I
absolutely
listened to the message
ridiculous
again,
pull
and I
onto
dialed the
the last
number,
boss
and it
platform.
was the
It
same
looks
lady that
like
picked
that is
up, and I was like,
potential
"Hi, is
maker
Brian
of
there?"
the
And you
dungeon
could tell she
should
was like,
either of these teams choose to go for it.
Damn
No,
kids
this is-
nowadays.
this is who you just called. And I was like, "Oh, sorry.
We'll have to see
Okay,
if they're
well,
able to
I,
pull it
you
off.
know,
For the time being,
I must have misdialed it
teams still
again."
have
So,
to
You
defend
did
the
it.
remaining
You did it the
HP.
I
third
called
time.
her a third fucking time, and she's basically like,
No.
"Are you
What the fuck?
fucking?"
How do you
Yeah,
not
I know.
remember
I'd
the
be
last time?
pissed.
And she was, "Are you fucking with me?" And I was like,
This
"Lady,
dumbass
I'm
kid
just
called me
calling
3
the number."
times.
I'm like,
But we'll see how
Well,
it
stop calling the
goes.
same number. How about
Thought
that?
you said the hardest part of the
I
dungeon
assumed
is
I
coming
must have
up.
like
You meant
punched it
that
in
win
wrong
loss.
like 2 times in a
That
row or
is
something.
certainly the next thing that is waiting for Zen Spellbook.
Yeah,
So
surely a
all
third
eyes
time
on
would work.
them. Can
I
they
was like
make it
8 years
through
old, man. It
cleanly?
seemed
Nice
plausible.
little thing you can do is just wait.
And anyway, then I
get
had to look his
knocked
number up
If
in
you're a
the.
DK, you
At
can
that
just
point, I didn't know his
4C
last
up,
name. You know, we were
and
just 2
you don't
kids
need
at
to
summer
worry about
camp. It was just
anything.
Brian. I
Madison,
didn't know his
Isaac,
last
here we
fucking
also
name.
have
So
a
then
Warlock
I was
portal
like,
up there, and
"Mom, how do
Zen
I
Spellbook has
find someone's phone
defeated
number?" And she's like,
the
"Well, what's his
Wind
name?" I
Boss.
was like,
Now,
"Brian."
something that we're
And she's
seeing
like,
from a lot of
"Brian,
our
what?"
teams is
I was
not
like, "Why the
actually
fuck would I know
clicking
that, Mom?
this
Brian."
What are they
reward
doing?
Brian from
What's the
Daycare.
left side
It's
doing?
Brian.
to a
How you
certain
like?
extent,
What
because
would be?
if anything should
Nothing.
happen
Oh,
to
they
the
were
word
really
starting,
hard
sorry.
pull that you're seeing
Yeah,
right
that's
here,
actually pretty
right
sick.
now, then that means they spawn all the way
Sorry
back
for cutting you off.
there if they cannot utilize a rest.
Well, that's
or
basically
if
the
they
real
have
question
that first
is,
rest and another person
How the
dies.
fuck
So just
is
a tiny little thing to keep
Shindig's
in mind
team
here,
so
but
far
did you
behind?
see what
Oh my
Dallas
God,
did
they
to
are.
Rachel?
Heavily damage gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was super clean.
Because like,
I mean,
I mean, there's no way this
We're
is a
way
comp.
into
There's
the
no way this
boss
is a comp
we're doing
div. You don't
yeah,
go this
I
slow
mean they're
because
playing
it's
like
comp div.
basically the
Where
same
literally
comp.
everything is getting
They're
pulled except
doing
for the
basically
two
the
that
same
Dan
route.
skipped past at the start for the team.
They're
Come up, CC'd off to the left. So there's a couple
there's
less
just like
things that
nothing
they
you
have
could
to
really
deal
do.
with.
It's
with
the
this
player
dungeon.
gap.
That pull that I was
What do you
talking
I mean,
about.
it's probably CD
Since
timings
Spellbook
and
has the
shit.
second bloodlust for
That's
this pull
kinda
just to
crazy.
AoE burst
This
the
is the
trash
thing
down.
that,
And look at what the
like,
team
I
is doing.
think
They're doing
every team would
600
benefit
DPS
at some
this
point.
with
It's easy in the middle of
the
practice
first 30
to
seconds, they were just
lose
running
sight
in
of the bigger
combat.
picture of
So
a dungeon.
they're both easily
And
doing
I think
closer
every
to
team could
1.5
benefit
million
at some
DPS
point
to
from
chain
once you
this
have
build
more or
down,
less the route
and
you
it
think you
dies
want to do,
within about 30
to just
seconds.
sit down and like
Unbelievably
look
clean
at
pull from
Warcraft
Zen Spellbook.
logs
They've got
of your
almost all
dungeon
their
and
counts. The
see
boss
how
will
long
spawn
each
in
pull takes.
momentarily, and it looks
And
like they're about to cruise
I
to
think
a
you would
2-0
find
victory.
if you compared it to like some live
Yeah,
keys to
very
get a
cool. We're
sense of
also
the
seeing the same tag from
proportionate amount of
for them.
time
If
each pull's
Shindig
taking,
was actually
you'll find that
trying
like
to
there's
pull
some
those
pull
brats
that
back,
doesn't
then
seem like it's
Shadow
taking that
melding them
long
off,
when you're doing the
rejoining
dungeon,
team
but if you
with
stop
that
and look at it,
Wormstone.
you'll go,
Love to
Jesus
see that
Christ,
tiny
why are
little
we on this one
min-maxing
pull
from
for
our
like a
teams,
minute and a
and
half?
here comes I Do
Like
It,
this is,
trying to do
we should
that
not be doing
same
this pull for a minute and a
massive
half. What the
pull.
fuck's
One
going on here?
page is
And
being
somebody,
used
you know,
on the
you'll
right-hand
like,
side on that initiate.
you'll suss it
Spellbook
out eventually to like,
so
well,
much
I've
faster
pressed
here.
my
There's
cooldowns
no
at the end of
death
last
differential
pull and they're
this
not back
time,
up, and somebody else
but
is like, yeah, I'm
there
holding
I
my
mean, it's
cooldowns for
usually
the next
pretty
pull.
easy
I
to
was trying to
compare
figure out
when
how
you
we're
have
gonna
bots
come
to
back
look
for
at.
this
Like you
DK.
can
There's
just
a
look at
couple of
exact
ways you can
timings.
get
You can
back on
see
the
how quickly
platform.
stuff gets grouped
DK
up.
usually doesn't
Yeah,
have
you can see what
huge
CDs people
jump
press, how much
abilities, so
DPS
cool rescue
each
tech
individual
from
player
Zen
is doing.
Spellbook on the left-hand side there as
But
well.
that's where you
Then
gotta
that's
have
where-
That was super clean. The only
like
other
the
thing they could have
communication of the
done is
group of like,
give him
well,
the
I mean,
Wormstone
somebody's got to
back,
press
and they could
something
Wormstone
here.
the second he got
Well, no, I
it.
mean, you just watch the
Up,
VOD, right?
but
Like, it's very easy
they
to
don't
just
have the
be a
Wormstone,
video
and they're
team and
already
just
off the
copy
platform. That's
literally
the
what
only other
the
way.
other
Now,
team's
that option
doing.
isn't available
And you
for
can
them
just like
for the rest of the
see,
fight now.
oh,
Or
their
unless
Warlock
you
pressed
pull
CDs
out.
here
They don't
and
need
is
it for
doing
the
1 mil
top lane.
He
DPS.
can just port,
And
it's
our Warlock
fine.
is only doing
Shelly
like,
will
800
probably
DPS
give
or
the
whatever.
Wormstone to to whoever gets it next if I had to imagine, so that they have a way of getting out of
What
that.
guys talking about?
But they're only going to get
I
a
didn't
couple
like
more
anything
before
that I
the end of
heard
the
in
fight.
the
And
last
honestly,
minute.
at this point, they could afford a death. They
But
are
yeah,
so
it's
far
just, it's
ahead,
kind of easy to
50%
just copy
ahead on
people
the
now,
boss.
which is why I always say
I
like
don't know about
when
that.
Well,
missed
they're
count
pretty
is
far
going
ahead.
so much
A death would
faster.
be pretty bad. It's 15 seconds. So.
There are certain teams you
Yeah,
can
but
just like
50%
see
of a boss, that's over a minute, makes they're so far ahead right
from
now.
pole to pole who's like
They
just
are, but they
doing
would
more
lose a
damage
lot of
or
damage as well, right?
how
So-
they're so much
It
It is on
faster.
Dan this
I mean, it's
time.
also
You can
if
do
you're
the
just
exact same
copying
shit.
Doesn't even
only,
appear
like
immediately back
you're
with
never going to
with
be ahead
that
of the
group
team you're
that
copying.
Brimstone has
You're just
also
always going to be
been
behind.
used here
So it could be that like
I mean,
every
that's
team
not
could have been
necessarily
copying
true.
miscount. It's unless you're just that much of a better player, you're always going to be playing catch up if you only copy.
We can try to ignore and just nuke boss.
No, because I mean,
instead,
like
but,
there are always small
very,
things you can do
very
different that you
fast-paced
know
Well,
are better.
you-
Because like, you have a direct
you
comparison.
100% copy. You're always going to be, but if you just like yoink their whole route,
Yeah, of
then
course. Like I'm
you're
just
gonna
saying,
be
like
fucked. But you can steal.
But you always take the
some
good parts
routes.
of it.
Is arguably
Yeah.
even faster
Every
than
team
what we're
steals
seeing
or
here,
should
but Sen
steal
Spellbook is going
good shit
to
from each
close
other.
that
Like it's
book
ridiculous to think
2-0
you'll always have
for
the
them.
best ideas and everybody else's
There it
shit's
is.
always worse than yours.
Spellbook cleaned up their
So,
play from yesterday, and
Everybody
Lost
should be
in
stealing
Infinite
from each
Stress, and
other.
that's
It's just a
Skyreach.
question of
They
how
take
much
the
you're
series 2-0,
borrowing.
and they will be moving on to
And
face
if you're
Polish
always
Mountain
relying
in
on
our
another team
lower
to basically
finals.
give you their route
Even so, I
before
have no
you
regrets
do
for
anything
cheering
with
on
it,
IDoIT.
then you're
This will
always
be the
going to be
last we
behind
see
them.
of them this season in the MDI, but I hope that they'll be back in future seasons.
I wouldn't say
as
always,
well.
but yeah, you
Now,
are highly
Zyro,
likely
this
to
series
be
might be
behind.
over, but let's go ahead and take a look.
But there are
at
some
the
teams
map. What were our team's
like
approaches
Miscount,
on this one?
where you could do
You know, it's
the
interesting because
same
I feel like the
pull.
approaches on
Basically,
both
like
of these
I could
maps are
show
pretty
you an
similar. It's
MDI
just a
or an
matter of
MDT
Central
route,
Look being
and
more
you could
creative
do
in
the same
gameplay
pull
and
as
in
them,
general having better
but they'll
damage.
do it faster
even just on the
because they'll
single target
optimize the
boss
pull.
damage, it seemed like
Like
they
even
were
if you're pulling the same
generally
mobs and
still
pressing the
really
same
fast.
buttons,
Well,
and
usually
shit.
I
when we're
think
talking
I
about
do it
copying,
play
we're,
well
we're
today. I
implying
don't
that
think
like
there's
you're
anything that they
copying
can
the
feel
same
bad about.
optimization too.
They
You're
did
Well,
copying
yeah,
how
but
they
I'm-
probably the
group
best that
up,
we've
they're
seen all
copying how
weekend.
they.
But that's what I'm saying is like that's what
They're
they're. That's a strength of theirs is even
They
if
were,
you
I mean,
told two
overall, I
separate
think that
groups
play
like
just went
Miscount
over
and
my
another
head.
group,
And so with
what
that in
mobs you're
mind,
going to
we'll
pull and
have
what
Drenos
CDs you're going to
even
press,
take a look
they
at
could
this map
potentially
as
go
well
faster
in
than the
our
other
last
group
one
simply
of the series.
because they would
Yeah, I mean, again, you
would
can
like
see from that
micro
graph that they just
optimize the
slowly were
pull
pulling
of like
ahead
we're going to
throughout
group
that
it
mid part of
here,
the dungeon.
we're going to
Those
like
spikes end up
make sure
getting a
that this
little
person
bit
does like
further
this
and
stop so
further
that the
in
other person could be
Sunspellbook's
pressing
favor.
their cooldowns
Nothing
and
huge
like
going wrong for either team. This was a
tons
map
of
that
like
was
little
designed by,
things
you know, there was the odd
that
drop here or there for both teams.
are not
We had
incredibly
this one actually
obvious
early on,
if
the
you're
first one
watching
was
two
in the
pulls
map,
side by side
was claimed
of like,
against
oh, this is
Senspellbook
why their
here.
pull is faster,
As you can see on
but
this first
they
boss,
like
as
iterate
it
on
gets
their pull
pulled,
and figure out ways to
watch
shave like 2
carefully
seconds off
here.
here, 2 seconds off
The
here, 1
Gale
second off
Surge
here,
comes out,
and then after
and
a
that
week of
one
practicing
ends
that
up- and
dungeon,
so you can see there's those two
even though you
funnels
might
on
be
the
doing
ground,
quote unquote the same
and
pull
the,
as them,
the knockback
they'll just do it
into-
like 10
and it
seconds
looked like hitting
faster.
both of them
And over the course of a
ended up
dungeon,
taking out Royven
that
there.
adds up to,
We
you
had a
know,
couple of deaths, though,
2 minutes or
over
something. It's
for
like,
the
how the
side
fuck
of
did they go 2
IDoIT
minutes
as
faster
well,
than us?
with
And it's
the
like,
Dread
well, in this
Winds
pull they did
knocking
these
the
little things, and
Evoker
in this
off,
pull they did
and
these little
Glide
things.
not
Yeah,
quite
well.
being enough to get back on the platform there. So those sorts
That
of
is the
things
case.
were little mistakes going on, but I don't want to focus too much on the mistakes made by
This
either
is kind of
team here, because,
disappointing
yes,
for
the run wasn't
Shindig
perfect
though.
from either
I
team,
saw he made a
but it
video
was very good. It
saying
was very
how
good
like
from both teams. It was certainly
how I
an
plan
impressive
to
run.
make it to
Unfortunate for
BlizzCon
IDoIT, they looked a
or
lot better
whatever.
than they did yesterday.
No.
Just
Did it involve Dan
unfortunately not
DK
good enough
disconnecting?
to stack up to what
They're not
Senspellbook were
even
able to do.
making it
This
to
pull they were
globals,
able to execute safely
unfortunately.
to the end of the dungeon. And just nice little bits of
Well, maybe
tech
his
being
plan to make
used.
it to
You know, we talk
BlizzCon
a
was
lot
all
about
the teams
different
drop out
ways
from Race to the
that,
World first.
teams can dodge having to kill the ad during the
True.
last boss fight.
That would be big.
Talk a lot about abilities like Wernstone.
We had a
There's
team
also just
at
good old
the
rescue
Sydney
here,
finals
which you can do. You know,
Yep.
you
that was
see
there
here,
because one of
DK just
the
getting dropped off over the edge, and then the
Chinese
rescue back
teams, I
on,
think,
no problem. So if you're
had to
Wernstone's
drop
on
out like
cooldown,
last
if you've
minute,
got it on a
and
different person,
Blizzard
something
was
that's
just
like
like they were
that's going
scrambling
on,
to find
you can always
any
just
team
use
that
the
could show
rescue.
up in
A couple
person,
other
and
class
so
abilities that
one
will
of
get
the
you back on
Australian
as well.
teams
None of them are as 100%
that was,
consistent as
I
that
think it was like an
Wernstone
Australian
can
team
be,
that had
but
ended up
all
as
of
like
them
the
are very
10th seed
valuable
or
to
some
know
shit.
what you can do so that you don't actually
Blizzard
have
was
to
like,
switch
"Can you
targets."
guys be at the
But yeah, that's
venue
how
next week?" And they
Senspellbook
were like, "Yeah."
end up taking
They're
the
like,
series.
"Congratulations, you're in MDI
I love
finals."
seeing those little details and the things that
How
they worked
much
into the run. I mean, it goes to show, right? Every run,
is
even
the
if things are a little
final
messy or there are some accidents, or things,
place
whatever it might be, there's still
BlizzCon
something to take away
making?
from it. And I think both
Like
of
if you've
these
made it to
teams
BlizzCon, how
really
much are you
did give us a
making?
lot to take away from
think
this
it's
quite a
run.
bit, right?
Senspellbook
300K
I think it's
prize pool.
300K,
more,
yeah.
which is why they'll be moving
Well, how much are you if
and it was
you're
great to see
last?
them pull off some of those
If you're 8th
impressive
place
plays,
in
but they're
that, I
gonna need to
think
pull
8th place
even
teams were
more
making like
against their next
2,000 a
opponents.
person.
So, Makes, can you give us the current standing of our Group
That's
A
got to be
bracket?
way more than that.
Yeah, so
Oh, no, dude, the eighth
Mandatory
place
is
teams don't get shit.
waiting in the
Like,
Well, no, no,
final
there is no
matchup.
8th
That
place,
one is
it's
going to
4th
be a
place.
best of 5, which also means
Oh.
we'll
There's
see
only 4 teams
even
making it
more
to
There's only 4 teams at
backgrounds than we
BlizzCon?
have
Okay.
yet in the
Then
series. We're
on a
really curious on how
300K
teams going to
prize
navigate
pool,
that.
assuming half
Before
goes to
we
Any
first
tips for the
place.
market today
we're
for your
gonna
loyal
see
viewers?
a
Uh,
lower
No, I
bracket
lost the house
final
because
of
Kush
I'm
is
gonna
a
guess
rat.
probably like
Kush said, "I'm gonna die. Game 2 on Ellie Shaman in Nexus
what would
Point.
be the
I bet
smart
my
line?
house.
It would be
I'm
like
homeless."
50 goes to
Basically not
first,
giving them
maybe
a whole
like
lot of
25
break
goes to
time be
second,
ready
which would
for
leave
this
25
run.
for
They
third
had
and
to have
fourth.
that figured out coming into
True.
the
GG
And
zero
maybe
avoidable damage is
like
free
Only
money.
like a small little break, and then
15
we'll
and
be
10.
right back into the action.
So it'd be like
on
30,000.
who will
Are you
be
not
the team
packing? I
that
don't
makes
know.
it to the season
For
finals
5
year?
players,
and
so it'd be like
BlizzCon.
6,000 per
That
player.
is the big prize at the end, and of course, while the prize pool is there, a lot
Would
of
be my
people
guess.
have decided
If you
BlizzCon has been
qualify
a
to
huge
BlizzCon,
motivating
'cause
factor for them this season, and like,
there's
no
still the
surprise,
cup money,
I think
like
we're all
assuming.
super excited
So
for
coming,
it
I
and
mean, you'd be
can't
top
wait
2.
ourselves. But
That's 9 or
before we get
6,000
to
per
our
team.
next series, those lower
And then there's
finals that we're gonna see, we have
the
a
global
little game
finals,
to play here,
which
everybody. The mini games are back, and this
top
time
3
it is
qualifies, so
something
assuming you
ain't
get
right.
third,
This
that's
is
still
Oh, shit, mini game.
200.
We saw it yesterday where we
Lock
were
in, lock
able to
in.
map from a dungeon here in
Oh
Azeroth,
no,
and
not this
then we
one.
have to
Lock
try to
in,
guess
lock in.
What is wrong with it? Is there something missing? Are the trash packs wrong? Are there no bosses? It could be any number of things. So everybody keep your eyes peeled, and we'll get a look at today's dungeon and see if we can spot what's wrong.
All right. So
Alright.
it's going to be an Algathar Academy.
Tree's in the wrong spot.
Okay.
So I was gonna say the tree boss doesn't start up there, does
Right
he?
away.
And
But I'm
I-
pretty sure
I
he's
think the
placed
colors
there.
are
Yeah, I was
don't
gonna say
think he's
because like
placed in the middle.
Veximus on the map is
Essentially on the
probably
buff area
there
at the
because he
start.
spawns in.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure
they are.
that
Yeah.
Oh, it's the
black
Yeah.
buffs. The buffs.
Oh,
oh, the buffs.
Right?
Yeah,
And
it's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
buffs.
blue is not-
Hasten,
yeah, I mean-
hasten, master your swap.
Black Dragon's on the right.
I'm
bronze is
sorry.
on the
Well,
left.
and
That-
verse
but
buff
if-
should be
I
where
think
haste.
that's it.
Haste should be
Red
where
is
Totally
red
right.
should
It
be
should
where
be
yellow is
blue.
now.
Blue is
Yellow should be where blue
green
is. Green should be where I think silver
that's
is.
100%
Or
how you
black.
do it.
Yeah.
Black should be where green
Yeah, I
is.
think the
The
different
question is,
dragon
There we
is
go.
that the
Yeah.
That's way too
only
confusing.
thing that's
Is the tree really
know
there
is-
on the map?
I think
like
so.
Probably because he
Yeah,
like
rest of
spawns
the
in,
set,
so they just
yeah.
probably
Yes.
put him.
I guess
Okay.
that makes sense.
Seems to be
That
it.
was the easy
Okay.
one, apparently.
All right,
Here
now we
comes
get
the
our
hard
next one,
one.
everybody. That was the warm up, so get ready for the real deal.
Lock in, lock in.
Let's see if we can spot the difference on this one. This time it's going to be Nexus Point Zenus, which is spelled totally right. It's
Okay.
totally correct. Right there.
Is
Is it missing a pack in the middle?
Well,
I'm so sorry.
well.
Yeah, it's missing
Also,
the.
Where are the
production
bats?
name.
Whatchamacallit,
well.
the bats, yeah.
Yeah.
Are they up on the
That's
top
maybe
though?
just one of the things.
What's
I
that
think
pack
so.
of shit that's up to the top
Be
left?
wrong. Okay,
There's
there's
two
another.
singles.
Oh yeah, what is that stuff top
Point,
left?
Zenith.
I have a
You see the
guess.
Nexus
assume-
point?
I'm
I
not
know.
sure.
I was-
Oh, it's the
Oh,
title
Nexus
spelled
Point.
wrong?
Yeah, the Nexus is spelled
Rare.
wrong.
Oh, that's annoying.
Oh,
Wait, what?
No.
Is the name?
That's
It's,
stupid.
It's
I
the,
think
yeah,
it's
the
the
trash
flare
on the sides
bats
of
on the
bridge,
bridge.
right?
You
They're
know.
all gone.
You gotta be
Yeah.
tricky with
Oh.
it.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I see. You're right.
but it might be both. It might be that. It's also the names. I don't read names. I'm a melee player. I don't read. So, but
Nexus.
I think it's the flare bats on the bridge that
Yeah,
are
they're
missing.
there.
Oh,
can't believe
there it
Nagura's
is.
not
doing
Both
this
of
anymore.
those.
Wait, so I
Are those
clocked
right?
There we
both
go.
of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
Oh, there we
isn't
go.
I didn't get the
the
name,
red
but
boss called Course
Oh, it's
Boss?
both of them.
Whatever. You know, if that's all,
there's
I'm
two
chill.
things wrong.
Okay.
She's the
I mean,
core
these are good.
warden over on the right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or
yeah.
warden, and it's the
See,
core
see.
defense. So
Well, we did it, chat. I see a lot of you got it as well. Good job. I see there were little
High
calls
proficient.
there about the tree boss being wrong as well on the
That's
map.
just
so
MDT has it like in a different spot slightly than where it
okay.
actually lives. Yeah.
there you go, chat. That answers your question. But there are our differences. Good job spotting what wasn't right to all of us and
Yay.
all of you. And we're going to hope that our teams, we're going to be able to spot a lot of things going very right for them, actually, in the next runs, because it is all on the line. Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. With our lower finals, whoever doesn't make the cut is going home, and they lose their chance at that path to BlizzCon. Whoever does is
Alright,
going
be right
to
back real quick.
secure a place in our top two moving forward.
Here
But,
we
of
go.
course, the
He's gone for
championship crown
30
is still
minutes.
on the line.
Yep.
Next up, Send Spellbook versus
Ship break.
I Do It. You will not want to miss it, everybody.
I need to get a license. I can't be picking the Huz up with no car or license. Driver's license? I've never needed one. Why do I need a license? I don't drive anywhere. I'm in the middle of the city. I walk everywhere. Why would I own a car when I don't need one? Yeah, it's like just being stupid with your money. And I don't. Why would I need a license if I don't have a car? I'm getting a license and a car just to drive a Huz around. I'm sure the Huz will understand. You live in LA, you can't walk anywhere. In the middle of cities, you can walk. That's not LA.
Okay, well, while Dorky's AFK, I'm gonna go take my dishes upstairs. I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. I'll be here. Guys, I don't need a car. Okay, everyone's chat since no one's here. Is it weird that I don't have a license, but I don't have a car? But like I don't need one because I live in the middle of the city and I walk everywhere. Yes, it's weird. No, I'm in the same. Like, the only reason I would get a car is to, like, drive the Huz around, but there's no Huz. So, like, I don't need a car, so I don't need a license. You get it?
And it's going to be Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. So get your predictions.
How do you buy alcohol? I live in the middle of a city, so I just walk everywhere.
It's kind of a contrast in what we've seen from their performances this time.
Grow up and get a
What are you
license.
yapping about?
Looking so strong.
I was
so
at, okay,
consistent
do you have a
with
license,
struggled with
Dorky?
Consistency perhaps in some
Yeah.
previous seasons.
Okay,
And
I don't
Send
have a
Spellbook
license.
coming in with these strong
And I was
individual
asking if it's
players, but
weird.
struggling to find some of that consistency.
Where do you live?
As they
In the
tackle
middle of the
these
city.
dungeons. Now, Makes, we have seen
That's-
both of them.
really, that's not
in
a
our
deal.
first Dungeon
Yeah, so
Magistrate
I don't
Terrorist.
have a li-
How
so I
do
don't
you
have a
Depends on how
car.
accessible
measure up in their
transportation
approaches
is.
to that one?
Yeah, I mean, I can walk everywhere.
Not in the favor.
If
I
I
mean,
need to
to
go-
be fair, like I have
on a
license,
level
but I don't
with you,
fucking
okay?
ever
It-
drive
it's
really.
not
like-
Yeah, exactly.
good for them
I
to
never,
have
I don't have a
license.
car, I never drive, so
Maybe
why do I
it's
need a
different story,
license?
But that Magister's
True.
Terrorist, we thought Polish Mountain
Everyone's
had
saying
a
I'm weird.
crazy fast route, and they're the only team that was faster.
Yeah, I
than
mean, it just depends
Mandatory.
on where you're from,
We
because
supplied
like
Send Spellbook, and they're
like, if you're like
not
Max, for
fast
example, you
now.
kinda
They
need a
also
car
had some missed
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get around places.
which we will pay close attention to once we actually get into this dungeon today for them. That then added another minute onto it. But even
But also,
with
it's
that
more of a
extra
hassle
minute,
having a
we're just
car in
not
the
as
city
fast as
sometimes,
what
'cause
That's
we
what I'm
thought.
saying.
Having to find
It's-
parking and shit is like,
There's
yeah,
no
that-
point.
You're so much better off just
I'm in
taking
Center
subways
City,
or
yeah.
shit. But then you have to deal with tweakers and
No,
That's
I
the
mean,
worst
if I
shit,
go
man.
anywhere that's like, I don't know, 2 or more miles, I
It'd be
just
hard,
Uber.
think.
But I
Polish
barely
Mountain
go
has just
anywhere.
been
Like, that's
looking
not
so
far
good
away.
over
holy,
the
just
few
Uber,
days
god
into this
damn, just
season.
fucking.
Well, I don't
Ubering,
go anywhere that
Waze,
much.
DoorDash.
Oh my, here we go.
They just participated
Fucking-
in. But Polish Mountains
Like, I go to a
in,
salon every
to
2
this
months, and I
season that they're
Uber there. It's like
open-minded,
4
they're
miles
Yeah,
away.
you just go to salon every
crazy
2
fast routes,
months.
but they're getting closer and closer
Dude, you gotta
to
take
the
care-
very
self-care
best
day.
teams that are trying to prove
You know,
that.
get a little
So, Thomas,
haircut,
do
get
you
your
think
eyebrows
with
waxed.
this
Like,
little window that we've seen of them thus far in the competition, do you
makes me
think
feel
they do
pretty.
more?
I think that that's a
do
fairly accurate
seem-
assessment of their skill. So, like, these two teams, they're the 6th
Go
and
ahead.
7th seed.
Finish that.
Or the 7th and the 6th seed.
Never mind.
Depends on how you look at
No,
it.
no, finish
And
that
with
statement.
that being the case, you would expect that they're actually.
I do
No,
seem
you're
what?
doing great. You're doing
From
great.
analysis
No,
perspective,
no,
I think
no,
Polish
no.
Mountain has
Speak
faster
your mind, we're all
almost
friends here.
across the board, but they're a little bit less consistent at being able to deploy them like completely deathless.
You've got some nice
100% of the
eyebrows.
time. And I feel like for
You want to
Send
see my
Spellbook,
eyebrows?
I think that they're a little bit more consistent, but I think I tend to lean towards the team that has the faster peak whenever I'm like deciding who do I think is going to win, and I think that is kind of the big differentiator is who has the faster routes. But there's always this huge wrench in things where you have to think about. It's like, what is the spec variety rule? Like, how does that affect a dungeon to
Well, you're a
dungeon
hairy
like,
guy.
setup?
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, that is that extra strategy that gets put in there, as well as like where they're
But you
going to
can't grow
really
a
have
beard.
that fastest amp, that fastest run of
I
the
can.
dungeon with the specs available to them. And it looks like, chat, you are leaning in favor of Polish Mountain.
It's like a little
But
patchy in the middle,
we
but
can
it's
get our
fine.
predictions in as well here on desk. So I'll start things off with Makes. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do
That's the
2-0
word.
Polish Mountain, so nobody can say I'm just
Definitely don't want a
copying.
patchy
You're
beard.
contrarian.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys have to now say the opposite because I'm.
Dude,
the
you really
contrarian,
have to
that's
pose
how
that.
works.
Great, thank you so much, Makes. You really
What, you
set us up
baked
for
out of your
success on
mind?
this one. All right, Tunnels, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna go in opposition to Makes, or are you
That's
gonna
what I put
roll
in the
with your
group chat.
I'm 2-0 the mountain.
heart? Okay, Zyro.
I feel like Polish Mountain is gonna win.
I feel like Tettles needs to grow out
I
a
can
beard.
never beat chat if I'm always guessing the same thing as them. I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say Send Spellbook is going to have the hot hand. They just played 2 lights out maps against I Do It. They have some.
My eye
good
bags? Oh, my
matchups
eye
in
bags has been
dungeon.
bad. I've been
If
waking up at
Islington's
12 for
around
this MDI.
Before the remake happens, I feel like they could have a good Windrunner Spire. I'm gonna go Send
Did you take
Spellbook.
THD? Yeah,
What is the
100%.
win case? Like,
Okay, I'm
what
back.
is the win case here for them?
I think it's. I
Is
think
Dorky
Welcome
back
back.
yet?
I don't think they win the
Yeah, he
match.
is.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Regardless of how. I think.
You
Polish
guys
Mountain
tell your
had
mothers Happy
massive
Mother's Day?
mistakes in
I did at midnight
Yeah, I
last
would agree.
night.
That's
I
a
would
good
agree.
call.
I mean, Polish Mountain has looked very, very fast, very strong on that, and because we haven't seen a lot
Dude, I still
of
can't
duns
believe
coming out from them, I don't think we've really seen
Gert
much of
goes
any
on
coming out
walks
from
with
them
his mom.
thus far. I'd be surprised if
That's
they started
awesome.
to stumble now.
Yep.
With that in mind, I think I'm gonna go to.
Or he just came up with the
I'm gonna
weirdest
Eyebrows
excuse
looking
of all
fire,
time to
thank
blow us
you.
off.
Polish
But
Mountain
That could also
this
just
time
be the
around.
weirdest excuse of all
Yeah,
time.
I got to go on
I
a
tried to do it last time, but this
walk
time I'm going
with
with the mountain. I think that
my
this is
mom.
the one that's more favored to win. But who knows? Honestly, I think it's anybody's game in this, and like we've been saying, Magister's Terrace is going to be up first. Now, Zyro, you're giving us some of your insights. But
JB,
with
you
this
go to a
particular
salon?
Dungeon, is there anything
No,
unexpected,
I
or do you
buzz
think
my
we're
own
gonna
head.
see
Dorky
our
was
teams
making
kinda
fun of me
stick
for
with what
going
they
to a
know in this
salon.
one?
well,
I was not
I
making
could
fun
see
of
Fair.
you.
Saint
I
Well-
was saying how
confident
it's like
enough to have
great
a
for
better
you.
strategy in this key. The one time we
I
saw
mean,
them
if I had
run it
hair, I
earlier
would
this
probably go
weekend,
to a
they made a big
salon.
Well, like,
mistake where they missed
eyebrows
count, and
wax,
they
stuff
ended
like
up having
that.
to backtrack to get extra
You
count.
get
That
your
cost them
eyebrows
an all
waxed?
of a minute. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what the
timers
picture in
that
the
we
group
have
chat's
aren't
for.
I
necessarily
mean, you've got a
good about how
bushy
fast
ass
this dungeon could be.
eyebrow, so
They're a team that has a lot of experience,
Yeah,
so
you
they
should
could
get
do
that
something
shit.
faster
Yeah, they
than
compliment me a lot on my
Yeah.
eyebrows. They say it's
how
so
they know
full.
how fast Polish
Now, I
Mountain
will
is, so
say
I'm excited
I
to see how
have
they
been
play
to a
this
barber a
dungeon
few
out.
times where they
Both of
have
these teams are eager
offered
to measure up.
to
This is
Like,
trim
clean
my
up your
eyebrows.
eyebrows? Yeah.
They want
And
to
I'm
move on
like,
to BlizzCon.
are you
They
trying to
have
suggest
get
something
out
here,
these
buddy?
lower finals.
What?
Polish
There's nothing
Mountain
wrong with getting your
versus
eyebrows
Sen
done.
Spellbook in
Well,
our
that's
first
just it,
dungeon
as I'm
here,
like,
Magister's Terrace. Who
is this
will
just
be
an
the
offer,
faster team
or
to
are you
win?
Oh, is he saying
suggesting
your
I
eyebrows are
need
bad?
my
Right
eyebrows?
now,
Yeah.
Polish Mountain and Sin Spellbook on very, very different comps.
we
made
asking Jeff?
double
You can do
warrior for
more at
Sin
a salon and
Spellbook
just get
here.
your hair
A
done.
fairly unique
Holy
composition.
shit, double
What do
warrior
you think
comp.
the reason for the protection
You know what the
warrior
fuck?
pick? We know that Dan, he loves that Arms Warrior.
Sheesh.
Arms Warrior seems fairly solid. Prod Warrior is
What are they,
Why
taunt
would you think-
reflect?
the third
Do you
best
think
tank
DPS warrior
so
could
far
also
this
reflect the
MDI.
shit and seat?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Okay, so I
Yeah, you
just want
can,
to
yeah.
double check the matches.
Some
So just
warriors
taunt
do that.
that we
reflect.
saw from them as map 1.
Why don't you
in
just
the series
run
against
all three
Kyrgyzstan.
warriors?
They played a Brewmaster
Well,
there.
you can only reflect so
Other
many
than
times.
that, the comp is exactly the same. So to me, this spells out that we are playing for map 3 on the side of Sen Spellbook. I think they're trying to protect that Guardian Druid. They might.
Also, I
even
do have
be
to say, if
trying
you're a man in the
to
chat, do
protect
not
that
feel bad about
Brewmaster
getting your
mod.
eyebrows
You
waxed.
can do a little bit.
Yeah,
of
Or your
definitely.
nails
reflecting
done.
on this dungeon, but it's not too
Either
relevant.
break
Who's
that
there to get your
stigma.
nails done
A
for?
lot of that
That I
So they
don't
look
understand.
better.
you usually would have with something like a
What?
Druid.
Who the fuck cares about your
But it
nails?
doesn't spark
What?
confidence just
People
to the
care about
eye
it?
check. when
Hygiene
That I
is
never
very
understood. I mean,
important.
I will say Tattles.
That's why you get manicures.
Hygiene? How are your nails not hygienic? Like, what is there to care
What do you-
for?
If your nails look cleaner, it just
Well,
makes it
there's,
cleaner
there's
look.
elements to it, like
That
keeping
just adds
them
an overarching strategy. We've
trimmed,
seen it a couple of
keeping your
times.
cuticles in good
feels
shape.
like
Yeah.
Every single time we've seen it, I've felt
I mean, just
horrible
get
about
a
it.
nail cutter and just cut them. Like, is there any more to
Yeah,
it?
No,
the
the
like
cuticles,
cute-
like-
like cuticles?
Yeah, it's not just the end of your nails; it's like your
If
fingertips.
you can take it to a third map, suddenly it feels a lot better because
I
Gotta get
feel
some
like I'm
self-care in your
a lot
life.
of
You feel way
powerful
better.
stacks that you then still have access to.
I
right?
feel like
So
my
it's hard to say. I
nails
don't think
are
we
so
haven't
well
seen
kept.
word out, but Sky does go down.
Maybe you're just
here.
ignorant.
I
As
wash
Sense
them.
Spellbook
I
is dealing
occasionally
with
cut
basically
them.
the second
Maybe
half
you're
of the
ignorant of
dungeon,
nail
and that
health.
is going to make things a lot
might be,
harder
but-
for them. They're trying to
Oh,
recover
shit,
here.
Robin
Sky
going
has
down.
been pressed,
Holy, alright, this is a
still
free win
fighting
from
for
Polish
his
Mountain.
life. Last defense
No,
Damn.
Sky down.
No one there to help him out as Ruben had to release to try and get back to the
Yeah, I
group.
don't know about this
Looney
comp.
now running to try and at least get
Yeah, this feels
game
like
on track
maybe a
here.
bit too much
Portal comes
cooking.
out, makes it
Yeah.
so he can run, but this is just
This feels like
so
where your comp
tragic
ended up
for
when you
Sen
started
Spellbook
with like
right
an
out of the
idea.
With this
And
fact
you
Or
kept-
maybe
that
they
Master-
just want
I
to give
I
this
feel like that
comp
is the question that I have here. Like
some
they're
bans
making
out
a
of the way. I
concession
don't
in
fucking
terms
know.
of, they're maybe not playing their best composition for this dungeon, trying to.
I
Put
feel like
themselves
there's
in a
other
position
things
where
you could have
Polish Mountain
run.
Makes a mistake, they would maybe be able to capitalize on it. But now you're adding a.
These
very
are when the
unknown
matches get boring.
variable
When you know one
into
team
your
just
respective
lost a
ready
minute
pool.
in.
Well,
Well,
I
like-
don't know.
Warrior
We've
that we haven't
seen
seen play
Yeah, a little
this
high
season
chance
by
to
the
lose, I
team
guess. Yes.
Is that really the thing that you have the most practice on?
Have we
Heroes
seen
of
any
War?
crazy
Likely
comebacks
answer is
yet?
No. And it's just
Right,
tough.
right.
I think that being flexible, this MDI, is incredibly advantageous, and I think that is one of the most
No, I
important
don't think
things,
so.
is having
But there were some
a bunch of
opportunities for some
specializations
crazy
in
guys.
your
Like if
bag,
you would have
but also
combined
making sure that you never
two
make a
different
mistake on
games
them.
into one game, there would have been
Yeah,
an opportunity for a
it's
team that
tough
wiped early
line
on to come
to
back
walk
because another
for
team
those
also
teams.
wiped later.
I think if you're Sun Spellbook and you looked at that Magister's Tears, that Polish Mountain clocked in, and you think your route is not good enough to contend, then
They
your
were
smartest
struggling on this
play
polls.
What
is
we
to
need
play
right
for
now
that
is
three,
some
right?
crazy
If that
DC
means
or
you
some.
have to protect the Brewmaster.
crazy
and
reason.
I mean,
majority of
if they do
Druids,
like
that is how
the
your
full
bans
pull
are working
all the way
out,
to the second
then
boss,
that just means you're
like I feel
essentially
like maybe there's an
forfeiting
oppority there for something
this
to go
first
wrong.
map. And
Yeah, maybe.
I think there could have been more elegant ways to do this than maybe coming in and farming 7 deaths on that second pack of the dungeon. But it's certainly going to be putting them on a real hard
Can you spell reflect anything in this dungeon?
trajectory for the serious as they are going up against Polish Mountain. Now, I will
Not
say,
as far as I know.
the one thing that could still turn this back into the favor of the books is Polish Mountain's route is crazy. You know that. There's giant
Say elegant
pulls
with a
that
J?
they're doing, which to
Yeah,
the
nothing
eye
She speaks
doesn't
multiple
look like
languages.
it
I'm gonna.
should be
I
possible,
want to
but
like
they
watch
did
I like
Sky's
it.
damage on every
So-
boss to see if I
Something a
see
little
it
wrong.
spike
There
up
could always
suddenly.
be something going wrong with a pull like that. You're never really secure with them.
Can you
and
spell
that
reflect
is
that
just where we
tyrant
need to put
shit?
our focus to see if
That'd
we
be
can get
sick.
through this
But even
unscathed.
then, that would be
In theory, if
pointless.
you do wipe to
Like,
that
it
pull,
doesn't
you-
save you time.
They lose the dungeon actually, as it turns out. That because that pull is while the Synth spellbook.
Yeah, maybe they
one
have some crazy
was
tech, but
catastrophic,
I don't know.
Like,
pulling
there's
everything
just got to be a
into the
reason you
Galeas
play
room,
2 fucking
and
warriors
if you
in
ended
this
up like
dungeon.
losing your
There's
end
gotta
farm
be.
from your bear and wiping to that pull, it's impossible to actually redo that pull. I think is
Reflect stuff
something
on
that you have to be
tentacle
thinking about.
boss.
But for Polish Mountain here, this is the part. This is
I
the
don't even know
moment
if it does
in time where they
damage,
need
and
to
even if it
just
does, I don't even know if that's
make
like
sure that
a
they
big
don't
deal.
make mistakes, even if they sacrifice a little bit of time. I think the biggest thing is like making sure that they don't make. I wouldn't even say a medium mistake. I think a medium mistake they still
Guys,
win,
who
but very
adds
large
all
mistake.
these
Like, they need to avoid
Gooner
fights,
emotes?
at
It
this
can't
point, and
be
they are
me.
going. And the thing with the MDI is you still have to kind of play your strategy because you haven't prepped on what does offensive cooldowns, what does defensive cooldowns look like whenever you try to, do an additional pull or you're breaking things up. Things actually can get harder if you don't have your cooldowns for specific packs, and so sometimes going faster does end up making things easier because then you're allowed to press your Zephyr, you're allowed to press your anti-magic zone.
Added
you're allowed
by
to
Hope
press every
Flags.
single
Nope.
offensive And try to
Yeti
power
down!
through this Spellbreaker Runic Glaive pack. At the same time,
Oh, shit.
there is still.
I told you, dude.
This is where the comeback happens.
Those things.
I told you.
Yite going down for
Oh,
Polish
no.
Mountain. He costs them a battle res. They're not
One
going
step
to
at a
fight through
time.
this pull, but now that opens up the possibility if there's a death.
This is why I
on
think
Kyo
they
or
should
Tankiers
allow
on a future pull or potentially
for
a boss,
offense to happen.
That's how
Like
Sunspell
Mario
gets
Kart,
back
just like
into the game.
fucking. Send a red
shell the other
down
team?
at the enemy
I
team. Yeah.
totally agree.
Fucking
You-
stun the
if your
healer real
route
quick. Oh
hinges
no.
on sending all cooldowns
Killmaug
into
is getting
a
stunned
pack,
here.
and then
What?
you are unable to
Their
make
team
it
needs
for
their healer
whatever
bad.
reason, that might just be the difference.
That would be so
maker.
fucking
Yeah.
hype.
Spellbook farmed 7 deaths, yes, but it didn't lose a whole lot of CDs with it, right? Their dungeon route didn't become impossible, which would be
I'm trying to think if
the case
there's any way you
happens
could
to Polish
incorporate a
Mountain.
mechanic
Now,
where
we're
you had
talking
some
on a
effect
lot
on
of
the other team.
conditionals here. This
that
is
wouldn't
not
just be,
necessarily
like,
something
sad.
that we're expecting
devastating,
to see.
but, like-
This team has been super clean.
Bro,
We
it'd be
saw
like
them against Mandatory
Enfos
this
War. You ever play
morning, even though
Enfos?
they weren't able
Warcraft 3
to
map?
take any maps from
Absolute
them,
banger.
they still looked really
I do
good.
not
They
remember.
didn't have any major issues.
Damn,
It
only
was just
very low Gs
mostly
know
a
about
routing
Enfos.
differential between those two teams. And we know that their routing still is
It was
Dorky, what's
essentially
that
a
monk's
map
healer's
where
name again?
so that one death, I think,
Killmaug.
just kind of take on the chin. Anything else could be a problem, but let's take a look.
Are you trying to pronounce the healer's name?
We did
Yeah.
see them have
Yeah.
a bunch
It's
of
just
deaths to this
Kiyoma.
point in
Kiyoma
the
OG.
dungeon back when we saw
Yeah.
them in this dungeon.
In the same way that it was
Those
Kiyoma
replays
Drew
are no
last
joke. It's probably one of
Yeah.
the
last dungeon,
most
and Hopeful
damage
tried to say
output
like
ability in the entire dungeon.
Kyoma Drew or some
Royden
shit
has
where
2 stacks of that Runic
Kyoma
Blade
Drew.
God. I mean, this is a huge point of contention. Like, if you've ever done this key on live, if you're in a pug, this is where the HPS check gets real. And even if you're doing this key on live, this is very likely your Bloodlust pull. These teams are doing this dungeon on a 17 with they don't just have the 2 Spellbreakers, they have like 4 sometimes in this pull, and they don't have their Bloodlust available for them, which is kind of crazy to think about what level it's being done on and how many of those Runic Glaive dots are being put onto those players. Both Sin Spellbook and Polish Mountain have been able to defeat that very dangerous trash, and Sky is running, grabbing a couple of mobs that's going to be pulled in a Serenal Sunlash. As you look on
Dorky,
the
it
left
should
side
be
of your
us
screen,
competing in
Polish
here.
Mountain, they've almost downed and dispatched that boss, and I think
Yeah,
that
what
there's
about
only
sick?
one more point in
That'd
time.
been
Oh
sick.
my
Get a
god,
couple hundred bucks.
the reverse gate.
Couple
That was
hundred.
not- Yep.
Couple
I didn't see
Guy
thou.
just
Anyway,
The ping coming
gave it
out.
backwards.
I think
a
there's
little bit
only
of an oopsie
Yeah,
there.
ping.
So just to set this up, after this boss for Polish Mountain, they are going to be doing one pull into Galeas.
I
It
took a
is the
peek backwards, I
last
missed
point
that.
of tension for Polish Mountain where they have a chance to lose. If they're able to deal with this next pull and they don't die, basically if they don't wipe to it, they are going to be winning this map. That is kind of the current situation here.
All right, let's take a look. They have finished channeling. Here they go. Tankirsh is going to be bravely
finals is best
stepping
of
ahead
5,
of the
right?
team, and it all hinges on
Yeah.
the Guardian Druid as
Yeah,
they
for
are able
for
to
this stage,
do
yeah.
this pull. There's a lot of
I think-
aggro
or no,
you
he's a
need
best
to
of 7.
hold.
We're not
Your
competing?
healer
I don't
also
want
needs
to.
make sure they're
For-
not
And also I
actually
can't.
pulling healer aggro, so that
There's
can
only
be a
7.
very real scary thing
Yep.
for those teams. But they are on their way, and like you mentioned, we're going to be walking. This
It's a
is
best
the
of 5,
classic
7
Polish
potential
Mountain.
maps,
How much
because
do
2 can
you
be
want
banned,
to
right?
pull
Yeah, I guess
yes
maybe that's
kind
what-
of
yeah, that's what I'm
style that
thinking of.
we've been seeing in dungeons time and time
Alright, here
again.
comes
Because
Polish Mountain.
while I am talking,
This is
they're
where-
also still going, and now we're not
Probably
going
the
to
last
be
part
pulling
where you
one.
potentially
We're
wipe.
going to be pulling 2 of those
Maybe they
void
fucked up the
callers,
skip at
which
the end.
in itself seems
Maybe they
illegal, but here's
accidentally
everything.
snap a
Yeah, it's
mob.
speed
Polish
dungeons for
Mountain,
MDI.
no bloodlust,
Because of
just
BlizzCon.
cooldowns and vibes.
Yeah, and there's a couple of mobs that are very dangerous in this pull. First and foremost, the Tyrant. The amount of damage that's being taken by
Okay,
the
this is
tank
way
here
too easy with,
is insanely,
Mistweaver.
insanely
Like, how
high.
could he
He's in that
possibly lose?
Incarn. He's basically going to be very durable versus. Then there's 2
Yep.
of these Shadow Void Callers,
Literally one
which
button.
summon a lot of Voidlings, but then they also heal themselves and pulse on the entire group for an insane amount of AoE damage. And that, we have reached a critical mass in terms of our Mistweaver Monk's output. They're just spamming.
If you put enveloping
spamming,
mist on
over and
somebody,
over
does it
again,
make them
and
take
able
more
to heal the
healing from
entire
ancient
party for Polish
teachings?
Mountain, global over global to full.
From all
At the
healings,
same
you
time,
know?
this is the only
I mean,
push
I
that's
don't
know.
difficult. You're allowed to press your
30%
anti-magic
increase
gun.
healing
You're allowed to
receive.
press your Zephyr.
Oh, that
Your
was
Life
20%.
Cocoon. Every single defensive is allowed to
What
be
are their
pressed here
talents?
because you know after this point in time, the rest of the dungeon is going to be
Mist
less
wrapped or some shit like
strict
that.
than this. So you're just multiplying and stacking.
Well, I
all
guess
of your
that's already
offensive and
counting the
defensive
20%.
cooldowns together because you know that
Or
this
counting
is the only
10%.
point of time that matters.
That's right. One big factor here is that heal absorb that keeps getting applied onto Tankirsh. So Kioma needs to really make sure that every single time that goes out. while
MDI
there's
is
damage
kinda
coming
boring.
out
I am
from
here
the
for
Void
the
Caller,
hopeful
he's
leaks.
just instantly topping that.
Hopefully,
tank.
any
Now,
leaks?
great news. They have started
Name a
the
topic. I
RP
probably have
to
some
actually get
leaks.
onto the playing field, and we're just going to be tagging this guy into the Void Caller because it doesn't really matter. We already
Hopefully
dealt
Campy
with
wants
so
to farm
much
drama, but
danger in
you don't
this
even
pack
helping
already
leak.
that
It's
they're
'cause
just
you
going
gotta
to
contribute.
keep on
I'm
going.
in the
Your
middle
Void
of some
Caller
drama, or
dropping
like
lower and
people
lower. You do
trust me
want
with
to finish
drama,
this one off.
so I
You're in
can't
the
say
middle
it,
of
and
it?
they
So
trust
those
me
void
with
terrors
it.
are kept being
Oh
You
my
know?
god.
But you
I'm
have
the
to, you have
tea
to walk
guy.
a fine line.
Spellbook
You
is
have
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
able to leak a little bit of it
I
to
mean, for
cultivate.
me, looking at this is just
Yeah,
Polish
but if
Mountain
I
is
leak
actually-
more
they've
than I'm
already made
allowed
the
to, people won't
absolute
give me the
most
tea, and
pressure.
then
I know, but
personally
that's
I'll
what,
get
you have to
less
leak at
drama.
least a
We
little
know
bit,
that
or else
they
there's no
play
drama
so
left.
well. Instead of
If
going
you keep
for
everything
the
secret,
whole
then there's no
enchilada
drama.
that
Okay,
we
let's
saw
name a
from
topic.
Holy
I might
Mountain,
leak. I may
where
have some
they
tea.
ended up pulling every single mob since
Yeah,
Level 3
the-
two separate pulls. It is a
Why-
lot
why,
safer of a
the Echo
strategy, but it
team,
is
they-
significantly
those guys
slower.
left?
For Polish Mountain here, they have a couple of more difficult points, but the
Can't just
difficult points
laugh.
are making sure these Void Walkers don't shadow bolt somebody, right? And then making
Thought we
sure
went
they
over
have
this
their CC
already.
Chain. It's no longer the most treacherous.
Yeah, but if he
of
asks you
pulls,
again, maybe you'll
that
accidentally
are-
leak
that are in
better
front
parts
them,
of it.
And they are going to be having their Bloodlust here in 35 seconds for that last boss.
What was it? Caught rid of Mugsy? Gingy caught it more than me.
Massive.
All right, give
pull
us
from Polish
give us
Mountain.
some
This
leaks
is why we're
about
so excited to
liquid
see it
roster
the first
changes for
time
next year.
That we actually did
We got
see it. It
Cryptix,
seems
'cause Atlas
so
lift.
impossible, but they make it
Okay.
look so easy. Now,
That's about it.
What's Cryptix been
That
doing
is
for the
the
last
big
few
thing.
years?
factor
rating an
in
ID?
this
Rating an ID.
dungeon, but that doesn't mean
And now he's just
they're
just
super
feeling
safe
it
from
again?
here on out, right?
Got the
I
patch
think
back?
it's
Still happen to
I
them.
guess.
It's
I
not
mean,
all
we needed
over
a melee
just yet,
player,
since
so
Spellbook have,
got him.
Although probably a minor chance.
Oh, Mavie left
on their
too.
way back here, but it is
Well, got
all
kicked.
on Polish Mountain messing up. That's what they're
Damn,
hoping
you
for
actually
right
put
now.
the
Keep
you put the
watching
dramatic
it.
flair on
You're
that
not gonna
one.
put it like
He-
that.
Hey, you
sorry,
know
I
what,
should
things
clarify.
are
He
gonna
got
happen,
kicked.
but
Well, it was in
minor
his tweet.
mistakes
That's
can
why I
happen.
thought about it.
Minor
Yeah,
mistakes
that's
can
true.
go into a chain
He
of
was upfront about that.
reactions. It's possible.
And it's more
Polish
spicy to
Mountain
say
is
it, even though it's like
full
known out
2-minute
there, so it's
boss
not
ahead
like
of
me
Sense
leaking
Spellbook right
anything.
now.
Okay,
Like,
but if you
that's
didn't
gotta-
say anything, would you have said
just
that?
know that they are a full 2-minute boss.
If
ahead.
what?
Like Polish Mountain are on top of the fact that
If
they
maybe
have
didn't
1
say
minute
he got let
35
go, I
seconds
wouldn't have
depth
said that,
differential.
no.
Well, sorry, 1 minute
That's
30 seconds
crazy.
depth differential in their favor. So they're currently 3.5 total minutes.
I feel like the writing was on the
real
wall
time
when
ahead of where Sin Spellbook are.
it
So
became
something
obvious that
that
like
for
even if
Force
Resto Shaman was meta, they were
Mountain,
going to
for
play
Sin Spellbook
like
come back, it would have to go
Dry Neon Resto
Well,
Shaman.
maybe he's been an analyst for the last 2 years.
And they are
No,
going
that's the
for a
thing, is,
very
like,
large pull here.
if you're
Look at that
strictly an
Bear Druid.
analyst,
his Incarn is available,
then-
and that is the
Yeah,
go
you're on the
button
chopping block.
for a
Yeah.
massive pull. Every single time that Incarn comes up in any single dungeon, that is the button that we are waiting for the team to be looking to pull as many mobs as possible, because that Bear Druid, he becomes immortal to
Being
pretty
put
much
as
all
an
damage,
analyst is
and then
like
it's about,
when you're in a
what's gonna
guild
be
and
killing
they're
your
like, oh,
DPS.
you
Is
know,
anything gonna be able to kill
we'll
your
slide you
DPS?
in on one of the later
In this
bosses or
pull for
whatever.
Polish Mountain, it seems
But that
very
never
unlikely.
happens.
A lot of the damage
I mean,
that's coming out
there's
here,
definitely some
Field
guys that
Absorbs
are
on the
just
tank,
straight up
You know, you do
analysts.
have
Like
some
they know
shredders
they're
that
not
will
going
dip
to
on the players
play.
occasionally.
Well, yeah,
That's
but those guys were
occasionally.
initially
Neither of
Yeah.
those things are very dangerous.
signed up
For
as
Polish Mountain here, it's
analysts,
just gonna be
not
able-
like
it's gonna be about
put into
keeping
the
their
analyst
tank alive.
position. There's a pretty big
And
difference.
one minor thing that they do here that I want to call attention to is when they start this pull, the Void Terrors are in a position where they can just line with the pillar. And that means they're not going to. be
Dorky, drop some
passing
tea.
for
I know you
another
got some.
20-ish seconds while they are.
Bro, I don't got
dealing
no
with
tea.
these
I don't even know
which
anyone.
Makes it
Drop
so
some
much
tea.
safer because you just
Make it
let
up.
that
Nobody can
cast
tell.
through,
Okay,
Make it
well,
up.
give me like
and then that
The
mob
potty
is going
seat.
to
Like a
walk
situation.
out, because
Yeah,
the
Some
potty
tea
seat.
about the potty
Hydro will
seat.
Potty
keep on
seat.
recasting, so very
Who's your
nicely
least favorite
done.
guest you've ever had on the
Hydro
potty
Yep.
seat?
utilizing this, we saw this the first time as well.
I'd like to know
Just,
that.
you know,
And you
skip
can't
it
say
out
me
with
that's a
Warp
cop-out
Portal
answer.
here. Then our DK is going to be gripping the
Why
Void
not?
Terrors.
You're
Because
definitely
that's
up
an
there.
easy answer.
Are just
It's
going
gotta
to
be somebody that would be
boarding up. They have
offended.
that shadow
Yes.
step kind of ability. So
I don't know.
whenever
We
you
don't
pull
have
those
many
shredders,
guests
they
on
just
Potty
I can
Seat,
list them all if you
to
want.
be honest.
Yeah, they'll just go down the list of videos.
I'll go down the list. You say, when I say a name, you say, I
Alright.
hate that guy.
Polish
Okay.
Mountain are on
Okay.
their
Okay, hold on, I gotta
victory
pull up the
lap
list.
here on the Gentress, trying to finish out this boss.
What was the most
do you mean
awkward
by
potty seat episode you
they
ever
appear behind
recorded?
You don't
like
need to
ghosts
ask.
from the
Nope,
past?
no.
Okay, I'm going down. You ready?
I'm not gonna go into
After I
Okay,
answer that.
Yeah,
You
sure.
know, the people were wondering. Me being the people.
Ramirez.
here, I think.
that. I was gonna say, are you the people?
No, I am the people.
You're just gonna say like nothing? if
Why
you
too
like them?
long to that?
Well,
Holy
no,
shit!
Yeah.
I mean,
Bloodlust has been
you
pressed,
said
like
if
you said.
say something
They
if
do have
you
the
Okay.
don't
Void
like him. I mean,
Terror.
Mirez?
They just
Say
really
about
don't
him.
get the
Scarizard?
interrupt kicked by the Void Terror. That is the last major point of
oh, it's
failure.
gold. You
For a
guys don't
plus
get that many
17
guesses.
at 289 item level with players
see.
that are at
Growl?
this skill level. This boss should be fairly
Ooh.
automatic. The only thing that
Okay,
can possibly
go on.
cause
Ooh,
conflict
nothing else?
is letting those fears go off. And the
No.
boss, 57%.
Meg?
Bloodlust is going to be fading here, and this is going
Tobo?
to feel
Huge fan of
very
Meg.
automatic by Polish Mountain. This is
No.
kind of what we expected whenever we were talking about it on the pre-series.
Although I will say
review.
the Tobo
Zyro
episode
said that
sucked,
he
so
thought for Sinsfeld to win this
there's
series
that.
Because of
it was going to
Tobo?
be a reverse sweep.
Well, I mean,
God
there's just
dang
not
With
much
that,
to really
whenever
like
we're looking at their
talk
composition, it
about.
would
Like
make
I don't know.
sense that
Anytime we
Flames
try to
would
bring
reverse
on like a
sweep.
race
And
war
for Polish
first
Mountain, they
guest,
bust
it's like,
out
well, I
what
mean,
we
like
kind of think is the
Oh, so you
magic
hit
of
mine
the
too.
First
seasons
situation, like-
MDI, and they proved that they
What?
have an
You hated my
excellent
podcast
Magister's
'cause I was
Terrace.
on it?
Only one death to Yete.
Well, that one
earlier,
was at
and
least a little
that's not even
interesting
gonna
'cause, you know,
cause
we talked about
problems.
League of
It was
Legends a
only
bit, and-
15 seconds. It was only a flash in the
I don't
You
pan.
know.
remember what we talked about?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
All right,
Wow.
whose
Wow.
side?
Yeah.
Hold on. Whose
Yeah.
side did you
Out
take
here while
in the
Sen
Jack
Spellbook's
and
having
Ellesmere
some more issues
episode?
Oh,
on the
Jack for
right-hand
sure.
side, but it
Yeah, I guess
doesn't
that's a big
seem
one.
to
Yeah, I hated
matter
Ellesmere on it,
anymore,
but
as Polish
well, I didn't
Mountain
hate him on it
is
because I thought he was a
stomping
great
Damn, you just
guest
came
to
out
have
and said it.
to antagonize.
Orlando,
in.
But the
this
thing is,
match
like,
has been
you know,
over since minute 1, so we
Ellesmere
haven't
says
been
the most
commentating on
healer
it.
shit
With no
possible.
additional mobs on
And
here,
he's just like,
there's
oh,
really
my
not
add-ons,
much
like,
that
oh, I
could
care so much
give
about my
you
add-ons. Like,
any
man,
trouble
grow up. Fucking,
whatsoever, and
we've
they
lost our
know
add-ons,
that
not a
they
huge
just
deal.
need to keep on
I'm playing healer right now
here
without
and out,
add-ons, and it's
that
fine.
is
I mean, he
going
cared
to
so
go
much he
into
invented
their
his own
favor.
fucking
They
add-on.
need to win one more map
Yeah.
though to really
I feel like he put his money where his
eliminate
mouth was.
Sen Spellbook that are standing between them.
Okay,
So I
who
guess
was in the
that
wrong?
was the big one.
But here's that
Who was in the wrong in the
1-0.
JPC drama, Nerf drama?
Here it is indeed. Our first map of the lower finals goes to Polish Mountain. And it's up to Spellbook
I mean,
to
Nerf, I
pick it up
guess.
or lose
Okay,
their
don't say
shot
I guess,
at the
stand
finals
strong.
in BlizzCon.
Yep.
We had a
Well,
feeling
I mean, it
offense
was
sitting.
kind of
Monsters
like
Terrace was going to go the
it
way of
was
Polish Mountain.
both
But I'm happy
you,
to say,
JPC,
since
and
Spellbook still
Nerf, I
tightened
would
up
say.
some
Me?
things,
I didn't do anything!
yesterday, for
I
example.
think it was hopeful.
You were instigating.
I did not instigate. I said focus up because we were
You
gonna not time the
absolutely-
key.
Oh,
I said
come on.
log. I said focus up. How is that instigating?
No.
Polish Mountains' run is crazy.
All right, who was
They were
responsible?
so
Hopeful. Who was
quickly,
responsible
they
for
were able to do
the
just
breakup
that.
of
And
the
we
group
also
with
knew that this was
Yoda
not
and JPC
necessarily
last
the map
season?
that was gonna go into Sen
Oh,
Spellbook.
man.
They did.
Ooh,
Looks
I
like
remember
they
that.
also knew that based
Oh,
on the comp
man.
that they played. Now the big thing is because they played such a weird comp.
Yeah, it
That was
an
one of the
equal
most
they
game.
were
awkward.
able to
That was
back
yeah.
out
That was one of the
Warrior,
most
the
awkward
Bot
clips I've
Warrior,
ever watched.
and probably
Because
the
you could
White
hear
clip?
people
Paladin, or
laughing
maybe the
awkwardly.
Warlock, I'm not
The
really
one
sure
where,
they feel like,
I
but that
think
was
it was
have
you that was
access
making
to
the comment
full,
about
strong power
Always
of
me.
that guardian,
AoEing
Mist
on-
Monk,
You're like, oh, I thought
augmentation
those
zone
things
to
like
devour Demon Hunter
didn't need to
and
die or
Holy
some
Trinket.
shit.
We have
Why were
just
you
been seeing
pressing
on those
the button on
really
that
important
and
keys, and I think
like
that's
hitting
what
those
has
ads? I thought
happened
last
for
week
them.
you said those things
We'll definitely
didn't need
see.
to
I
die
mean,
or
it makes
some
sense,
shit,
and
and
we'll see if
then
that's where they end up going
like
when
you started
those
getting
bans come in. But
defensive,
before that,
and then you could
we
tell
have
everyone
Dragos,
started like
Dragos,
laughing
your
awkwardly about
perspective.
shit,
Excuse
but
me,
like some
Zyro,
people
excuse me,
weren't
we have Zyro,
kidding, and it was
who's
like,
been
oh
our
god.
analyst.
I can
I mean,
see where
JVC
this is
is
going.
kind of right
We got
though in that
Zyro, who's
situation.
been
'cause
our
I have no
analyst
clue
this
what
time
you're
around.
talking
Like, if
about.
you
by the
don't-
way.
Zyro, what were you
If you
saying?
don't
It was
send
an
your
eco
DP,
dump.
like what are you gonna do with it?
Yeah.
You
What
just
was
have
it? It
like,
was-
you just need to, like sit on it.
This was expected.
Yeah, there was
right? Like,
something that there
looking
was some
at the
like
stats
cooldown
on
he
this
pressed to
dungeon,
kill
Polish
because it was the
Mouse
pull
speed
after
was
first
on
boss.
average about a minute fast.
Yeah,
than what we
basically
saw from
how the way it
Spellbook.
works is for
And
Unholy
the
Decay,
comps
you have
were
45-second cooldowns and
vastly
you have a minute
different,
30
right?
cooldown,
Polish
right?
Mountain definitely had the superior
He sent
comp in
his minute
dungeon.
30
That doesn't make
earlier.
the run any less impressive. It
His
was a super
45s
clean
came
run,
up
but it was also
as
about a minute
they
slower
were
than the fastest
grouping the
run we've
mobs.
seen from them this
So
week.
he sent his 45
they
so
weren't
that it
really
would
trying to
come
go
back
for anything
up
special
again for his
either.
130s,
Since Spellbook
right?
I like that MDIG.
kinda
But obviously
just
he like ripped
put it
aggro or
into
whatever
it
while
right
he
with
was
the
sending
first
his
pull of the
45s
dungeon. Since
DT.
Spellbook actually got seen
And
by
Yoda got upset or
Spellbooks
whatever. Yoda
in
was
this
like, no,
key,
like,
which is
why
kind
did you
of
send your
ironic.
cooldowns there? Like,
But yeah, I mean, Polish
what are we
Mountain
doing?
continuing the clean play that we've seen from them
And
all
then
weekend.
JPC was trying to explain that, like,
They
you
just
know,
really
like, what
kind
the
of
fuck is he
look
gonna do? He needs to send his
unstoppable,
45s,
but
right?
Mix identified a very important point for the
Which
rest of this series,
I actually
right?
agree with.
Polish
Like, what the fuck are you
Mountain
gonna do
used
if you
a lot
don't
of
send your
those
45s?
power
Although
picks
he
in
shouldn't
this
have ripped
first
aggro.
piece, and Spellbook used almost none of them. So they'll have the whole range of
Hopefully, what do you think
super
about that?
strong
Since
tanks
you're
I
an
do
arcade
not
main
remember
player.
that one bit.
whereas Polish Mountain have to start
Okay, but like
cutting out
in
some of
that
them
in that
now.
circumstance,
And with the maps
I
that
mean,
we
he
have
just needs to
left in
send
the series,
45s
if
without
Sarah
ripping
coming
aggro,
in
yeah.
First, you know you have to use the Auga
Yeah.
Bunker. So if we do go to a game 3, Polish Mountain
Like, find the
won't have
best way to
Auga
send them
Bunker.
and get value
So
without.
Polish Mountain are really
like, yeah, getting
kind of
aggro.
on notice. I almost feel like they have to win this pit of Saran, otherwise they're going to be on their heels going.
but also I
into,
guess sending that
into Winter's
DT is
Fire.
kind of useless either way.
You know, I mean, it's definitely where that pressure
kinda
is
fucked on
on,
your ZDs.
and especially when we were kind of looking, even coming into it, that possibly we were seeing something like that with that sort of
Nice
shooting
fence.
towards
That's
reverse sweep,
what you should
where
do in that
Sen
situation.
Spellbook was probably
It's
setting
both of
themselves
their
up for
fault. Like,
this
they need to
first one,
talk and
did so heavily lean
get it, like,
into
on the
favor
same
of Polish
page.
Mountain.
He
But
needs to get
Tunnel
value out of
knowing
his
that and
CDs if
kind
he
of
can,
returning
and
to
he
the
needs to
discussion
not
we
pull
were
a
having
threat.
about
And
specs they
you
might
work
pick.
together to make that not
With
happen.
this next map, Pit of Saran, how do you think that they need to set themselves up on the side?
Have
of
I
Sen
blown up
Spellbook
every
for
single
success?
M
Yeah,
plus
it's
team
kinda
I've been a
interesting.
part
So,
of?
Specs are OP in Dungeon.
Yes.
Air Druid Auguvoker, right? Like I think that those are probably
Legendary,
Mandatory
I
included.
didn't blow up.
Obviously, Departing
Mandatory's
is really good.
thriving.
But I think you can get away without playing with the.
Not
I
mandatory,
left and they
you
won
want you.
TGP with
You're looking at
Soda.
specializations that save you the most time, and I think.
Yeah, and
TGP
wherever
is
you know.
Druid, and it's actually that. devout.
Okay,
So
but that's
Polish
not my
Mountain do that.
fault.
They have
Or-
to make a
Okay, it's not your
They
fault. Okay.
What do you
end up
mean that
standing
they
out
were
here.
thriving when I
They have to
left?
save that
Butterfly
There's
effect.
Not really much of a choice. So now they're gonna
The
be
butterfly
on
effect.
Your tier 2 tank, which does
There is some
significantly
juicy drama
less
there that I
damage
can't
than
say, but all good.
ultimately. And for
What?
Spellbook,
Don't
that
say
kind
it.
of opens up
Juicy
the
drama around the
flexibility,
butterfly
especially in
effect?
the dungeon,
Not around mandatory.
as high mob density as
Oh.
Petsaron, where you're like, you really
Can we
want
get
that
like a hint
uncapped
of what you're not
engage.
telling us?
So
Yeah, you gotta let us on.
I mean, every
At least-
member's not there
Also
but
talking about
Maystein.
this during the dungeon as well.
And we think that's okay. So
Plus,
that's the
everything
dramatic part.
clearly signals that
Yeah.
Spellbook picked the weaker
see.
There's
comp
good
in
reason
order
for
to
it.
take it to map 3. Now, Tettles was saying he thinks that's just not generally a good
I will
tech.
say I felt
think we haven't
of
seen
all
it
the
work
people
out
in
yet,
the
but it could be
situation
good tech. I'm really
surrounding
curious on
mandatory,
what
I think
you
the person I
Sarah.
felt the worst for was Stove,
I 100%
Yeah,
agree
me
that's
too.
what happened here. I think
because I think he just
Well,
kind of
he's
got
doing
like,
threes right now.
throwing this
He's
dungeon
literally
yeah,
because they
but I
know
don't think
Polish
that's what he
Mountain
wants
is
to
Number
be
one is
doing.
Raider
a
Isle.
lot faster in this
I
game.
think
don't
he
know.
wants to be doing the
It's like
MDI.
the smartest play, putting yourself
I feel like he's
intentionally
probably
on
pretty
that
happy where
point
he is.
right away,
No,
but
he wanted to do a stream team
I
with
think it's
me.
their best
He was
chance to
DMing me
win
about
the
it.
series, right? Like they
Yeah.
they don't have to use any other power picks. We saw Polish
Yeah.
Mountain bend on
Like,
the
he's got
Guardian
more
picks. They don't
content
have
going
that
on
for the
now
next two
than-
maps. If we
No,
go
he
Guardian
did
picks,
want
they're
to
Sure,
do
but-
really, really good in
Yeah.
the next 2 keys. There's mass
There's
pulls
just a
in both of
mindset you
these
get
dungeons,
into
so I think
with
this is Sin
tournament
Spellbook's
play
best path to
where
victory.
Clearly,
the
they
live
have given some
leaderboard
thought,
just
and they
stops
have
mattering to
weighed
you.
that this, even if it
And-
hasn't
Yeah.
worked
Of
out
course,
yet
but I
for
mean,
other
like,
teams,
right
may
now,
be
I'm
the
sure
way
he's
that they
still,
can
like,
just get Polish
enjoying his
Mountain to
time.
kind of stumble when they
I mean,
have
there's
just
certainly
been
worse
running at
situations you could
full
be in, but
speed so far through
I
this
think when you get
MDI.
to that
Now,
point,
each of these
you're
teams,
just like,
it's
I just
huge
want
for them whether or
to,
not
I
they
want
make
to
it through.
win
They'll be
WoW
facing off with
tournaments, and
mandatory,
if
but
you're
they've
not,
also
if you
secured
don't even
a
get to
place
compete,
in the season 1 finals,
you
this
just
is
feel
going
like
to
you
be Polish
got
Mountain versus Send
fucking
Spellbook. It's
scammed,
match point
basically.
for Polish Mountain. Can Send Spellbook bring it home, Tettles?
Wow,
feel that's
hate
basically
this call
where
for Polish Mountain in this game.
JPC's at.
What
You know,
in
he's
the
JPC just
world?
doesn't want to play.
All right.
Well, he's been through all the
talk about
top, right? Like,
infinite time gain in here.
Yeah.
Like,
he had high pass.
I-
He played with the best
we're
teams in the
busting out
world.
the
Even
Surf
played with
Hunter. Like, I
Echo.
don't hate Surf Hunter rep
Lost.
This
He's
just
won
feels like
Race
it's
War
Lost.
first.
kind of
Lost.
what we saw from the Skyreach from Polish Mountain.
Yeah, well,
in
alright.
The first series. Of the
You know, he's like he's kind of seen it all, right? So
It's like, all right.
He
So now it's
greenlocked
can't really
for
get
it.
the
He's
same
not
hit.
there anymore.
We're
yeah, like
playing
what,
for
like now he's
Sin
just
Spellbook
back
make
to
a
just
mistake,
doing
which I
high
just-
keys. Like I don't think he cares about that anymore.
Whenever you take agency out of your own hands, I hate
No,
it.
he did care about timing high keys. He would
Yeah.
lock in when
I'm
it was like a rank 1
looking
key.
at
Yeah, I'm sure he
our
would,
Advent
but, like,
timers for the Pit of Sauron because we have
he's
seen
just probably
both
just not his
teams
interest
in here.
anymore.
Now, since Spellbook, they had a really.
I did ask
unfortunate
him about
run
joining our
whenever
team,
we
Dorky,
saw
when we
them
were
in
trying to
here.
find a
They had
fifth,
deaths
and he
really
just
early,
LOL'd
and
me.
that killed their entire run, and they weren't able to finish
Oh
it.
well.
However, we've seen Polish Mountain on what I would argue is close to the meta comp. They were playing Brewmaster, Restoration Druid, Augmentation Evoker, Unholy DK, Devourer, Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
And Tankish is going to be able to live here. Hello? Oh,
With
what?
the
Like a
exclamation
scary
point.
moment there for
Yeah.
a second, but able to top himself back up. And they were
That's
super
that JVC
fast. They
shit.
were
He
only
types like a
20
fucking-
He
seconds
types like a
behind.
70-year-old, and
They
it's
had the
crazy.
fastest launch
Yeah, he's like
so
straight up
far
a Facebook
of
mom.
all. And now we're seeing this with interesting choices. I would say we have the Devour Demon Hunter, we have that Brewmaster Monk.
You hear someone say
Everything else
agency,
is a
they're an
little bit
asshole.
different.
They
They're going
buzzwording.
for that full melee
Guys, the
setup.
match started. Why didn't anyone tell
I'm not
me?
sure what the consideration here is. Do they also think it might go to a third map?
We got some custom DPS, I think is the point here. And yeah, like you said, they played that Pitocera run earlier. They played it versus Sin Spellbook.
Okay, so there's no way
and,
Polish Mountain is winning
they
this one,
beat
right?
pretty
They've
good
got a
comp by
fucking
Sin Spellbook. Sin Spellbook, it was
Survival
the map
Hunter,
to,
Red Paladin.
Yesterday
They do
in
seem
one
to
of
be on a
the-
throwaway
Master
comp
Monk.
at the moment,
But
but
for Polish
Yeah.
Mountain,
'Cause, I mean,
their
that seems like
composition
that
is
was
so
what
different that I think that their
Spellbook was going
strategy
for.
Is this
Although
I
throwaway?
don't
They
know.
played this
Yeah,
comp in
yeah.
Skyreach.
had been
I was
doing
gonna say, I mean, you
previously in
do.
this
I feel like
run.
you do get some good Resto Shaman buff value here.
It's
Yeah, it's not a
gonna be
throwaway comp. They
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
played
no, I
this
mean,
in
it's
Skyreach.
definitely not-
Curious
Okay, but I mean, this is
about
definitely gonna
the
be
big polls, right? We're seeing some of
in
them on
Spellbook's
screen right now,
favor.
where you also need to deal with that gargoyle.
I will say, of all the
Like a
dungeons where I would
necromancer
want to play
on top of it,
Mistweaver, I feel
a
like
Greyblade
Pit would be number
or the
one.
Dreadpool's Lich that you're seeing on
Yeah,
Sense
I mean,
Spellbook's
like,
site right
Spellbook
now.
is clearly
Those
ahead
are
right now.
really the pulls that can quickly ruin your run if something goes awry, because then you've sent your cooldowns and you need to regroup everything if you're unable to just finish it out where it is. But so far, it's looking pretty clean for both teams, and Spellbook a little bit higher on the trash percentages, actually a significant amount higher on the trash percentages, as they are setting up to just take it into our Forger here. First boss, 4 cents.
By the way, is this season the biggest comeback for a bunch of shit specs?
You know, the
Wow.
foot ahead.
I mean, this
Historically
season's
suspect.
so good
They
for
were-
like
they were
every
completely
DPS
sending it
spec.
just straight
It's
to
like the
boss.
most
I feel like
balanced since like
half a
Dragonflight
full
season
ahead.
1.
Yeah, maybe a full pull ahead at this point
Yeah.
too. And
Um,
look at this. Not even with the Incarn.
I mean,
here for
what are
Sin
the
Spellbook,
shit
I'm actually
specs
a
that
little bit worried
were-
about Sky's ability to be able to live
Survival,
this much trash
Rat.
on top of the
I mean,
boss.
Survival has
At
had
the same
more
time, he did
meta
press the Survival
seasons
instincts.
than
He
a
is
lot
able
of
to
Sparks
rotate
have. Warrior,
Sparks.
Fury Warrior.
If the trash is killed
I
off
don't
by
know
the
that I
time
would
this
say that Arms
production
and Fury
phase,
are having
Barrel.
like a
okay. Anything past
having
that,
like
and we're
a
little bit
great
concerned
season.
about Sky's
There's a lot
ability
of
to be able to
This is
live.
specs
definitely
right
the
now.
best season for a lot of those specs right now.
And the
Which isn't
Gargoyle
saying
not
much.
in melee range of the entire pack.
Like, to
That
me,
can actually be a decent amount of damage
the-
that is lost onto that gargoyle because you realistically
there
want
should
to be
be.
hitting
There's a
Garfrost
very short
the
list of
entire
DPS
time. If
specs
that
that
target
need
is
to have a
Rodan or
season
potentially
where
even
they're
Dwarven,
like
that is
the
a much
guy,
better
like that
target
they're
for
not.
that kind of ability.
You know, it's like
And
sometimes you'll have
this
seasons
is
like
actually
last
looking very
season
scary for
where
Sin Spellbook
you'll have
here.
some
If
specs
they're
that
able to get through
are
this pull, it will be
like
great.
perma
At the
meta,
same time,
like
they're
DK
still not
or
done with the trash. Sky has now rotated
Beastmaster
through
Hunter,
his Incarn
where
in
you're
his
bringing
second
those
Buxton
to
of this
every
pull.
key.
Here comes that
And then you'll have
plunge.
some guys that are
Need to make
like
sure that that shield is
situational
broken,
meta,
but they're doing a
like
great job of
Havoc
it,
in certain
and that
dungeons
gargoyle
or
will be
Ellie
falling
Shaman in the
momentarily.
other
It is
dungeons.
down now.
And
the thing about Garfrost is just, you
the
can spend a long time
there's
here,
specs like
right?
Rhett or the
If you
DPS
play
Warriors
those
or
stones
Feral
correctly,
who
you don't put
have
them,
never
like,
really
They've
had a
never had
season
spotlight.
spots. You
where
can just
they've
reload
they've
the
definitely
spike
never
for
been
very, very long
perma meta,
distance,
and I don't even know
that's
that they've really had
a
seasons where they were
big
like
area of the
situational
mile
meta,
and
like
doing,
we
like,
bring
a
them
big
in
overtake
Okay, but now
run,
they're
so
actually
that's
at their
a
best.
really good boss to
sort
pull
of, but
some
they're still not
massive
even in
amounts
that.
in Polish
I feel
meta
like they're
die
still
at the
like
same
a
time.
fourth or
Yeah,
fifth
they
best
haven't
spec.
done meta.
I have no clue. That's too far back
And
for me.
so
also
I
take
think
it into
if I'm
the
them,
boss
I'm still
here,
not
but-
happy until I have a season where like
Are we not? Are we
you're
just
building
gonna
the
do it
group
like
around me.
this? Polish Mountain looking
I
to
don't know.
just
I'd be pretty
push
happy right
this
now if I was
full
those shit specs.
natty.
The whole W.
Like Mage,
We thought that
man.
we were going to be playing
Like Mage,
hockey,
Well,
but
no, two
we
seasons,
didn't.
man,
has
where the
been
fuck are they?
historically
We're seeing
an
the,
amazing spec, so we don't
vanilla
talk about
round
it. Who gives a
here.
fuck about
Nothing
me?
in
I
percent.
guarantee
This
you,
is notably
if
not
their
the
defenses
way-
don't get
running.
fixed,
We're
they'll
on
never
our
be
way.
meta
This
again.
is
We're
not
on
the
our
route
way.
they have been playing.
The
Right.
problem with
Like,
mages
this
is
is
they
why
have
it makes it
goldfish
also
brains.
possible
They do
for
not
ours
remember
because
more than 5
Goldfish.
seconds ago.
Goldfish.
5 seconds ago, they weren't meta, therefore they've never been meta.
They will never be meta because of the defensive change.
It's very interesting. I
All right, here we
will
go.
say.
Quote me on that.
It's
Yep.
interesting
Flip
because
this.
they
But
were
you just
meta
do wait.
Before
There'd be
they're
one
done.
season where they're just gonna do like the most damage ever, and then it's like, oh, but what happened to the defensives?
But Polish Mountain,
You can't
I
do
think
the
they're
highest
just
keys because you'll die. It
waiting
doesn't matter how
for a
much damage you'll
defensive
do.
That must have been it on tank.
Doesn't matter, huh?
You'll find a way. You won't.
I mean, the only thing I will say though is because of how tightly they balance the game nowadays, there will never be a situation where Mage will be doing 20% more damage than the overspec.
Exactly. So why take a
So,
mage if it does
that's the only
5%
thing I
more
would agree with.
damage?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the
Yeah.
only thing I would agree with.
Yeah, I mean that's what I
But
mean when I say that. Like I'm taking that into account.
I mean, it's for picks for the last.
There's never going to be a
That's
situation
a
where one
huge-
class does so much more
that's a
damage.
huge-
You could have
I
ended
know.
it
That's a
here.
huge,
You know what I mean?
I mean, they're 2 minutes behind.
Speculation
the point,
that
the point that you're making,
you never
which I think
implied.
the audience
Dude,
needs to understand is that
speculation.
right now 2 minutes.
Polish
behind
Mountain is
are
getting
lost. like that.
fucking gapped
they're-
right
they're
now.
Yeah,
already
I told you,
in
yeah,
that
it's the
fifth
comp
spot.
diff. Like, there's no way
This
this is
is
not a
fucking.
throwaway comp.
This
This,
is a
this,
hard
this isn't
comp.
even a comp diff.
I
Like, there's
swear
no
it's
way
just
a
Bear,
comp
by
diff-
the way. Bear is so
It's
broken.
definitely a comp diff. You telling me Polish Mountain is just not capable of
If you're
getting?
But
Polish
a
what
run
I'm
into
saying is,
that?
I think their
You
route
have
must
to
be
go
like
into
there's
the
something wrong.
series,
They're going to be
look at the
like over a
Magister's
minute
Tears
slower on the
and
first
Sense
boss. There's no way
Spellbook
a
Magister's
comp just
Tears
makes you a
and say,
minute
"Okay, I
faster.
think we got this."
Yeah.
Then
Well,
you
it's
compare
not
Pit
so
of
much
Sarons
just the
and you
comp.
go,
I'm sure they
"Okay,
didn't like really practice the route
Theirs
they
was
normally
really
do.
kind of
this comp as
unfortunate
much.
in a way.
So it's
we
basically a
don't really
throwaway.
know what their real dungeon run looks like, but we expect it to be fast.
Okay.
And then maybe get scared and think they could take this Pit of Sauron. And so what Polish Mountain ended up doing is protecting their best comp for that third map, which is the same thing we
It's
saw
just so
from Sense
tightly
Spellbook
true.
in map 1. So both of our teams have now effectively played a worse comp than they needed to in one team map 1, one team map 2 to bring it
Do you think
all
they
to
ever
map
buff mage
3.
defenses?
Yes.
That there's no other way to describe what we're seeing from Poland.
Oh, if Poron
This is not
complains
their
on
best.
Twitter
This
enough,
is not their
He's
best route.
complained
What happened?
We've
enough.
seen them do much better. It's not due to
I don't
that.
think-
It's
Not
just
He's-
a
he has over 20
difference
tweets at
in how
this
they're
point.
approaching this dungeon.
Precisely, and I think that the easiest way to describe things.
I mean, you
is
see
risk,
death statistics in
They're
Raid,
putting
right?
themselves in a position where they're playing a clean
yeah,
map.
I mean,
The only thing that the only way they actually take
I don't think
down
that really
this
says
series
all
2-0
that
right
much.
now
I
is
think
by
it says
banking on Sin's
a lot
Spellbook
because it's so
losing.
skewed.
But they have so many protected picks.
Like
for the
generally
last
these
map
statistics don't mean
that they
much, but if
believe
it's
that
that skewed one way,
protected
it means
picks would
something.
automatically guarantee them a
it
win.
just means that
in
mage
map
players are
3.
morons.
It's very risky.
Yeah, that's
Because
what
like
that means.
BM
feels like
Hunter,
you're
for example,
conceding a
has
map in a
historically had a
three-map
really
series.
high
But I think it's an evolution
depth
of
statistic.
the spec
It's
of
just
the
because a
Rising
lot
Pool.
of
And I think that the
BM
spec
Hunter
Rising
players
Pool
are
has
not
added a
the
lot of really
greatest.
cool texture. Now you see this on the right side. Sin Spellbook, they played kind of a similar strategy in map 1 in the Magister's Terrace. They assessed the situation from a meta perspective. What does the Magister's Terrace look like compared to Polish Mountains? Okay, we think our Magister's Terrace is a little bit worse. We're going to protect future picks by playing something that's maybe a tier 2 or tier 3 composition. We're going to try to play our best version of the map.
I will say it
And
is a big
if,
issue, though.
You know, things go our way,
Especially for, like,
be able to
healers.
Take that map. We're just going to try to put ourselves in the best position possible, but we're not going to see the fastest.
One thing
run
healers
of
are never
that
taught
team.
about
But for Sin Spellbook on the right side in map
is,
2,
Trying
they
certain
convert
specs.
once they
There are-
those
The
meta
heal.
picks. And look
There
at
are
this,
yeah, there are
they
certain
have been
specs
playing
that
an
you just
incredibly quick
should not
Pit
be
of Sauron
prioring
so
because like you
far.
know like all these healer guys are like okay,
Absolutely.
you should make sure you set up your
Really,
ramp
really nice
before
showing
damage
from
happens and
Sen Spellbook
make sure you
thus
have like
far.
all your
Now,
enveloping
this is
mists
a
on all
scary
your
boss
players
that
and
we've
then
seen
press like a
teams
certain button
on,
whatever,
and
but
I'm
that's just not
curious, it
how
looks like we're not
Healing M+ actually
moving
works.
to the
Like if a
shape
DH is in
that
meta
Reality
with
is,
blur,
like-
you can probably not
Yeah.
give him enveloping mist. You can
well, I
skip
mean not
that.
even
Just
blur like
elected
reality is like
Just
most of the times
DH.
you just yeah you just put your enveloping on the AUG and you just continue doing your rotation. Like, there's no crazy ramp required.
One thing you can do in Danders is you can sort your frames by
Yeah.
class.
So- That's what I do.
DK goes at the bottom of my frames, DH goes second bottom, and
Yeah,
if I'm just going down my frames, putting enveloping mist, just like out of habit, then that guarantees that those two are like lowest priority for
so Sin Spellbook
getting
on the
any of
right-hand
my
side, they have down
pots or what, you know,
the
rejuves
second
or
boss of this
regrowths
dungeon.
or whatever the fuck.
A fast Pit of Sauron time
Yeah.
is around the
AUG stays pinned at
That
the top.
heavily
marker. How are you feeling about
that
Sin
heavily
Spellbook's
affects how
ability to be
you
able to
play
time the
healer
dungeon
too,
that
so
quickly here makes?
you're incentivized to not play with
That's a good
multiple
question.
squishy specs
Let me look up the
as a healer.
boss timers that we did see in the Pit of Sauron from Mandatory. So it was 6 minutes 35
Yep, I mean, like, a big
on
part of the reason why
first
DK's
boss,
been
which Sen Spellbook
meta
are
for like
under
4
by
fucking
a
seasons in a
significant
row
amount. They locked
is
in
just because
550,
it becomes
and then it was 11.
a
05,
guy in the group you never have to
it was
worry about.
10:08 for Mandatory.
Like-
Mage
on
should be
that
the
second
squishiest
boss.
class in
Functionally,
the
yeah.
If
game.
you add up the
Why?
It's
numbers that we
almost
see
like
at the
having a
bottom there,
perma defensive on one
Sen
member of your
Spellbook is
group,
actually flooring it.
where you
So,
just don't.
we might see
have
a
to spend
really, really
globals
fast
or
Sauron here, maybe a potential
cooldowns.
new best.
I would not be shocked
Keeping
if they
that
actually
guy
lost this
alive.
pool. This
Like,
pool
he'll
is
live through
incredibly
almost
dangerous.
anything that gets thrown
Obviously,
at him, and you can
tends to
focus
be
your
better from,
attention
like, a
on
damage
whoever the
efficiency
person is that's
perspective, like
squishy.
They
how
arranged
fast
and have
it's
shimmer.
actually
A lot of that's
get
not
more
how the
single
game is
frame than it is to
balanced.
get AoE damage.
Just
How
because because you're
Yeah,
mobile
if you're
doesn't
having
mean
to
you
play
take less
But I think
damage.
with
Say
a pull like
mage,
this, you
og,
could have
and
justified
Hunter
That's not how the
on
game works.
cooldown as it came
You
up.
just be kind of fucked. You can't do
Like,
your
since
usual
Snowpoke
plans.
actually elects to hold on to it though.
You
and
can't have
not
glass
rest
cannon
on those
specs with
places,
how
thinking that
damage
they
and
have
takes
enough
design.
defensives and offensive
Yeah, I
abilities
agree.
to be
It
able to
should. I think
power
that
through
should
all
be
these
good
bottom
design,
holes
but
sleeping on the players. The Chillbone Cold
it's
Wraith
not
applying like a
possible with
snare,
how
the
WoW is
Roach
designed
pulsing
currently.
AoE, And Sky on
The
that
stuff you're
tank
supposed to
is
avoid,
taking
every class avoids it or
insane
you
amounts of
die.
damage from the Grave
It's
Blades.
not
The fact
more
that
mobile
Sun
classes
Spellbook was
avoid
able
it so
to
they
full
take less
send it into
damage.
this mini-boss, and
But I agree,
you don't
there should
actually have
be.
to lust to this
I mean,
build,
I don't even
is
know.
very
It's just,
impressive.
it's fundamentally how WoW's just not designed.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, I was just looking at our spec bands and double checking.
The closest you get is like Mage can do 100% of the rotation with Shimmer. Warlocks, if they have to move, they lose damage. That's the only thing. Like then you can tune lock higher than Mage if they fully turret, for example, stuff like that.
We're going to be seeing them.
Dude, I miss unique utility.
But you can't do that with
It's gonna be
defenses.
really cool if
Downstairs, a lot
this
of
game had more
teams
unique
have been
utility.
doing this, Tuddles, but
Like
I'm
what?
seeing an offline tack on
Like
Looney.
symbiosis.
Offline?
Here.
No.
That is not
Wait,
good news.
spellbook?
Let's
Oh,
hope that
shit.
this is
Shitting brought out the DDoS again.
quick little reload
Okay.
or something.
Holy
If
fuck,
I can't
Polish
win, no
meltdown.
one can. 2-0.
He's gonna
Here comes that Wernstone.
Bang. And now these mobs are gonna run up the hill.
Oh, yeah,
If
Dark
they
Sun
actually
Macro,
lose,
that would be
Reconnect
fucking
to
sick.
The game
oh my
now.
Holy shit.
god.
Now.
No, you can never
Now.
balance around that shit.
Now.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, but who cares?
Now.
Who cares?
Everybody that doesn't play that
Looney?
spec cares.
Please.
Anybody look for Looney?
Well, they can have their own
Guys,
unique stuff.
everybody, please check.
Yeah, but you can never balance
What
that
about
shit.
War- you know, like Wernstone's cool as fuck.
Warstone's
He's
cool
gonna
as
be
fuck.
right now.
And Dark Simulacrum is better.
Move Shimmer. Shimmer's the reason I play Mage.
Spell Reflect is OP.
They play a
Yeah,
slow,
that's why they've
but
basically
steady-
made it so that nothing
Wow,
is
this
spell
the
reflectable.
tale of the tortoise and the hare. Did they have those? Did they have that story in Germany?
Yeah,
Mates?
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So the
we-
tortoise
I
and the
know that
hare,
one.
a tried and true tale where the team
No,
is very
Looney's
slow,
back!
but more consistent at a
What the
consistent
hell?
pace.
He's back, he's
Sometimes
back, he's
What
back.
the
catch
hell?
up to the
No.
hare.
We
I
don't
want-
care about the
I want
hare
Spellbook.
anymore.
What is he?
Just
Holy shit,
Spellbook.
he's just like porting faster than the camera can keep up with him.
Whenever you
They got
disconnect
it. They're
your
back.
internet.
Looney is on his way, and that means
Bro, it's kinda
Scourge
crazy
Lord
how ahead they are, though.
Tyrannus
Yeah, I was
has
gonna say, this is like
been
big
here.
aura that you
Not
can
for
just
the
have a
group
guy be
has
DC'd
found
for
themselves
like a
back
minute and a half
together
and
again. Bloodlust has
still
been
come back
used by
with
Sen
a
Spellbook. From here on out,
decided
it's
advantage.
just play it clean, and you can get this map back in your favor, equalize the score, and take it all to a third map for those lower bracket finals. A chance to make it all the way to the season finals for each of these teams. And Sen Spellbook is looking to be on top of this one. Trash has died. It's only the boss.
Oh, I got another
that's
topic
standing
for the
between them
T
and
stuff.
victory.
Okay.
Go on.
hopefully you can.
The fact
So,
that they were like 2.5
do you
minutes
think
ahead
that Liquid
and
has
tanked
better
a DC
vibes
in
than
the
Echo
middle of
does?
their run is sick.
That was so scary.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
that-
cultural
that
thing.
was
Like,
Right? Do you think it's
about
They
a
have-
better
minute away
culture?
from being very, very
I mean, I'm gonna
bad.
say NA because I'm NA, but I know you people hate the vibes of Liquid.
Absolutely scary stuff. Let's
Like who?
hope Looney has it figured out. In the previous run, in the seed, we also saw a disconnect on Sense.
You can't do that that
Yeah.
easily.
So I don't know
Yes,
what's
it was
happening
there.
for this
Come on, say
team.
it. Who?
Hypothetically, if somebody
A
on
lot
Echo
of
were
people
gonna hate
find
Liquid's
Liquid's
vibes.
vibes annoying.
I don't know who.
And then a lot of people
Yeah,
on
who are
Liquid
these
find
elaborate?
EU vibes
Two
annoying.
teams. Just
It's just a
weird
cultural thing. It
stuff
goes
for
both
them.
ways.
But Liquid has like
Oh.
half EU players, so if it was just an EU
Scourge
thing, then
Lord
a bunch of people in
Tyrannus
Liquid should hate their
lower
own
and
vibes.
lower anti-magic zone deployed here to help with the incoming damage, allowing Royven to just also do a little bit more damage.
It's a 17, it's beyond the
Herself.
camera.
Or whoever
To
Europeans
play
that
one
hate the
more
vibes. Let's
set
see.
of those
There's
circles
a
to
Shine,
deal with, but
Scott,
this is
Zevi,
going to look really, really good for them.
Wolf.
I will say,
Scott, let's be
look
real. Scott has
around,
North American
they have
vibes.
accelerated as well. They're also
Okay,
on
all right, well, who is it,
100%
hopeful?
trash count using that lust is
Impact,
still
maybe?
running.
Hmm.
We're going to be getting a good run. If it had been 1 or 2 deaths on
Who
the
could it
other
be?
side of the team, it might have been a very different story here. But the way it stands, it shall be written. As Sen Spellbook are going to be clawing back this Pit of Saran and take the map or the series to a third map.
They are, and I mean, we see that victory coming in right now. Having both of our teams taking some risks in this map, expected or
Well,
otherwise. But
Well.
I'm not naming
Spellbook
names,
coming out
man.
on top here, they've evened that scoreboard 1-1, and we will be seeing that third map, which will determine it all. Now, Polish Mountain picked a very different route from what they've played before, and I know that Tettles and Makes were both very confused by this. So it might have been to preserve picks, like we were talking
Scripe
about, but
and
Tettles,
Roger
Oh,
how do you think
100%.
this?
It has
Both-
to be.
100%. Okay, all right.
Just
But
left
how do
the
you think
WoW
it played
scene.
out for them, Tettles? Do you
Who
think
would
this
be
was
the
way to
new
go now that we're all
leader
through
of
it?
Echo?
Playing Neris?
Maris.
Okay. There's no good way to have your best comp or something close
If
to your
Max
best
left,
comp
who would
for
take over
free.
Almost
Liquid?
you would want to do
That's
it though.
kind of the
Scott?
importance of the spec variety rule. to me, whenever you're
Damn,
up
you think
one
Well, I mean,
Scott
Max
steps
doesn't
into that?
I feel
manage.
like you,
Ma-
in my
Max
mind,
doesn't
I
do
would
anything
be
aside
more
from
willing to
really,
try
as far as
Ridley.
I know.
Yeah.
play
And, like, you know,
towards,
all the planning
just
stuff,
being able
but-
to take it down 2-0. Since Spellbook, Looney was
I don't think he does
literally
any, like,
disconnected
leadership
for
stuff.
a
Yeah,
minute,
it's mainly
maybe
Scott.
more. They might have been able to put up the fastest Pit of Saron on the weekend, which if you're Polish Mountain and
Speaking
you
of
think that
Scott,
you would have lost it,
shout out to
Wait, that was
Scott.
crazy.
Pit of Saron regardless,
Total
Fresh
broke.
look, fresh formula,
Smart
ultimate
class.
green
decision
power.
to basically take a mulligan.
You can grow a
on the
thick
second
green
map
lawn,
and then play
ready
for the
at
third map.
our-
It just feels.
Wait, did you
so
just
good.
advertise
all
on my
your- all
stream?
your-
All right, we're
Yeah.
gonna play this.
No, you give me
composition
10% of your
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
profits now.
That's no, that's
Because if
Hell
you play their
fuck
best
no.
comp,
No.
Looney DC,
JB, there's some
they might
lawyer
win.
speak going on. Like
yeah, yeah.
he owes us it.
Yeah, you know, it's not exactly.
Get
you
some
actually
lawyer speak.
didn't. You actually
happen,
did
but,
not
you know,
disclose
it
that
is
that was an
interesting
ad
with
on
respect
my
by,
stream.
how
Yep.
the
You've run
teams are
afoul of
trying to play
FTC
around this or
laws.
outsmart
Yup.
one another.
How dare
So, I
they.
mean,
FTC,
Zyro,
you're going to jail,
my
buddy.
opinion makes the
See you in
thoughts on it,
court.
but Zyro, what were your thoughts going through this one?
Listen, the teams are mind gaming each other right now, swapping their comps around just to make sure that they have the best comps available for the last key, which is really interesting when you look at this dungeon in general, right? Looking at the times across the weekend in Pit of Saron, Polish Mountain have the second fastest run. They're only about 20 seconds behind mandatory. So, like, if they really thought that they had a good chance of winning this key, they could have gone for it, but it looks like they're really intent on saving the Ogavoker and DK for Windrunner Spire because they weren't confident in their comp that they had available for them after playing the Magister's Terrace. It's really, really interesting. This spec ban rule is playing out a lot more interesting than I thought it would initially. They played an entirely different comp in this key just so they could keep that Og and DK available for Windrunner Spire, whereas in Spellbook, they went for the full, tier 1 DPS, tier 1 tank healer combo for this key, and it played out really well for them. If they didn't actually have that DC from Looney, I think they were actually on pace to potentially set the record
That's what I was saying.
for this dungeon for the
Wow.
entire weekend, right? The fastest run we've seen was mandatory at 14:19. Since Spellbook were on pace to pull the last boss at about 12 minutes. So they were right in the range of that, which is crazy good. The question is, what are these teams going to bring to Windrunner Spire? We've seen so many different interesting picks in that key. Rogue looks really strong, and I know Shelly's played.
You ever
Rogue
get
in the
any free
past.
shit
Can
from
pull that out
mandatory?
really easily. Shroud looks strong in that key for Skip.
Yeah.
No,
No, actually, wait, no. I didn't actually.
Really interesting series.
because they send people
Really
like
is,
keyboards and
honestly,
shit,
I love
right?
seeing these two go head to
Yeah,
head.
I don't think I got
we
it.
wouldn't
No,
have
I got a
necessarily
cup. I got a
expected it from
cup.
some of Sense
Oh, fuck yeah.
plays this
I don't know where that
weekend,
cup is, but I got a
we
cup.
knew they had the potential. Now they really are standing up against Polish Mountain. And
I did
thinking
never
about
send
that next map and the
invoices
picks
for
that we
mandatory,
have
so I
makes
never got
you were
paid.
talking about
Jesus
Ghost
But that's
Rider
on me.
Tactics, the last map, and our next map, Windrunner,
That's the
actually has
previous
Honestly, it's kind of
Oh.
like the contract was so
Alright, well, this
confusing
one
on how
has a
much
lot
money
of
it was actually
picks.
because it was like
Windrunner
tied in with
Spire.
the Echo
But do you
contract,
think that
and I just
either
didn't want to
team
do
has the
math. And
advantage
it's
going
like
up against these,
I don't know,
spooky haunts?
but like
Yeah, so I was looking at the.
So I
I'm
just
over
didn't
it.
invoice.
So yeah, I just
There
didn't
was- There's
invoice.
been a couple of theories on
Oh,
what
that showed
exactly
them.
that was.
I mean,
and
it
how that
wasn't
worked
too
out.
much.
It's
But
too
the
complicated,
two
so
stories
I just
is that
decided
the
not to
teams
charge
have
them
access
anything.
to
Yeah.
what we consider
So
the
I did work for
loyal
them for free
DPS comp,
technically,
so
but
unless they ban
can I
it right
invoice
now,
even if it's been like 2 years?
No, should all be good. So we should
Uh,
have
yeah.
the augmentation evoker.
Yeah, you can.
We should
Might
have
reach
that,
out.
the Valor Demon Hunter and that Unholy DK.
They just spend
for
$900 on a
all
keyboard. That would
teams.
pay for that
What we
probably.
won't have is the Guardian Druid on both sides, and then Polish Mountain is also losing out on that Mistweaver monk as they.
You said you
banned it
spent
in that
$900 on a
after map
keyboard?
1. So
Yeah,
that is
current one was
how
800.
those runs are going to
We have
look
a custom
like.
keyboard.
keyboard did you
Mine
buy?
is also like.
I'm a big keyboard guy.
In Windrunner Spire
What the
already.
fuck?
That
Keyboard
was
What was
costs
your keyboard?
800 fucking
they were
$900.
playing around an
Well,
Orange
customs,
Warrior
'cause if
and
you buy the
Red
board
Potion
itself,
Paladin,
like
whenever
my-
we saw them
Yeah.
in there.
My
I have
board
a
itself
Sonnet
was
right
like
now.
Very interesting stuff.
500, 600.
I'm curious
Mhm.
on how
And then
that is
keycaps
going
is
Switches
probably like
are-
another, like
because
100
that was
something.
also
Yep.
their first map, so they
Yeah,
did
switches.
Switches are 100, 200, and especially if you buy them like pre-lubed
something
and
that
filmed.
Nix was talking about that was important. A lot of it was
That's
about
ridiculous.
the spec writing.
And I say
But
this
think
as somebody
the
who
most
I felt like I
important fact
spent
was the fact that
a lot of money on a
they,
keyboard at
since
$200.
Spellbook has
This
already
shit's
played this
ridiculous.
map, and it's the first
Well,
the
map
new one I
it's
got,
not the same-
Dorky,
it's
is
like
a
an
Wooting.
MPV.
playing this MPI
Yeah, I got a
Internal,
Wooting.
Oh, you have a
which
Wooting?
I got the Owl Lab
you would
Wooting
extrapolate
collab.
to think that they have practiced that dungeon a
There's
lot
an
more
Owl
than
Lab Wooting?
some of the other
Yeah,
Didn't know
competition.
that.
it came out like
You'd be
recently.
like, okay, we're
You know,
for
okay,
sure
speaking of
playing
peripherals that
145.
pissed me off,
100%. It's the
you
first
guys know
map we're
Medic?
gonna be playing. We're gonna practice this with
Yeah.
a bunch of different compositions.
so
and I feel like
he was
they should have an
he was in the
edge.
caster
How-
area
but how
between
big is the
shifts,
edge?
and he was
I don't
playing a
know.
game,
And the fact that Polish
and
Mountain took
he
a
had some of
mulligan in
his
the
shit
pit
that he
to
brought
just,
for
play for
peripherals
the
that was
Windrunners
just
makes me
laying
think that they
around,
ASMR.
And he had a
Yeah,
spare
when the new
mouse,
keyboard
this is like
comes.
his backup
Well,
mouse
it
that he wasn't
definitely
using.
unleashed.
It was the
We've seen
fucking
Oh no, I'm
Faker
pretty
edition
sure I have
of the
autism.
Viper
Like,
V3
I'm never
Pro,
diagnosed. I
think,
don't want
or
to
the
say I
V2
do,
Pro.
but like I'm
Which
pretty
is like
sure I do have some
one of the
tism.
most insane mice on the market. This thing's fucking crazy.
Which
And he was
mouse is it?
specifically not. It was the is the
will
Viper
be
V3
Game
Pro or
3. This
V2
is the
Pro,
one that
the Faker
determines it all
edition.
here in our lower
Ooh.
And
final.
normally,
Polish Mountain
branded
versus
products with
Send
with
Spellbook. Whoever
like
wins this
celebrity
one
endorsements
goes
are
on
Usually
to
not
face
that good, yeah.
mandatory in our
But the-
finals
but
for
the
Group
Faker
A.
mouse
Whoever
is,
loses
like,
it will
crazy
also
good.
lose
I used
out on
the
And-
of
final
BlazCon
mouse.
and the global finals
And this
ahead.
thing
Let's see who can face
was
these
like-
hauntings of
he-
the past
the mouse he
and
was
make
using
their
instead of
future
it
certain.
was
Here we
this like
go,
dog
Titles.
shit mouse. I don't remember what it was.
And we
And he was
got
specifically
that
using this other
top
mouse because he said he
comp
likes
that,
heavy
Mace
mice.
was talking about
He
for
likes his mouse to be
teams.
heavy as
Both of
shit.
these teams
Well,
I
have
love
So he
like
didn't.
mice.
So he
Like
didn't
that.
like the
And that
Faker mouse because it
augmentation
was
of
too
Evoker.
light.
Are there gonna be
And he
any
wanted something that
unique
was, like,
Wormstone kind of
had more heft to
pulling
it, and I was like,
ships
oh my God,
available
don't-
to these teams in this
Yeah,
one?
oh
Don't
my
talk
God.
anymore.
It's hard to really know. I think a lot of times.
I think my mouse is 30 grams.
Very much hold W. There's
It's like 35
Yeah,
grams.
mine's also 30-ish.
Which mouse do you have?
Points in this dungeon are
Uh,
typically based
ultralight.
around very difficult
Yep,
mobs.
ultralight
Some of
competition
the
mode.
most difficult
Oh
mobs,
shit, you have it
stewards,
too? Holy
they end up
fuck!
The
dude,
final
those are
mouse,
the same
right?
shit, what the
Magic spells
fuck?
out,
Yeah.
tick on you
Yeah.
for
I'm using the
increasing
first one,
damage.
though,
There's some
not
banshees
any
that
Oh,
are
I
very
got the
dangerous.
competition mode, the
If you
new
go
one.
towards Derelict,
I actually have two of them.
Behemoth as well. If you go towards Derelict Duo, that's very dangerous.
Yeah, I have
If
a
you go to this
Starlight,
left side,
too.
like you're seeing from both Polish Mountain and Sin Spellbook, the Apex links, that can actually stop
Okay, but
you.
what's the
There's
polling
also
rate on
a
your
big
guys'
lasher.
mice?
He puts a group-wide dot
Uh,
to players. And
you can set it really high,
stopping
but
points tend to be at those very challenging
my understanding
mobs.
is it's actually
How
better to
big are
use
Sin
like
Spellbook and Polish Mountain ready to
1,000
go
or
here?
some shit.
Why would it be
Yeah,
better to
that
use
is
1,000?
the question. Both of these
I don't
games
remember
are still
exactly, I just
gathering
remember
runs.
picture.
I just
there was
wanna
a
give
reason
quick
behind
update
And I gotta
because
make it. It's a
between
funny
does
picture.
those two
1,000.
runs, I got a message from Sky.
Yeah, you don't want
which
to, as
is
far
the
as I know.
tank on Sen Spellbook, saying,
Based on
by the way, we beat
vibes?
Polish Mountain here, and
No,
elaborating
you
on
could
how
probably
they
look it up.
did it with their
There's
Poké
probably
Nets,
videos
which
on
we
it.
also
Look it up. There's
already
probably,
talked
there's
about.
probably
I said,
some guy
"Will you
that
please
says
tell
something
your
about it.
team to
Less
fix their
jitter
internet?"
apparently.
To which I received
jitter.
an XDDDDD.
Yeah, something with CPU load too.
So
I
just
will
wanted to
say,
share that one
I
with the class,
specifically
but
had
yeah,
one
we're
game,
still going
Marvel
for Sen
Rivals,
Spellbook as
where
they're
my game
gathering
just started like
everything here.
one
We're
day
on our
went
way
to
this
absolute
very
shit,
big
and I was like,
lasher
what
that
the
you were
fuck
calling
is
out. It's
going
been
on?
marked
And I was looking
as
through all these
well,
videos,
and you're still
trying to figure out why my
going,
game was lagging
Yeah,
like crazy. And
so-
finally,
Oh, and
Makes
also
sense.
it drains
If
your
you
battery
have
like
the
crazy. I
white
forgot
Yeah,
about that.
mine's-
That's
mine's
also
a
big
wired
reason.
mouse.
The reason that Emberdawn has
Oh, well, that's really bad.
No, it's not.
I hate
you
wired
wouldn't be able to
mice.
tell.
No, wired
you wouldn't
is
be able to
fucking
tell.
terrible.
I guarantee you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
I guarantee you.
I
No,
guarantee you-
100%. You don't.
It's
It's like a
actually
144
opposite.
hertz monitor. Like you don't have a wireless mouse, so you don't realize how annoying the cord is.
Hopefully you'll
I
get it.
have
This guy's
owned
old as shit.
wireless mice before this one.
This is what
No,
I went
if-
back to this one because it doesn't matter.
It matters. 100% it
Maybe-
You know,
matters.
it only
Maybe
matters
it's
if you're doing it wrong. If you have a mouse
No,
bungee that keeps the cord elevated off the desk, you literally cannot tell the difference.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay,
you
I
have-
will say the mouse bungee does make a big difference, but you're still crazy.
No, if we did blind tests where you just had to move a mouse around, and the only thing you could tell
Okay, but what if you're
was
swinging that shit? Like, what if you're like fucking no scoping full arm movement?
Sure. But what if I am an elite
Wireless
ultra
mouse are way
marathon
better,
runner? What if I am an astronaut?
All right, we get it. You're old,
I'm
and
not.
you're just fucking.
I am a guy that moves his
Yeah,
mouse
you have
very
no
little.
precision.
Not a
on the
single
desk.
word
Not
spoken
very
at the
little,
MDI.
and you missed
True.
your
Play World of Warcraft.
mouse
Nobody's
overs all the time.
nobody's
You're
aiming with their fucking arm.
Okay.
Dorky, look at the two mice I
Yeah,
got.
you
I got a
put
small one and a medium one.
Earlier, you want to press that lust to get it
1200
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
prefer using the smaller one.
With the gathering
You gotta
of
clean that shit,
such a
bro.
big pole in such a
I do have to clean
large
my mouse pad,
dungeon,
yeah.
like we're
Oh, yeah,
seeing
what's your
here
mouse
in
pad?
Windrunner's Fire, makes
Uh,
a lot
Ninja
of
Artisan.
sense to try and get it
Ooh, I
onto
got
the
an Artisan too,
quickly as
Ninja as well.
possible, while also trying
I have
to get
two
a
Artisans
really
too, but I've
useful
switched over
lust
to
as
using
well.
glass.
Since Spellbook has finished
A lot
all of
easier
the
to
Who's your
clean.
favorite content creator for
clocking in
peripherals?
at 37.9%. Polish
Oh,
Mountain is going
I
to be
like
a little
Optimal,
bit
that guy's pretty
over
good.
that,
Boardsy.
The fact that they did a 2-tap on the polls,
Yep.
but it's
Boardsy?
not significant enough that I don't think
That
They don't
guy's
see
way
the
too
Easter
dumb.
egg in my
Spellbook's right,
screenshot.
right?
I need zoomers to
They'll
tell me
see
about
the
that.
Easter
There's no
eggs,
way that
too.
40-year-olds can
That's
tell the
true.
difference.
Yeah, and what'll they tell you about wireless mice?
Tell you who tell me about wireless mice?
There's a chance that since
What would they tell you
ends up
about
having to
wireless
do, like,
mice?
an additional
40-year-olds?
half pull where they end up killing
No,
off some
the
mobs and then
Zoomers.
they do like an
Oh, the
elongated
Zoomers?
chain. Polish Mountain are maybe able to
I don't know.
find
They
a way
probably
through.
refuse
Is
to use
Liquid
that
not
much.
sponsored?
Able to
If
catch up.
any sponsors
they're-
are listening,
because
I'm
they're
lying
closed-minded.
about
Make
everything
this
I just said in the last 20
Oh,
minutes.
says
7% is probably
JB.
not
Holy
going to
shit.
add
All right, I don't
I
like
use
that.
whatever
Full additional
peripherals are
pull.
sponsored by
Sin Spellbook
liquid.
might just be one pull faster than Polish Mountain are. And Polish Mountain have now down.
Look at this chat
Emberdawn,
comment. I love
and they
these
are
WoW players
20
talking about
seconds
wireless being the better
behind.
option
How
in
do you
FPS
catch
when the
up
pro
20
players
seconds
literally
when
still
others
use
aren't,
wired
is the
mice.
question for Polish
Yes,
Mountain
me when
fans.
I'm 50 years old and think there's no like
Absolutely is, but there's
wired
a
mice are
couple
better.
more giant
You
pulls
are
that
dumb,
you
chatter.
can
Give me his name so I
doing,
can ban him.
And we know that that is a
Oh, look at
Polish.
this.
His name is
given.
What is
Dorky.
Jura doing? Jura is
dumbass.
going and
He's
grabbing.
not there. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
going straight.
So he's grabbing the movement speed tome, but what is he going to do with it?
Wired
my
is not
question.
better. They the exact same, Melinda.
Crazy rage bait.
Wired was better 30
He's
years
maybe-
ago.
He's not even grabbing the movement speed tome. What is he doing?
Wireless is
Trying to
10
run
times
someone
better.
somewhere?
Why?
Is he just
Yes, that's a
AFK?
Is there
great
a
question
meld
that
skip?
I also
a
asked
4-player
myself.
meld skip. Look at that. All the
Headset is
Maybe
not wired. My
his
headset
roommates
is
are
wired.
positioning himself in the
No,
dungeon
he's getting
be able
ready to
port
Brimstone.
to the rest
Leno,
of
I
the
have a good
team.
headset.
So they actually did a massive
It was like
skip on some of those
$700.
dangerous Banshee mobs, and that's how they get their Auga through.
Now
That is
the
that
chatter
hack.
says
But it's
I'm
the one
getting
I
one
used
guide
from
by a
I didn't
Liquid.
know
streamer.
if it was actually going to change the pull
There's no
cadence,
one
but
guy
now
in a
Polish
streamer,
Mountain, we
it's-
thought they were behind, but now they're half a pull
What would
ahead.
it be?
Call an
guys,
ambulance, but not for me.
Many
is
guys.
what they just told us as
I'm
they
getting
arrived
tag
on the
teamed.
That's what-
derelict
yeah, I had an
field
open
in
back
an
headset, and I
absolutely
hated it, so I got a
insane
closed
way
back
to
one.
path through this dungeon. We were staring at Jura, kind
All
of
right,
like,
here we go. Spinning crane
"Now
kicking
do
on a boss
something,"
soon.
But it all makes sense. Now, the one thing I will say is that they, of course, also still need to make sure they're good.
If you
on
need
ground.
headset
They
recommendations,
have a
I
little
got
bit of
you.
Extra going into Emberdawn, which will make up
Like
for
I got
some of it,
the
but I assume
DT
we still
1770
need a little
Pros.
bit of extra somewhere else as well.
Allegedly,
You can
my
see
brother does. I
difficulty
don't,
level
but
for Sen Spellbook
I have
is
the
now
one
a
sponsored by
lot
Liquid.
bigger due
Dude, look
to
at
everything
Shelly.
they
He has
have
2
on
fucking
Derelict
circles on
Duo,
him.
those cutthroats, they add a lot of
That's kinda
extra
cool.
damage with the
What is that, one from the
poison,
boss and one
then
from
you
the-
also need to deal with that
the
woe
Putrid
bringer,
Dude, yeah.
that
Yeah.
shriek.
The
It's just
two
not nice to have on
pledges.
here as well, so lots of extra damage. Which
By the way,
also
where
means
did they get that
Graham will
hook
be able
mechanic
to
from?
do
Like, I swear
additional
every
damage
single
to
pudge
help out
nowadays
the
has hook.
team.
I
So
swear they copied it
both
from
of these
Dota.
teams trying to
Yeah,
do
I
their
use
best,
Proline.
but
equals
Polish
hook.
Mountain pulling up ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a
Where did Dota
sick
come from?
recovery,
I only use
and
Proline
now
equipment.
they're-
Warcraft
what is
3,
this?
but
And it's-
there were
Proline
no
is so
hook
good.
mechanics in Warcraft 3.
That was so cool to see. But for Polish Mountain now, they have to keep their foot on
I
the
think
gas.
the
Their count
A-bombs
is
always
looking
had
It's
low.
A15.
like
I'm
a
gonna be
hook,
completely
didn't they, in
honest,
their
I don't know
hand?
where we're gonna make up this,
Yeah, but
this
it's
amount
not
of
like,
count
you know,
that's
So we're the
on
point
there.
of getting
They'll
ultra
just
expensive
whack
headset
you in
with
the
a
head.
separate
Maybe we're
mic,
seeing a
so
game
you can
of
hear things
slingshot
better,
here next,
I
where
don't know,
better
the-
quality.
just stretch to
Mountain,
think that
they
the
accelerate and then
hook
they
could
slow
be
back
used
down
to
because they
grab
have to do
somebody.
an additional half pull, and then Sin Spellbook has to do an additional half pull.
Game
and
from
then
I
I don't
the
remember
Polish
Warcraft 3
Mountain will
mechanics at all,
accelerate
but
again. I'm not loving the count
presumably the
situation
models
here,
that Dota
but
used were
this
Warcraft
is
3
very,
assets,
very
and
close
it was
between these
just
two teams.
Yeah, that's kind of what
An
I was
abomination.
alluding to, right? Our count is still very much
Yeah,
favored
but, you know, it
towards
was
Sen
not
Spellbook,
part of their
and the
abilities.
boss
Like, all they had
percentage that
was
currently Polish
cannibalize
Mountain is
and
leading does
Disease
not
Cloud.
make up for that. We'll need to see
Where,
what
like, they
they
just,
do
like,
to
fucking
get it back
pulse damage.
together, but we can only wait and see to try and figure that one out. Tettles, you seem to have an idea.
I have an idea. So what we've seen from
Okay.
this dungeon before, Sin Spellbook played the
Also, the
Windrunner
hook wasn't even
Spire
their main
on
weapon. They
Friday.
would,
We
like,
saw that.
just
What they
whack you
do
in
on
the
this
head
next pull,
with their
at least
cleaver.
against Firmawand, was very slow. They ended up breaking up this next pull into 2 separate pulls. If Polish Mountain is able to grab all of this trash and pull it straight into that third boss area, I would not be shocked if there is a significant time gain here. And Polish Mountain, now they're actually looking to fight some of those Woebringer mobs that they left in the dust earlier. They're pulling them into the Phalanx Breaker. How
Dude, Polish
far
Mountain are
is
so far
Polish Mountain
ahead.
going to go? Because that is going to determine how I feel about this route. It
Gaming
looks like we're making a pit stop here on
batteries.
top of this Woebringer.
It's called
we're
your
gonna let
mom.
these breakers gather. And for Sin Spellbook, they
It's the
actually
Wrestler
run
Druid.
pretty far towards that third boss
Yep.
area.
That's
I would
not
not
even
be
playing the
shocked
right build.
here if Sin Spellbook is going to
Or
be
maybe it
somewhere
is
in
the
the
right
order of
build.
20 to 30 seconds ahead off of this route.
Yeah, so the one thing with those breakers is that they're
Oh,
just a
it's
little bit
Mother's Day. I'm
clunky
sorry,
in how they
Alondo's
path,
mom.
They can get stuck
Yep.
in places. The archers are not nice to move. So what teams are doing is utilizing the corner that you can see
Pushing
here,
30.
marked
Yeah, I'm
by
sorry.
Moon on the right-hand side.
Lena,
for
aren't you in your
Spellbook,
30s?
but Polish Mountain has also
So-
Spellbook
picked up one of those corners, but looks like Tankish is on the way.
does have more
Tettles.
This is
counts,
bad for
I
Sin
think.
Spellbook. They actually are playing a smaller pull than they did on Friday. I think that their strategy has changed just just a little bit. And Polish
And we're
Mountain have
quiet.
the advantage here. There
So
is
maybe
there is a
Spell is just gonna
more
go all the way from
aggressive
here?
chaining of the mobs, and Sin Spell
Which team was it that dragged all the birds in?
behind, just in terms of dungeon
Spellbook?
progression, how they are moving their characters through the dungeon, and Polish
don't
I thought
remember,
there was
grabbing
one
Mystic.
game we
They're gonna
watched
go
where
the
one
second
team.
You're
Mystic
not
comes out,
24.
Yeah, yeah. They didn't pull the
Mystics
final
are
pack.
42.
so much damage.
What I remember.
So these Mystics, they have
Yeah,
a
I think they
Flame
fought
Nova
it on the
AoE cast
first
on top of the Spectral Axe Throwers throw axe
Mystic.
bleed that goes onto all
You
the
give
players.
off, like,
Every single defensive
young,
is going to be
like,
coming out.
low
All
30s.
offensive
Nope, they're
CDs
going all
need
the
to
way.
rest, and you were on a
This
timer
Mistweaver
to be able
privilege.
to kill off this
This is the
pack.
kind of shit,
There
like when
is
you
a
talk
lot of
about
CC that you
like
also
Mistweaver
wanna
versus
press
Resto
to be able to
Shaman,
reduce the amount of damage
like
that's
what
coming out
would
of the
separate
axe
the two
throwers.
of them
At
is
the
like
same
this is the
time,
kind of
those
pull
Flame
that
Novas, there's
as
no
a
way of mitigating that
Mistweaver,
damage
you're probably
outside
like,
of
yeah,
Zephyr
whatever,
and
fuck,
anti-magic
like,
zone.
just
Ooh,
press the
a
defensive if you
really
get an
good
axe. And on a
soothe
shaman,
by
you're probably
Jura
like,
on
oh
that
shit,
augmentation
as soon as
evoker with
my
that overall being
cooldowns are
talented
down,
to
everything better be
de-enrage
dead.
the entire pack, making tankiers taking
This
less
is where I'm
damage.
star
And
firing.
Polish Mountain, their entire
Holy fuck,
team
Polish
is
Mountain's
so
HP
low
bars, though.
Coma and
Take
Jura
your-
both
Look at
AoE.
that.
Tankiers had 5%
No,
HP.
don't
plus
live,
support
don't
boost.
die.
Is he going to live?
Don't
Jura's
live.
also dropped
Don't
one.
live.
Yeah,
Crazy
I don't know.
call.
That was a little Freudian
Easy
slip.
call.
Please don't live.
Little Freudian
Please don't
slip.
live.
Don't live.
A lot in this poll all comes back to how you're going to be able to deal with those mobs. You need that
Kill the
massive
no!
C. Everybody's
Yeti,
dropping
no!
low once more. Yeti
Oh my.
cannot survive this as the throw
Dude,
axe
they are
comes
dipping
down
so
on
incredibly
him.
low.
Battle
Meanwhile,
Res is back
I'm
up,
pretty
but that's
sure
15
Spellbook's health
seconds
bars have been
against
locked
the
at the top of their
clock.
frame like
That
the entire
Dave
Wait,
poll.
Spellbook's
Yeah,
ahead
Spellbook
now.
got up
back out,
so
and since
far.
Spellbook, like you're saying,
Oh,
Jura
man, this is so
fights the boss as
close.
well.
Yeah, they got the Mystic killed off.
I just don't like
quicker. The chain, it was cool
seriously,
for
I'm like, I'm
Polish
playing
Mountain,
Mistweaver every
but they
dungeon
didn't
and
get
these
the Mystic
these
killed off
keys.
in time to spawn the boss. It just took a lot longer to be able to DPS
Well, yeah,
down.
who's gonna
a
want to play
more
Resto Druid
challenging
now?
pull with those
It's actually
orange mobs
crazy
that were
the fall off of Resto
trickling
Druid.
in really, really late.
That's
and for
still
Sin
fucking shit
Spellbook,
now.
a slightly slower but more controlled
I cannot
strategy
believe
allowed
Blizzard
them to get
nerfed
the boss
Resto
spawn
Druid.
earlier. A 15-second
Actually criminal.
penalty in terms of death is now in favor of Sin Spellbook. And I
You're
feel
the
like they're somewhere in
fucking
the
hot
order of
dog soup meme of we're all
25
trying to
30
find the guy who
seconds
did
ahead.
this.
Now things have slingshotted
I don't know
back
what that means.
in the favor of
I know.
Sin
Me
Spellbook.
either.
That's some old shit.
I fear I'm
No,
gonna need to check
some
up
new
on my
shit, but it's
heart
part of the
after
internet
this
you guys aren't
series. I just-
accustomed to.
I'm not sure I can.
If it's
take
not
it.
on
Look
TikTok,
at
I don't know
that.
what it
These
is.
teams are neck and neck, 100% on the side of Polish Mountain, but Sen Spellbook will get there as well in just a couple of seconds, and we will see both teams just race the timer. Look at the boss percentages. There is basically no big difference. The only difference maker is that phase that Polish Mountain.
like, the
was
fucked up part
still
is, like,
dealing
I'm
with.
pretty
It
sure
might come
Mistweaver
down
is still
to
better
whether or not a team need to play an
before
additional
Resto
phase
Druid got
of
nerfed.
mobs on Command
literally the only
and
reason
Control
why
here.
people were
That can be
playing
a big time save if
Resto
you're
Druid
able
was
to skip
because
one
of
those.
Brewmaster. And even then, we saw double monk comps like Spellbooks.
You would have to kill it for like
Well.
35% to 0. or
I don't think
something
we'll
like
ever see double
ridiculous.
druid comps, so double
They
druid
did
just
get
sounds like
10%
complete
off
dog
the
shit.
boss, so I'll never say never,
Yep.
but I would be very surprised.
Well, I mean, the thing about
honestly, with
Mistweaver, is,
that.
I would say if
I mean,
Bear
for
Druid
Polish
struggles
Mountain here, you're
with a thing, it's
basically
getting
hoping that
like
somebody dies on Lust.
fucking
Lana, you
cool.
said something
You're
earlier. I
writing
have
them in
no
the chat,
clue
right?
anyone
The
is
Pope
on
of
Polish
Gold,
Mountain.
he's out
And,
in
they've been in
if there's
every
any
single
healer that I
MDI,
feel
I
like is
think.
going to
And
help with that,
that's
That
it's
was a good
probably the
point.
Mistweaver
If
that's
you're
dumping
I don't
a
recognize a single
buckload
name.
and they
of
lose
spinning
them on
crane
their
kick
offensive
healing into the
CDs,
tank.
I think
Not
the,
really, because you're not
you know,
really getting your
ability to
spinning
be
crane
able to
kicks
win it
out
for
until
Polish
all the
Mountain
mobs
kind
are
of
grouped,
opens
right?
up
Which
as
is
it
like
currently stands.
How
by the
is
time
there
that
a
happens,
healer
Polish Mountain is
talk,
just sitting
man?
there
It'll be fine.
watching Sin Spellbook down
I don't
the
know.
boss.
Now
They
just
have
put up
their
a
bloodlust available.
TikTok today of his bear
Demon
getting just
Hunter
one
has his
shot in the
void
middle of
meta,
a
so you're
pool.
allowed to lust on pull here, and it is just
Yeah, but I
this
miss Mistweaver doesn't
final
help with that.
boss that is
Yeah,
going
but I'm
to
saying it's
send
like
Sin
you're.
Spellbook
I mean, it's not
into
literally
the
one
finals
shot. It's just
and
a bunch of
send
melees all
Polish
land so
Mountain
close together
home.
that the tank's health bar just goes bloop, and spinning crane kick is
Potentially,
dumping
yes, we'll
healing
need to wait
events
for that
into the
final
tank
boss
so
to
fucking
actually
frequently
conclude
that there is at
to
least a
make
chance
final
that
call, but the 15
you
seconds
We might get
throw him in the
definitely
heel
hurt
in
them on
the
paper right now.
in
The big
the
factor in why
small
Polish Mountain was
spaces
so much
in the
slower
where that
was the fact that it was
where that
Yita
can
who
keep the
went
tank
down,
alive.
who,
Sen
if you know
Spellbook going to the
anything about
finals.
Devour Demon Hunter,
see that.
class is all about staying alive and racking up stacks. to
I'm
then
surprised.
use
I mean,
those
Is this
to deal
like I'm
damage,
kind
and
of surprised,
once
or not, like
just
Polish Mountain, I
completely
think,
gets reset, means it
has
hurts even
been
more than
a
any
team
of the
that's
other classes
been
who go down because you
like
don't
they
have
were a
real
surprise
CVs,
team a couple
but
tournaments
also
ago.
every single time you die, you're just
But
in
they've looked
trouble and you
good
lose so much damage.
over.
But
I think
these
there was
other
like
teams
3 tournaments ago they
electing to
debuted, and then
use
the
that
last couple
bloodlust
tournaments,
right out of the
I think
gate.
they've
Look at that
been
send spell
They
present
beat
and looking
Echo's
good.
team
Restless
once.
Heart
Yeah, like
going
they had
closer and closer to
some
those 50%
surprisingly good
markers. They need to
results,
make sure
I think, over the
they're
last couple
staying clean
tournaments.
here. A single
And so
death
now I sort of
could
expect them to do
potentially
well, and I'm surprised they
turn
didn't make
favors back to
globals.
Polish Mountain.
I mean, can you do 20% more damage? Is that possible, or do you think it?
Also, I told you,
that
George,
is
that they were
required
just
here to
throwing
even
away
move
the
it up
first
as
game.
well?
That double warrior
guess,
shit was
yeah.
not it. It had to have just been.
But I mean, like, there's like throwing away a game, and there's like throwing away a game.
Well, no. So the way I see it is, they're probably less practiced in Magister's Terrorists. They probably knew that they were going to lose to Polish Mountain MT because they did have a pretty good run.
Just a death alone, I
So
don't think is good enough.
they probably
But
use that
death
information to
right
be
after
like,
you
all right,
impressed
we're just going to play
your
our weakest
police,
comp in the
probably
first map
bad.
and try
But
to win the
since
next two.
Spellbook are not
Like, that makes the most
letting
sense to me
that come
as a competitor.
to any conclusion.
But like, well, I just
We'll need
can't
to
believe
hit
that's
that
the.
bolt gale one more time.
It's one thing
For
not
me,
to play your best
is
comp, but
hit by
that
blur
Double
comes
Warrior
out to
shit
just
felt
make
like
life
it
a
was.
little bit easier
Well, what
here
else are you gonna play?
as
Like,
well,
that's the
and
issue.
mana is
I don't know.
running, damage is
They can't
popping.
play
We are
Bloody King or
dropping
anything, like,
down
they-
to the single digits on Restless Hard, and in
Like,
a
you have to
series
get
that couldn't
rid
have
of one
been
of the tanks
any
or healers, right?
closer or any crazier.
And they chose
Send
to get rid
Spellbook,
of
reverse
the tank.
sweep, and take the victory.
I guess if it's
There's
yeah,
no
I
way
guess
they
the,
can ban this
I
week
guess the
or
awkward
whatever.
part is that it was
What to
the
say,
first
they were
dungeon, so
all
whatever
been
tank you
here,
play has to be
just
the one that
absolutely
you.
losing it. Somehow,
Yeah.
Sand Spellbook
gets
has
banned next.
survived the lower bracket.
Let's go,
got
Sand
That was the weakest
Spellbook.
map.
Made it to the Group A finals. They
Although I still think they
finally
could have
pulled
done
off a run that reflects the team's skill
Monk.
and experience.
I think they could have done
laying the
Brewmaster,
ghosts of
Guardian,
mistakes
Brewmaster
past to
again.
rest and taking this series.
Does that work like that?
Now,
I
while
thought it was
I think
like
Brewmaster
against
because it was
top
because
two
it was like
competitors,
because
which
the ban
only
is
makes
only
Wealthy
for
more
whatever
impressive
the
that Sand Spellbook
currently
took
most
them
played
down.
spec is.
Make
I
sure
think
that you get some
so.
Polska
After the
Garou in
first
chat
game,
because they will
you would have had a
be
5-way tie
eliminated
among all
here.
the specs, and the
All right,
tiebreaker goes to the
Mace.
tank and the healer
Is your heart okay?
first.
Yes.
So it would be tank,
Okay.
healer,
I
and one
think so.
DPS. So
Okay,
you would
well,
have to
all right,
ban
just move on.
the
Move
Brewmaster
on.
for the
Hopefully it
second
doesn't
game.
give
Then you
out,
jump
because
on
I
Guardian
just could,
Druid,
get it
play
asked.
that.
This
Now
really feels
each of your
like
tank
we
specs
got to
has
see
one
both the
game
teams
played,
go
and if you
full
played
throttle. So
2
what was
games
the most
on,
memorable to you
or
from this
it
run?
didn't matter at that point, you can just pick which tank spec you want to ban because they both have one
Just
game.
that I
So you
think
would ban
Titles was
Guardian
calling it
Druid next.
slingshotting, the
and
way
then
it just went back and forth between
play
those two teams.
Brewmaster
I
for the
think
last
that's
game.
the storyline of this entire series too. When I think about it, the map 1 going clearly in
yeah,
favor of
maybe.
Polish Mountain, map 2 going clearly in favor of Sand Spellbook, basically from that very first pull. Just absolute insanity with how these.
Oh, it's
two
banned for the
teams
remainder of
paired
the
up.
series. I thought it was just one
was
match. I thought it was.
phenomenal.
No,
Wait,
yeah,
so
yeah,
once
yeah,
the
that
spec gets
part's
banned,
right.
it's
It
just
is banned.
always
So
banned
far this
forever?
weekend. My
Yes.
heart's
I thought it was
so
only
going
banned
That's
to
for so long
why
as
but
it was
they had up
this
to
was
5 bans or
phenomenal.
whatever. how many.
Absolute
Six.
cinema. This dungeon was an absolute banger. And Zyra, you got a replay package for us, don't you?
Yeah, dude. So right off the start here, Sand Spellbook used Invis pots to skip past a couple of these Restless Stewards here. You can see no Shadow Melds used.
By the way,
They
people
went
are
for
rerolling
just
so
a
fucking
skip
quick.
on some of the early mobs
I
just to
see
make this
Krona
Emberdawn
on
pull
a
little
Mistweaver
bit
already
more
that he said he was
complete. We saw
250
different
on
routing
like 2 days
strategies
ago.
from both of our teams
It's so
throughout
easy
the
to
And
hear now.
and it actually
the
ended
tank
up in a
he's playing
big
with,
count difference near the end, but
Nomi,
this Emberdawn pull was
was playing
perfect for Sand
Brewmaster,
Spellbook.
and
They couldn't
he
have
literally
done it
like
any
just
better.
rerolled into a
People
bear,
worry
and he's
about the
already fucking.
Brewmaster on these big pulls.
You guys
And
already
not-
doing 21
aggro, but
keys.
Sky
Not
was
only
stalwart here,
is
no
it just
issues
generally easy
whatsoever.
to
Royman spinning away,
catch
doing
up at all,
150k
but I think
DPS on
specifically
the
Mistweaver, if
both
you just have a
DPS
character
players
that
doing a
hasn't
ton.
sent any void
We had a
cores
little bit of
yet,
an interesting scenario.
you can
I
walk
didn't get a
into
good
Pit of
POV of this,
Saren
'cause both
and
observers
coin
were
that
on Yura
dungeon
here, but
over and
what
over
I'm
and over again
assuming
and get
happened from
like
looking
half
at
of your
logs
gear
and
with BIS
understanding
stats on Mythic.
players'
Like that place is
ideas
just
was
chock
here
full
for
of
the
crit
other
haste
shot
shit.
What does it drop? Neck
It's like
and
all
ring
it's like
and
all
what?
crit
all
haste.
of
Yeah,
the
it's
trash on
neck,
the way
it's
down.
ring,
Once
it's
they
a
got to
crit
the
haste
staircase,
belt.
they ring of peace
It's
behind them, quad
a
shadow melded to get that trash off of them,
so
and
there's
then
like one
Euro
more thing
Wernstone
that's
down. So
crit
Polish
haste
Mountain
out
went
of
for a
there.
different skip of their own. The net
That is so
result was
crazy.
after Derelict
Oh no, there's a it drops
they
a
were
cloak,
pretty
but
much
you can
even on
catalyze Monk
time,
Cloak
but
into crit
Polish
haste.
Mountain had 7% less count, and that made this.
I mean, there's just
before
no
the third
incentive
boss
to
that
be
much more dangerous. Health bars
a specialist
were low
nowadays.
the entire pull.
Like, you
Kilmo
can
was
just
nearly
fucking
tapped on mana. We did
spend
see
less than a
Ite
week
die
and instantly
right
get
near
back
the
to the
end of
same
this
key level you
pull,
were doing
and it was
before, if
actually
not higher.
Well,
right
they
Yeah, you
made
just
all
need
that
to-
shit really friendly for like
Almost in
catch
his
up,
immortal
which is like
mode,
what's
but he just
nice about
barely
it is
bled out,
that
and that was
if you make a
kind
new
of
character,
what sealed it for
you
them. That
get all those
15-second
bonus rolls,
gap
even
was
if you haven't been
all
playing the
Sand
character at all.
Spellbook needed to
So
send this one home. home,
you
complete the
can
reverse sweep and secure their
use all those
ticket into
bonus
the
rolls
grand finals,
to
where
pick
they'll
up
be
all
able
this
to
mythic
play for
gear,
a spot in
and then it's just a
BlizzCon.
matter of grinding out
an
crest.
absolute incredible map, a cap to a great series, and huge congratulations to Sin Spellbook, Shelly and Roybin. Just pillars
And that's the
of
big reason
Indiana
why
City, always
people always
there in some
wonder
way,
about
shape, or fashion.
gatekeeping and
I love to see them performing this well.
farm
I'm so
rerolling.
happy
Like if
with
you're just
you.
not part of that wave,
I got a message.
you're just
from
gonna fall
Roybin.
behind. Like there's just no
Just
incentive
like
to
right after the
play with
series.
someone that's just good at it.
And
Like
she goes, side note, we on purpose lost that Magisters because we knew they were faster. Just to
Well,
back
part of
up
it's,
what we were saying.
Okay,
They knew that they couldn't take that one. We could
Part of it
tell,
is like-
they
and
threw the
now
first
we're
match, by the
seeing
way?
him come into full force now.
Spellbook? I
I
think
will
they
say
did with
there
that
was
fucking
a
comp.
She just said, like-
Yeah, no.
Ruben
I mean,
DM
I've been
said-
saying that. Like, there's no way they're not.
They knew they were faster,
Yeah,
so
doubted
they
it.
just
And I think they did
lost the
really
first
well
match.
here.
Yeah.
This was a
I mean,
phenomenal.
like, what can you do?
Just honestly,
If
strategy
you're
back
just
and
not
forth from
very
both
good
the
at
teams.
Magister's Terrorists,
Banking on,
there's
hey,
no reason
we think they're
to
stronger in this one.
throw away
We're
your
gonna
good
lose this
classes.
one. We're gonna save these picks. We're gonna do them for the middle. We're gonna wait until those two, the second match.
Dude,
We're
holy
gonna
shit,
wait for
Zyra was the
third
one
to
who
bust
got it
out the
right.
powerhouse. I mean, just honestly,
That's crazy.
incredible
That's my
series
goat.
all around. And
Not even
I'm
close,
surprised-
too. Everyone else
I
was
got a
2-0.
Frost Mage question.
Hey, I'm
do
surprised
you
nobody
still
predicted
play
a
it?
2-1. Because like
No, I have
it's
no
Shelly and
clue what
Roybin,
a
like,
Frost Mage does at all.
I mean, the team itself was an unknown in terms of the particular combination, but like everybody on that team
They
has
pulled
been
off
doing.
an incredible sweep, and Zyra, yeah, well done.
WoW
you get that
esports
one
for
extra
a
bonus
while.
gold star that the rest of us
Yeah.
don't. That one extra.
And I
point.
mean, those two in
But we'll take a
particular,
look
like
at
Shelly and
the
Roybin, usually end up
direct-
as
yeah,
like
Can I say one thing?
top
when I
3
joined
team
the replay
every
channel
season
right
on
after I
live.
made that prediction, I said I don't really
By the end of the
think they're
season.
gonna
Now a
win,
lot
but
of it's
I
because
wanted
they
to say something different.
a lot of teams just
But
stop
I am
playing at some
glad that
point
it
and they
happened
tend to
that way.
push
I'm
all the
really
way to the end of
happy
the
for
season.
You know, you
But
could, yeah, you
Nobody
could
was
They're
They're
always
knows.
one of the
You
highest
could've,
rated
like,
teams
I
this
always
season.
believed from the get-go.
Nah,
And
Thank you
I
for
gotta
your
be
honesty.
real.
I mean,
Alright,
Sky's
alrighty.
been tanking for a lot of teams.
Things have
and
shaken out in a very real
Dan
way for all of our
is-
teams as well, and it is amazing
I
seeing.
don't know, I
the
feel like
journey
sometimes he
we've
just
taken.
cares
Now,
and then
Tuttle's
sometimes he
looking at the
doesn't.
bracket. We
You see him
obviously
show
here
up
at the end have
occasionally.
Mandatory versus Send Spellbook, but what are your thoughts about Group A and this final showdown coming up?
Well, both of the teams have made it to the finals. So they're making it to our Season 1 finals, which is a really big deal. At the same time, there is a lot of prize money on the line, and I'm interested
Let's go,
in continuing to
Mandatory's
see
gonna
if Mandatory
lose.
falters at all. Number 1 seed coming into the weekend. We were trying to look at
Dude,
strategies.
that would be
We're trying to
crazy.
figure out the
I would-
game,
oh
what
my
was
God,
going to
that'd be the
happening
best day
with
of my
Mandatory.
life.
I think for me, they have played basically a perfect weekend.
By the way,
Are they
is
going
there a
to
spinning
maintain
crane
this
kick
perfect
macro?
weekend is kind of the question that
Yes.
I have.
You know about
I
spin
would-
crane kick maker?
I would
No,
be
what does it
shocked
do?
if they
What is
have
it?
anything but a
So,
perfect weekend. They are
you know how if you
really,
spam
really good.
spin crane kick right now, there's like
They
a
are so
brief
strong.
delay between when
yeah,
your
Zyra,
next
please.
kick
I think the
starts
important
after
thing
your
here to
last
mention
one
as well is
ends.
since Spellbook are playing at a significant disadvantage.
You make
going
a
into the series,
macro
right,
that's
they've
just
been
slash
playing
cast
matches
exclamation
in the
point
past
spinning
2
crane
hours
kick,
now, whereas
and it
So
will
doesn't cancel it.
Mandatory's
and it will
kind of been
just
sitting back,
smoothly,
relaxing,
as soon as
watching
one
the
ends,
series,
you will
probably
instantly start the
practicing
next
their
one.
maps. So, yeah,
I didn't know that
Mandatory
was
is much
actually
stronger,
better.
But they're also they just
Yeah,
have the
you
time
it
to
like
You never know.
it's
It's the
small
age-old
but like
question. Would you
noticeable.
rather
Like
be the
you,
hot hand?
Yeah, it's one of
Or would
you
you
might as well
rather
be
have
doing
the
it.
time to practice your maps right before the match starts? Would you rather have the
Now,
momentum?
it
or
does
would you
make it
rather
so
be the
that
first seed that has,
you
like, a couple of
basically
hours to
don't
chill
get-
out?
You know,
like
I
it
feel
sort of
like-
eliminates your spell queue
I mean, yes, you kind of
because you will just queue up your spinning
I
crane
will
kick and
say,
after
though,
the
I
next one.
feel
So
like
if there's
hitting
like
that
something
part,
you're
it's
trying to
a
press
piece.
after a spinning crane kick, if you're
But it usually
hammering your
takes them a
spinning crane
little
kick button
bit
and then you
to
try to
kinda
switch
get
it,
the
I
you're
want
just
them to
gonna
win, I
spinning
just
crane
like
kick your next
creating fake
global. So
drama.
it makes your
really
I did
character
not
a bit
get
less
kicked off. I
responsive.
left
So this might
mandatory.
very well play in their advantage
If you're
as
trying
it
to weave
just
in
Yeah, I
ended
left
the
on good
last series.
terms.
What's
And
Spell
either
Q
way,
and
we
playing?
are very, very much about
I
to
don't even
find
know my
out
monk. I think
everyone.
I can't remember if I have a different one for my monk. I think my by default after watching the hopeful video on spell
We
queues.
have our Group A
I think
finals in
I set it to
just a few
300.
minutes. This is
But
going
that's
to be
fine, yeah. There's so many
dumbass
dumbass people who think they know what spell
Will
queue window
our
is.
team on top stay on top?
If your spell queue
Well,
window
it's
is
one of
lower
those-
than 200, you're dumb as fuck. Like, you're just a horrible player, I'll say it.
Yo,
Or you
any
AHK, and that's
horrible
fine.
players out here?
You'll have to find
Or
out,
you use
but we
AHK,
will
and then you
work
can have it at
together
200.
in just a few minutes.
Oh shit. Apparently, Kush plays at 80.
Yeah, that guy's. Never mind.
Never mind. Not gonna say anything.
I hate that guy. If he acts as an 80, that's really dumb.
Yeah, what a complete fucking moron.
Yeah, you literally just are losing GCDs if it's low. And ping has nothing to do with your spell queue window. That's another misconception.
Wait, what is Aegis of Agrimar? I have this macro. What the fuck is this? I have a macro. I don't know what this is.
Is it a
Yeah,
crane
4G
kick?
4G has a really good
Cast, no
spell queue window
channeling,
video.
Aegis of Agrimar, spinning crane kick.
I want to
Calls?
say that was a. Yeah, was that a shield trinket or something?
Oh, it was.
It's the one that
Halls
exploded.
of Valor.
wasn't it?
Halls of Valor.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I'm like, why do I have this? And then I remember now. It was because
No
when
way,
we were
4G
doing Halls of
says to look
Valor,
your pin
where
at
if you would
200.
spin the shield, it would cancel it.
Oh.
He might have just
Holy
said that
fuck,
to like
that's actually so crazy. that
convince
happened,
the
bro.
idiots who think ping matters to give them
while ago.
something. But like, you shouldn't be doing that.
From
Also, yeah, the
actually reminded me of Halls of Valor.
Frostmage
That's,
had a
you know, we've
horrible thing
talked,
this tier with
in the
Selkie
past
window.
about how
If you did an
Echo
AHK,
just, like,
you just
sends the
lost
route
damage.
no matter what,
If you chained ice lances.
regardless of whether they're in the lead or not.
Kush,
One of the few times I
if
can remember them.
I've lost my house
specifically, like,
already.
pulling up and
Like,
not
I'm
doing their real
homeless.
pull
I could bet my
was
mom's
Halls of
house
Valor.
on Mother's Day. You know what my mom done?
MDI.
You want her to
Yeah,
be
and
homeless?
I
You
remember
let her
now
die
I
had
once.
to hide.
Well, he messaged me before the game, and he was like, basically
Echo,
like, watch
100
this.
that's horrible.
And
advice.
then they did their run, and they were so far ahead, they didn't do their snap of the wolves up to last boss room. And afterwards, I was like, what the fuck
Even
are you
at
talking
200,
about? And he was
you're
like,
losing
we
GCDs.
were like so far ahead, we just didn't do it.
I say the
Because we were
lowest you
worried
should
it
ever
would,
go is
bug
like
out or whatever
300.
and throw the game. So that time, where it involved tech that could potentially be catastrophic if it went wrong, they weren't willing to roll the dice on it in a game.
Yeah,
that they
you
were
should be on
comfortably ahead on.
400.
I mean,
Or
I don't
yeah,
think they'll
or
ever
you use
leak
AHK
tech
and then you
that's,
can
like,
use
actually-
lower. Like some rat
no
in
big
Liquid
deal.
uses AHK
Like, they
and
will
uses
always
lower
go
and it's
big
fine.
builds and stuff, but I don't think they'll ever leak big tech. I mean, they said the same for Verizon Tech, right? Like, if
You can't play
If they
some melee
didn't
specs
need to
out
do
there with
the
more
right
than
thing, they
80.
wouldn't
Kush,
have.
you are dumb as hell, man. Oh my
but they ended up
god.
having to do it because they got sent to lower finals or some shit.
Kush, I
Which is kinda
guarantee
crazy
you,
to
if
think
I
about.
look at a log of you playing, you lose damage. 100%. Kush, you use AHK?
Okay, so we have our two teams locked in for globals.
Kush, I've played
Now
every
it's just a
spec.
question of seeding. Do the teams actually
Press
know
your keys
what
faster. Kush,
seeding,
you cannot hit your keys 12
like,
times a
what draw
second.
that gets them?
For 30 minutes, you're not hitting your
I
keys
mean,
12
it's
times a
always
second.
preferable to be the top seed in MDI.
Well, so here's the thing. Not always.
You don't
And
have to.
I know this.
Okay.
Oh, I guess that one
experience.
time. I know what you're gonna say. That one time where
Well,
Kush,
they'll-
give me a
yes,
random
but
log
not
about
even that.
anything.
You got
You
put
need
against,
heroic raid. I
Echo
guarantee
in the
you,
first
you're
round,
losing
right?
No, it
damage.
was Echo in the
yeah,
first
because
round.
it was because
you
we
beat
shit on
them, yes.
Echo.
Yeah, you shit on them because
That
they
was
missed a
so
bat.
unfortunate.
Yeah. In this particular case, if I get to pick what seed I am in this tournament, I want to be the seed that faces the Chinese teams. in
You're the
first round.
not the best damager in the
Well, I
West.
guess
the
that's not
hell?
that's
That's fucking
globals.
racist.
That's well, no, it is globals, right? There's two Chinese teams at globals.
Kush, lock in.
Yes.
Don't you have to compete?
Well, historically,
You're so stupid.
the
for
best
playing
and brightest
80s
Chinese
Selkie,
teams
by
are
the way.
not
That is so
competing in WoW
bad.
esports.
Let me see if I can find a random log of yours and show you how,
Those guys
how
have
bad
just
it
stayed
is.
on.
So you're saying
You're
they
not locked in at
suck? They're
all.
terrible at MDI. You would rather face them than anyone else.
I am saying China does not have a history of sending their top teams, whereas the West does have a history of sending
They're
their
not
top
sending their
teams.
best.
So,
Dude,
if I get to
what are the
pick
chances-
what seed I want the
Okay,
one
but
that,
what are the chances that we're buying boosts for MDI and we're having someone pilot their MDI account? There's
Wait,
a
why would you-
possibility, right?
pilot your MDI account.
Kush,
You know,
you ready,
maybe
idiot?
there are better players that they can hire
Random
to
log.
play in the MDI
11.73,
Why wouldn't those players just play in
11.75. Lost time on that one.
because they're not incentivized. Like,
This
the
one
money's
you
not worth-
lost no time. 17.194,
I mean,
17.258.
there's a reason why
Lost
the-
0.1
the
there.
guys never play MDI.
Dumbass. Lost
Rather Chinese
0.60
teams.
here.
They've said multiple
Dumbass.
times that it's just not worth playing.
Oh my god, you blurred
Well,
here.
see,
Never
this is
mind.
I don't
We
believe
are
that
back.
unless they
Dumbass,
don't
point
think they can
30.
win.
Because this is
Like, if you think you
The
can win,
series
of
that
course
will
it's worth
determine
doing a
Oh
tournament
my
where you can
God,
win
this-
$30,000.
Bro,
Unless
they
your
could do
GCD is
boosting
too
for
quick for
a
this one.
month,
Let us
and
know who you
it
think
would
is going
make
to take
way
This
more
is
money
GCD, your
than
GCD is
playing
too quick.
MDI.
You make
Now,
more than $30,000.
mandatory. They are sitting at the top right
Yeah,
now.
those
What do you
Those
mean
are
I can't look at a
fucking
log? This is
boosting.
how you tell if you have
I'd
gaps
have
in your
to see
buttons.
that.
This is your
I mean,
GCD
I'm sure
being
they
too
make
quick,
money.
so
I'd
these don't count.
be
But
pretty surprised if you're making $30,000
These are fine, didn't lose anything there.
for a month or two's work boosting shit
Probably
in
the
China.
Didn't
And
lose
if you
anything
are making
there.
that much money, I actually need to move to China.
Didn't
and
lose
just start
anything there.
boosting.
you see how you still lose some.
MDI player of all time on their team.
But also,
They
you
have
gotta be on top of
an
the leaderboard. I mean,
unlimited
like, if you're not
amount
on
What
top of
is
the leaderboard,
this
then
gap?
Buy your boosting service.
You lost 0.2
That's
here.
fair. Put in the time.
What's this log? It's just a
All right,
random
well,
M
let's see
plus
it.
log.
JB on top of the leaderboard. When was the last time
Well, you
that
gotta
happened?
start paying.
123,663.
Basically every
You didn't lose
single
any time
step
there,
of
but
the
this
game
is a
are
crazy
long.
gap
It
that you
is
just lose.
Hard to, we see 2 million channel points for them right now. It is hard to think anything else other
Didn't
than
lose any time in
Mandatory
there.
have looked phenomenal this weekend.
It's so true. You know,
No time
you
lost
mentioned
there.
something is going
You
in your
lost
favor, but
time
they did
here.
tell us
Why is
that
there
the reason they all
2%
came
for
together
You lost time
was
here.
because
So you just saw me at the top of the
powerhouse
leaderboard
was
last
the
season.
Power of French cheese. So
Top
that's
of NA
also really
leaderboard.
important to
I can't go any
everybody.
higher than
Sure.
that, bud.
Hammers up.
That's
I don't get
yeah,
to play with
we're
European
contributing
players. That's
Kush,
as high as we
I'm
get to go.
saying,
alongside all
Well,
if
the
you
what
had a
is that
higher
world
spell
ranking
queue
wise?
window,
And
Top
now
was
you
like-
can
it
do
was like
whatever you
50th.
want, and it doesn't change how you play.
50th?
Very much
So not even
Well,
top
of
10.
all players, it was
They've
like top
come from the
top
bottom,
10 or
whereas
11
Mandatory
healers
is
or whatever.
sitting at the top. But they have totally surprised us.
I will say you are losing way less than I thought, but you
limited in
still
how
are
high you can go on the
losing.
leaderboard by the
Like
region.
right here, you lose
It's not
0.1 of a
possible for an
second.
NA player to be top in the world
Just by
because
being
they
slow.
don't have access to
Yeah,
the
it might
players
have
that
been
are top in
about
the world.
8 years ago.
No, you will not be losing half your
Cap has
globals,
a
man.
young
Fuck, now I
upstart
think
team
about it.
called
They need to,
Team
like-
Omega
You lost
Squad.
time.
They
You
were
lost
always in the
0.1.
lower bracket, got
Kush,
to
we're
the
2
top.
minutes in, and you lost
What
3
can you do?
globals so far.
We were so happy.
Well, they could do
We were
cross-region
about to face
gameplay.
off against Method and A, and you might be wondering, Zyro, did you win
No,
that
I don't think
match?
that's fair.
No, we
People
got
would bully
stomped. It
the
was
NA
too
players.
There's
not even
0.50
close. We got,
loss
like, 30
here.
times per
We need
map.
to
It
be
was
Your
bullied.
Like
players are
0.050.
extremely
That's what's
tough.
going to happen to Sin
They
Spellbook.
need to be bullied.
But
No
they've
time
kind of,
lost
like,
there. .030
accomplished
lost
what
there.
They've set out to accomplish this weekend. They qualified for the finals.
I'm putting this on Twitter.
So maybe there's less emphasis on like really trying to play perfectly.
Coach,
on this
you-
map. They're not going to throw.
Kush, you are
obviously, but,
dumb
like,
as hell,
This
man.
is something like Tettle said. Mandatory.
Bro, think about how
should be more
fucked that would
practice
be, though.
for. If this
NA
goes
players would just
past
get
3
bullied
rounds,
Lost
nonstop.
.050 here. Like he's just
It's
losing
gonna
better
globals
than we've seen from
for
any
no
other series
gain.
this weekend. How is that
Lost
gonna play?
.070 there.
This is going to be really interesting to watch, but I think it's pretty significant.
It would expose the NA players to more
It definitely
cultures,
is,
though.
but
That's
you
good.
know, Spellbook would be here.
Right now,
even
we
from
need to
what
be
we've
doing
seen,
more
but
to
what they just showed
bring
us in the last
Europe
series
and America
has
together.
me over here just believing
In this
with all my
political
heart
climate,
they're just gonna keep
we need to
rising. Now,
reinforce
Mandatory is
that
a big
strategic
team to
alliance.
topple,
I can be the
but like
glue
you said,
between
they've
the
already
two.
accomplished a lot.
Okay.
Now,
Like
this
the
is gonna
Avatar.
be a best of 5 here for our Group A finals, and this will be the first time we've seen the Spectre.
What would you recommend? 400.
Play with the best of
Okay, so
5.
which of these
Dragnus,
maps
any
can
thoughts on how this is
3
Spellbook
globals in
use?
2 minutes is very bad. If there's
Yeah,
What were the
it's
maps?
There's
pretty
no
exciting
gain.
because we're gonna get
There's
at
no
least
gain.
two
Mysara
maps.
He's saying
We're
you
getting
can't play the
at least as
the
many
spells
globals
and
as
sometimes
we've
you
seen
cast
in our
wrong.
longest
That's not
series
true.
so far. If we go to map 4 and map
Yes,
5,
3
though,
globals in 2
we'll
minutes is
potentially
crazy
have up to
huge.
12 specs restricted from our teams.
Well,
Now,
well,
there's
last time
only
we
40
watched-
specs
That's
in
like
the game.
5% damage or
Four of
something.
them
Spellbook
is a
do
huge chunk.
Nexus
So
Point.
the
They
question
did
Not
not
that
one
high,
phase
but-
the
Have
second
they got
boss,
strategies
and we watched
prepared
Mandatory
for
do
those
that.
later dungeons? You have a dungeon
So
like
that probably
Dragon
doesn't
towards
bode
the
well
end,
for them.
which
Like
maybe you want
3%
that
damage
Warlock
is a
paid
crazy
for,
amount.
But if you want to play the Warlock earlier and get it restricted from instead of losing your Og Evoker, your Devourer, what are all the ramifications of that? What might happen is, much as we've talked about, Sen Spellbook maybe not being
Alright, let's see. So
not having spent
Blars,
much
don't
of
tell
their
me
time
you're
preparing for
stupid,
this
man.
Series. The same might be true for Mandatory. Looking at
Mandatory's
I did not change my spell queue when I was in
Mysara is
EU.
a
this series
12-24.
is not one that
Or he might
changes
have.
who
I don't know.
qualifies to the
I wasn't that
finals,
knowledgeable
right?
about it back
So
then.
what
I
that
think it
might mean
was
is if one of these maps
300 when I was
goes
in EU.
differently than either
Well,
team was
theoretically,
expecting,
if
I don't have a YouTube
Mandatory
video on
has
it,
been
but
holding
4G
back
has a really good
anything,
video on
I
it.
guess
Maxroll ironically has
you
a good
expect
guide
them
on
to
it
bring it out in this
from
series.
Zero.
We might, and we can only hope that we will. Now,
Spellbook
chat
just
is leaning
hasn't
heavily
played
towards
Mysara at
Mandatory,
all.
No surprise.
These
but
guys
let's
might
get
not
our
even have it
predictions in
practiced.
really
Kush is
fast
saying
now.
he has 80
Like
spell
I said,
queue
I've
window,
become a
and you
believer
can't
in
play
this
so
Yeah,
melee
this is looking
class.
like a
I have to
throwaway
say,
game.
things
This just
seem
is
to
not
I mean,
be
that's
true.
definitely
I'm gonna put mine
that would
out
definitely
there.
be a
2-0 in Mandatory's favor right now,
I
but I
mean,
might regret it.
legitimate
Now,
may not be the
Dragon,
right word,
yeah,
but like
it's
a
oh,
strat you could
Oh,
expect
I'm
someone to
sorry, 3-0,
employ if they're
excuse
coming
me,
into
I'm
the
ready to catch up
tournament
on best of five.
with
Thank
the
you,
goal of simply
3-0,
making it to
3-0.
globals.
You know, we'll toss
Is
it to you, then Zyro. How
ignore
about
what's
you?
in grand finals.
Yeah, no, that's
Let's get man for
completely
spell queue.
agreed.
I-
Because
you can probably
if we've
Google
made
it
it to
and
grand
AI will
finals,
give
we've
you
done
good
what we came here to do.
code
So
for it.
if there's a thing that
Like, how to
only
change spell queue
shows
window,
up
wow.
one time and it's in grand finals, then we don't give a shit.
But I do think
because
Mandatory is going to win.
We're fine losing at that point.
Okay, 3-0, Dratnos.
Dude, Spellbook
I'll
is
take Kobe down for
cooked.
the 3-0 in Mandatory. This could
These
be a
guys
very
have not
exciting series.
played
We could have a really close finish.
any
but,
of these
I
dungeons,
do
really.
need to win the predictions also. I need need to not get embarrassed there. So I am gonna go with the 3-0 on mandatory.
Like they've played the Nexus
For
Point
that.
once and they
Okay,
lost.
Tattles?
Rio. Mandatory.
For who? Okay.
Their Magister sucks.
I mean, look, honestly, I think
The more I look at this, the more fucked they actually are.
Okay, I don't think we're winning a single game.
I believe these
Diggy, that's not how
predictions
spell
are
Q&A
all
works.
relatively reasonable.
You can, as long as you hit another spell
Yeah,
before
I'm
the other
looking at all
spell
these
goes off.
matches and it's just
The
not
last spell
looking
you hit
good.
takes prio,
Spellbooks.
even if you
Not
spell
to
Q
mention
another
just
thing
the
before
general
that.
advantage
200 is not fine.
playing
200 is low.
through upper
Like, you've
bracket
watched
the entire
Shelly play the
tournament.
MDI
Like
for
it
years.
fucking
She's been playing
sucks
the MDI likely
playing through the
always
lower
has that
bracket,
variety rule. You
especially
show 'em, and he's
day
spawning in
3
on, like,
lower
the
bracket,
Affliction Warlock or
because
these Ellie Shamans,
if
even in
you
seasons where
are
it wasn't required.
Send Spellbook in this case,
can
you
keep
have had to
debating this, but
go
we have a map
3
on
I know
series
AUI
in
is
a
200
row.
faults, and I
Final
think
series of the day, mandatory
back to back to
Kevin
back.
just has no clue about it.
And
First
with different
map
dungeon
of
pools
our
in each of
Group A
them,
finals,
potentially
and
I
with
have
different
talked to him about
comps
it. I think
on
he
in the
just-
different dungeons, like you
Dude,
just
right
doesn't
off
know.
the
at some point
bat,
you just
we're seeing a little
like
difference
ping
from
does not
mandatory
matter.
strat. Remember, right
resort
back
to
at the start of the
vibes
tournament,
because it's
SR
like,
Cowers was
bro,
the
there's
first
like
dungeon
we
they
can't
played.
practice all this
And
shit.
remember,
We
Bryce
can't
Bryson
be
almost dead.
the Guardian
Sorry.
Druid back then, opting
Oh, he's
to
playing
not bring it
Druid.
in map 1. Probably
Please,
made
Bryson,
it
die!
better match.
No.
GB build.
Yeah, it's a very interesting texture because if you want to
Spellbook
play
My
already
Zar's a-
blown out.
My Zar's a very
a
good
certain spec
Starfire.
for 2 maps, you will get
dungeon.
it banned
Yeah, I love
out
Starfire
for the
here.
rest of the series.
Actually,
Ginchi?
once our maps
No.
1 and 2. Even if you then played,
Push?
you
No.
could play it potentially in 3 maps. I think if you played it in maps
Bryson,
3, 4,
no.
and 5, maybe. Although I'm not 100% sure on the map on
Yeah,
map
Spellbook
on that.
comps
It is
sucks
a
ass.
very, very interesting situation.
What's my
I
spell?
wonder
I don't
why
know,
they play
400.
I don't know.
I do
What is
wanna
the
Yeah,
talk
the
about
Spellbook
Aflock,
Spellbook's
versus
I don't
position
know.
here,
I,
because they're
Aflock,
actually really,
I think maybe a.
min-maxing
I'm
don't wanna-
I'm
I
up
don't
in my
wanna
hate max.
speculate
Even though I want Minotaur to win, I like hate
Character
watching.
restriction, but maybe that's
First
just
of
a
all,
comfort
you have an
pick.
Arms Warrior and especially a Rep Pally. That
Yeah,
That
just
one
play
doesn't really seem to be
400.
bringing
having
much
that Sky
to
Fury from the Resto Shaman. Those
this
are the
group.
specs that scale the hardest, especially that.
Especially
Unless
'cause they
there's-
just-
unless
Sky Fury
you
They
are
randomly
relying on
changed how
Apex
spell queuing worked
and
this
when you're
season.
playing
something.
Like
I
some
don't know what it
classes
would
just
be, but maybe there's
Frostmage,
a-
for example, if you chained Ice Lances, your spell queue minute watered a lot. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like I was losing globals at 300 spell queue window because that's what I played. Because they changed how spell queue winning worked and Frostmage was affected. And then another mage in my guild who uses AHK
is that both
all
did
characters
not
that we've
lose any
seen when we
globals.
play.
do a tremendous amount of funnel damage. So if you can find ways to pull unimportant
Bog.
trash onto these
There's
bosses,
no reason to
and then
lower it.
not cleave them
Not a
down
damn
too
reason to
fast,
lower
the
it.
Arms
Wait, no.
Warrior and the Rep Pally should be absolutely nuking
Bryson!
bosses
No.
as a result. Even the mini boss, you can do that too as well.
I
don't know.
thought he something because my barrier won't go off.
I don't know.
Then your GCD wasn't ready. His spell queue window has nothing to
But
do
yeah,
with
there's
it.
something about
The
Afflock
visual
that's
is
good.
delayed, but the actual gameplay is not delayed.
It's way too coincidental.
Corruption is just a better button to press when there are 3 targets available.
What does AF
to
do
more
better
single
than
target damage. It's not really fun
other Warlock
necessarily because
specs?
you're AoEing to do single target, but it's still
AoE maybe?
it's still a little bit better for them. So that makes sense for them to play that. They leave Demo open as an option for later keys by playing the Affliction here. And Affliction, again, is just a spec that's really, really good for these free flow, big AoE pulls back to back to back. They pretty much just will always have damage available with this many targets. They can spam C.
Dude,
stop the entire key.
Oh my god, when Fire was meta, I'm just playing on my PC, I look to my right, this dumbass is holding down one button for 10 seconds of hyperthermia, just pyroblasting, and I'm sitting there,
Yeah. So as
maybe
long
play
as
it
you
3
don't
times.
play
And
it
he's
in the
just-
next map, you can
Yeah.
then play it some more later. But if you play it in your first 2, you're not going to be able to play it later, as we are going to see.
Oh,
our
full
Oh, Dan Moore dead.
wipe!
Oh, God.
Force
Okay.
and spells.
No.
It's going to be a reincarnation for Roybin and a battle res for Dan.
I sit next to
bring them
anyone.
I think
back
this was
to
cooked
life.
anyways.
Looks
What?
Like that battle res is being
It just
accepted.
started,
The
buddy.
rallying cry was used as well
I still
there.
have a voodoo hacks on mandatory.
Look at what? There's so many opportunities for
Buddy.
mandatory to wipe in here.
30 seconds
There's so many
and
opportunities.
Spellbook going against them. Meanwhile, Mandatory are getting into boss combat here, and yeah, like you said, I think that Augury
Chris told me he is not locked in.
Look out for because I think they'll probably want to hold it for out of the next map. But maybe you just use it in 2 maps and then you just try and win one of the next 3 without it. I mean, we talk about Augury like it's really good. It is
20%
really good.
ahead
It's
is
not
crazy.
impossible,
Me
of
when
course,
I
to
can't
win
do
without it.
basic math.
Looking at the map pool we have for the grand final, right? We know that Mandatory has a
Oh.
6 strat where they weren't.
Chat
someone
is
after getting the
saying
altar, then gateway down, so they're instantly on
Aflock can
top of the
put
second
like an
boss.
infinite corruption on the
Right
dummy.
away.
AHK is not bannable. That's why people use it. AHK specifically holding down one button and repeatedly hits that button, that's not bannable.
Well, they
A lot
had
of
to
people
walk
in the
past
race
dummies
use
on
it.
the way down.
I've never used it because I thought it was going to be
Thought it
bannable
was
and I
only
didn't
on
want to
the
get
right
used
side.
to it, but apparently it's not
I thought
bannable.
left side had dummies.
And
Yeah.
I mean, again,
I
they're
have
just
no idea.
playing like we expect them to play, a practice team that's been sitting back.
Is it against TOS?
Mandatory
Corruption even
I'm
do
pretty
it?
sure we've
Yeah, I don't know.
asked and they said it
Yeah,
was
I have
fine.
no idea why.
Yeah,
It's a
I think I would
15.
rate
Even a
the
thing.
Mysara Cavern strategy and maybe the Nexus Point Zenith. The
Used for
Augury
what
Bunker
specifically? If he
facilitates
holds
one
down
raising the core
R,
warden,
it will
in
repeatedly
combination with
hit
another
the
burst
key
DPS
R
spec.
like
So,
10 times a
I
second.
think that is pretty important. Skyreach, it's nice to have it for the last
Hmm.
boss. But
Oh
it's
yeah,
not
maybe for the
required.
trinkets.
You can get away with.
No, it's one
other stats
input,
Playing-
or
what
even
and
trinkets
you have
going those
continuous
actions.
You have
action.
the ribbon,
Those, I
maybe
think,
it
are
keeps
the
you in
three
combat the whole
dungeons that
time or
Augur Evoker
something.
jumps out to me
Well, let's
as
see if
providing the most
Mace-Dean or
unique
Yeah,
Ruby
technically it
drops
could be a
combat
million
out.
actions if you hold it down forever.
Neither of them. Well, hold on.
So-
Mason's not
It's
playing.
It's really broken, and I should be using it, but I
Three or two
thought
of
they were
those
going to get rid of
Ribbon.
I
it.
think
No,
Spec-
okay,
Spell
neither of them are
was
playing
holding
ribbon.
it in this dungeon means they will get guaranteed access to it in those others.
Also, in an ideal world, we don't get to this guy.
You got perma-freezing Turbo
They would
Hotkey?
like
No
to
way.
play for the 3-0, so we'll see if that's something they're able
People
to
in the race
Sky's not the
actively
same
use
as
We're
it.
the
NA
first
Sky,
boss
right?
in the first dungeon so far, but Mandatory
Why are
have
they
picked
the
up
exact
gap
same
here. They have
name?
the boss dead.
Not the same name.
Still
Oh, I
in
know.
the
That's
Sky
what I
with an E,
thought. Like,
Skylark.
with actually
even
lots of
before
Sky-
I joined the
Skylark.
guild, people admitted to
Yeah,
Yeah,
using
no,
it.
I'm
I'm
saying
like,
Sky. I know I'm
are
saying
they
Sky.
really?
Sky
Like,
with
is
an E.
that like?
Skylark.
So they
Skylark.
must have
after the first boss
literally
kill.
what
directly
about
asked
this guy?
Blizzard and said it was
Their
fine.
strategy in this dungeon
What
with
about
Augur
which
Evoker
guy?
really
Like
kind
they're
of
so
opens
open
up
about
that
it, so
like
that's why
Sky
I'm so
Spell's
like
trap.
I'm open about
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
Sky
it.
with an E.
Yeah, here we can see them.
Okay,
I mean, I don't use it.
Sky with
Towards
the
that,
E.
Ryzen going to be doing that travel
That's the same
forward
guy.
wild charge, then setting up some pre-hots here.
You just said it's not the same guy.
Moving
I
into
said
Cat
Sky
Force
with an
to
E is not the
start
same
this
guy
one
as
off
Skylark.
in Stealth potentially.
Yeah, but I'm saying is the Sky
Actually,
with the
Spatial
E
Paradox
on
It's the same
Spellbook
is gonna let
the
them
same as the
tag things
NA
from
Sky with
very
the E?
far away.
No,
Well,
no,
See here,
different.
that
I
tormented
thought it
shade, that
was.
blue square marker,
No.
and those far
Well,
reanimated
so you
warriors
don't even
being
know
hit
yourself.
by a single
There's no
ability
way there's
with
two
that
Skies
Spatial
with me.
Paradox, giving both
That's what I
Gigi and
said.
Bryson 100-yard
there's no way.
range
That's gotta be
for
the
its
same guy.
duration
There's
there,
no way,
in
right?
addition to the ability to cast while moving. The rest of the group here just focusing on that AoE DPS.
It's not the same
that
guy.
Hopefully, no.
Devour, Demon Hunter,
I've
tossing
played
those
with
Alright, well,
Sky,
it's
the
not the
NA
same
guy.
guy.
in there. Mason
Yeah.
targeted
Well, how do you know it's not
Death
him?
Grasp, able to
'Cause it's not
immediately
him,
leave,
man.
Though, removing the requirement to swap damage onto those hands.
But that's what I mean,
A lot
though.
of
Like,
different
there's the
ways
Sky with
they're
the
able to
E
do that
on
in
Spellbook,
this
the EU
group.
guy, and there's also the
Well,
Sky
I
with the
can
E
see
on
how
NA.
Crash is dead.
Well, I don't know.
He has a
because
soul
I
burn around him. I think
Those are two different people, yes.
That ended up getting a
I've
target's less than 10 'cause he
never
just didn't have
bumped
a
into a
port
Sky
down.
with an E on
So,
an EU.
a little bit of a mistake from them there, but
You
not
got
something
beautiful
that's gonna
bait
cost
from
them too
Mason,
much
by
in
the way.
long run.
Why
That
don't
trash pull was
range
very
players
good
do
from
this?
them.
Yeah,
But
WoW
not
has a
really
setting
added
for it, but it's really
With
bad.
Americans.
It's just for accessibility.
That's
I'm
actually
talking about
a good point.
People
Moving
in Race the World
swiftly
First
on
guilds
through
use a
the door that
separate
just unlocked
program
killing off that Restless
to
Guardian.
hold down one
You're going
key
for
and
a
repeatedly
large
hits it 10
AoE
times a
pull here,
second.
but after this trash dies, let's get a POV of Jinji. He's going to go back and grab that altar buff. He hasn't gotten it just yet. He like started the RP for it, I believe. But after this trash pack dies, that's when he goes back and grabs the actual buff for the second boss, and it helps them deal with that boss that much more quickly. For the time being, though, just another massive pull. Have to keep an eye on these shields popping. This could be a lot
Ooh,
of damage
Jinji
intake once they start to pop.
fucking deep
Yeah,
breathing out of
exactly.
his.
They don't have something like a Master Spell
Frost
or an
Nova.
Arcane Torrent to get through a bunch of them at the same
Yeah,
time.
a lot of
It's
people
a little
use
bit of
it
a blessing
preventing
rather
carpal
than a
tunnel,
curse,
yeah.
Because I was about to
all
be
of them
like, here's your
exploding at
chance.
the same
Hopefully, he
time
could
can be
get
very
Frost
scary
Nova
if
into
you
a
don't have
tornado, and then he
defenses
just
set
fucking.
on
Don't
the
worry,
board.
I see all the
You can
possibilities.
see
I'm
they managed to
praying.
get through most of those shields
It's got
and
the
kept
matrix
them
in front of
healed
him
through.
with
Rest
all the
of
different
your
ways that
works
somebody
really
could
well
die.
if you're just popping those one at a time. The hots
How much
to
do you think
just
it helps?
keep
It helps a
everybody
lot
stable.
for
This is
like.
the one dungeon where I feel like people haven't
Each
figured
one.
out.
It just
what
makes
the
it your life
value is.
easier.
This trash has now
Like,
once again
you have
been
less
built.
strain on your
All those
fingers,
dungeons, warriors
gotta find
beginning
Stuff
to
like
build
that. You
least
won't
option.
lose any
slowly
GCDs
open,
no matter how
running into
slow you hit
melee
your
there,
Flirting with
buttons.
tornado a little bit?
casting
It definitely
roar.
it's
Jinji now going to
definitely
backtrack
helps.
Here. Has that Wardenstone already
And, like,
placed.
Okay, why are we going
if
back?
I didn't
Hop
think
on
it
his
would
mount.
be banned, I would
Go
be
back
using it right
to
now. But I
the
always thought it
trash
would be banned
area.
eventually, and I wouldn't get used to it because
Got
like
that side pull.
Good
it
job, cameraman.
fundamentally
I
changes
appreciate
how
you
you have to play the game.
keeping an eye on the prize on this poll.
Like instead of just spamming your
What are we doing
button,
back here?
you just hold down the key.
Just the guy
He's
gathering
doing
the.
It's like a different
Okay.
play
Yeah.
style.
Look at Jinji's cheating his fucking ass off right now.
Forward. Following that, he's
Damn,
Oh,
they didn't
wait,
make
that
Healer
that
go back.
Wernstone spot. Wait,
Join the rest of the party.
that's a hack. We need to
Lovely. I
incorporate
mean,
that on
and
live
all the
keys.
trash is just ready and stacked.
What was special
While
about
they
it?
get there as well. Ryzen gonna
You can
backfill a couple of these
Wernstone
warriors as
from,
well, so they have more to gather. Mira's also
It's
Uh,
yeah, Yeah, it's high key
Besides that,
cheating.
have a lot of these
Into
skirmishers
wherever the hell
once
they're
That's why I was
again,
so
doing
the
surprised,
damage
like,
will be
it's
able to put out
allowed.
your damage intake once those shields
So
pop,
it's like-
the
Or like
level
it's just
starts
something
filling
that
up.
They
was
basically
like
tells
never
Blizz to do it
enforced
all.
or
The
something.
damage intake
Yeah,
isn't
but,
too
I mean, it was
much
just like-
when they
Now we
do
have the
actually
spirit.
pop
See that
Also, what was-
spirit? Now he's
Yes.
just
Why
fucking
did you
blasting.
say the
Here is just
word
to make sure that they don't
incest?
pop at the same time as the
Incense.
fixates explode on this boss, but I mean they've already got
That
them,
was not the
and,
word that came out.
They don't want to worry about that overlap at all at this point. Just great execution once again for Mandatory. I mean,
All you
whenever
say is it's
something
surely
pops up in
bannable.
the dungeon
Candle
that
It just
requires
can't
them
be
to
if
have the
people
timing
openly
down
talk
correct,
about
feels
it.
like
Maybe
they're
you
so
just
practiced on it.
you were using
Yeah,
something
this dungeon in
else.
particular, remember, this was one of our time trial dungeons, and they are playing very close to their time trial.
I don't
content
know.
here, so
Maybe you just got
they
caught.
have a
You're
lot
using
of
it a
rights on
little
doing these specific
saucer,
kills,
like
part of
what
the reason why it looks
they
so polished. Although
don't
it'd be hard
want?
for
I
us
don't
to
know.
find a dungeon where Mandatory don't look polished, at least from the ones we've seen so far. Remember, they are on a deathless, not just game, not just series, but a deathless weekend so far from Mandatory, as their runs have all been.
Dude, it's so
perfect.
messed up. They
The
are
squad
deathless
so
this whole
far
weekend.
is no different. Meanwhile, Send
Yeah.
Spellbook over on the
Dumbass
right
team
Mandatory.
needs to die.
also
Yeah.
in this trash area. They
Someone's
haven't
gonna
quite
die.
got
They're
that
just playing
boss
too
just yet.
That's
Yeah,
the
But
problem.
it's
one more
crazy.
staircase, one more small staircase, and they will be in boss combat just as well. They do need to collect a little bit more count than Mandatory do, as Mandatory collected a lot more at the very start of the dungeon. And we're getting griefed a little bit here by some of these tornadoes, Arsene Spellbook, but it looks like they are able to slowly at least maneuver this pull on upstairs. They'd really like to get into boss combat soon so that they can leverage all that funnel that their different specs
You know,
provide.
despite playing a dog
But
shit
they have to be
comp and having
careful
2
that this pull
deaths,
remains
they're really
safe,
not that far
because
behind.
of course any deaths
They're
on-
really
in
close,
boss
yeah.
combat will be catastrophic for them. Meanwhile, Mandatory have finished
They're
that
getting
boss
kind of
off.
astro
And
gapped.
At 99% count, they are ready to skip
Yeah,
almost
Okay,
all the
just
trash
be a
off
Debbie
this
Downer.
stage, just leaving that drummer at the top, which they will.
10-minute
take care of.
dungeon and you're already a boss
Yeah,
behind.
I mean,
like,
again, just perfect text.
If
text-
mandatory
could-
full wipes right
22%
now,
on the
is
Yeah.
there any
No, I'm
possibility?
praying. I'm on my knees
and
actively.
for mandatory, so there was never any question.
What if Mears
whether or
fucks
not
this
they were
death
gonna
Mears,
go
please!
the second one there.
What if he gets hulked right here? Boom!
No.
Boom, Donkey Kong. Oh,
Bryson!
that was so
Make sure
close.
he gets
No.
that trash off and doesn't pull any extra count. There it is.
What if they accidentally pull a bat
They've
right now?
skipped past all of the trash in this area and are in combat with that final boss. Now they are skipping past the drummer.
Yeah,
This is
imagine
on
if
purpose. They're
half
going to
the
keep
guild
that
gets.
down
I don't even think that
low.
many people
Gingy.
use it. I think like a
They're gonna
couple only
position
use it.
on the far edge of the room here, so they're actually out of range of the drummer.
What if
deck,
Blizzard
Rhino, so just,
Wouldn't be too big of a
again,
deal.
Did
it's just
a
min-maxing doesn't really need
unannounced
to be
hotfix
done.
last night that made the drummer
Mandatory
range
will
extend
always do it when they can find the
infinity, and they
extra
just
time.
got-
That would be awesome.
and they just got
Yeah,
fucking
this way
wailed
they'll
on in the
be
back
able
of this
to kill
room.
off that drummer with the damage buff from the
I feel like they
intermission
should do that,
phase
'cause
of
they
the
already do
boss
that
here,
to
which
us
effectively
when we're playing
reduces
live.
the total
Yep.
amount of
However,
damage
not
that
doing
you
that
do in
for
this
the
dungeon.
MDI.
So it does a bunch of free extra time save for them. The only cost being that they want to play this boss fight, like you said, out of range of those drummer ticks. So a little bit of a space restriction here. But this isn't a boss that is particularly lethal. As long as you're able to stack up those tank puddles, that would be the main thing that would zone
TXT,
you out
do
of
you use
this
AHK?
section of the room. And of course, they are easily able to manage that.
I don't think you
especially
do,
with
right?
the
You
Brewmaster
use
able to just
your
roll in
keys as
there,
God
get
intended?
that hit, and then lighter
No,
than air
yeah, that's
jump
what I thought.
back out into the rest of the group.
Do you know how many people in the guild
Whereas
use
doing
AHK?
Exactly that. Once again, even just leaving it over on
Okay,
the
this
side,
shit's
actually
going
taking
so
the boss
slow for
towards the
Spellbook.
front of the room. Not all of our
By the
teams
time
do
we're done with this
but by
boss,
bringing the boss
I think it's
Mandatory's
like
gonna have
3
one.
or 4 people. I think it's not
Yeah.
too many.
During the Soul Rending Roar phase here, this is actually going to take another couple of steps even towards that ritual drummer.
Yeah, you can see they
What
use
do you
a
think
lot
about
of
AHK,
forces there at
TSC?
the
Do you think
very
it should
end,
be
so they're
allowed?
taking those drummer ticks when they move the boss there, just to keep themselves topped for that.
I
second
always
room.
thought it
Probably
shouldn't
also
be
using
allowed,
both
so
stones
that's why I
and
never got
help just
used
to
to
keep
it.
themselves topped for
You
the
don't care?
RP here though, but once
Yeah, it's
running
auto
through,
hotkey.
we have the
So
damage
basically,
buff
you
available.
press
The
down.
boss is
If you
right
hold
there. We
down
can
one
freely
key, it'll
cleave
continue
these
to
two
press
mobs
that key.
down. And with that second bloodlust,
Is that shit bad?
Tool is
That's
not
what
lost
I
for this
thought,
world.
Kush!
Mandatory's best time
Kush,
in
just
this key is at
spoil it!
23.
Oh my
It looks like
god!
they're going to exactly match that.
That's
here.
what I thought,
Went out
Kush,
there
but
beating his ass.
People openly talk about using
it.
it.
Name of the fucking
1-0 in this final
bowl.
series of our first weekend.
That
Yeah,
is
it's a
24.
setting in game,
decision
but
that you
the setting in
expect
game is
nothing
horrible.
less from Mandatory. Phenomenal seeing this team come together in here in our best of 5. While this
Kush,
certainly doesn't
someone on your
determine
team
the
needs to
whole
die
series, it
once.
does give
Please,
a
I need to
very
get a hate
strong
watch.
start to it. Now, watching Mandatory do this
Kush-
thing is always impressive.
Cushy
but
is
Sense
Kush.
Spellbook coming
He's in this chat
as our
typing
underdog on
while
this one
competing.
leaves us a lot to
Yes,
consider
you have a
as they look
deathless
ahead.
weekend.
So,
Please die.
Looking at this,
Set
Dratnos,
something
how
up,
do you think they
please.
measured up to Mandatory's strength?
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't a bad run out of Sense.
Just
Spellbook.
know
They did
when
have a
one
couple deaths
person
early
dies,
on,
I'll be
which,
fist pumping. I'll
of
get my
course,
foam
you'd
fingers
rather not have
out.
any of those,
I'll be
Mandatory
jumping
has
up
been
and
doing, but
down.
It's not as simple as just copying Mandatory and not having any deaths ever. That is a huge skill component from Mandatory. The really good news for Send Spellbook as well is they played a lot of heavily off-meta specs in their run, so they're going to be setting themselves up really favorably for the spec variety rule here for the rest of the series, even though maybe that was part of what hurt them in this map in particular.
We can get a little more insight into some of those ups and downs, or what might have held it back a bit here with Tuttles, and the viewpoint that you had as we went through this first map.
I think what Dratnos kind of said is true. I feel like for Sin Spellbook, you kind of need to pick your battles. I feel like Mandatory are going to consistently be kind of favored on every single individual map here. So if you're Sin Spellbook, you need to really pick your best 2 and 3 maps and just try to play your best composition then on those maps. For Mandatory here, they looked absolutely automatic. They were continuing to do the route that we saw through Mysara's Caverns earlier this weekend, where they had a little bit of cool tech with that Evoker, with that Wernstone, picking up that Spirit, and then Wernstoning and taking
No
that
way,
Spirit
Gleeful
with
Clipper
Oculus,
rolled
allowing that
nail.
to
I didn't
jam
think
from
that
the boss.
could.
And
I thought it
That
was
is like a
always
single target
guaranteed
amp, so it
female.
doesn't really make sense in most other points. that
No,
are really
you
cool
look
for
so stupid.
for Sin Spellbook, in my opinion, they're going to need
You look
pretty much
dumb
a
as hell.
deathless run to be able to even capitalize on any mistakes from Mandatory. And for me, this was a very scary pull. Some of the shrink casts were going off. Dan and Roybin end up going down while they do end up getting battle resed and Ankh. And it feels like it's just 30 seconds. At the same time, you need effectively a perfect run. And this is that Vengeful Shade that I was talking about. So Genji, he's lighting these incense holders. He Wernstones. He ports that ghost, and then they're immediately going into Vordaza, allowing Genji to allow this ghost to continue to deal as much damage as possible to the boss, putting that debuff on him over and over again. And for Mandatory, this was clinical. Like, I think that there's no way to
Clinical?
describe this dungeon as anything but clinical, where I felt like this was basically just perfect. A completely deathless run again. They haven't had a death this entire weekend, and going through this dungeon again and having another dungeon that's completely deathless, everybody is on notice that this Mandatory team is legit, and they are playing like the #1 seed.
You know, a long time ago, a friend of mine said that the biggest difference between like top performing end game and players who are, you know, more casual or just trying to kind of get their foot in the door literally just comes down to how frequently you die. And I think that stuck with me, and I think it just shows with Mandatory that if
That's
you
a cool
can go
take.
these huge spans of time and
Yeah,
not
somewhat
have
true.
deaths, not have mistakes, right? That these moments literally affect everything else so that you see these runs just perfectly timed over and over again. Now, will that consistency stay? It certainly seems like it right now, but I know Sen Spellbook are hoping that they have a chance to get their foot in the
He
door on
does
this
look like a
next
lumberjack.
map, Nexus Point Zenith.
With his beard?
So
Yeah,
we are
he's
gonna
not
have
on
our spec
woodcutting for
variety rule
sure.
coming into play in this best of 5. It's going to be
He's
bigger
selling
than
the
ever, but,
woodcutting capes.
Nexus Point, how do we think this is looking for them, Zyra?
Yeah, I think it's the beard.
I mean, honestly, I think it's
Yeah,
more
it's
of
the
same
huge
here.
beard.
The big question mark for me is something
And
Travis
the
and I
red
were talking about at
jacket.
the start of that key with Augavoker, right? Like, if you're Mandatory, do you use the Augavoker here to guarantee or potentially guarantee the one phase on Core Warden in this dungeon? Or do you save it potentially for if you go to a map 4 on Skyreach? I wonder what their play is going to be. I wonder if that's even
Genji
like a
locking?
process for them.
No
This is
way.
something that we don't really know, right? Like, it's kind of weird. The best of 5 kind of throws a wrench in things. If it was
Oh,
a best
that'd
of 3,
be-
I think
I
it'd be
wanna
pretty
see
easy to just
that.
rip the Augavoker here. But you kind of have to look at the long road here. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the plan is for them.
They had the best Zenith on the weekend. I think building a 2-0 lead and then requiring Sin Spellbook to try
You
to
think HK
reverse
is crazy
sweep,
and
and
try
even
the
if
WoW
you're
for
playing
sure,
like
top
a
fan? Yeah,
2-2
me
and a
too.
2-3 comp, you just kind of have to play to your own preparation and believe that, like, if you were able to take the Zenith with that Augavoker versus not, like, I think you have to play it, and then you just play towards your tier 2 compositions being able to win out at some capacity.
I mean, it's interesting. We're seeing the bans. Obviously, you can all look through this as well. But Dratnos, when you're kind of looking at them, you kind of agree. Do you feel like there's anything that we're seeing with some of these strats for where they might be saving some of these bans in our future maps?
I do think if you're Mandatory, there is an argument to be made that you've looked at Sen Spellbook play Nexus Point before, and that has been a dungeon that I'd say looks like one of the weaker dungeons for Sen Spellbook. So maybe you can hold the Augavoker and still win this one and still have a good, clean run in here. You know, maybe you're sacrificing 2 or 1 phasing the Core Warden.
Yeah,
but
do 400
that
spell
would be
Q
something
window.
I'd be considering.
What's
for
the
sure.
third map in here? What's the third map in the series?
Magister's
Magister's.
Terrace.
Yeah, I
I
think
hope we
that
see
one,
Genji lock.
It seems like it seems
Second
like it's less the
one
same
is
for all.
Skyreach.
I don't know. Kush
yeah,
said in
it's
my chat, so
insane
now
in
I'm
Skyreach.
really
Yeah,
excited
I'd
for
love
it.
for
If
Skyreach,
it
and you
happens.
can use it, I think, in both Magister
Pretty sure he is
and
memeing, but-
Skyreach if you set things
Wait,
up
no,
to
apparently we
sort of
are. It's people are seeing it on Mirrors' stream.
bring a bunch of other specs up to 2 total maps
Genji
played,
lock.
and then ban them out instead.
Oh,
Man, this is a
shit.
really cool spec variety rule. Actually,
Has he ever
the
played
way
lock?
this
I've never
spec
seen him play
variety
lock
rule works
before.
in a best of
Oh
5
my
is
god,
so
it is
different than a
Genji
best of
lock!
3 because
Mirror's
you
stream
get
is
that,
ahead.
those
I forgot.
4th and 5th maps where you might
It's
actually
like
be able
50
to
hell,
30
no
seconds
spoilers?
ahead.
time, but in order to
Yeah,
do
they're
that, you have
already
to
in the first
really
pull
plan
right now.
for it in advance. So yeah, that is the question: is are Mandatory planning to just 3-0 this? Do they have a contingency ready for how if this goes to that Skyreach? I think we'll start.
Wait,
to get an
Ellesmere has
idea for that
kids?
when we see which specs they
Yeah,
zone
he's a kid.
into this Nexus Point with. The one thing I'd really
Actually,
like
never
out of
knew
both
that.
teams in this dungeon, I want to see the Bear Druid from both teams. I think this dungeon, it's worth using one of your Bear.
Wait, he
uses,
actually is, like,
for
a
here,
full
because
minute
some of the
ahead.
pulls are just so much comfier on the Bear than
that even
anything
allowed?
else.
Probably not.
Indeed, but this is going to be game 2. This is
Yeah, they're
Nexus
29
Point
minutes
Mandatory
and 6 seconds in right
Blast.
now.
Spellbook, and here we go.
That is a
Tunnel.
Vengeance Demon Hunter. There it is for Team
Genji
Mandatory.
lock,
Vengeance
Mira's
Demon Hunter
Vengeance.
For Miraz. We have the Warlock.
Wait,
the
this is a
Death Row
throwaway
lock
game if I've
for
ever seen
Mandatory.
one.
Oh my
What the
god.
fuck?
Yeah, that's a +1 for us.
Oh,
We'll
if
allow
there's a
Warlock
death
back
ever
in.
gonna
I
happen for
suspect they
Minotaur,
want
it's
to
this
stand
match.
out
Holy
this one
shit, what if
and
they
then
win this
preserve the
one?
demo
That would be
for a potential
sick.
Skyreach, because I don't think you want to be caught
Mara's
by a Warlock in a
DH.
Skyreach is probably some of the thought process here. So yeah, Mandatory are playing a lot of heavily
Bro,
off-meta
I mean,
specs in this
VDH is
dungeon.
getting
The
massive
Mistweaver and the
buffs.
Unholy being the
This
most
shit's so
meta of
fucking
the
back
specs,
next
and then
week,
the Elemental
holy.
Shaman potentially helping facilitate
How does Spellbook have a
that
death
burn on
already?
the Core Warden. But then the other specs
what the
they're playing
fuck?
here,
You missed
Oh
with
my
the curse.
god.
throw at the spec variety rule.
Two?
Whereas Sentinel actually having a death already on this first
Oh,
one.
no way
we're
gonna
Things
lose to a
have all the ramp
VDH.
from that Unholy DK all gone during this Bloodlust pull.
I'm
This
telling you
might
that
be a big
Erratic Zap
problem for
always
Sen
gets
Spellbook, as
someone.
once that Incarn falls off, there
It's
will
actually
be one more
impossible to
survival
see.
instincts, and then our tank might start being in some serious danger
Man.
that they're not planned for, as they haven't had this pull live this long in practice whenever that DK's been alive.
Yeah, and that was made all the more worse by the fact that they had already used the battle res. Roybin, I think, ripped aggro on something right at the start of
Dude,
the pull,
VDH is
died,
doing
they
no
instantly
damage.
Rezzed her. And then, of course, like we saw, Dan
Oh,
died
Genji
on
is
his
Destro,
ramp.
not
and
even
pretty much
Demo.
did no damage on this pull because it didn't have the battle res. Now Looney dying as well.
Destro luck.
Why
And
is
Roybin
streaming against his
second death,
NXT
the mana batteries
mix?
explode,
What's up,
killing
Roger?
off
It's-
several
The bit is I
players.
want them to die
It's
because
like,
they
what
haven't died
What
yet.
the whole
Fuck?
bad
It's
news
like,
is they've now
it's
lost
fake
all
hate
their
watching.
I
I
think
obviously
they're
want them to win and do well, but it's just fun to root against them because
Dude,
there's
there's
like
no way we're losing
0%
to
chance they
Lock,
lose.
Destro.
So I gotta do
Mirrors on
something
VDH.
to get up
This
hype.
is just looking worse and worse for Sen Spellbook.
Yeah, again, this looks like Mandatory have made a really good decision of playing this comp.
Wish
here,
they didn't die
and
in
then
raid
things
too.
have- Not only have they made a good decision, but Fortune has immediately broken in their favor.
Amen.
with all of those troubles befalling Sen Spellbook.
Yeah, I think
Sen
chat summed it
Spellbook
up here. Not a
really
good
pulled out
weekend
a
for
lot of the,
mandatory hate
powerhouse
watchers.
specs for this map. They
It's
definitely
horrible,
need to
man. I'm
win
having
this
a
one.
horrible
Otherwise, they're going to be in
weekend.
such a tough position trying to reverse.
Well, now there's no
having
excuse
used,
for
you know,
VDH
a
and
use of that bear, a use of that Mistweaver.
Destro
and I think,
lock.
that yeah, their
Seems like
spec
you can
variety
win
rule is going to
MDI,
be hurt
even
by
with
this
these
more than
specs.
Mandatory. Mandatory really smartly saving resources for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I just screenshot that.
I
I
do
just
like
said I
this
think it's
Destro
so
lock,
funny.
though. I think Warlock in general, all three specs kind of have their own niches a little bit. I
I
mean,
love
they all
Roger.
kind of do the same thing, right? They all just do solid AoE and solid single
Five
target. They're not really bad at
deaths?
anything.
Oh,
I think Destro might be a
man.
little bit behind the other two specs in terms of just raw throughput, but it's a very, very easy
I put it
spec
in
to
the
play on.
watch party
AoE,
chat.
You're literally just pressing Cataclysm to put Wither on everything. Yeah, he is playing Hellcaller, I just checked. So you put Wither on everything that replaces Immolate, and then you just spam Rain of Fire. You don't even have to worry about Havoc because you play Mayhem, so that auto Havoc's targets for you. It's really, really good for the mass.
When are you
pulls
playing?
that
I'm
you
not
do
playing
in
this
dungeons,
MDI.
So it seems like just a solid pick to fill in one of those
Why is
gaps
Mirror owning everybody
for
right
the
now?
spec ban rule. It's just a really, really smart
Class is
pick
OP.
for
That's a
Mandatory.
good point.
Mandatory, and they want to play Warlocks
VDH
in all three of
has
these dungeons, but
been
we're in
like the
3 of the
second
5
best
dungeons in this series,
tank for damage
but they
outside
don't
of Bear right
care so
now.
much about the specific specs
Just
as just the
it doesn't really
Warlock
live.
class utility.
And also
So
everyone's
they're
playing
getting
Devour,
full
so it's
value
like
out of 3
no point in playing
Warlocks,
VDH.
while also getting 3 different
VDH
specs
utility is also
restricted
so
on the spec
fucking
variety
gutted
rule, if
that
I'm correct
the
about
class
the
doesn't even bring
demo
anything
being
special.
the plan for the
Unlike
Skyreach
Bear
if we
Druid
get
that brings
there.
an insane
And
amount of
that just seems
utility.
like a absolutely
I mean, Bear actually brings a lot,
brilliant
low key.
decision out of them. The other thing that's working out really nicely,
Name
for
it.
Mandatory,
Especially
look
this
at
season.
Vengeance DH damage.
Well, I
Gonna
mean,
be in
like,
third place by the
Versatile
end of this
Typhoon is
Frostpool. Now,
extremely
there was a lot
valuable
of
this
trash on
season.
pull at the start
D-Curse
here.
is pretty
Vengeance Demon
big.
Hunter has
Poison
some
Dispel.
tremendous AoE burst. The way that the spec works
They,
right now,
You know what other
affects
spec
your
brings
meta.
that?
You get
have a
to
lot
then
of
press a
off-healing.
Spirit Bomb
What?
that just
Resto
drops
Druid?
meteors,
Yeah,
on
but the problem
entire
is, you know,
pull, and
if
then
you're
you also
playing
get to
without
do
a Resto
Soul
Druid,
Cleave that
then
drops some more
where do you get
meteors,
your D-Curse and
everything
Poison
is
But
Dispel
what
just
if you
from?
bring a
absolutely
Vengeance
beat
Demon
by
Hunter
that.
with the
Did you have Burning Rush
And then
on?
you swap
And for the
DPS
entirety
meta
of
up.
the dungeon,
How is
you
he
also
so
can
low?
rank
Just didn't
your
get
Okay,
healed?
where are you
attacks
playing
and
over
your
Devour?
weaknesses, and each time you get
What
one
if you're
of
gonna
those,
play,
you get
like-
I think you just
another
didn't get healed.
rain of
DK,
those meteors on
Og,
all the targets.
Warlock.
So it can be huge AoE damage if you line it up with your fiery brand, which is increasing all the damage.
Is it a win
that the enemies
trade?
are taking
Yeah,
That's a
that's got
good
your mind
point.
turning,
the
doesn't it?
danger is Fiery
I'm thinking
Brands
about that a
Meta are
bit.
also your
Yeah,
problem is you have
it's
two
got the wheels
squishy
spinning.
classes in that
on
group.
pull for full damage.
Not that squishy.
Often you want the defense on pull as well.
Nah,
but
I
what
fucking
that
hate
can mean
healing
is that
Warlock and
very
Og.
few defensives
It's so
exist
annoying,
for you in
'cause,
the
like, you're having to
later
pocket
parts
both of
the
those
game,
90% of the time
unless
running
you
rush,
block
that's
a
my
really
goat.
fortunate meta.
And having to juggle between those two specs is so
Interesting. Okay,
annoying.
well, we'll have to see if that's the play for them. It's already a little bit different from them in routing compared to the previous run we saw from them. They're not going for the mass pull all the way to the core ward in here. They're just playing it a little
That
bit
is not a
safe,
bad
doing set
combo.
up pull first, and then they'll probably start chaining once most of the big mobs
VDH,
die.
Bresto
But
Druid,
again, for the time
Warlock,
being, it's looking
Og,
great for
DK.
Mandatory. Still on 0 deaths for the map, the series, and the weekend so far.
Thought
And
you
it
and
looks like
Gingy
they're
had
doing their best
beef.
to
There's
keep
no
it that way.
beef.
Sin Spellbook has now dealt with the first boss, but I mean, they're going to be on their back foot for the rest of this map here. Those 5 deaths are really going to cost them in the long run here. It's interesting to see the Elemental Shaman kind of underperform on some of these pulls. For Mandatory, it was behind the tank on the first boss.
PI
For Sin
beat? No,
Spellbook, it was below the
that
Guardian
situation is so
Druid
long.
on
I
the
understand
initial pull. But we
why
know
he
that
did
the
what he
Elemental
did. It's
Shaman is
fine.
really just generally pretty good,
Oh.
but it's used for the burst on that second boss. It is the best burst damage spec in the game, especially with damage amp. So we'll have to see just how that damage amp push goes for both of our teams.
Yeah, notably, neither team playing the Augmentation Evoker to really, hop on board, right? Piggyback off of that Elemental Shaman damage. So we'll have to see if either is still able to make a one phase happen without those dragons. I suspect that that is a required piece of the puzzle as well. But if any team could prove me wrong, it would be
Please,
one of
Kush,
these two,
please give us a
like
dot.
the Mandatory. Actually, one thing they might be able to do
Please.
with it. The Vengeance Demon Hunter burst is quite a bit of single
Why
target.
is
as
he using the
well,
full government on Og
especially
Evoker?
if you can roll a meta proc into the boss.
Or Ellie Shaman.
Now it's
Ellie
a
could be
bit of
good
RNG
too.
associated with it. But if
Ellie,
you're really
DK,
planning around it,
Og.
you can hold a meta proc until just before it would expire, and then you can press it, and then you can hold the Spirit Bomb for a while as well. And if you set that all up correctly, you can dramatically increase the chances, not to 100%.
It's not up
but
to me, Burn.
definitely
It's up to
higher,
this dumbass
of actually
dorky.
having, like,
I wanted
multiple
to
of those meteor
keys.
waves inside the damage amp
What's
on the core
on the bottom
warden
of the
here.
screen?
Will it be enough to make up for the lack of an augmentation
Is it a
evoker?
Porky
My
season?
money would be on no, but it might be close,
Holy
and
shit,
I
is
definitely
Porky
might be
happy
wrong.
back?
Mandatory will be pulling that boss in the very near future. Meanwhile,
played
over
your
on the
DH
right-hand
at all this
side,
season?
hot on their heels, Arsene Spellbook. 5 deaths
It's like
are going to be
260 at a level or so.
a very big problem for them
maybe
as
270.
well. That extra minute and 15
Right there with my
seconds,
evoker.
in addition to the dungeon progression, will be assessed against them at the end here. But they're definitely still close. They're in
Dude,
range
Havoc
if
was actually so
something
fun
goes
last season.
even a
I
little
can't
bit
believe they
wrong for
fucking gutted that
Mandatory.
shit.
I was talking about
I
how
was
how
popping
much
the hell
like
off on that
Destrolock
class.
pick in general. I will say it's not great for 20-second burst. Destrolock kind of wants to do a 30 to 40-second ramp for
Until
his
you
damage.
decided
so
to do your
maybe they
Aeon
could
2
capture
arc.
the end of that.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I
he's not
mean-
qualified for
Chaos, so he
It was
can
kinda
destroy
cooked
the
anyways,
infernal
'cause
procs during his
Havoc
main
fell out of
inferno, which
meta.
will increase his shard generation. I think
Wait,
that's
what's
No,
the
just
have
for
differential?
seeding
He could still get
and
brought to,
prize
like,
pool
3
for
dungeons.
the
Really going
group.
to be how many Tempest procs
Yeah.
the shamans get in there.
I was playing with
That's gonna be
Which is still
Drogo
very
a bit
important.
that season, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, we need an Ellie
Difference is
Shaman."
like $1,000 maybe.
They got like
Something like
bond or
that.
some shit.
On them,
And
perfect.
he was like,
decent
"Oh well,
amount.
would you want to still come
Just to
for
see
like
how many of
our
those
car?" I'm like, "Fuck."
So
fuck,
do
I played
our
just to
car
do-
once a week?
Yeah.
If you can
He,
proc
he
off,
could be like, "Hey,
maybe
can you come
can
to our car?" Whatever. I was
still
like, "No,
get
I'm not gonna log in just
a
to do
one-phase
1 or 2
somehow, even
keys
without the Aug evoker.
for your fucking group."
Yeah, that's going to be the thing to look for here, as Mandatory are going to be spawning that boss. Mira's running over to the side, tossing a glaive at some of these Hollow Soul
Fucking Ellie
Scroungers.
Shamans,
Just
man.
like when they played this with their other comp, they're only interested in taking 3 Scroungers into the boss. They don't want to waste that time running all the way over to the other side to tag the other 3 in while the boss is spawning. But they are now in boss combat, which means we will get an answer very soon to whether they can one phase without that Aug Evoker. I do think that, yeah, it'll require a really well-timed, I guess you could press the Infernal a few seconds before even the Light Scar Flare starts, maybe, or maybe as
You
you're
wanna press it,
running
like,
into
now?
it. Yeah,
You want to press
and
it
then
right now. There it is. Perfect.
ramp it up. There it is. Yep, Gingy going to be dropping that rock on to all of these mobs. And Mira is also potentially, yeah, he's got, oh, you can see there's a 2 under his meta, so he actually does have a meta proc that he'll be rolling into this. Nearly dies as he is trying to hold it to go into it. But yeah, there it goes. All of that damage coming in. Up
Tempest,
to
Tempest, 2
170k
Tempests.
is Mirez.
Okay, do we have any more Tempest Kush proc one here? This boss is
Yeah,
getting
they said
shredded.
this is
They might
rolling.
actually get it. Wow. They're doing insane damage. It's a 1 phase without an Aug Evoker. Okay, they have 1% of the boss's HP
That's
left,
still
but
counts.
still,
Dude,
that's
1 phase
still
with
die.
absolutely
Gingy
insane.
Lock
What
and
a
Mirror's
damage
ZH.
push for Mandatory. Just
They
incredible.
could still die.
Yeah,
Right,
Mirrors
it's
actually
over.
ends up proccing Last Resort.
Maybe the
there,
bridge disappears when they're all running across it.
potentially intentionally, because that also gives you more waves of meteors. So I'm going to call it a planned Last Resort for Mirrors for just full damage on that burn phase.
It's
And
best
then
of
we can
5.
see Ryson coming in with that life cocoon to make sure that he didn't actually die while he was setting that up. But really nicely played by Mandatory, just full optimization, as Mira is now going to be running around the side. 78% count this time for Mandatory, so they are going to need to grab quite a bit of count before the end of this dungeon. But they are going to be skipping
see 10.
past the battling enemies at the very start of the dungeon and just basically kill every single other enemy in the rest of the dungeon.
If there are those flare bats that were absent from the picture earlier on when we were playing Something Ain't Right, they have to pull those down to get their count. This pull is super dangerous, though, right? We've seen so many of our wipes in this key occur to this pull in general. The
Uncapped
AoE
crest?
damage
I
these
have
lingering
no
images
clue.
do to the group is insane. Those dots
All right, did we
stack
get the
up
one phase over on
heavily,
Spellbook's side?
especially if you start to get meleeed by those fixates as well. These frontals, kind of hard to see, but it looks like everyone on Mandatory is doing a good
Yeah,
job of
it's
dodging. Here's that
looking
damage push for
good.
Spellbook on the right side.
Yeah,
Can
they-
they also
Eh.
get the one phase?
They're
off?
gonna be a
didn't
little
they have
bit
it
off.
last
Shelly
time?
blasting the damage meters. Looks like it's not going to be as good for
Dude,
Blip,
what
but
the-
still sub 5% on the damage amp is pretty solid. But
Man,
honestly,
this makes that
they're
shit
look
so
so
far behind.
effortless.
Mandatory has already
Yeah.
engaged Lothraxion.
They're playing a completely
That
different
mass
comp,
AoE
too,
pull,
which is the crazy
once
part.
Again, no issues for Mandatory whatsoever. It may wipe other teams, but not these guys.
Does Vengeance
Yeah,
have any
at
kind of
least
like
so
burst that
far,
would be good in
there-
that window?
At some point, I suspect during our MDI,
Yeah.
Mandatory will have a death, but it
Basically,
hasn't
when you
been
press
up till
meta,
now,
you
and
get
I agree with you. I don't
meteors
think it'll
that
be
you
a
can
push in
call
there.
Nobody
down.
blinks like me
Gets
to
be
bounced
able to
away
saw.
by one of those
Love calling
images.
down meteors.
Yeah, there's on
Taking a
Torny
little
Row.
dot as a result.
Yeah.
Gonna drop them down to 80%.
It's too bad the only
health,
specs
which,
that do
you know,
that
if
in
you're a
PvE
warlock,
suck
that means
fucking
it's done quite a
ass.
bit of damage to you, but of course you're in
It actually
the
sounds really
danger
cool,
of
but
dying
like
there.
visually, it's
Cataclysm gonna be coming out to
not
all
very
those
exciting.
withers on all of those targets.
I feel like you should
Pre-activating
be
Get
shitting
Ending
out
Resolve as well against
massive
that incoming damage.
meatballs from the sky
From
that
step.
just
Yeah,
do
We
like
are gonna
crazy
get
damage.
the Divine
I want my
Guile
Vengeance
phase
Demon
here
Hunter to just
in
blot
a
out my
moment
screen.
from Lothraxion.
I don't want to be able to
Proc
see
meta,
That's
anything.
fucking
well, that's
amazing.
what
Yeah,
North
why
Meta on purpose,
not?
Probably.
To use
Yes,
all their
that's how it
cores,
should
they'll
be.
Holding this Infernal until after the Divine Guile.
You ever think you'll lose?
When Demon Hunters drop
Yeah,
darkness on the
yeah,
ground, it
yeah.
should make
Oh,
my
they don't
entire
The
have
screen
last
go
to
two
do
black.
that?
races,
Yeah, they know
anyone could
exactly
have
what
won.
it
Oh,
is.
that
We
would
saw
actually be
these.
sick.
That would actually
No,
be
it should make it if
That
you're
was a
standing in
stacked right on
darkness,
top
your
of
screen
another
kind of
one.
gets
The
like
screen-
So
clouded.
it
No, it
would've
should be
taken them quite a
fully
while
black.
to identify that, but like you said, Macy
Sure,
was
I'd be
running
down
out
for that too.
past that death coil.
The last
and
two
then
races
followed
was
that
literally a
projectile,
50-50 on who would have
to
won.
its correct target, which is a very
That
nice
goes
little
like
piece of
one
technology. If
mistake
you're on the
both
live
times off of
servers,
winning.
You can buy some snowballs from the auction house and use those.
Mandatory is
to
one
make
of the
that happen.
favorites, yeah.
I don't think our MDI competitors have access to snowball though, so
My
you
money's
gotta
on
find a
Liquid, though.
class with the
Under
class
P.
ability to do it.
Yeah, they definitely don't. I don't think those are on the vendors, so they wouldn't have access to those. We haven't really seen other teams really using that projectile tech, so it's nice to see Mandatory pulling it out so they know exactly where the correct
Who's playing
image is
Liquid?
to phase it.
Yips,
Those
Boomy,
Spirit Link
Zevi,
shenanigans there for them,
Ashine,
not that they have that
Wolfisco.
available to them either way. So, not going to be going
why
down to
they're
that
not doing it.
intermission phase.
No,
Yeah,
all
that's
races
exactly
since
what they're
Fire were
gonna do.
not
They would do it if they had a
50-50.
Rest of
Hopefully we
Shaman here for sure.
see
Nerevar,
bloody
I was an
Caitlyn.
Echo. We were like a day and a half behind.
Think Mirror's just getting
Gallywix, we were like a
I think
day
Mirror's just getting his
behind.
weeklies in on the
Gallywix,
tournament
But
realm.
if it was available, actually,
Guys, I
maybe
still
he
need
put
a
it
I mean, it
on
would
my
be
team
really
and
cool
Hunter.
for him to play for
accidentally
fun.
pressed
Gallywix
during
was
this
closer
intermission
than
phase. It's a good
Nerevar,
way to
though.
get, very angry messages from your group.
How many times have
Once
Liquid
again, a
won?
death coil
They've only competed
instantly
in the last
revealing
one, and they got
where
second.
that
They barely
correct
lost.
Image is Mandatory instantly out of the intermission phase. Since Spellbook is trying
Yeah,
to keep
exactly.
close,
Anyone who
they
thinks
just
Race for the
now
First
engaged
isn't
with
a
Thraxion,
competition
but
anymore
Mandatory have
because
the
Liquid
ball
won the last
so far
4
ahead.
has not been paying attention
What
to
if
the last 2
Mandatory
races.
forfeits the
in
next
their
2
eyes
games
as they
to
start
make game
DPS
5?
Thraxion. We're not going to
winner
get
take
another
all.
intermission phase. It's just another lights out.
I mean,
clean
I'm up
dungeon
for it.
Mandatory as they're
Maybe
now
it's one of
should
those seeding
themselves
things that
suggest
you're
it to
talking
him.
about.
one dungeon away from claiming this
Uh-oh.
tournament right now. It's just unbelievable from Mandatory.
Yeah. Spellbook wiping at the very end there, but it is not going to matter. Mandatory are going to take this game. It's a 2-0 lead that they've opened up in this series, putting them on match point already.
All it takes is one more win, and Mandatory will prove many of our predictions right. But I mean, unsurprisingly,
I mean,
see
it's so
how
brutal to be
strong
in
they
Aki's
are
shoes
and
last
how
two
fast
races.
they blazed
I
through
feel
these
so
dungeons.
bad.
Mandatory forgot
The
to lost the
precision
last
is so
boss.
impressive, and the numbers.
But not
back
really
it
because
up.
I won.
I mean, looking over all of
Probably
this,
just doing it for
Stratnus,
Aura.
No, but
the
it does
damage,
feel horrible.
The specs, everything that came came together. What
You
do
forgot
think
the
is especially
lust.
effective about mandatory or sense spellbook strats in these maps?
Yeah, again, I started this map by saying I hope to see them both zone in on the
All right,
Guardian
how's
Druid.
Genji's
I
damage?
think Mandatory did something even better though with that Vengeance Demon Hunter. Look at the damage that it did.
Not
It's
bad.
less than Sky was doing on the Guardian Druid, but it's not by much. And this does
I think
mean that
Mace's a good
Mandatory
player,
have another great spec to throw into the fire, as it were, right? To toss away
Is that
for
not
the rest of the
20%?
series.
Is that not 20% less damage?
Look, you know, doing 20% less damage than a Guardian Druid is pretty good, right? Because now you can play the Guardian Druid in the next series, in the rest of the series potentially.
You know, that's the hope you would think. But as we look back on this series, we'll get to our spec picks a little bit later. Tettles, with everything that you saw from this play, what were some of the map moments that were the biggest?
Yes, Kush
highlights
has
for
been
you?
in the chat,
I
man.
think that
He's
for
versing
me,
Send Spellbook. Like,
Mandatory, again,
Kush
was
can chat all he
incredibly
wants,
dramatic.
man.
On a very unconventional kind of setup. They're playing this
It's not
Destruction
just pressing
Warlock,
Rain
which
of
seems a little
Fire.
bit random. The Vengeance Hunter also seems a little bit random. But I think that the thing where they have Ryzen and Mara actually cooking in their group.
Oh,
I think that that
Kush's
is one of the
mail form
strengths
looks
of this
so
team.
dumb.
You know, Mara's longtime Echo officer. Ryzen also a longtime Echo officer, teaching people how to press their defensives, teaching people where to like press all of their buttons. I think both of them really set up their team for success. For Sin the Spellbook, they unfortunately have multiple of the engineers' bombs.
Did you
go
see
off
Mandatory
at
forgot the
very
lust?
beginning of the dungeon, causing a full wipe. And from then, it
Yeah,
was
that's what
basically
Dorky
just
just
over.
said.
Yeah, people were talking
There was
about
also,
I
at
wasn't
least for
listening,
me, a
sorry.
question as to whether or not Mandatory is going
he's
to have the
muted.
ability to be able to one phase this second
I
boss
do mute Dorky
during that
sometimes.
Voidlight Scar cast. And as
If he
it
ever
turns out,
accidentally compliments
I think that
Mandatory.
This is where that,
Yeah.
that Mara is making sure that everybody has their offensive CD.
How many people do you think
kinda
actually think I
cooking
hate
comes into
Mandatory?
play where
I think I got a
as
couple
it turns out, I
people.
think it's more of the setup and having all of the
Chad,
buttons
don't fall
available
for it. He
rather
actually
than it
hates
is,
them.
like, the
I hate
composition
Mandatory, yep.
very specifically, because obviously things like the Elemental Shaman, the Augubook are really
Unironically,
good at
I'm
one-phasing
hate
the
watching.
fight, but I think if your pacing is correct and your offensive cooldown situation is set up correctly, you should be able to one phase this on most compositions, even at this Keystone
I
level.
love
And
Kush.
mean,
I like
Mandatory,
everyone on that team.
This was really their showcase.
I like
Even
Bryson a
up
lot when I was
2-0,
there.
They have a lot
It's
of
actually on
stuff
that,
unlocked for future maps as
when
well. I don't
when
feel like
Blizzard does
they're
the
going into
invites
future
to
maps with
creators
a
to
bunch of their
BlizzCon, one of the things you have to
preferred
do is
picks
fill out a form with a
banned
field
even, so
that
I think
says
the
like
Mandatory
why
are
they should
looking very
invite you.
clean
And
to
for years it
potentially
was
go
probably
to
like,
LVO.
I will
They just
cheer
really
so
see the
loud
best
if
of
Mandatory
everything,
loses
and then
in person.
To just continually do that and meet that bar and
I'm
that
bringing my foam
run
fingers to
every single
BlizzCon.
time that they're hoping to achieve. But, you know, next up we have Magister's Terrace, and we did actually just get to see Send Spellbook in this one in our last
Oh, don't
series.
sound Spellbook.
So,
Hate
Zyro,
Magister's Terrace.
Thinking about Magister's Terrace
Oh,
and the bans
man.
to come in ahead.
Yeah,
how
I'm
do
telling
think
you,
this
they're
map
just
is gonna
hard
shake
cooked.
out for our team?
Dude, if
Like,
they
these
come back in here with
absolute
double
ideas, bro.
fucking
Bad news
warrior,
if you're a Sin Spellbook
Dude,
fan.
Val would be
The
fucking
fastest
insane.
Magister's Terrace was
Nah, if
mandatory
you're gonna play
by
real comp
about a minute.
and lose.
And you know, this is a dungeon where
Triple
we thought, oh
warrior.
man, Polish Man has such a sick strategy in here, but yeah, mandatory.
Come on,
did it a minute
Mandatory. Let me
faster than
see
that.
One of the
Bloody
world
kill
first
some
keys.
crazy
When
shit.
Dorky
Sin
wants
Spellbook
to
has
do
had
world
a couple
first
of issues in
keys.
this key as well over the course of the weekend, right? We just saw it earlier today. They had a wipe on the very first pull. They also missed count.
I think they
here
should
earlier
all
this
play
weekend.
their
Down 0-2 in a series.
like old school
But they
specs. I
have
think
also
we should
reverse
see
swept a
Maystine on
couple of
Feral Druid.
series, so I don't
I think
wanna
we should
count
see
them out
Genji
just
on
yet.
Marks
It's just
Hunter.
kind of all leaning in favor of
I
Mandatory.
think we should
right now,
see
I mean, Mandatory was
Ryzen
favored
on
to
Disc
win
Priest.
coming
Ryzen would be on
in.
Disc
We
Priest mirrors.
all
I don't know
expected it,
what I don't know that I would
especially
associate
Hi,
any
Zero
tank with
Cool.
mirrors.
A lot of these players haven't always played under the mandatory
I don't even
banner.
know where
This
Maris
new
came from.
sort of
I only knew of
configuration
him
of them here as
ever since he
mandatory.
joined
Just,
MDI
I think,
with
immediately
the Echo
looks
guys.
Yeah, I mean he used to play
I know
DPS.
Drat knows we're
He was
gonna have
primarily
these spec
like
bans
I
coming
think
in,
monk
so
slash
we'll get
druid
a
player
look
back in
as
the
they
day.
pop up and as the teams
What
take
did he
tally
do?
of their most played specs, and then also
Or, like,
if
where's he
Disney
come
tries
from?
pick
I don't
which
know.
ones
Like
they're
the
gonna
first I
ban.
knew
So,
of him was when he
Dratnus,
joined there.
What are we seeing?
All right,
No
well,
way,
let's
Mira's
go
Prot.
here to that
I should have asked him
Demon
that
Hunter
in our
for
Podyssey episode,
mandatory. Two
'cause I
more
was-
aspects
I've
also
never, like,
on
known
the ban
his
list
past.
for them. Although
No,
I think
it's
we
not.
will
You're
see
a
the
dumbass. I
third
checked.
making an appearance if we make it to that Sky Reach, which mandatory are going to try their best to prevent from happening. Meanwhile, it's two
They're just
Shamans
going
banned
full
for
meta
Send
comp,
Spellbook.
man. It's
They've
so
also thrown away
boring.
that Arms Warrior that they didn't even play in the last map. It was just one that they played in the first map that they still were then eligible to ban after this one. So what does that mean for what they have access to here? Well, Augmentation Evoker is something that is very much on the cards for both teams, and I expect we will see. Guardian Druid, something that is on the cards for both teams, although I believe if Send Spellbook use it here, they will lose it for the rest of the series.
Can I make a prediction for Mandatory's composition?
I need
Yes,
one
sir.
death.
All right, Bear Druid, Mistweaver Monk, Augmentation Evoker, Devour Demon Hunter, Unholy DK. That's my prediction.
Yeah,
So
Is
brave.
Tettles trying to make
So
a prediction? We can
It's a
see
brave-
the
that's
comp on
right.
Mirrors'
That's
stream
right.
right now.
The fact that they have that entire composition unlocked
No
on the third map
spoilers.
is insane to me, by the way.
Key starting in 5 seconds, by the way.
Zyro, we've talked about some of the strategies.
I mean, we're
right?
just gonna play
When do you
Bear
save
Tank
these
and
picks when you can
Mistweaver,
try and bank on later maps. At this point, for
DK,
Sense Spellbook, I think this is where
DH.
they
Go look
have a lot
Ellsmere's
of
Twitter.
time.
None
They
of the
have
Ellsmere's
to
meta
try
specs
to
are
win
banned.
this. So, do you think the teams try to get coy about what they're bringing in, or do you think
Coy.
you just lay it all out with your spec picks?
Oh, is
You gotta
Mother's
send it
Day
out. Like,
post? I
there's
saw
no-
that.
There's your back's against the wall. You're down to 2. You lose another map, you're out of the tournament. Now you're still qualified for grand finals, but I feel like you gotta give it a go at the last moment here. Go down swinging. Let's see what you got, Sense Spellbook. This dungeon hasn't gone well for them the 2 times they played it this weekend. I want to see what they're capable of. We know they have fast strategies in all of the dungeons. They've got times that could compete with Mandatory. The Pitter Saran looks great. Let's see what they got.
We will see. This is going to be the make or break game. Game
You
3.
you did try to
Masters
keep
Tour
Rogue alive,
matchup,
Zero. Cool respect.
Mandatory versus Send Spellbook. This is the Group A finals, and while both of these teams will be moving on, there is prize money on the line and championship glory. If Mandatory takes it, they win. Send
We gotta
Spellbook
get you the
has to
Huzz
hang
and a
in there.
license.
Correct.
We
There it
don't
is.
need a Huzz.
Wow,
Meta
it seems
comp.
like both teams have adopted Tettles' innovative comp here of the Guardian Druid, the Mistweaver, the Aug Evoker, and the Demon Hunter. Or rather, not the Demon Hunter, sorry, the Death Knight, because the Demon Hunter and the Warlock is a difference between these two teams. So Send Spellbook are going to be playing that Demonology Warlock, whereas Mandatory are instead opting for the Devourer here, which I do think that's the most flexible spot in the composition for both of these teams, especially after Devourer. It got nerfed a little bit this reset, still very strong spec, but a lot less irreplaceable than it was before. Both teams are going to make quick work of this very first pull of the dungeon, and Mandatory heading into the library, wasting absolutely no time. That stampeding roar from both teams, letting them navigate this section of the dungeon. And we'll see how quickly they're able to get in combat with that Pyromancer, and whether they're able to get all of the codices that are over on the side.
I genuinely think. that
So have we
Drax
seen
a
Loon
lot of
play
the
anything
Dust
besides
is, like,
Warlock? He's played Warlock all 3 games
pretty
this series,
much
right?
neutral at this point after the
Right.
2%
I think
nerf
so.
they got today this week. So it's pretty much neck and neck comp wise for the teams. Warlock brings curses. Demon Hunter brings the magic damage taken debuff. It's about the
I wonder if
same
he just played
between
AF
them. So
in Caverns
it's
so
really
that
gonna
he
come
could
down
keep
to
playing
who
demo.
plays this key better.
Oh,
Since
he played
Spellbook,
DH.
after qualifying as a top 2
Oh, they
team,
play DH?
haven't had a clean
Yeah.
dungeon this series yet. Can they pull it off here? Can they make Mandatory sweat just a little bit for the first time this weekend? So far, it's pretty close here. Both teams are on that Blazing Pyromancer pull that did wipe Sin Spellbook earlier today. This time around, they're doing a lot better job of dealing with it, but it looks like it's going to be Mandatory unlocking the first boss room just a little bit faster here, Dranos.
Yeah, only a little bit faster though. Send Spellbook are running right at basically the same pace here. They've killed off the important mob as well, so just a couple of stragglers that are being left alive for them, but they are only a handful of seconds behind, and they have actually collected a little bit more count in
17,
this
it's a
first
pretty
area
high key.
as well. So pretty much dead even between these two teams as they're both running into that first boss.
They
It's
are
actually
really
Send
even, by
Spellbook
the way.
that will be engaging the boss first, while Mandatory.
Well,
wasting a little
I
bit
mean,
of
at this
time
point
here, or
now-
using a little bit of time here, gathering up all
I
these
think
enemies, setting up
Spellbook
a
has done this
beautiful
dungeon like, I don't know,
AoE
3 or 4
death
times.
pile here for all of their.
I'd imagine
cleave,
they're
to
pretty
destroy
comfortable
this
in here.
hole.
And the
Look at
polls
the
all
strategy here for
seem
Mandatory, though. Kush and Mastian actually both grabbed a
They're not
stack
comfortable
of
here.
that buff from
You don't think
clicking-
so?
clicking a crystal before heading into the
Well,
fight,
I mean, they're doing
which
good
means
right
their
now. So.
initial AoE on this pack was a lot higher than it was
Who
for
knows?
Sin Spellbook. They had a little more setup time, though, that was required, which
I'm
means
not
Sin
playing this
Spellbook
MPI.
actually were able to get a little bit ahead on boss damage here, but I believe Mandatory should be catching up and pulling ahead here as they'll have that damage buff up.
JB, do you know about Hydrogen
Doesn't
Bomb
extend
versus
the
Coughing
buff, right?
Baby?
But it still means
Yeah.
they have the buff for a little bit longer.
Are you
Right,
saying
so
this is a
each
game
stack of
between a
this
hydrogen
buff,
bomb and a
it's sort of
coughing
like Iron
baby?
Crow, right? Where it's each new stack will have its own
I
unique
believe so.
duration, so you won't
Jesus
refresh
Christ.
your old stacks, but
Why is
The
that the
bosses
case?
are
you also
literally
get
the
benefit of
same
multiple stacks.
HP.
What you really want to make sure is that you just have as many as possible
now.
during your burst. Other than that,
For
it's not
now.
as big of a deal.
Where does that
whether
come
you-
from?
You know, whether you have
I don't
6
know, it
for
was just
some
a
time
random-
and then 18 and then
I think it was like a
6
random
again,
meme on
or just
Reddit or some
18
shit.
for a shorter time,
And then
as
people
long
thought
as
it was
that
funny,
18
so they
does
started
cover
using
your
it to
full
compare
burst.
everything.
Look at this, though. We're
I
actually
see.
getting a little bit of extra count pulled on top
I
of the
didn't realize
boss
it
at
was
the
funny,
final
but-
moment here for Sin Spellbook, whereas
I
Mandatory
get it.
just are now dealing with only that Magister. So
Wait, are you saying you weren't
little
aware
bit
of the meme
different
until right
count
now?
Between the two teams, Sin Spellbook also
I mean,
had
people
about
say it all the
1%
time. I know
before
Max
heading
said
into
it
the boss.
once,
Looks like
and
they're going to be leaving the boss with a couple
I'm just like,
percent
what the hell
more
are you talking
than
about?
Mandatory. We'll have to see what that ends up changing
You're
for
so
them
old,
later
Dorky.
on in the key. Mandatory will have to pull an extra mob or two here and there. either way, it's still going to be very.
I don't even
very
necessarily
close. And look
feel
at this,
like
both bosses
Hydrogen
exactly
Bomb versus
on
Coughing Baby is
10%
like a Zoomer
at
meme.
the same time between the two teams.
I feel like that's more like
Yeah,
a
the
millennial
count
meme.
almost exactly equal. Again, Sen Spellbook.
I never
2%
liked
of
it.
an advantage on count. And Zyro, they're going to be killing this boss.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
think just a little bit ahead of Mandatory. This is a
It's
really
same kill
impressive
time,
performance.
more
No
count.
Mandatory who get it by 2 seconds on the first boss. Although Sen
Yeah, I
Spellbook
actually feel like
looks
this will be a
maybe
pretty
even
close-
Getting in combat a little bit quicker as they were already by
Pretty
the
close game.
exit. A bunch of worms being pulled by Sky, and then charging forward are both tanks for each team. Very dangerous section here for your tank. These mobs absolutely demolish a tank. Mira is already using the bark skin on the gather here, whereas Sky is able to hold that until actually getting in full combat, actually even getting the Incarn rolling first. Mira is waiting on pressing Incarn until everything is grouped up here.
Look at this. Maystein taking both crystals on his cooldown so he can do a majority of the damage, and then those worms are going to come in late and buff the entire group. Since Spellbook opted to split the buffs between Dan
Mysterious
and
Bull in
Looney,
Dungeon.
so they have a little bit more even damage across the board, but
Not
it's
for
working out
Mistweaver.
really well for Mandatory.
Yeah,
Just
I was actually
spinning.
thinking exactly
Absolutely
that.
blasting this pull. The entire
I mean,
team
is it
now
really
at
that
20
scary if
stack.
he's just pressing one
Similar
button?
things happening for Sin Spellbook on the other side, but
These
it's
HP
still
bars
really
are
fast for
spiking are
Mandatory.
crazy.
Do both teams have a
Yeah,
hit?
like
Well,
Jinji and
Well,
Kush have like the
for
craziest
Sin
Yeah.
amount. Yeah,
What about
3
Mandatory?
stacks
Have
of
they
Glaive on
opted for the
Ryzen
safe
2.
route
Holy
as
Well, you
well?
got-
I'd
you also
have to
remember
believe
Okay, now
that
it's kinda
they go
dangerous.
for it. Now,
You got the 20
do you
stack
know
of
Sin
the
Spellbook is gonna
buff
send one of
buffing
the
your
DPS
healing right now
players
too.
back to grab a couple of extra
True.
mobs?
Does that double dip, by the way?
Mandatory did have
Since
that
you're doing
sequence
20% more
as
I don't
damage.
think
or
so. I
something.
think that
What
I
is
think
the
it's
play
just
going
the
to be for
damage you deal
Mandatory
gets
now?
converted
They've actually
into
just
healing.
full
I don't
engaged
think
the boss.
the
Now
healing
all
One's
the
did.
next
dead,
boss is just
man.
gonna be that healer they had CC.
Because if that was the
Oh,
case,
that's
then
why you were
like,
asking about
It is,
the
as
enveloping
boss
thing.
already
Yeah.
in combat already, almost at 90.
Wow, Sen
Because if
Spellbook
it-
is so slow.
Mandatory, Sky
If it
running
did
out,
that,
grabbing a bunch of trash
then
from
like
that
every
little
stat
pavilion
from
in the corner.
Mistweaver would double dip.
And
You
then
would
the
get
cat form,
your secondary
plus
stat
animating
calculated on the
more,
damage, and then your
plus
secondary
Warlock
stat
Gateway,
calculated on the
gonna
healing that it
facilitate
proc
him getting
to.
back and getting that boss pulled as
Bro,
well.
what's the shit
So
Spellbook's
Sen
doing?
Spellbook should be collecting a
don't know.
decent chunk of extra count
That is not
relative
worth
to
it,
mandatory
truly.
at the cost of killing this boss a little bit more slowly here.
Yeah, and,
I mean, they just did the pull way slower, and then they have to like grab more mobs too.
Yeah, but they got shit for their Augur Book now.
Going to make up 15% of the boss.
Yeah,
HP
but
from
that's
this.
not
the real
worth it.
difference is just that they're going to have like maybe
We'll see.
4 or 5% extra trash count. But again, if all of that extra trash count comes from the mass AoE pull, and Sin Spellbook just pulls a little bit less going into that pull, that's really not going to matter to Mandatory. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not they can execute that pull cleanly. And from what we've already seen this weekend, clean execution is the name of their game, right? They're still deathless. So many maps into the weekend.
I
think
feel
we're
like
on
there's
map
no way
9
you
for
do
them,
this
where they
pull
have yet to have had a player death.
without
So
having tested it
will
both
that
ways
first death occur
and
in
coming to
this
the
run?
conclusion that this
We'll
one
have to
speeds up
wait
the
and
boss
see.
for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean,
that it would
they
need
probably
to
just
for
need
Sen
to
Spellbook have a
pull
chance, but honestly, Sen
more
Spellbook,
packs
this
out of
looks
other
like their
packs to make them
strongest
doable.
game, even across all of
Is
the
what I'm
ones that
leaning
we've
towards,
seen
because
so
this
far.
definitely is not
Across the
quicker.
series
The
they've
tank
won.
pulling that
At least
pack
these
into
first
the
6
boss,
minutes here, they have been
the
on
funnel
an
does not
equal
give you
form,
15 seconds,
I
10,
would
15
say, to
seconds.
mandatory, which is
Yeah, it's-
really
it's just a
impressive.
rounding
They
difference.
might
It's
even
just
be
to make
able
the
do
rest
this
of the polls
easier.
without something going wrong for mandatory, which is a remarkable place for Sen Spellbook to be. Now, they will need to do it again 2 more times, even if that were to happen. But you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, Sen Spellbook just focusing on collecting this slight count advantage. Will they be able to convert a 4% count advantage into something better than 15% of a boss HP, which is what Mandatory have on the exchange right now? It's going to be very close. Those two, I would say, yeah, 15% of a boss versus 4% trash count, pretty much exactly equal in my mind.
I think I would always prefer to be further ahead in dungeon progression rather than like the trash count. I mean, that was the case in the series we saw earlier, right? Where one of the teams had way more count, but they were behind in dungeon progression in that Windrunner Spire, and it ended up being the team that was higher or further in dungeon progression that actually ended up winning it. So
Was
I
Spellbook
think
a team
that's
that
my
would
preference.
skip
Either way,
this-
questions. I mean,
the
they're
trash in the
holding for
beginning
this
of this
particular
gauntlet?
pull right here. Mandatory are not even waiting at the Void
don't
Color
know.
to DPS
Are
down
they a team
some of
that
these
what?
casters a little bit. They're going straight into Gemmelis's room. This mass pull is the make or break pull for the dungeon. Mirez gathering all of the trash together. So many Void Callers, so many Void Tears. A single Fear Cast goes off, and it's lights out for your team. all of the pressure is on Mirez here, though, as he has to tank this massive pull without going down.
Spin,
This
spin,
is a very
spin.
dangerous pull, although for a Guardian Druid in Incarn, you luckily have this genius button called Thrash that does a bunch of damage and gives you a big old shield and a big old bit
Should
of
we
weak
react
healing.
harder? What,
And there's another button
what am I
called
gonna do?
Ironbird. You can press
Whoa,
both
a
of
big
those at the
pull!
same
Like,
time.
I'm
So
praying
you
for a
can roll
death.
your face across the keyboard at the right angle across those two
Please
buttons.
die.
It's easy to actually survive on a big pull like this, especially this week. Thrash doing triple the damage that it did last
Missed
week.
him. Woo!
Really important
No.
for generating that large offensive and defensive power in these massive pulls. So Mirez is going to be able to survive that Incarn falling off, but most of the trash
Holy shit,
already
Raven's
dead.
XG.
Meanwhile, Sen Spellbook in the exact same position now, grabbing the same pull with that Incarn, with that Barkskin rolling on Sky. Once those fall off, hoping
No,
for
the
all
pull's
the trash to
over,
be dead, or else
man.
things might get very scary very
The
quickly.
dungeon's so easy.
Sky
man.
dropping incredibly
Sense Spellbook,
low.
please.
That shield, that healing absorb, potentially taking him out, but able to stay alive with the Incarn active, like you're identifying. Still has 2 charges of SI if he ever gets in danger as well. But Gemelus is already pulled for mandatory and is yet to spawn for Sin Spellbook. Will be spawning shortly, as I believe.
This is
the
17.
trash that starts the RP to spawn the boss. But I mean, even with the trash differential, Dratnos, Sin Spellbook is still starting to lag slightly behind here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an advantage. I definitely agree with you now that I'd rather have the dungeon progression than the trash count, especially because if you look at it now, you know, Mandatory actually even slightly ahead on trash, although Sen Spellbook do have some still under the boss and incapacitated over to the side that they will presumably be gathering later. So depending on how efficient they are able to do this boss, it might still work out okay for Sen Spellbook. I do think that means that Mandatory have a dungeon advantage, though, that has clearly developed over the past couple of minutes here. Gemelus
I don't even know
lost
what
damage,
they pulled
though, is a
difference.
huge
Mandatory
point
caught up
of
in count.
Divergence, even just the RNG of whether
They just
you're able
pulled
to
more into this
maintain,
huge pull
you know, 2,
before
3,
boss.
4 target
They did
clean
all the
efficiently
extra
for longer.
little piss
Can
packs
be a
that
big deal on
Sen
boss
Spellbook did
like
in
this.
the first boss and the second
I do
boss.
think the Demon Warlock actually outperforms the Devourer on this boss, unless you get really, really good overlaps with Gemelus, where they kind of all start to float in the same direction. Your imps AoEing these jellyfish doesn't really matter where they are in the room, right? They could just passively cast at all of them. So, I mean, look at Looney's damage here. He's absolutely cranking on this boss. So I think Sin Spellbook should make up. a
No,
little
it's
bit of
always saying
time
that's
here.
wrong. Sen
But, I
Spellbook
mean,
had way more
50%
trash
of
on
a
the pull,
boss
so that's why
HP
damage is
a lot
higher.
of room to make up, especially since you're running out of dungeon at this point.
It's not comp
a little
diff
bit
at
of
all.
trash count and one
They were
boss
literally
between
equal.
The end of the
They just
tournament
their route was
for
done.
mandatory. So Sin
They killed the
Spellbook,
first boss the
I think
exact
at
same
this
kill time
point
with
they
extra
made
count.
a mistake out of mandatory. Bad news though, this team just doesn't seem to be able to make any mistakes, Ratnos.
Yeah, this is so impressive out of Mandatory. There have been MDIs before where teams have looked perfect. This is going to be another one of them.
Damn, it started out
Mandatory
close, now
are
we're just
having
getting
a
astral
weekend
gapped.
to remember here. This is so incredibly impressive, and there's
They're gonna
only
have, I think, an
4
even
minutes
slower
left
split
in
on
this
this, despite the
dungeon
fact that they
for
made this
things
pull
to
easier
change
than
in favor of
Mandatory
Sen
did.
Spellbook, but all eyes on Mandatory now as they charge upwards up the spire towards the last boss
Like a
here.
way
It's
slower
going to be
split
one
on
more
this.
big pull, and then they'll basically be on that last
Mandatory
boss
can
pull.
still full wipe.
Really not a lot left that could go wrong.
It's
here.
kinda hard
I
from
found a
here.
lot of ways
They would
for
have
these
to,
pulls
like-
go wrong in
Mandatory
my
could still have
personal
their first
testing, of
death of the
course,
tournament.
to learn all the things for the
I mean, it's kind of just live keys from here, except for doing a
This
plus
can go
17
wrong, right?
with
There's a lot of
max
passive
out
AoE
bubble and
damage.
20%
Obviously, the
avoidance.
Void Terrors are a threat if a Terror Wave cast goes
But you
off.
gotta look at it
Okay,
from that
here the whole
Gabby
perspective.
group-
Downer.
That cast got a little too close to finishing. But
Well,
GG.
no,
it's
Had
more
to be
about
that.
somebody
They
They would
dying.
have to be
Mandatory's not going to go
terrible.
down this
Yes.
time around.
for anything to
Terra is
happen.
doing a good job staying alive. Incarn is active once again, so he's not really in any major danger, even though that healing absorb does go out.
That's
on him.
what Hopeful is
Healed
hoping
off
for.
By Rice in there on the Mistweaver, and another AoE pull
He doesn't
down,
just
another
want
perfect
them to
execution
die.
pull
He
for
wants them to
Mandatory
look
here.
stupid while
The
doing it.
only thing between them and the end of this dungeon, Dratnos, is one little skip up, which we're going to see from a Devour Demon Hunter shift up to the
Someone mess up the
platform,
skip.
and then we can get a rescue chain plus probably a worm
Someone tried to
strike
jump
as
over to the
well
bridge
in
and
just a
miss and fall
moment.
down.
They're also going to be pulling a little bit of this trash upstairs. They're going to be pulling the Void Terrors manually. They'll DK grip them.
God
up.
damn it.
The Hollow Soul Shredders will shadow step up as well. They've got the
Yeah, now it's
trash
just
count
live keys.
ready. Now they can pull it up to the final boss, potentially the final boss of the tournament here. Mandatory just once again on an absolute tear in this dungeon.
Yeah, I
Sense
know.
Spellbook are going crazy on the right-hand side as well. They're on a 0.
Sense Spellbook going to the
And they're
boss.
setting up an even larger pull than Mandatory did with that Guardian Druid. Sky just charging to the
Go
end
into
with
boss,
Druid
go into boss, you
actually
have
grabbing
to.
The Tyrant and the Void Caller here that Mandatory
Yes, Sense Spellbook's going into boss.
to avoid very dangerous enemies. But it
Yes!
looks like Sense
Holy.
Spellbook
Oh, wow.
This is how they
the
win.
Spellbook here. They
Just
are
go
going
straight
up
in
to
the boss,
last
is
spot
crazy.
as well with all of his trash.
Big respect,
I mean, the thing is,
actually.
Corona
they,
still fucked,
they
why
still
not?
even if they pull it off,
Still,
but
it
like
might
it's
not
going to
be
be
enough.
Yeah, they're
the
still gonna lose.
most
but
interesting pull of the
this would be
tournament.
sick.
This is crazy. I mean, I respect the hell out of this. They saw they're losing, they have to do this.
There won't be an opportunity for Sen Spellbook, but Sen Spellbook are really
Shelly,
giving themselves
no!
an opportunity. They are going to have the first death
Oh,
of their
no,
run,
never
though,
mind.
and of this map for either team. It is going to be a battle res. It is just the Evoker. But that
Dude,
is
what a
quite
fucking
bit
run
of
for
damage
Mandatory, though,
lost.
I will say.
Luckily, it was before
0
Breath of
deaths for the
Beyond
entire
got taken
tournament.
out. Unluckily, though, there's
impressive.
still a lot of trash here, and also Zyro, our tank, is now running out.
That's
of
kinda rare
defensives,
for
and there
a
is
cup like
still
that.
a Tyrant
But
that is gonna
this
be
is the,
applying that
I think
heal
this is a
sword.
result
Now
of
another
no,
death.
Blizzard
no.
locking down
No.
all of the like interesting tech,
It's gonna be
Yeah,
and
yeah,
also
yeah,
giving
that's
you
true.
But let it
and
never
also
be
giving you
said
20%
that Sen
avoidance,
Spellbook
which
lacked
didn't exist for
ambition.
And
most
the
of the
dungeons
history of
just
MDI.
being
Absolutely went
easier in
for it
general,
to
too.
try and win
Because that
this
is
map.
something
What an
the
impressive
MDI teams have
attempt out
talked
of
about.
them. It
And
almost
dungeons
are
was
just so
almost
fucking easy right now.
Well, there's like
Nothing
less-
you can possibly lose to.
There's like less
and
kicks and
bring
shit
this
that
to a game
you know
Yeah,
used to be in
there's
the past.
nothing
You'd have
happening.
to coordinate stops and stuff, and now Blizzard has shifted a lot more of that to like unavoidable damage. You just have to heal through, but if it's a low key and you have a shitload of avoidance, then the threat factor from that drops tremendously.
There's just no coordination really
Unbelievable game.
required
The
in
only
most
other
of
time
these
I think I've
polls.
seen
I'd actually be
any
A lot of
curious-
these polls they're
that
doing
going
is
up
just
to
alright,
Tetris
everyone just get your
was
kick.
in my Mythic Zero
I'd
runs
be
earlier in
curious
this
to see
expansion.
what their
But then we
practice
would wipe on purpose and have a little engineering
death
totem down
numbers
to
look
res
like.
us.
Whether
Either
they
way,
just like always
you know,
do these
hats
runs
off
with
to
no
Sense
deaths.
Spellbook for going for the pull, giving us a little entertainment at the end. But the win in the victory, in the glory, is for Mandatory as they take the first place prize in Group A.
Right,
They
there you
are
go.
our champions. But we'll be seeing both of these teams work later this month in the grand
Congrats,
finals.
Mandatory.
Will be a sight to see for them.
Yep, and he
We
meant
will,
every
and
bit
I
of that when he
cannot
said it.
wait. You know, Mandatory might have some new faces, but they are old hats at claiming victory in the MDI. They take their Series 3.
Oh my God, 0-0-0.
Champions. Honestly, their like seemingly perfect play across all of these series just continue to impress us, and it really makes me wonder who, if anybody, is going to be able to keep pace with them in those Season 1 finals. But of course, Sen Spellbook's journey does not end here. They will be continuing on to Season 1 finals
damn,
in
dude.
June, so
I
everybody
feel
be
bad
sure
for
to cheer
Shelly.
them
0
on
avoidable
there as
damage,
well.
3 deaths.
Now, I mean, Dratnos, Sen Spellbook, honestly, they were really competitive in this map. And I'm very
Life's
curious
just
what
not
your thoughts
fair.
are on how they kind of
Life's
both
not
teams,
fair,
I guess,
man.
streamlined their runs of this
It's actually
Nexus
crazy how
experience.
similar their graphs are
Yeah, I
on
mean,
the
run was
healing
looking
and damage done
extremely
through the
good
first
out of
8
both
minutes of the
teams.
dungeon.
You can
Kush,
see where the big
you
difference
asshole, I lost
happens
2
between that
houses.
5 and 9 minute mark. Look how much more quickly Mandatory are able to get that next
Like when
big spike
people think
than Sen
that
Spellbook.
an
A
individual
lot of that was
player
Sen
can
Spellbook
influence,
spending about 30 seconds to go and
or
grab some
that like an
trash
individual
into
player's
the second boss,
ceiling
and I think
is
that
higher
meant
than
that they then
another's.
didn't have to pull quite as much onto the third boss, whereas Mandatory were just
There's
like, nope, we're gonna
there's
do it all.
certain
We're
sort of
gonna
like
live.
limits to
Sen Spellbook
exactly how
almost
far
did
you
the
can push your
exact
spec in
same
most
pull, though,
cases,
and it did
and
work out for them.
graphs like
And
this,
then they went
I think
for
do
it
a
at
pretty
the
good
end
job
of
of
the dungeon, and
indicating
that's
that
where
like
things did
given
not
the
work out
same
for them.
pull and
Yeah, we might get some more looks at
relatively
that as
similar
well.
comps,
Tunnels, over
it's
on
just
your end,
like-
what did you see with our game?
I mean, I think the Dragon
Only
is
so
spot on.
much
It
you
was
can
a
do
very-
differently
It was
from
actually
another
a fairly
team
competitive match.
in terms of
I
pressing your
commend Sen
buttons.
Spellbook for basically just full sending it straight into the boss. I can only think that they were like watching the stream, saw that they were 30 to 45 seconds behind, and realized that the only way that they could actually get back into things was to just like full send all of that trash into the boss. I think that was
Dork,
a
you be
good
doing
final
keys?
hurrah. Unfortunately, unfortunately for
Doesn't seem
them,
like it.
unfortunately for Mandatory,
Oh.
they absolutely.
We don't have, like,
completely
anyone
I'd be
on your
down
friends
if
list?
there's people
They
down,
could
Let's
but-
find
deathless
people.
this entire weekend. And
I don't know any Augs.
for me, this
Dude.
is kind of what the expectation. For
I'm going to
Mandatory
bathroom. I'm
now
passing the
is
torch
in
to you to find
future.
people.
Oh,
as
great.
players
So the
are
group's
I
not
legit
happening.
don't know any Augs. Like the only Aug I know is
have
Cass,
some of the
but
most
he
accomplishments
probably has his own
in,
team, right?
in the World of Warcraft. And so
I don't know. He was kind of floating
continuing
around,
to
I think, after
prove
our team
why
stopped playing.
They're a team that everybody was
Oh,
on
shit, your
notice
team blew
for
up.
whenever they saw
Well,
the formation of the team.
We haven't played together
I'm
this
not
week,
super
and
surprised. I actually really like
Combodi's out of
Warlock
town
with the
for
Gateway,
some amount of
since
time, and
Spellbook
Yoda Meta
actually
appears to just
skip
be
some of
playing with
trash.
whoever
They
the
even
fuck
amended
now.
their route compared to what they had
Uh,
previously been doing in this dungeon.
So
It was
Air
just
Sand,
unfortunately
holy
not going
fuck.
to be enough, and I think for mandatory, something that they do that is really low key, but it's the most valuable thing in the MDI, is just how quickly they get their packs gathered and minimize travel time. Those are some of the things that for a lot of teams, they actually lose 15 seconds here, 10 seconds there, and then, you know, over the course of the entire dungeon, you might just lose a minute to inefficient travel time. But for mandatory, they understand that that is like one of the most important things, especially with their skips and especially with just getting their trash pulled. And that's, I think, whenever they're devising strategies, they look super automatics. Again, since Spellbook, they were just like full sending it straight into the boss. This is not a pull. I would not be shocked if we never see this pull attempted again. Like, even in the final,
Hello?
that pull is ridiculous. And the fact that they even tried to attempt it just as like a Hail Mary, that was cool.
My living in my kitchen. That's my couch where I watch
Advised.
TikTok. I
think
do
I'd
have a
advise against it, all
bedroom.
things considered, but not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Honestly, I love seeing when like teams have their backs against the wall, and especially in the speedrunning format when they're just going, you know what, we go for it, or we just know we're not going to win. There's a chance if we pull this off, but there is probably next to no chance
going for World
if we
First
can't.
24th
And so you
today.
get those big moments, and sometimes
I
you
see
have those
pillows and
big
blankets.
breakthroughs
You don't have pillows
too.
and blankets
I
on
mean,
your
this was
couch?
a great final map to see these two go out on and to see those risks being taken. But we have to reflect across the whole.
Those aren't
of
from my
Group
bed.
A
I have a
here,
bunch.
our
I have
bracket
like a
where it's
full
all
bed set on my
shaken
bed.
out. Zyro, what was kind of our story as we look back on Group A weekend up to this final series?
Yeah, I have a studio
I mean, I
studio
think-
apartment.
I like what Tettles called this group. This seems like it really was the group of death. There
My
were
setup
so
is into my
many
room
teams
because
that
I think the
could
walls
have
are really
out.
thin.
We
You
kind of
can
all
hear my
expected Polish
neighbor,
Mountain to be
so
the
I'm
number
pretty
two
sure they
team
can
after
hear
the
me.
first couple of days,
And I
but
want to be
since
like
Spellbook
yelling
kind of
while they're
just
trying to sleep at night
lobbed
when
those
I stream.
expectations out the window in the lower
That's why I have
finals. That
my
was a
setup here.
fantastic match. I think that
They can hear
match in
me
the
when I
lower-
talk
the
in the
lower
hallway,
finals really showed off the
but,
possibility
yeah.
of the teams to play around.
They can probably
the
hear me
spec
in
battle. I
their
think
room a
that's
little
worked out
bit.
really well. I'm super happy with how teams have played around it.
Yeah, you need a
I'm
good
looking
afternoon couch
forward to
nap.
how teams
Oh
will be
my
playing
god,
around
they
in future
hit.
weekends now that they have a little
You-
bit of
like,
an example.
If
of
we
how
don't do
some of the
keys,
teams
I
can
can
play.
tell you exactly what I'm doing. I'm sitting on that couch,
I mean,
laying
seeing
down,
these
watching
two teams in
TikTok, and
action,
taking a
right,
nap.
or thinking back on all of them, do you think there was anything that was really effective for that spec ban kind of approach? Do you think it kind of varies from match to match or group to group? Tunnels, what are you thinking?
I would not be shocked in the future if we see. I feel like Bear Druid was something that got insanely buffed, like on this most recent patch on this Tuesday, and I felt like the teams were a little bit slow to adapt to it. At least playing it in a lot of dungeons. I would not be shocked if in the future the Bear Druid is a lot more commonly seen. There is also
Are they
a question
doing,
in the future.
winter
We're gonna have
interviews?
tank
They have
tuning
to,
on
right?
Tuesday. Pretty significant
Are you
buffs to
being
a lot of
threatened
other
by the
specializations
couch?
of tank. Healer's kind of
I have
in
a
this
king
weird
size bed, why would I
situation
nap on a
where
couch? I mean, I have a
Restoration Shaman,
queen,
Mistweaver
like,
Monk, Resto Druid, that's
I
played a
live
lot,
alone.
and you kind of first prio
A couch just
bans
hits
the
different than
healers
a
because
bed.
there are good other
Yeah, yeah,
healer
exactly.
options.
It just hits
Is
different.
Tank going to end up in a similar situation? I would be surprised because I feel like Bear is just that much better damage. At the same time,
With, like, really
there's a lot
expensive
more compelling
pillows,
options,
blankets,
with
silk
tank tuning
sheets,
that's gonna be
like,
happening this most recent weekend. So I think that
my bed
I
is
think
the
that how
good as it's
like,
ever
the setup
getting.
of, like, the next
But that
couple of
couch
weekends
just
may be
hits.
a little bit different than what we've even seen in Cup A.
Have some like piss
Yeah,
pillows
sure.
on it.
We saw 5 of the 6 tank specs already this weekend, and including our top teams, right? Mandatory even deploying that Vengeance Demon Hunter, preserving the bear. But I think it's going to be really interesting which dungeons you sequence those in. And honestly, the spec that we didn't see of the tanks, the Prop Pally, that's getting the biggest buff, in my humble opinion, of the tank tuning. It's the one that looks the most exciting. I think we'll see that in some high keys on the live servers. Will that translate
Piss
into
pill-
an
you- pillows that are,
MDI-style
like,
situation?
cheap throw
Maybe,
pillows.
maybe not. There's some really big strengths to all those, Divine Toll, Avengers Shield, Silences. So I think having these tanks, the thing is, most good tanks are also multi-classers at the high end already, because you just have to be ready to swap between them anyways from season to season if you're in a high-end rating guild. So I think we're going to see a lot of variety among the tanks. I think that's going to be one of the best answers to the spec variety rule. And then you bust out the bear as your nuke in the dungeon you need it most in.
I can't wait to see. I mean, I love too, the bear nuke has been very powerful so far, but we are going to be shifting over here. We've got some insight from the teams themselves. We have an interview coming up with Mandatory, and here he is, Miraz himself, joining us. It was
Miraz the GOAT.
incredible to watch you play this weekend. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
hey, how's
Say
it
something. He's
Oh,
muted. He's muted.
now, let me double check.
It was.
This is so
Oh,
scuffed.
Miraz.
A muting.
How is it always scuffed? Every single winter review is scuffed
We're keeping you all
somehow.
in suspense, waiting to see, to hear.
Are you doing keys with the old guys? I think so. I mean, I want to. We just have to find people to play with.
It felt like perfect in every run, watching every single thing go through. And I mean, I know Dratnos, when you were watching, was there anything in particular that you felt like really characterized Mandatory as we wait to see how Mirrors is able to get things running here?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions that I have as well for Mandatory. So
How does that go with
I'm
Mandatory? It's just
very
they all
excited, very
join
hopeful
Mandatory.
to get to hear Mirrors' answers. I mean, the play
Like the
does
brand.
speak for itself. It needs it's its own statement, but I'd also like a full statement.
I know, I know.
I do
they're
not
great.
want to enter
Mirrors,
your Minecraft server.
do you want to try again? See if we can hear you. Maybe. Oh, still don't hear anything.
This is so
Oh, no.
scuffed.
We're so close, but so far. I feel like
Listen, this is why we do our tech checks on our end the day before the tournament, because this happens to
Yeah.
us all the time, so don't feel bad about
Gosh,
it.
you guys are dying
literally
probably.
constantly. So we will continue to. Oh, hold on. I thought I heard something there. One more time. Oh, I did not. It was a fake out.
Now they're just trolling him.
Rick
Okay.
just baited everybody. That is
I
brutal.
thought I heard. All right, we're gonna go ahead and let the tech setup get worked out behind the scenes. Then we're gonna continue our chat here. Honestly, though, really, tech is the bane of everybody's existence, and you think it's working and it's perfect, and then lo and behold, something goes wrong. But let's reflect. Today, we got to see our Group A finals, and Zyro, thinking about that, were there any series today that really, really jumped out at you?
Yeah, I mean the lower bracket final. That was great. I mean, we saw for the first time this weekend, we saw a team play a completely different comp in one of the maps. So they played 5 specs in map 1, they played 5 different specs in map 2 so that they could keep 2 of the specs from map 1 unbanned for map 3. No other team has done that the entire weekend.
Man.
So that was a really cool kind of play on the spec ban rule. Most teams were kind of just playing the 2 specs they didn't ban out in the second map, and then they had to ban those out for map 3. I think that's something we'll see teams kind of look at in their map pool for both Group B and Group C. They'll look at what Polish Mountain did and think, okay, that was
I'm trying to
really
hear
smart,
from
we should do that.
Mirez.
But also that was just a great series, right? That kind of shows off how competitive this head-to-head format can be when you have 2 extremely strong teams with a grasp on all of the meta and off-meta specs, right? Even with the sort of off-meta tier 2-ish picks, the maps are still really close for all 3 of the maps. So that was a fantastic series, and I think we'll see more of that in the weekends to come.
Completely agree. It was honestly, I felt like it's just an injection of energy watching it all pan out. And yeah, taking that risk on how they wanted to pan out the spec variety rule is something that didn't seem like it was really what teams wanted to bank on, but then it had such huge effect in that series in particular. So Zyra, I agree. That was definitely a big one for me as well. But, you know, we ended up
Like
with
was in
Mandatory
they're in
and
Group 3.
Spellbook. Since Spellbook, we got to see them really, really excel at points today, and then other points where we were going, okay, maybe this needs to be tightened up. So, oh, you know what? We're just getting some information that it sounds like we're going to give it another go. So, let's see if we can get Mirrors in this time, and if we can also hear Mirrors when he joins us.
Hello?
Oh, it's working.
Hello?
No! I still can't
No.
hear anything.
Why can we hear Mirez, but they don't hear Mirez?
Wait, hello?
What?
Oh, we can, we're good.
Well.
Let's
Oh,
go.
we can hear him.
We're in.
Oh, no way. Okay, hey.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Who's in the
We're
liquid
so
team?
back, Mirrors.
Boomy,
Let's
Yip,
go.
Zevi,
Joining
Ashine,
us.
Wolf Disco.
Congratulations. We can hear you. You know, you thought you got through the hard stuff with the competition, but the audio check at the end.
Hardest
was
part of the
real
weekend was
competition
the
at
audio
MDI
check.
weekend.
Yeah, I mean, tech is always great, so, I mean, I don't know what happened. It's fine. We're using a different browser now, everything works.
All good, all good.
All right,
We're just glad
Dorcam,
you could make it
282
here,
on the
honestly, and We're
Misfeeder
so
now.
grateful you would take the time. Now, we have a ton of questions to come your
That's
way.
We doing keys?
But I wanted to start
And I
off
can
just by
still
asking
craft
about the
two.
fact
I still
that
need to craft
obviously
2
you,
embellishments.
Ryson, Gingy,
And
Kush,
I think I just have
Mason are
enough
all playing
sparks to just
underneath
craft a third
Mandatory
thing
this
with
time
no
around.
embellishment.
And I wanted to ask you how it's been coming
Let's find 2
together
for
with
keys.
this group and playing in this MDI together.
No, I think it has been really good. The vibes have been good. I think, I mean, I hope the team agrees, right? I think we have been having a lot of fun. I mean, all of us have been playing together in some constellation at some point in the guilds or in other teams or whatever, like at some point. So, I mean, it's just a big mix. But
You
it
changed your
works
spell
well,
key
right?
to 200? How'd you
That's
like
good.
it? And it accidentally cast a lava
Okay, so
response?
I have
It's
a
because you're not
question for
used
you
to it.
guys. Roger
The
Yeah, I
weird
don't
thing
have
with the
any
spell
votes
queue
today.
is like the
And
visual
I
lags
wish they
behind
didn't
for
die
whatever
in Raid
reason.
2 like they played this weekend, where you guys ended up going completely.
But if it's only
deathless
one
this
button,
weekend.
that's pretty
What
good.
actually went into making sure that you had basically perfect runs this entire weekend? Was it just a ton of practice, really long hours?
Oh, I mean, maybe, but also, I mean, we have clutched it up. The practice runs were a little bit champions here and there sometimes, right? Like one death to aggro, especially when the Brewmaster is in the group. It does happen a lot.
Kush, you better not been
and
dying to
then
aggro.
also, I mean, some other deaths here and there can happen, right? But I think we played really clean. Everyone did everything that we wanted to. And I think overall it was just everyone was locked in when it was mattering the most. And I mean, the Mistweaver keys, if you don't massively fuck up, also very hard to die.
When
to.
Bruce in your group aggro's
but
the one
yeah,
death reason. Oh, come on.
Obviously, there's always some ways.
That is fair.
especially,
I do.
think aggro,
When I do keys, I lose.
If I would
Like
guess,
if I get aggro,
I
it's
think aggro
usually
is probably
a
80%
remaster.
wipes in MDI practice with different tanks.
We can
different
see like the
comms,
spots
and-
where you have the
yeah.
life cocoon on the DPS, where it's like, oh, I know
Aggro
what
is
happens in
80%
practice
of the
here
wipes.
sometimes.
That is crazy.
It
Imagine
is,
that.
Yeah, aggro is
The
definitely
highest
Imagine
level
that.
of
is in the
plays,
game.
or highest level of plays in the world.
I'm glad that we got you on the desk because this is your first time playing.
Highest
MDI,
level of
and
players in the world can't hold
Didn't
their
you play with
DPS bubbles for 1
mandatory?
second.
Crazy
You've
how
been a
good
coach
they
for
got since
all
you
the different
left.
various Echo teams that
I
you've
won
been
with
at
mandatory.
MDI.
We
But
won.
I'm curious, how has this been for you? You know, getting back on the squad and play.
I mean,
Are there any
it's one of those things where, like,
for this competition for you?
I'd need to see
I mean,
what
not
aggro
really,
deaths look
in
like.
terms of
Because if it's
nerfs,
literally
because,
just
I mean, I
guys
think
coming
the
in,
last
guns
MDI pack was
blazing
2
on
years
pull,
ago,
it's like,
but it was mainly
well,
about the
there
just
are a
the
certain
tanking
number of
department,
globals
right? I've
that
never
you should be
tanked the
expected
MDI
to let
keys,
the
let's say,
tank
and I also hate dungeon tanking.
hit the mobs
theoretically.
before you just start, or else the
in terms of,
entire
like, weekly keys or
concept of
whatever.
aggro might as well just disappear.
So I think that was the biggest
Like,
thing. That
if you
obviously
think
I
you should
wasn't
just
sure how
the
good it
DPS
would
players
be
should just be able to
because
do
I
whatever the
think
fuck they
MDI
want to a
dungeon
mob and the
tanking,
tank never loses
everyone
aggro,
was,
then you just don't
experienced
think
is way
aggro should
better in terms of,
exist.
like setting up pulls or understanding how to.
Well,
set
it's
up.
annoying
There was a
with
little bit of a
Devour,
learning
especially.
curve
Like
there,
you
of
have to
course.
walk the fine line, so there's
And
going to be
also
aggro
aggro, I
issues
mean,
until you like
like
finally
I said,
figure it
is a
out.
big thing of
Right,
the,
and that's
like,
to me,
N
like
plus tanks
if
is
that's
a
what's
very big
happening,
thing.
that
The
like
aggro
a
in the
devourer is
beginning,
just like, I can't
there's
wait,
no
gotta
aggro
go,
issues
and they're
in
hitting a
overall.
mob and the mob's turning and
So
killing
it's a-
them.
it's a big
That's not a
step
problem with
over, but I
aggro.
think it worked
That's a
really well,
problem with
so I'm
Devourer
happy with that.
trying to play too aggressively.
What was it like preparing for this spec variety rule? It seems like the puzzle of solving like how you're going to play each different series is
Healer
it seems like
aggro,
something you figured
really.
out. What was that like?
I'm getting
I mean, it
insider
was very
info. It's
interesting.
mainly
I mean,
healer
I just made
aggro
a sheet,
deaths.
right? We put in all the different
Nice,
classes and different comms and what we ban and
healers.
what not. What
So
I
what? You
think
just
we
start
didn't
spinning instantly and get aggro?
consider, but we got
I guess.
the info like an hour ago.
Makes sense. You're a
was that I
powerful
think
aggro generator
theoretically
with
we
all
could
that fucking
play
healing.
A comp and then ban 3 specs out of that comp and then play a good match and then ban 2 of the first comp. I don't
Right.
think that was really in our minds, but we were also preparing for having a good comp in basically all dungeons. Like we didn't want to sacrifice any, how's it called, like any maps or whatever. Where we're like, okay, this is just a bad comp and we're just gonna ban. We had like really good comps in all dungeons, in our opinion. Even in the best of 5. That's why you also saw Vengeance Demon Hunter and Gingy Warlock, and there would have been the infamous Gingy Mage would have come out in the next dungeon, guys. So we did prepare for that. Obviously, it was a bit crazy, let's say, in terms of practice, because we had to practice Mizara Cavern
Love
with
to see
the
Gingy
Brewmaster
Mage.
and Guardian Druid and different healers, and we had to practice Nexus Point with different tank and different DPSs.
Yeah, isn't Havoc
So
like
it was
okay?
all a little bit
now?
difficult to preserve strats.
That was still better, but it's like
To some
okay. I've
degree,
been seeing
while
people
also
play it a bit.
Like having different comms and different classes that are obviously maybe not suited for the strats. But I think
You're
we did
Thanos on
very
Havoc?
well in most of the dungeons.
Okay, last question I have. I think that the top 3 specializations that we've seen this weekend are Bear, Druid, Augmentation, Evoker, and Devour Demon Hunter. Can you rank them from strongest to weakest for us?
Bear, obviously the
Well,
strongest.
those 3 only. Okay, I think
Bear,
Guardian
then
Druid
Og,
by
then
far
Dev.
the mo-
Do you
Okay, I
agree
think
as
Guardian
well,
Druid was
or-
by
Yep.
far the most OP.
Yep.
Okay.
In any sense, like after the changes, because I mean before Guardian Druid, by the way, I mean I don't think people saw it right from time to runs or whatever, but Guardian Druid was already the most OP, just a different damage profile and more fatality rate, let's say, in terms of the defensive department was very bad with Root of the Claw, and like I was topping every AoE pull basically. Let's say it was really insane. And now you still top the AoE pulls, but you also don't die anymore. So that's a great bonus, I must say. That's a good time, I guess. And then I think after that is probably
Yeah, I don't like how I said
Probably
every.
Orc.
Yep.
Solely because of utility.
Bear, Og, and Dev.
Like Paradox, Burnstone, and all
Me
the
and Mir's
stuff
just
that
saying,
Orc can do is
share the
really
same
amazing.
brain.
And I mean, Devour is just OP DPS, right? But and also doesn't die. But so is DK, right? So it's
Because
the
it's
other- I
crazy
think
this
the
guy
other two are
tops
definitely
every
a
single
step above
AoE
in
pull,
terms
and
of
you
what
just
they
can't
bring
do
to a comp,
damage.
right? To make it OP, let's say.
Nice. Nice, I love it. Honestly, it was so fantastic watching you play, and we don't want to keep you. You gotta rest, probably prep, get ready, think ahead. But I think my last question is just generally, as you look ahead to the finals, to BlizzCon, what other teams are you all keeping an eye on the most in the MDI?
Oh, I mean, obviously, I think the teams, like the top 4 teams that came out of the time trials, is like the most interesting to look at for me, let's say.
Yeah, I did. I
Which is-
did point
mean,
that
I
out
think
when
they win it, but it was a
when
choke.
Matters on the robot
and
boss.
then Mistcount and obviously Liquid. So
DK's doing
I
2
think we
mil.
will have great weekends.
The
I'm very hyped
the
for
Devour's
Cup 3.
losing to the Og.
2 of the good teams are in.
I see your
because it will
star.
be
You're
very
like at
interesting.
35 souls.
What will happen there, especially with strats being out now and people having seen everything. Of course, Blizzard is throwing in the class tuning and the new items and the higher item level. So I guess many things probably change here and there, but it will still be interesting because
Yeah, it's good because you get all your damage amped in single target.
and it's always more difficult for teams with limited practice.
Yep, exactly. Killing the shitters so you can do boss damage.
And now this kind of goes.
Isn't there a bug with
fades out
Kush?
slowly,
With
I guess,
Devour,
and
Kush?
becomes
Like,
more difficult
Eradicate
for everyone.
isn't supposed to be doing, or isn't doing the
Awesome.
damage it does to the
I
main
can't wait. I think
target
it's
when
gonna
there's
be
more
amazing to
mobs.
see, and yeah, I mean, like you said,
It's
keeping
like
an eye
it
on a
should
lot
do
of the top
175, but it's only
honestly,
doing 150,
I think
something
Mandatory
like
just
that.
like threw down the gauntlet.
Yeah, they
this
never
first
implemented
weekend.
it.
And you know, I guess one last very quick question. How do you feel about playing on the BlizzCon
Can you
stage?
DM me
Do
the
you feel like
exact
at the end
bug?
of all of
'Cause
this,
I
that's gonna
can
be a
probably
big
get it
different thing
fixed.
returning to a LAN event?
But I don't know exactly how it
Oh,
works.
For sure. I mean, I think BlizzCon is very hype. I must say. I mean, it all started like our team or whatever. Like we really took off after losing in Sydney in 2018 or 19 or whatever in the past. And then we came back for BlizzCon and had the crazy run, right? But I do think BlizzCon, especially with the format now that it's only 4 teams, makes it insanely competitive, right? Because only 3 EU teams from the region will advance, while there's 4 really good teams, in my opinion. So that's interesting. So one team will not make it, let's say. And on top of that, having BlizzCon on one day fully, right? Because it's I don't know how it will be scheduled by Blizzard, right? But there's only 4 teams, so everything will be played in one segment of the day. Is pretty crazy. And
Renegade
right
just,
before
yeah,
the
but
raid
okay, like
against
you
Virtuoso
have to.
as well,
I
so
need to
every
get like the
team is
full
blocked
detail if I want to send
in
it to
terms of
Blizzard,
practice time, because we're probably having the
like the
raid
exact bug
playing
and why it's
BlizzCon.
bugged
It
and
will
how
be
it works,
very
and then I can get it
interesting
fixed.
overall.
It's gonna be wild, but it's gonna be a lot of hype and a lot of excitement and some amazing, amazing content, no doubt, as we get
Maris
to see
just talked
all of the
about
competitions pan out. And
doing
we
the
are
race war
definitely
first
gonna
and
be showing
then
Mandatory
going to
on and
BlizzCon.
hoping that you go all the
Yeah,
way there.
I
but
wouldn't
your
be
play,
shutting
I
the
think,
fuck
speaks
up
for
about that if
itself
I were
this
them.
weekend.
Yep.
So before we let you go,
Yeah,
It'd be
yeah,
all
me.
I would talk
is
about
there
during
any
the
shout-outs that
interviews.
you want, Mears? Is there
They'd be
any
like,
They
so
are
how about the
definitely
oh,
gonna be
and-
playing
end of
in
the
the
day?
race
And
war
Nexus
first.
point, and
I
I'd be
mean,
like,
for
yeah,
sure,
how
of
about the
course,
fact that they're
shout
going to
out
be doing
our
fucking
team
BlizzCon right
and
after
for
Race the
we
World first?
blasted really hard this weekend. I think it was really good. Then obviously also shout out to Mandatory, who picked us up and are supporting.
Any
us
other
now
bug
with
too,
the
Kush? Because I
sponsoring
think
and other
the
cool
the
things,
Eradicate's the
in
only
the
bug.
future that I don't know if they
I haven't
announced or whatever,
heard of
but
anything
People
else.
might see. And then of course also shout out to my personal house ghost, providing the food and taking care of me. Yeah, really amazing. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, your cats.
And of course, and also obviously shout out to all the viewers enjoying MDI. It is very interesting to see how everyone will react again to MDI speedrunning in terms of against TGP, right? So really hyped to see all of that.
Thank you so much, honestly, Mears. Great to talk with you. We can't wait to see everything else that Mandatory has in store. But take care of yourself until we see you again in the Season 1 finals.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Now, we have a little bonus for everybody as well,
Bonus.
so don't leave just yet. Although it was amazing getting to chat there and hear a little bit from Mears, we are also going to be looking at another interview today. But, you know, we have had an incredible
Bonus
Group
interview?
A finals. I mean,
With
if you think
who?
about what Mears was saying, Tuttle,
So
did
not a
anything
losing
stand
team?
out from his responses that, you know, you're going, oh, okay, all right, I got you, that's cool.
I feel like the read on the meta seems like that is
With hopeful. With
I
me?
would not be shocked if that's what we see in the future.
That'd be
Like,
a
I feel like the read on the meta
surprise.
was a little bit step ahead of some of the other teams coming into this weekend, and I would not be shocked if that is something that we continue to see being consistent moving forward. Where like that Bear Druid just feels ridiculous compared to some of the other tanks.
Indeed. I mean, yeah, hearing that and seeing it, I think was definitely impactful. But we also had a big series that was massively impactful to all of us today in the semi-lowers with Send Spellbook. Sky, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on making it through to Season 1 finals.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Is this the NA
Yeah,
Sky?
Yes.
Most EU accent ever.
Whatever.
Excellent. We don't have any more audio issues. All
How many
good, all
skies
good.
with the
Yeah,
could
that's
there
perfect,
possibly
Kush.
be?
It's great to have you. Thank
That's
you so
what
much
I'm
for
saying.
That's a lot of
taking time
Apparently
skies.
two.
today.
Apparently
I
two.
mean,
at least.
honestly, I think we all.
It sounds like a
absolutely
porn star
loved
name if you
seeing
ask
that
me.
series with Polish Mountain, and,
And
we're
I
so
did
blown away
ask you,
by the
yeah.
incredible
I
comeback as
did
you came
say,
through.
Dorky, does that sound
So
like a
we
porn
have
star
to
name to
ask
you?
Right off the bat.
Did you say
How
that?
did you prepare
I mean, that
for
does
that,
kind of sound like one.
lower finals? Like, how did you go through that?
Honestly, we were only focusing on the lower finals game against Polish Mountain, as we expected. We had, as you heard, problem with my monitor. Just
Dorky, you got any tanks that need crest right
so
now?
we wasted an hour of practice, just like that. But we have entirely.
Bro, why
switched
the hell would
out
I be farming
2 full
crest right
rounds
now?
in,
Isn't
like,
that the
space
craziest
of
shit ever?
4 or 5
What?
hours.
Why wouldn't you be
Because our
doing
pit
that? What
route,
about
we
on
have
Porky?
decided to pull
Dude,
much
farming
bigger
crest is so
in the
boring.
first pool to
Okay,
be
but
able to activate
we
the
could be
3
doing
captains,
it at the same
which I feel
time
like
and
is
speed
a
it
massive
up.
advantage if you can do that.
Yeah, but
And
Why
yeah,
would I
and
care
then
to do
in
that?
Windrunner we also just like had
don't know.
a good
Because you have
hour and a
nothing
half
better to do?
trying to do the last.
I'd rather play Miss
the
Weaver
first
Keys.
pool with the Ember Wing.
Okay, but what if
Ember Dawn.
you wanted to play with
That
your good
was, like,
friend
yeah, and we just had
JB,
to
who was
execute
playing
it.
Okay,
Miss Weaver
Kush.
at the
We
same
knew we were
time?
going
how about let's get some
in a
keys going?
I put
disadvantage
the
because
order
we knew
in.
we would lose the
Okay.
first game, but we just had to believe and like.
Well, I've
just
been
play
looking
good in the
for
next 2
an
games.
evoker, and I'm not really seeing
Which
one on
is-
my friends list.
I like how the character's
Makes a lot of
talking.
sense to
I
say
mean, I
that
am seeing them
Yeah,
doing
how are we-
dungeons.
Terrace is going to be tough.
How are we talking
But
about
then
how
your
there's like
Masters
no
Terrace run
tanks
against
on NA
Mandatory,
and
it
no
looks like if
healers,
you'd
but
had a
real
run
thing is
that
there's
good
no
and then
fucking
hadn't
Augs.
gone as crazy
Oh,
as
there
it
are
was,
Augs. They
There's
just
I think it
Augs.
would've been competitive with
they
Polish
get
Mountain.
snatched up.
Oh,
Yeah,
I could
this
DM
is the
Kess
first
if
time
you want
we
an AUG.
tried this route. We never done this
Sure.
before with this comp
Okay.
or anything like that.
Is he
That's
online?
important context.
He's
Just
offline
guessing.
This
and
is the
yellow
first time.
dot.
Is that pull onto the last boss part of the
I'll
route,
DM
or was
them,
that
see.
a last minute call?
That was like that
Billy
was
has
a
an
quick
AUG.
alt tab to see the stream, see Dale.
Yeah,
the
but
boss,
Billy's
I'm like,
on
okay, we're
something
doing
else
this,
in a
right,
different
for the
dungeon.
content.
It was
We
good
had to
content.
try.
It was.
You know, we had to try. But yeah.
No, we loved to see it.
So I have a question. Like, what is going to be preparation be like going into global finals to try to make sure that you are of like similar level to mandatory? What is the practice and preparation going to be like trying to get to that same level of which mandatory is currently?
I think we have a lot more time now, especially
You need to convince
with, season
fucking
finals being
Pete
like so
to
far away. I
turn
feel like
into an
that's
AUG
gonna give
player.
us a lot more time to
Pete, my
practice
shit.
bigger balls.
How
and
geared is
everything, 'cause
AUG?
we
Is his
know, like,
AUG?
we have ideas what we can do in
Not.
dungeons.
He was in a fucking alt
But
run
we
last
just
night
don't
on
have
his
enough time
evoker, and that
to
shit was.
fully practice it out.
Piece of shit.
For example, Nexus,
Piece
you
of
can pull
shit.
everything on the left side into the first boss and activate it.
Was a
but-
liability.
That's it. But yeah, there's just no time. But now we have more time, so yeah, hopefully we'll do better, even a lot better.
What about
Okay,
Sang?
another question. What was it like navigating the spec of variety rule in the lower
I
finals?
DM
Because
Sang.
I feel like you guys had probably the most unique take on the spec variety rule, basically committing to the reverse sweep. That felt a little bit risky, no? Like, or
Do we
did
have
you
a
think
fit,
that
by the
you
way,
just
if we
had
get an
a
evoker?
significant advantage in those dungeons?
This was like kind
would
of
a fifth
my
need to
idea
be?
where I
A
would
DK?
like sacrifice the first
Yeah,
game to play
sure.
better in the next 2 games, but then something like just changed because the dungeons pool like were like super different to what we expected, and we just had to make sure we have as much meta in the
Cryptix
harder
is on a
dungeons
DK right now in a dungeon.
to make sure if we lose one game, we have stronger the other 2 games, and that's why we committed to fully sacrificing mostly every single first game, unless it's like Nexus or like I don't know Seed, where we are pretty good. I feel like, just to have better comp in the other 2 dungeons.
Yeah. I mean,
We have,
honestly,
like, a whole-
it panned out.
Yeah, we have like a whole doc list, like how to like.
Dorky, have you played with
what
Tanner at all?
Specs are good, like where we play what, like what we ban and things like that.
We did a bit
Let's
when I was
say-
playing Rusted Drew.
Yeah, that's a super smart idea. I mean, listen, that panned out. Seeing you take that risk and then seeing you be able to bring it home, I think was so exciting. How did you all
I think
feel
he's
when you
been playing
realized
this
that you'd
season,
done
but I
it
haven't
and
played
made
with
it
him.
through and you were going to be going on?
Yeah, he's been playing with the.
I think everyone was just
Aussies.
insanely happy. The screens,
Aussies.
everything was insanely good. We were just like versus mandatory. We were just vibing, having good fun, good comps, fun comps. Like there was no comps.
Well,
about
apparently
doing
he's been
something
trying to
good,
play
it was
with-
just like laughter and enjoyment at this point.
Brenna and
I love it. We were right there
whatever.
with you. Honestly, everybody was
Oh, I
excited.
see.
Makes was
The
like, I don't
tank
know if my heart
I'm
is
talking about.
okay. This was amazing.
Yeah,
this
Nitro.
was amazing series.
Oh my god, the Windrunner.
It was
I mean,
phenomenal. We
the
loved
4%, the 4%, as I saw in the chat, like we had 4% chance of winning compared to Polish Mountain. We came back. That was pretty good. We tried.
Well, you more than tried, you did, and honestly, we're so happy to see you make it through. We'll give you a chance here to say any shout-outs that you want before we let you go. So, is there anybody you'd like to shout out here at the end?
Well, honestly, shout out to my team. I feel like with all the disconnects we had, we kept our cool and everything like that, which is the biggest thing with it. Like, it's super nice to have the good mental.
Oh,
even though
Goop
we
said
had,
he
like,
could do a couple
disease and things
keys.
like that. So that's good. And as I promised, I will shout out Dan's
What the
dog.
hell?
It's a
What
very
the
nice dog.
hell?
So yeah, that's about it.
All dogs
Shout
good
out to Dan's
dogs.
dog.
Shout out to Dan's dog.
Shout out
Probably-
everyone
yeah,
who
it'll be
supported
next
us as
season,
well. I know there's a
probably.
few. Thank you very much.
Hey, that's
And
me.
yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think we all did. No,
yeah.
honestly, there were a lot of people who did, and you know, in any of these matchups, even when it seems like things are going to go a certain way, I think everybody's so excited to see when they shift or change, and you all gave us such an incredible moment. You prepped well for that lower finals, and you made it through. So, congrats again, and we are looking forward to seeing you in the Season 1 finals.
Bye bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh, honestly, such a good first weekend and such an exciting one to start things out on. But let's take a look and see where our prediction ended up after this, because I mean, we were making a lot of predictions all weekend. Day 2, I think, robbed a lot of us of a lot of points, and day 3, now that we've gone through it all, also had some surprises in store for
I'm
us.
losing to Zyronic.
Everyone's losing to me, buddy.
Sheesh.
Wow,
I
Zyra,
think what
you
we
are
can
on
all
top.
agree is that Zyra, everybody with 12 or more points, that's you, me, chat, really smart.
Yeah.
11 or fewer, you know, remedial work is needed next weekend. You guys got to shape up when we get to Group B. But luckily, the good news for you guys is Group B is my favorite group of the lot. It is going to be awesome. We've got some banger teams coming next weekend, so you'll have your opportunity to fix your predictions, I'm sure.
You can see those teams right here as well. Thank you, Dratnos. I mean, it's going to be amazing. Group B, like you said, is just a stacked week. We've got some very interesting teams in here as well that oftentimes surprise us with their comps and picks. And Tuttle's looking at everybody that we have.
What are the good
What do you
teams
think
here?
Group B is
Who's
gonna
the
have that's
triple
gonna get us
threat?
hyped?
Dude, okay, so
Is this the other
Direwolves
Echo team?
In a hot minute. This
Is
is
the
a
Wall
team
Life
that I
team?
would argue is better in speed running than they have been in like dungeon pushing.
Definitely.
They always show up at like a random lower seed than they probably should be, and then just play spoiler the entire weekend. This is also notably the team, like the group of players that Skylark.
Yeah, it's Gob,
originally
Teef,
came from, the
Walleye,
former Tank and
Zotzi,
Mandatory, and that team
and
always just, like,
Hundem
randomly
and
upset people. I remember back in Shadowlands, they just won every single. Gosh, what was that dungeon? The one that was in Bastion that had the angels that carried you.
Halls of Valor.
Oh,
Wait, no, not
yes.
Halls of Valor.
Oh, no.
Spires of Ascension.
Spires
Who's
of
the
Ascension. They
angel
would literally just
team?
like randomly win every single Spires of Ascension.
Divine
I've wondered
Field.
if the Australian representative are gonna show up and just like how to play spoiler like they always do.
Would be interesting. I mean, yeah, honestly, I think this next weekend is one that I'm excited to watch just because there are so many teams here that I'm like,
Oh,
yeah,
Physical
what are they
God
gonna do? What are
Con's
they gonna
here?
bring to the table
The
here?
goats.
And we have this return of Auntie as well, not so time related anymore, like returning from beyond. Auntie's Angels.
I'm getting Donald by every
lots of
AUG in the
interesting
game.
teams here, but that have brought a lot and will continue to bring
Did you ask
This is
Tettles?
crazy.
to us. And while we got to go through Group A, honestly,
Not
I
us,
think
Tettles.
seeing what this weekend had to deliver, it just set the bar.
He's
for the
casting
quality
right
of our
now.
Teams this MDI, with even our lower seeded
gotta be
teams
done
showing
soon.
a high degree of skill. Our other groups are going to have to be ready to outrace, outplay, and outsmart one another if they want a shot at making it all the way to our finals and BlizzCon. Next weekend, the MDI will continue with Group B stepping up for even more Mythic Plus speedrunning, and it all kicks off on Friday at 10 a.m. PT.
Crut
7
Sprout,
p.m.
thank you for the ride.
CET. We'll see you next
Or
weekend.
Crude
everybody.
Sprute, thank you.
GG.
Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Bye.
You see, Tettles just logged on his AUG. He knows.
DM him. Log in.
He says he's down.
Perfect.
Dorky, are we playing?
Here we go. This fake DC from Dorky. Finals will be not BlizzCon. Global Finals is BlizzCon. So yeah, I mean, the finals will be BlizzCon. What's he gonna do in a pit? Dorky! Come on, Dorky! Cowboy Sam's been doing 20s, big dog. Bro, I heard Ogles and the cough. Yeah, I have a macro. So I have everything on its own, and then I have a macro for pot and trinket once I get a trinket. Because my gear is still horrible. How does Dorky fake DC all this so often?
Crazy.
Wait, Dorky's offline.
Yeah, he hasn't been online this whole time.
No way. Did this rat actually leave? I hate this guy so much, man. Oh my god.
Dude,
Do we have a tank?
The desire to play Mistweaver burns too strong in his heart.
Man. Do we have a tank?
Probably not. I would imagine if he's faked it this long, he's probably just going to stay gone.
I hate Dorky with all of my heart, man. I hate this guy. Now what? Can I just report him? No key. I don't know where Dorky is. Dude, I can't believe Dorky heard all goals and then just faked the DC and just turned off stream.
Immediately. Just pulled
It's
the plug
so
on his,
crazy. He
burned
hates
his house
Settles
down
that
and everything.
much. No, he's just not at his computer. He'd respond if he was here. All right, GG's, I guess.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to go farm crests.
Okay, good luck. Have fun.
All right, GG's.
GG's. I hate this dorky guy with all my heart. Okay, I guess we're ending. Thank you guys for watching. We were supposed to do the keys, but Dorky is a rat. So I guess keys aren't actually not happening. If he decides to wake up and live, I can probably turn on stream later if we end up doing keys, but yeah. Let's find someone to host. You guys want to watch? Oh, Jesus is on. Let's host Jesus. He's finally doing keys. But thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. I actually had a lot of fun. I never co-streamed MDI or TGV before, and I had a lot of fun doing it. I get to talk to you guys instead of being locked in on keys like I usually am. So I do way less interaction because I'm trying to lock in on a key. But I had fun. We're definitely going to do this again next week. Yeah, they're also doing high keys too, so it should be fun. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Good night, good night. Tell your mom Happy Mother's Day. And take this flower. Oh my god, no way. Dorky said, who playing? I'm done with this guy. I'm rating this guy. I'm rating Jesus. I'm ending. Bye! I hate Dorky. I'm gonna hit him.